on the back end. He's absolutely right.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap to Prescott. They will throw it on first down. Deep ball down the left side, double coverage. And it's intercepted at the 8-yard line. Jumped by Jair Brown. Stepped in front of Turpin.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are here with a live edition of a Cowboys Monday after San Francisco. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Chris Strong in for Peyton. Caitlin firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And fresh off the plane, back from California, our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. How's it going?
You tell us. You seem up and chipper. I don't know if you're going to be as feisty as Trayvon Diggs, who we will get to a little bit later on, but just give us your immediate thoughts after being there for this game.
They're just not very good. Like, flat out, they're just not very good, and there were aspects of it that were encouraging, I guess, at times. Like, I thought in the first half, it didn't feel like they were just getting bowled over in run defense. And so that was encouraging. I thought they ran the ball pretty well early. I was actually surprised to look at the box score and see Zeke went 10 for 34. It felt like he was more impactful than that to me.
Yeah,
did. And so there were aspects of it that you would like, but at the end of the day, it was still the Baltimore game where they should have. I got to a point where I wanted them to lose 38-10.
Yep.
Because I wanted them to have to feel that instead of being able to walk out and go, hey, well, there's some positives here. No. There's nothing positive about losing by 6 in a game where you were really down by essentially 20 to the 49ers again when they're down and when they've got a ton of players out. And you still can't do anything. And this team is just, they're not getting their return on investment in big name and big pay players. Trayvon Diggs, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Terrence Steele. None of these people are giving you their return. Lamb was the quietest 146 yards I think I've ever seen in a football game. When they threw that number up there, I was like, if you would have made me guess, I would have guessed he had 75 yards.
And then Zeke had more. And you would have guessed.
Yeah, I would have guessed Zeke had 120 rushing yards. But you're not getting any of the people that you've paid. None of them are giving you anything in return right now. And your coaching staff isn't preparing these players the right way any week. And it's catching up, and they're not a very good football team, and they're not a very well-coached football team.
And they're not a very well-quarterbacked football team.
That goes to being not a good football team.
It does. You're right. It does.
I would start for me. You go first, but a lot of people were tweeting, can we finally, is you going to blame this on the defense again? You're going to go at Mike Zimmer? For me, no. This is going to start with Dak Prescott in the offense, and it's going to stay there for a while this morning. For me.
It's just the reality of it. I mean, they were down by 20. Now, that's not all on him, but a lot of it is on him. I mean, it's just the reality of it is. And when you've got 10 points through 3 quarters, and it's tough to win. It's tough to win in this league when you've got 10 points through 3 quarters.
They didn't have a first down for 23 minutes. Okay?
Is that solid?
23 minutes. I felt like CeeDee Lamb had all those yards and more. So I disagree with Bobby from the perception standpoint. You know why?
Why?
Because it's him or nothing. Like when CeeDee was over on the sideline and he was slow to get up, I said, okay, now we're about to have a top 3 pick. Now it's ugly, really ugly. It's about to get unwatchable if CeeDee Lamb is down and out. He got up, he was fine, but it is an absolute force feed, as I've been talking about for weeks. We saw that multiple times yesterday with force feed throws to Lamb on that final drive where Dak Prescott could have been picked off by Fred Warner or 3 other defenders that were in that area. And for McCarthy, one of Jerry's, probably his main reason for bringing Mike back was Dak elevating last year to have a number 2 in the league MVP season. And he will continue to make Dak improve and take him to the next spot. And for the offense to look this putrid and Dak to continue to just throw interceptions every single week, that was McCarthy's biggest selling point from Jerry in the offseason, and he has now lost that.
He has, and Dak has looked quite average.
Because those
Let's just
two
say it like that,
interceptions,
right?
those two interceptions. Last night he was not average.
For the year, I'm talking about very, very average.
Because those two picks last night, I know we're in a new world where we dissect everything. We don't know the route, was the communication, was there an audible? Those two picks yesterday, they were putrid. They were bad.
There's no. So when he led the league in interceptions a couple of years ago, I still to this day, and I think people inside the organization will tell you to this day that half of those or more were not on him.
Yeah.
And so it was really fluky and goofy. There's not really anything fluky about the interceptions he's thrown this year. He's had bad throws. The one he threw last night that was picked off, the second one.
That's the one
that was remarkably similar to the Brian Branch one a couple weeks ago, where Brian Branch, faked him out and then dropped back on the play and picked it off. There's something that, again, I know it was 13 for 146. I can't imagine it was just missing training camp. Something is broken in the last 10 months in their connection where, like, Dak does not have the same feel or touch for throwing the ball to him on the sideline like he always has. I don't know what's going on with
I would like to know from, like, Peyton Manning, after working together for, like, 5 years, if Marvin Harrison missed 90% of a training camp or a training camp, how off would you be? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
I would not think it would be that much.
No.
I would not think it would be broken to any great degree. I would.
Yeah,
Maybe
you're
it's the
probably
tours.
right.
What's that?
Maybe it's the tours.
Maybe it's the tours.
You threw me off with your tour, like you're calling
Tour.
the Lance Armstrong race.
Yeah, you're probably right. But then again, I mean, he was killing Ayuk in that first game for not being there, and that's why he was a little bit late. So I don't know, but I think you're right. They would probably be on the same page. I'm sure that Brady and Welker at some point, or Edelman would have been on the same page with or without a training camp. It's just not. It's a bad football team right now. They're not getting any advantage from the coaching staff right now. Right? Doesn't seem like they're getting any help. And now you've got a schedule where, I mean, Atlanta becomes an absolute must-win. You can't even get into that one. You can't get into beyond that because this team is in a position where the division has started to walk away.
Dak, on the cut sheet, it says on making his worst interception ever. Did he label one of these his worst pick ever?
Yeah, not turn the ball over, period. As I said, I don't have to be perfect, but I damn sure can't be having the turnovers. As I said, I just got to eat that one, take that sack. And then the second one was as bonehead of an interception as I feel like I've had. Trying to make a play, too much confidence in myself in that moment right there. Probably just should have, obviously should have just thrown it away. Wish I would have put a little bit more like heat on it. And therefore, it would have been CD or out of bounds. So, yeah, and then that one hurt. Starting off the third quarter that way, allowed them to get a touchdown there. Look at the end of the score. Touchdown's the difference. Once again, we put ourselves behind in the turnover battle, and that's on me. And can't have that if you're playing to win games. And I've got to clean that up. Period.
Okay. I don't know.
I don't even know why I play this.
If it's there's nothing super insightful, I guess, about it, but he's not running from it. It's not like we got to do this, or I think I saw that. No, he's like, yeah, it was stupid. It's bad. I played bad.
I will be better. I will get better. We will be better. No one's panicking. Just rinse, repeat, over and over.
You know how
we on loop.
We talk about it's just like anything with Mike. Damn sure, that's Dak. I damn sure this. Damn sure that. When he damn sure, it's like,
I promise you.
All right, there it is. Okay, here comes the stock answer.
Mike McCarthy on the quarter that has been killing them and did kill them last night.
Yeah, definitely. Third quarter was obviously a factor in the outcome. The 3 and outs on offense, and
usually is.
The one giveaway, and obviously, their point and really production there. But yeah, you have ebb and flows of the game. We definitely stayed in that valley way too long. So, we felt solid at halftime. That they were +5 ahead of us in the big play. But Purdy, making plays with his feet, and the 3 and outs. We didn't give our defense any relief either, too. But I thought our guys did an excellent job fighting back in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
We just needed to make probably 1 or 2 more plays.
You know what this team, they sound like? How I feel. It's just kind of numb. That's how they sound. Trayvon Diggs is getting absolutely destroyed. We're going to get into what happened with Mike Leslie after the game. It kind of reminds me, though, Bob, of the Alabama player against Vanderbilt who, threw a hissy fit at the end of the game, and other Crimson Tide legends were like, this is unbecoming. You're not acting like an Alabama player. But some Alabama fans were like, all right, at least you were pissed. At least you were ticked off.
Yeah.
That just came into my mind. I'm not going to defend him overall, but that just came into my mind for Trayvon Diggs. Like, at least you're furious. At least you're ticked. Because listening to the quarterback and the head coach, they're standing up there like dead mummies.
Yeah, I would say, and like I said, we'll get into the Diggs thing a little later. I think the Diggs thing is a little nuanced because he's mad about criticism of himself. It's not like he's angry at performance. Where the Bama guy, it felt like was angry at what just happened overall. It was uncomfortable in there last night when you walked in the locker room. Nobody wanted to talk.
Diggs did not talk in the locker room.
Yeah, Diggs did
it all outside. All right, cool.
They had to get them boots on.
I don't know if Diggs was going to be allowed to talk because PR was standing between Diggs and anybody who walked by, and so they weren't letting him talk.
Did Mike Leslie go towards Diggs' locker?
No.
Did everyone know what had happened? Just take us through going downstairs when you did, being out there for the confrontation, and then going back in.
So when we get down there, it's interesting. I don't remember this being the case, and somebody there who's there normally with San Francisco says this isn't normally up at the visitors' locker. But they had they've got that long walk to the locker room in any stadium. The only part that was exposed was the door of the locker. They had curtains running all the way from the field so you couldn't see the players.
Oh, they were showing Jerry curtains.
Yeah, I'm saying. So for those who say the Cowboys can't get curtains up, they did there. So we're standing out there. They all get in. We see Trayvon Diggs walk in. He doesn't seem that upset. He's in there for maybe, the door's closed, and he's in there for maybe a minute. And all of a sudden, you just hear the door swing open, and he just runs straight to, looks out, sees Mike Leslie, and just goes right at him.
You were right there?
I was just behind, but yeah, I was right up front watching him.
And here's Trayvon checking his phone, coming back out in full uniform for Channel 8.
Out that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking the question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing there?
And that is what has also gone viral. You can talk about D's nuts. Mike tweeted afterwards, I have no comment on D's nuts.
Well, you shouldn't. Yeah, look, I mean, it's one of the, I actually could see both situations here. That's what you're worried about on that play. There's a lot of things that happen on that play before Trayvon is, kind of weaving and meandering his way to not make a tackle.
Felt like Mike was he was targeting there. Felt like he was targeting. Yes. Diggs was trailing on the play. It felt like, let me go and see what Trayvon's doing to see what I can pick at.
Yeah. Mike Leslie would have been thrown out of a college football game for that. Yeah, that's the kind of targeting.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I mean, could you make the case that it was part of it? Yeah, sure, it was part of it. But Trayvon's right. That's the part that you took from that?
He's the one, I think, that kind of forced Kittle out of bounds. I thought it was going to be another play or something like that, but woo. So then he goes out, confronts, and then everyone goes in.
David Abruzzi from Cowboys PR comes in, basically pulls Trayvon back in. And then we're still sitting outside for another 3 or 4 minutes, something like that. There's a few more minutes where we're sitting out there before we're able to go in the locker because it wasn't even open yet. Trayvon just stormed out of there. So they get a few minutes to get kind of situated. Then they open the locker and we went in and it was chilly in there. And they normally stand somebody up in the middle of the locker.
The water.
They stand somebody up in the middle of the locker so we're not crowding these tight visitor locker rooms. And the first person they threw up there, fine player, and I like him as a quote and everything else. But when the first player they pull over is DeMarvion Overshown, that tells you they probably had some difficulty finding people who'd say, yeah, I'll stand up there.
Hey, big sack. He had a big sack.
Yeah. So it was Overshown, and then Jordan Lewis talked at his locker. Eric Kendricks talked at his locker, and CeeDee Lamb came by. But other than that, I don't know if anybody spoke. Jordan Phillips maybe, but that was it.
Plane ride home.
There's a little bit of, so they pull up these buses to the charter site and everybody's getting their bags. So you get players and media and other people kind of intermingling. There definitely seemed to be a little bit of, You kind of felt like, let me back up.
Yeah.
I don't even want to be in the way of a player right now because they're going to be very annoyed if we're just even in their walkway.
All right, we need you for star up, star down at 877-881-1053. This is your Cowboys report card. Star up, star down for the loss in San Francisco, and we're going to end up remembering this better than it actually was because of the final score, Baltimore 2.0. That's next here. It's a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ.
Like snakes in Sean's yard.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Third and goal, just outside the 2. Shotgun. Snap to Purdy. Pressured on a blitz. Throws it right. Flags are down as Kittle makes the catch for the touchdown.
They're gonna get called for the pick here. There was no foul for offensive pass interference. Oh, wow.
What? What? That was the call. Babe Laufenberg absolutely stunned on the broadcast last night. In case you did not, we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider back from Santa Clara. Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. Boys lose to San Fran 30-24. And you know what I hate? I hate how these freaking little referees are in this posse having each other's backs no matter what. Who is going to be the referee specialist, the Mike Pereira type, who's going to turn on all the guys on the field and be like, no, that was a terrible call. That guy, I don't even know if he should be there. They need to demote him. But they all go out of their way to protect whatever call was made on the field. Was it Terry McCullough, I think, last night on NBC, explaining that no, that was a good call. They did get it right. Makes sense for me, his justification of the pick play being legal.
I don't know how to make, because like the pick play in general is, it seems pretty obvious, right? You're running into the other person on purpose. But I guess the explanation of kind of like with somebody catching a punt, if you're pushed into it, it's okay. But you could fake being pushed into it, and that's where they are. I mean, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But then again, I mean, we've come to the point where there are certain coaches, you just assume they found a loophole. And I just assume that Shanahan found a loophole.
Were you guys stunned in the press box over this?
Yeah, I mean, we were. I didn't see a pool report last night. I was trying to figure it out. Calvin's probably the one that we'll have to text this morning to see if he's up, and he would know. But we didn't get a good, clear explanation. We all thought it was. Like, just watching it back, it was like, okay, why isn't it? Like, we're trying to come up with reasons why it wouldn't be. And we can't, because you look at it, it looks pretty blatant. The only thing I can think is
it was a goofball explanation too. That was ridiculous. I'm looking to try to find it on social media to try to make sense of it even more. And people are like, props to Chris Collinsworth for being like, all right, Terry, thanks for that.
The only thing I can think is Oruwariye having his like jamming him or something. That, like, and it's still not a good explanation. But if they're like, Oruwariye jammed him in and it was just incidental contact. That's the only thing I can think, but I don't know why, and they didn't give us a clear explanation.
Moose Johnston would have been proud of that. I mean, that was just outright blatant.
Yeah.
That was bad.
I mean, and literally all the receiver had to do was just run inside like a tick, and it would have been essentially the same impact. And because he would have been now picked by his own man, which would have allowed the same exact openness from the receiver. Like, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense on the call.
877-881-1053 for Star Up, Star Down. This is your Cowboys report card, and it is brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. That Kittle touchdown after the Dak interception taking place in the third quarter. Where would you like to start for Star Down?
Or go Star Up if you want.
No, we can go. We'll go Star Down because it was a Star Down game. I'm not Mike McCarthy and telling you it was all good just because they came back with two meaningless touchdowns at the end. But obviously Dak is the headline. But we just spent the whole segment on that. So I mean, Dak is one. After that, to me, the next Star Down has to go to Donovan Wilson. I thought Donovan Wilson was awful in this game, and the way that he just could not cover, and I get George Kittle's a difficult cover, but the way he could not give you anything in the way of even just subpar type of coverage. He was awful. And it wasn't just off. It's, then the ball's caught and he's in space and he's just taking a bad angle, or he's over pursuing and he's not, like, he's allowing extra yardage after the fact. He was bad in coverage. He was bad in tackling. He was just really, really awful for them yesterday.
You know, the patented move and image I now have of Donovan Wilson every game, it's of him hanging on to someone's undershirt and t-shirt for dear life.
Come on back here. Come on.
That's it. That's what happened with the Kittle 43-yarder. This is opening the third quarter. Now, that Kittle touchdown with the pick play that screwed the Cowboys made it 20-10. But opening up the third, and Kyle Shanahan was ticked off at halftime. He's like, we better go in here, regroup, figure it out, and come out here and score to open up. They did. That was with Donovan Wilson chasing. That led to the Gorendo touchdown to give San Fran the lead at 13-10. That's the sixth time in 7 games that the defense has allowed points on the first drive of the second half. The sixth time in 7 games, the D has allowed points. And it's not just 3-3-3, 6, 3-3-3, 7. 6 touchdowns and a field goal. 6 touchdowns and a field goal for the other teams coming out offensively against the Cowboys.
Star down the offensive line. I mean, that first interception down the sideline, the part of that was not all on them, but enough on them. Bosa hit Dak basically the time he was throwing. They got to Dak a couple more times. Just not. It's not a great offensive line. It's a line in transition.
Yeah.
It's a line where they went from Hall of Famer to now they've got young guys that they're just trying to make work. And Bobby I know does that show with Nate Newton every Wednesdays, and Nate will tell you it's not about like the talent level, it's how you work together. Because those guys on that offensive line in the 90s were not all first-round draft picks. And the Cowboys have a lot of first-round picks in that offensive line. They have for a while, and they worked in 2014 to 2022, but now they're just not there anymore.
Look, Dak was terrible. I'm feeling trapped and being stuck with him now for years moving forward, but there's no way he can feel comfortable stepping into a clean throw with this pocket. There's just no way. I would worry about my legs getting crumbled, my knee getting taken out with the interior pressure and the lack of a step up. And that was what he said he wanted to focus on most during the bye week. NBC was trying to isolate side by side with his footwork. I thought it was weird. Jerry brought that up on KMC on Friday as he was in a very, very giving mood, and he was talking about Dak's footwork. And last night they isolated that as a talking point. There's no way he can feel great about his footwork and stepping up with what happens with this offensive line and inside.
So I felt like star down Terrence Steele. I thought Terrence Steele was bad yesterday. And
Nick Bosa should have made him. He should have made him wear his MAGA hat. After beating him on one of those drives.
We'll do this.
Come on, Nick. If you want to make a statement, where you don't have that gold font. I couldn't see what it actually said.
Maybe we'll do this.
So much for shut up and dribble, I guess.
Maybe post Hut tomorrow. We'll have something on this, but and it's different watching it on TV versus like sitting there. A lot of times you don't notice narratives that are setting in because it's. I think it's easier to follow when you're watching on TV at times. I don't know. I didn't feel like Cooper Beebe or Tyler Smith or Tyler Guyton. I thought they all played pretty well. Like yesterday, I don't think we can put a lot of that on pressure. I think it was Dak played really bad.
But I'm not going to destroy Steele for getting whooped a couple times by Bosa. You know what I mean? Like he's going up against a top 3 freak defensive pass rusher in the NFL.
Yeah, but I mean, Steele is supposed to be a top 5 paid right tackle in the NFL, and so I mean,
he's top 5.
Yeah, he's got to, or he was at the time when he signed it. He's got to, he's got to give you some sort of resistance. I think is the big thing. This is from NFL Pro. They say Bosa primarily aligned as the left edge, matching up against Terrence Steele on 26 pass rushes. He got 4 pressures and 1 sack, all on one-on-one matchups against Steele. Not a great night for Terrence Steele, but I thought Beebe played well when I was watching it live, and I know Guyton flashed to me a couple times that I thought he played well. So I don't know. We may see that over the course of the game. It wasn't as consistent, but I noticed them at least at times.
Cowboy calls at 6:40 this morning, 877-881-1053 for star up, star down. What is Bones Fossil's special teams doing? Finally you have a game where you're not bullied, you're not out physical by San Francisco in the very beginning, right? Collinsworth kept saying that. It was clear that the Cowboys behind the scenes in their interviews leading up to the game with the production crew for Sunday Night Football, they were tired of being the punks. They were tired of being talked about as wusses. They were tired of being talked about as weak and fragile and someone who couldn't stand up to any type of bully. And we saw a lot of that in the first half, that type of fight. That's one of my star ups. And another star up is for being the lesser penalized team. When they usually match up, Cowboys stupidity, Randy Gregory somehow lining up, false starts, whatever that call was.
Yeah, when Randy had like 3 defensive holdings on the
like
on the line.
I always feel like the penalty distribution is going to weigh heavily towards the Cowboys in the wrong. Well, last night early on, it was like 6-3 with San Francisco committing more penalties and big, huge 80 yards brought back in 3 with 3 flags in the first half for the 49ers. Well, here comes old Bones Fossil and his fake reverse kickoff that we see now for 8 straight returns, 4 special teams penalties. 4. 3 of them, and then Brandon Aubrey off jury duty with his third quarter kickoff. So just when your overall football team is playing smarter, your overall football team is playing more physical and tougher, you got 4 freaking penalties from teams.
Yeah, and they were... So it was 2 illegal formation penalties, 1 returning, 1 kicking. You had outside of the special team stuff, you had too many men on the field. You had a Terrence Steele false start, which typically false starts, most teams feel like are related to cadence and being in sync with your offense. And they view false starts as basically spacing out. Like that's not acceptable. If you're getting in the right practice reps, that shouldn't happen. So when I look at those penalties yesterday, special teams is the big blinking light there. But in general, that tells me like there's an entire coaching staff that these penalties that they had yesterday were not unnecessary roughness or pass interference. They're all like procedural things and things that practice should have cleaned this up. And the fact that it's not makes me wonder, are you doing enough at practice? I know you want to protect your players. I know you want to protect their health. Are you doing it at the detriment of getting them ready to play football games?
I did like the idea of the play coming out of half.
The reverse?
Yeah. Like the one that was the penalized, they got penalized. They brought back, 10 yards or whatever.
Did you like it the second time they did it, or the 5th, or the 8th, or the 12th?
On the reverse?
That's all they've been doing for like the past 2 games.
Yeah.
Every return is a fake reverse or maybe a reverse.
It tells you 2 things. It tells you, one, that like they don't have any confidence in the offense to be able to move the ball because they need to have a spark. But I mean, you're coming out of halftime, you try something, try anything to get points to get the thing moving. But it just shows that individual play and that penalty shows a lack of attention to detail during the week. That you don't have a simple forward. You know better. You know what you're doing, and you got to know where you are on the field. You got to know what you're doing, and they didn't. And that's an attention to detail issue.
All right, your star up, star down, and let's unleash you on the phone lines here with a 6 a.m. club, the best listening audience of our entire show. You call out whoever you want. Just try to keep it clean in terms of Chris with the curse dump button. Your star up, star down as you unleash on the Cowboys with the Cowboys Monday next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
All right, thank you, Chris Strong. Pay. Just Too worn out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it makes
the
sense.
Anthony Richardson of the fan.
It makes sense. Peyton had to work last night. Chris got to enjoy a nice, quiet time at home and then was able to get a full night's sleep and drive up here. Peyton wasn't going to get that luxury.
What's the Anthony Richardson reference?
He took himself out of the game for one play yesterday because he was tired.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was if he got hurt. But no, he was just tired. But that's just one play.
Yeah.
Peyton could have sat out the first segment.
Could have.
And been back. But
I do it all the time.
We got Chris Strong here. That's Bobby Bell back from California. And this is Sean and RJ. Hit us up. It's your turn to unleash as part of the 6 a.m. club after the loss in Cali. 877-881-1053. Let's start with Zach in Amarillo. Zach, start us off here on the Fan.
My question is, at what point do we start holding this coaching staff responsible and have some accountability? Receivers get no separation, poor schemes. You're 3rd and 1, and we run a flat route, and Dak turns the ball over. Then you come up to another series. Your first down play is a run with Zeke, gets 6 yards. We run 2 pass routes or 2 passing plays, and then we're done. 3 and out, right? At what point does Mike McCarthy or whoever's calling plays wake up and realize that we have to change something? You had 2 weeks to prepare for this broken down San Francisco team, and you went out and embarrassed yourself. Absolutely embarrassed yourself.
Thank you for the call, Zach. My first initial reaction is going to be you're going to get your coaching accountability after the season because that's when Jerry Jones is going to make his change. In terms of within the season, offensive adjustments, last year they woke up after San Fran. They're just going to wake up again. How much can they actually wake up with the personnel on the field? That is what we are dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different looking offense now.
What is different?
You're seeing nothing in terms of crossing patterns. You're seeing none of the deep posts consistently that they were running last year. The option routes are not in there. It doesn't appear to be as much of those cover 2 beaters and stuff like that they've had in the past. And
you think that's offensive line related? Time to develop?
I think I think a big part of it is just we can't trust to have we can't trust this offensive line to block things up the way we need there. And I think that's McCarthy's thought. And I don't think Dak's totally opposed to it.
Here's the other thing, and I ended up being wrong about this last year because I was like, he can't run. He's not that athletic. But Dak on the move last year elevated this offense. And we really haven't talked about him. And I think we've done a bad job of asking in the first 5-6 weeks here on the show, where has that been? Why isn't that there? Dak on the move. Dak on the roll. Dak throwing on the run. It was, I remember, a tremendous success last year. I thought we saw a little bit more of it last night, but a little bit. That's something that has been missing as an aspect that we haven't covered enough.
I think because
last night, right, I heard Broadus in the post comparing Brock Purdy, 56 rushing yards, Brock Purdy stepping up. It doesn't even feel like Dak wants to pick up 5-6 yards when he can.
So I think you remember we had this problem early on last year where when they were in the classic West Coast schemes that McCarthy was wanting to push, where it's all based on timing of steps go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ball out. It's all that timing rhythm and stuff like that. And so because of that, they don't encourage a lot of breaking away from the pocket and moving. And I think it's because they're going back to that offense right now that you're seeing some of that.
But man, I'll tell you, there's nothing so for that first 3rd and 5 where they handed it off to Hunter Lipke.
That's where I thought the caller was going first.
I mean, my God, it's
last night.
What are we doing here?
Yesterday was National Run on 3rd Down Day.
It was.
Shanahan was doing it too.
Yeah. Now it's great to run on 3rd down and 3rd and 1. That's a great time to run. As Shanny did on 3rd and 10, which I'm like, all right, is he just trying to stay in field goal range and not get a sack or whatever? But
right.
For the Cowboys to do it on 3rd and 5 to Lipke, it's like that's a perfect opportunity for Dak to pick up the first down with his leg.
Yeah, I got to rant about that later. I know we got to get to calls, but I'm going to complain about that later.
About the 3rd and 5?
Yeah.
Derek in Plano, you're up next. Derek, you are live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, what's up, guys? I love the show, man. I listen to you guys every morning.
Thank you.
Man, we got to discuss Dak, man. I'm tired of everybody patting him and saying, hey, it's not his fault. As a quarterback, you're the leader. You know what I mean? If you can't, Chris Collinsworth said it best last night. He said Dak just doesn't move like he used to. And I think when it comes to those short yardages, he stands in the pocket and just takes the sack or throws an interception. He's just a choke artist. It's time for Jerry Jones to, really see. And I don't think the Cowboys will be any better until he gets out of the way. You know what I mean? Look at the facts. I'm a Cowboy fan forever. He fired a coach, took you back-to-back Super Bowls, all because the guy wanted to coach the team. You know what I mean? It's just facts. I'm tired of everybody covering it up. The Cowboys are horrible, and it's because they don't have that leadership in the offense. Dak's not a leader. He doesn't consistently throw the ball, puts the ball where it needs to be. If you give Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, those receivers that Dak has, they're going to nail it. Patrick Mahomes is not going to stand in the pocket and take a sack. He's going to get out. He's going to scramble. You look at all the other quarterbacks, and just to end the call with this, Joe Flacco won the Super Bowl and only got $40 million. Come on. This guy's not playing up to his par, man. And I just hope they get it together. And when the fans stop filling these seats, I think Jerry Jones will get the ticket. He'll understand it.
Sorry. Thank you for the call, Derek. Well, I got news for you, man. It's a little unfortunate. Settle in. You may have missed it, but they just paid him. So when is Jerry going to wake up? It don't matter if Jerry wakes up. The ink is dry on the deal, and nothing is happening about it. First Cowboys quarterback with multiple interceptions in 3 straight games since Aikman in 1992.
They're winning the Super Bowl this year.
Andrew Brandt tweeted 2024 compensation for tonight. Brock Purdy, $985,000.
Hang on, let me write this down.
Dak, $81,250.
Oh.
That's a lot of money.
That's a big disparity.
A lot of cash.
No,
$80 million difference.
Strip away all the context of supporting cast or anything else you want to. Or you just put in a vacuum of, if I gave you league average support across for each one of his seasons, this would be the worst year of Dak's career so far. This is the worst he's played. So,
And what's the context you're putting it in?
I'm saying because people talk about, there's this aspect, or he had he has this help over here, or he doesn't have this over here. I'm saying, okay, fine. If you gave him league average help, and applied it to each one of the seasons he's played, this would be his own play the worst we've seen him play in his career. This is the worst.
This is lowest QBR for his career
by far.
His previous low was a 55. Generally
his lowest.
This is his lowest, 55 in 2018. And remember, the first half of 2018, before Amari got there, he was not great. It was like an extension of the second half of 2017, where he kept going under 200 yards passing in all these games.
Joe in my neck of the woods. Joe in Sunnyvale here on a Cowboys Monday. Go ahead, Joe. You're live on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, neighbor. Star up, I would say, is really just CeeDee Lamb on the offense. Star down, however, is Dak Prescott and the entire offense and the offensive play calling. So, really, this offense is just so conservative this year. Unlike the past 3 years where they were pretty explosive, but this entire season, this offense hasn't even gotten close to what the offense has been the last 3 years, and that's the really disappointing part.
Yeah.
And, just with the way this team's playing, I'm going to just give a quick prediction. And, sorry to all the Cowboys fans to make you even more depressing this morning, but this team is probably going to go 3-8 with the way the schedule's looking like.
Woo! Go ahead and look at that schedule. Atlanta, Philly, Houston, D.C. Atlanta, Philly, Houston, D.C. The third quarter was 21 points versus 16 yards. They're so boring. They're so freaking boring.
Not in the second half when they're down a lot.
That's right. Miguel and Waxahachie. Miguel, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning to the most delusional and Kool-Aid drinking franchise in America. Guys, let's go ahead and blame it. I'm going to blame one person. We know who it is. Sean, RJ, Bobby, you know who it is. It's Jerry Jones. I'm going to blame that man until either the day he steps down or the day God picks him up. He is responsible for signing Dak. He's responsible for not signing a sufficient making moves in the offseason, get somebody to help his franchise. He's signed everybody, and all those checks have been cashed, and those guys are just ready for the offseason. Guys, I hope this season craters and crashes like a freaking Frankel and Frankel car wreck.
Chris, send that to me. Send that to me so I can send it to the Frankles. Get another week of advertising.
All
Thank
right.
you, Miguel.
1 week at a time, baby.
I'm disappointed. I am disappointed that they came back and made this close. I think every total is on. They understand now with what I was saying, good shoulder, bad shoulder. And I started getting the tweets last night like, all right, let's unbuckle the chaos. At 30-17, let's get this thing to 40-17, 42-17. Let's get it ugly. And there's two pictures last night that are jumping out of my mind. The first is I cannot effing stand Dak Prescott's and I don't hate Dak Prescott personally, but he's obviously not worth the money. I still would have been scared and paid him the money because of Quincy Carter and everything else back in the day. But that Dak face, it's the new. They said we got a new dumb face. It's Dak face. It's not Eli. It's Dak. When he does this glare and stare up into the video board to see how the interception happened. I can't stand playing with his mouthpiece. It just drives me crazy. Like Steph Curry playing with his mouthpiece. He doesn't do it the same way, but it's just this mouth open, mouth breathing look that he gives to the scoreboard. It drives me nuts. And then the one that everyone took great satisfaction in, the Jerry Jones just isolated photo where he's suffering and just miserable up there in his box.
I know how the interception happened.
Which one?
He threw it. He threw it. It left his hand. He decided to have the ball leave his hand. Simple as that.
877-881-1053. Let's keep the calls going. You know why? I need you all to bring like more anger and rage than what we're bringing. I'm 80%, 85% dead inside. I really am. I wasn't mad last night. I'm more mad that they didn't get destroyed when the game turned. They want to win. That could be a fun Monday. Let's talk about a turnaround. We don't have to have a fight and another war with Jerry tomorrow at 8:30. More on that later. I would have been fine with a W, but when it started getting out of hand, I wanted to get really out of hand. So now I'm even disappointed about that. Let's keep it going with you at 877-881-1053. More Cowboy calls with the Cowboys Monday with Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of Crown.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lipke in motion, sets up wide left. Prescott rolling that way. Rolling, looking, throwing down the left sideline, intercepted at the 33-yard line.
All right, we got to talk about one more Dak Prescott decision. I'm not blaming him as much as everyone else. And again, yesterday, I'm starting the blame overall with Dak, the offense, and Mike McCarthy. I'm not taking this to Mike Zimmer and the defense for a change. That offense is putrid. Dak's interceptions were awful. No 50-50, maybe this, maybe that. There's a defender just sitting and waiting. Balls hanging in the air. But let's talk about the throw to Turpin. Okay? Final, last chance. You're trying to have Pittsburgh 2.0. First down, a force feed to CD in triple coverage that probably should have been picked off. Second down, whatever. And then third down, he makes an absolutely perfect throw to Cavante along the left sideline. I don't think it was an absolute gimme catch. I thought it would have been like a really, really nice play from Cavante, just with the angle, the way his body was, the way the ball was coming in. It was a 10 out of 10 throw. Absolutely perfect. Turpin doesn't catch it. A lot of the criticism is, and I heard Zach and Broadus in the postgame, it's not a high percentage play. Why are you doing that on third down? You only need to go ahead and pick up the first down and try to reset the downs. Why is the Cowboys' option in that moment a 5'8" player running a vertical route on the sideline with no catch radius and no ability to go over the top? That's not an insult to Cavante. That's just what God planned for him. Kind of like my hands. It is what it is. What do we make of the play? What do we make of the throw? What do we make of the drop before we get back to the Tolos here on Sean and RJ?
I wish it wasn't the reality of the situation that they in part don't have anybody else. They've got one guy, right? They have one receiver.
Yep.
They have a tight end.
Yeah.
Like those are their options. Like part of the problem with the play is a lack of options. They don't have.
Yeah.
And this is because they've missed. They've missed on some pit. They missed on Gallup. I mean, they hit on him, then he got hurt. They missed. You know, they signed the miss on the re-sign.
Cooks is old.
Tolbert is
2 or 3 targets a game.
Right. So they just don't have an option. They don't have, like, you look at San Fran. I mean, San Fran there are like 5 guys in that team as receivers they could actually put out there. I mean, Ayuk wasn't even there. Jennings wasn't even there. Like they have guys they can use beyond just Debo. So it's part of a larger problem than the one play.
Yeah, I didn't have an issue with that particular throw. I have a bigger issue with
it was a perfect throw,
or even that decision.
The decision,
like, I mean, if Cavante Turpin, like, the ball got there, Cavante Turpin, it got over the defender. It wasn't like height was a problem. The ball got in his hands and he dropped it. Like it just wasn't completed.
8 out of 10 times, maybe 9 out of 10 times, he should catch that.
Yeah. No, I mean, like 10 out of 10 he should, but yeah. Like, but I mean, just will he have time?
No. The easiest. It wasn't like a Debo drop.
Sure, but like ball in Debo, he had a couple of them last night. Ball in his hands.
That's why I referenced it. I watched the games. Garrett.
I know he. The aspect here that I had an issue with more was just the overall play calling of the feel. It seemed like of just, well, we got to drop back and throw it every time. Clearly, why? There's 3 minutes left. You can run your offensive sets. You do not have to get into, well, this is clearly we just got to take shots and throw it down the field. No, like you could have handed the ball off on first down and you could have then gone with some play action or tried to, just let me get an easy throw to the flat. Let me do a smoker. Like there were things that they didn't need to get it all right there. And that's what I don't understand. It was very, well, we clearly got to pick up 20 on all of these throws right now with 3 minutes left.
Ray in Dallas, you're up next here on a Cowboys Monday. Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning, man.
Morning.
Hey, man, big start down to the entire Dallas organization, man. And I've been a long-time Cowboy fan, man, since as long as I can remember, man. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but big star up to Jaden Daniels and Noah Brown and the whole entire Washington Redskins organization with Dan Quinn leading the helm. Hey, I just got one question. Who's coming with me?
Oh, you going over? You going to the district?
Nah, man, I'm not, man. But that's what it's coming down to, man. Jerry Jones, man, come on, man.
Yes.
We got to do better, man.
Oh, no,
Man, I was watching the game, and my wife, my wife was like, "You rooting for Washington Redskins?" Like, I never thought I'd see the day, and I'm just like, "Oh yeah, I am." I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Something needs to change.
Thank you for the call, bro. Yeah, Dan Quinn and Noah Brown making today even worse. I will say, and I don't want to burn a lot of time on it today. Yesterday was the first day, and today, this morning, I'm starting to get draft excited. So, in my assumption the Cowboys would lose, I didn't think they'd get smoked. I think I picked the 6-point game, but I lost on the over-under for daggone sure.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no way. And it started off, I'm like...
Started off great. I was like, oh, my God, this is amazing.
10-6 halftime?
Yeah.
These teams aren't going to sit there and score in the 40s. Ended up losing that. Thought it'd be some type of weird Cowboy close game. My bigger takeaway is San Fran is not that dangerous versus the Cowboys are closer to San Francisco. Maybe they're closer to them for the wrong reasons, like the 49ers aren't that great. But since I assumed the Cowboys would lose to San Fran, I kind of wanted Washington to win yesterday for the separation because we need draft talk. We need a lot of great top 5 draft talk for this offseason. But more on that later.
Really quickly, I will just say on the Dan Quinn point, I know he was doing a joke there. I did see a lot of...
That draft talk just ain't going to be for a quarterback, by the way.
I did see a lot of, you could have had Dan Quinn. You let Dan Quinn walk out the door. That line of thinking, that needs to stop right now because that's revisionist history for a lot of this fan base. You guys were chasing Dan Quinn out of town by the time he left.
Yep, true. Grant, you're up.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the Hail Mary either.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they were losing. There was a 99% loss. Don't be fooled by that.
Grant, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead.
Perfect segue on draft talk because we have absolutely flopped on first-round picks and second-round picks the past 2 years. So Schoonmaker, terrible. Mozzie, terrible. So I don't know what kind of draft talk we want to talk about, but that scares me already that we are going to screw up that. The second thing is Mike McCarthy's play calling is absolutely atrocious. You look at, apparently you can run pick plays now because that got turned over last night. Yeah. So why don't we try that? We have the least amount of separation for our receivers, and Dak still sucks. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for the call.
Yeah, to be fair on the draft stuff real quick, I mean, the last 2 years they have been picking like 28th or, get the 26th.
Yeah.
You get the point. Like it's much more of a coin flip than it is top 15.
I don't think this year's draft class is going to be bad. Like I think Beebe's coming along, Guyton's coming along. Nealand looked good before he got hurt. Last year's is obviously a bad one, but once out of every 5 years, you're going to have drafts like this.
And that's part of the problem that they put themselves in. They forced themselves to dominate the draft, and they generally for 20 years have done a pretty good job. Well, not quite 20. But you get the point. They've generally done a pretty good job.
Russ and Flower Mound, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Russ.
Yeah, man, I'm calling from the other side of the ball. I'm a big San Francisco fan.
Oh, no.
And, I get to watch a lot of Cowboys football here, and I can just say a couple things about that, man. Their offense is putrid. They've got one. You started off this segment saying they're a one-trick pony. They are. That poor defense is holding on for dear life. You watch San Francisco, they've got all kind of injuries on their side of the ball, and they truly do play the next man up. They're just, doing everything they can to get back to 4-4, and watching that against Dallas, man, those guys were just, barely hanging on, and then you finally saw the defense give up because the offense was so bad.
Yeah. CeeDee Lamb with 7 for 48 in the first half. He was targeted on nearly half his routes. There's a T.O. force feed factor here now. I'm not calling Lamb T.O. It's just a feeling of if Dak doesn't go to him, if we're going to pick up 2 or 3 yards running, they'd rather just throw it to Lamb so CD doesn't pout and get unhappy. I'm not calling him as toxic and poisonous as T.O., but it is a force feed. First 100-yard game for Lamb on the season. Corbin in Wiley. Corbin, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I just have 2 short, dumb points. First one is the Cowboys will never even sniff a Super Bowl until Jerry dies and the curse is lifted. And second is we all think Dak was a nice idea. But next time, we do the draft right, and it's full regalia. Love you guys. Have a good day.
What's that? Is there a reference?
I have no idea. Was that a Jerry impression I think he was doing?
Maybe.
May have been.
Maybe. I'm not looking forward to this tomorrow at 8:30.
Okay.
I'm not.
Really?
No. No.
I bet you we're going to get loads of optimism tomorrow.
My goal tomorrow, right now,
not pick at the scab,
is to have Jerry throw someone else in the front office under the bus. I'm putting that out there. So for all the front office people, for the PR people, you can relay it to get Jerry ready. I'm going to try to have Jerry throw someone else under the bus for some of the decisions. Maybe he will take the bait. Otherwise, start coming up with questions now. It's not going to be fun. I don't have much left internally.
Yeah, it's not about the games, right? Like, I don't have much left about the season.
Yeah.
There's plenty to get to, but the question is he going to bite?
Well, we're not going to keep going back to this past offseason either.
Well, I mean, look, you still haven't asked the biggest question. When are you going to fire the GM, Jerry? When are you going to fire the GM? That's the question you should be asking, you damn coward.
Which hasn't been asked 5 billion times.
Jacoby.
Mike Leslie would ask it.
Jacoby, you're up next here on DFW Sports Station. Go ahead, man.
Hey, man. Good morning. Sorry, y'all up there in the studio.
Morning.
All right, man. I got a few things I could sit and talk about, like that horrible game. How Jerry want to fire y'all before he want to fire Mike McCarthy. I don't understand really, though, is if you know you got Nick Bosa coming and you've been trying your hardest to get Dak some time, why not go ahead and kick Tyler Smith out to the tackle? Because you know your right tackle gets killed every time you go against a star edge rusher.
Yeah.
Well, at least help him. You got to do something about that. The doubling not helping because Nick Bosa back there flexing and, oh, man, the Cowboys got a whole lot of problems. And, man, I think I'm going to be a Houston fan for us all said.
No, don't say that.
We got to get that gone first. We got to get that gone. Y'all have a good morning, man.
Thank you for the call. You know, they were talking about this a little bit on the broadcast, putting out help for Bosa, and we're already talking about no one else to throw to. You have CD, maybe Ferg, then nothing. So now I'm going to go ahead and devote more. Maybe that's why Rico was ill, because they needed Zeke to block. And then, of course, they got Rico deactivated because Dalvin Cook got his time last night. And here's Rico out signing autographs.
Here's the thing. He's signing autographs.
Really
he's apparently signing autographs with a 102-degree fever.
Those are doctor's notes.
So what he told Calvin that he had a 102-degree fever, and that was after taking Tylenol. It went up to 102, and that's when they're like, okay, well, that seems odd. We may need to sit you tonight. But I mean, look, we've got Washington this morning. Now we've got Houston.
Rico's coming off his best game of the season.
That's insane.
His best, what?
To have a 102-degree fever and take the Tylenol, it goes up.
Yeah, do you know why it's insane?
Because it's not real?
It's not real. That's why it's not insane. What are you talking about? This is a fake deactivation. Everyone knows it. There's no conspiracy. They needed Zeke, and he had the one block that justified it all, right? That San Fran player was kind of hurt and down, and they're like, Zeke Elliott will do that to you, Collinsworth. But you have Zeke there to chip Nick Bosa. That's their justification. And then Dalvin Cook. We all got what we finally wanted. Rico plays his best game of the season. What happens the next 2 weeks? Zeke gets more carries after complaining behind the scenes, and then he's deactivated with a fake illness. Harrison and Mesquite. Harrison, you're up next here on The Fan. 102 time.
Hey, guys. I thought Dak played so poor, man, his decision-making.
Yeah.
Offensive line played fairly well. You're going to give some sacks up to Bosa. Come on, fellas. Watch the game. You're going to give some sacks up. But Zelma in that defense, man, hey, put a corner on Kittles. You're going to let the tight end kill you all day? Jones has 2 calls to make after the season. Call Ben Johnson, offense coordinator Detroit, and the defense coordinator in Minnesota. That's it. And, guys, hey, don't boo Jones. He don't tackle. Boo the players. I'm tired of y'all giving the players a break. Boo the damn players on the field. Jones don't tackle and run. Come on, guys. Get with it. Y'all scared to boo the players. That them is not stepping up. Boo them. Boo them. That's all you got to do. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. He talking to us about booing? I mean,
we're not really at the games. Can't really boom.
The hot noise.
I'm at the games.
You are, but
I'm not
you're
allowed
behind
to
glass.
make noise in the press box. Yeah.
Make sure
you can.
All right.
What happened if you actually cheered in the press box?
I don't know. Ask Washington reporters.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. It's Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. Let's take a little break to look at the separation in the division. The Giants play the Steelers tonight, but Philadelphia and Washington both in action. Hail to the Mary with Dan Quinn. Commercial-free Expressway with a brand new giveaway this week as well after this.
Well, it's time.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Responsibly.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
41 on the right hash. Good snap and hold. The kick is away. Carlson is 3 for 3, and the Niners lead by a score of 30-17.
Hey, Hail Mary.
Full of grace.
Was that the Hail Mary call? Brad Sham doing Commanders games too?
Yeah.
That was the opposite, I think. I think that was a field goal.
Yeah, it was a field goal. We want the Hail Mary around the rest of the NFL. Get ready for the Hail Mary. Chris Strong in for Peyton Russell. The perfect game is gone. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. This is the commercial-free Expressway. We try to leave. We try to take a mental break, and Chris is just pulling us right back into the Cowboys 30-24 loss. But you look at the NFC East, and they are now 3-4, and the Eagles and Commanders both won. The New York Giants will play the Steelers tonight with a record of 2-5. Let's get to the play that everyone in the sports world is talking about.
Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line, and the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness! This town is going crazy.
Nance with a call on CBS as the legend of Jaden Daniels continues. He comes back from the hip ? Battle of number 1 versus number 2. Ugly, low-scoring game, and the Commanders win it with Noah Brown catching the tip in the end zone.
It's a fake victory. I don't count it. They got utterly destroyed in the fourth quarter in this game because you had the fumble too. That was just that wasn't even. They didn't even force the fumble. It was just a bad handoff or a bad exchange, I should say.
Oh, the refrigerator Perry play?
Yeah.
Three things in this game. The Hail Mary, what Chicago decided to do with the handoff down by the goal line, and the freaking player, the defender, the Chicago Bear taunting the crowd while Jaden Daniels is running around for 12.75 seconds.
And he's the one that tipped it, too.
He's the one that tipped it.
Too.
Yes.
But, I mean, Chicago they shouldn't even have been in this game because their offense was putrid through 2.5 quarters. And then they should have had a much bigger lead because they should have scored a touchdown there.
Bears were down 12-0 in this game.
And then you get that little, you get the Hail Mary, which, again, never should have happened.
I thought Romo did a really nice job calling the out pattern right before that.
He's been better this year, by the way.
Why these teams continue to not rush the passer? We go through this. No one rushes the passer. Let's Jaden run around. But I saw 2 games recently, whether it's college or the pros, where they bring heat on the quarterback, and the quarterback hasn't even gotten the throw off. Sacrifice a defender. Sacrifice 2 defenders that are all going to get jumbled up into the pack anyway by the goal line and put some damn pressure on the quarterback. That would be an absolute must-have for my defense in a Hail Mary situation. We are not just going to rush 2. or 3 or whatever they're doing.
I'm guessing what a lot of that philosophy has to do with is related to, okay, we're guarding the Hail Mary 1, but also if they come out here and decide to run hook and ladder, we don't want to lose that defender that's now upfield.
Yeah.
And so I would guess that's part of it, but I'm going to call you on this, Chop, calling this a fake victory. Because I feel like if that game ends, then when we're talking about it, then you would be coming in here and you'd be telling us, look, Washington really should have won this game. They had 180 more yards. They had 10 more first downs. They were up 12 in this game. Like I feel like they dominated the game.
They did.
They got a fluky play at the end.
Right.
But they dominated.
Right, but that's also football, right?
They
Where you
earned
get
it.
you win the game. The Lions had that earlier. You mentioned that with Tampa. They should have won that game.
12-0, 15-12, 12-7 are the scores. That's not dominating the game. This was an ugly 3 to 5 point game throughout much. But it was 12.
But yeah, just from like a perspective of like, how are you moving the ball?
Yeah.
They picked up 2 yards per play more than the Bears did in this game. Like
Right.
they were moving the ball. They controlled the ball. There was a lot that was working for Washington. I know I do think that when you see that play and then you see all the reaction from Quinn and Daniels and everybody else there, that was the first moment I said that culture's fully healed. The Dan Snyder era has officially, like, they've come through that other side where it's probably still a little awkward in the first year or two where they're doing different things. That was the moment where it's like, they've all forgotten about it. They've forgotten about Snyder being there, and they're in a new era now, and that makes them even more dangerous.
Here was the call on Commanders Radio.
4 of them at the goal line. They bring 3. Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
The most excitement in DC since the start of RG3. 6-2 on top of the division. Everyone's going to be focused on the throw. You're focusing on their run, Bobby?
Yeah, so they have become... It's wild to see that they've become arguably the best running football team in the NFL. And it's because of just, A, how difficult it's been for the Commanders to run the ball in recent years, but B, who did they bring in? They brought in Cliff Kingsbury, who was roasted for neglecting the run and wanting to run the Mike Leach, air raid, just throw the ball 70 times kind of offense. And Cliff, to his credit, went back, figured out some things, figured out a lot of this Shanahan running stuff that gets used a lot, has incorporated a lot more of that. And now the Commanders, this game yesterday, they had 3 players that rushed for at least 50 yards. That's the 4th time this year they've had multiple 50-yard rushers in a game. And I think that when you look at Dallas' 2 games they have coming up, with Dallas already struggling to stop the run completely, I would bet you that in those 2 games, Washington runs cumulatively for 400 yards. They're going to average 200 yards a game against them. Dallas has given up 180 yards rushing in more than half their games now.
Do we give a star up? Do we go close to a star up for the defense yesterday? The Cowboys defense or run D?
I mean, the first half maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, when we talked about
half a star, half
a star.
When we talk about when I said the quietest, however amount of receiving yards, though, I was surprised by that. I will say that by the end of the game, I was like, I didn't think it felt like 223 yards that they allowed to San Francisco.
223?
Wow. They allowed 223 on the ground.
Seems excessive.
56 from Purdy, 85 from Garendo, 39 from Pearsall. That was on 1 carry. They handled Mason. Mason got hurt. 6 for 18 for Jordan. Debo 4 for 15. Nothing crazy there. Patrick Taylor 2 for 9. 223.
Garendo hurts.
It does.
Garendo hurts a lot.
Hurts a lot for 2 reasons.
Garendo, if they don't trade the pick for Trey Lance, I think the Cowboys pick Isaac Garendo in the 4th round. That's who they liked. And Garendo goes 5 picks after the Trey Lance traded pick. And in fact, 3 running backs. Ray Davis, who's been doing great in Buffalo, Garendo, Bucky Irving in Tampa. Those 3 running backs went in the 5 picks after your pick that you traded for Trey Lance.
And the other reason it hurts because he's a good interview too. Like you heard him out in the post game. I mean, he actually listens to the question.
No, I was too busy looking at freaking George Kittle, his stupid wrestling belt. I'm out. I'm out on Kittle and all the fun.
So are his teammates. Did you see Purdy? Like, we're just sitting there watching this, and Purdy was like, "Oh, this guy,
yeah,
we're going down this road again."
So the Commanders win with the Hail Mary that everyone is talking about. So did Filthy.
Fake it to Barkley. Hurts, sets, throws, looking for the home run ball. End zone! Devontae Smith! Touchdown! Over the shoulder! Spectacular!
That one right there kind of broke it open. The Devontae bomb. The game was tied against the Bengals. Saquon has the nail, and the Eagles win in Cincy 37-17. The Eagles are Are they a quiet 5-2?
Very.
Cincy falls to 3-5.
They are quiet. They are, and that was a game going in. I was thinking, all right, do I bet this game? How do I bet this game? I'm not touching it because I'm like, Cincy can absolutely go in there and they could absolutely win this game at home. And early on, it looked like they might. But Philadelphia in the second half was just phenomenal, and they deserved to win that game, absolutely.
They scored 27 in the second half since he scored 7.
When Philadelphia has Lane Johnson in the lineup this year, they're 5-1, and their one loss was a 1-point loss to Atlanta when they went down the field for the game-winning drive. Philly's been good, and Philly's playing well, and it's starting to click for them offensively. At this point, I think if you're a Cowboys fan who doesn't want to see the Eagles have success, you need to start cheering for just the Sirianni factor to just blow them up, to just destroy their culture, because otherwise they're playing well now. This is a better team that's playing right now than the one that started last year 10-1 or whatever it was. So to me, that's what you got to cheer for if you don't want to see Philly's success. Like if that's all you're worried about, whether Dallas is good or not, then you need to start cheering for the Sirianni factor to blow that up, because I don't know that talent-wise it's going to.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on the home of the Cowboys. This is the commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. Chris, let's get ready for the giveaway. We don't want to make Tolos wait. They're already suffering through another Cowboys Monday. You ready to go? Let's hit it.
Hey Tolos, we have a pair of tickets to Gabriel Iglesias at Lucas Oil Live, WinStar Casino and Resort. Call at 877-881-1053 for a chance to win the pair of tickets via SeatGeek.
All right, so let me just get some of my star ups out of the way.
Oh, okay.
Aww. We had to start the show with rage and anger. Yeah. I did have a star up to backbone. They showed some backbone last night. They usually crumble. They usually take a noogie. They usually get a wedgie, and they usually get their heads flushed into a toilet by the high school bully. And that did not happen yesterday, at least early on. It felt like they could stand toe-to-toe with San Francisco's physicality. My favorite player on the team, Jake Ferguson, standing up. That special teams tussle that took place with the fighting back and forth. I agree with you with Zeke running hard with some physicality and trying to finish off some of those runs. I didn't feel like the Cowboys were getting pushed around, bullied, punked, and laughed at last night. So I'd start up for their spine.
Yeah, and look, I guess the only question you would have then is when they come out in the second half, did San Francisco go, oh, okay, we saw what they did here, let's make this adjustment, and now we're just bullying them again. And they can't respond to that. Or was it just, they're better. They're better than you, and eventually it clicked into place for them, which is probably closer to what it was. I think that's fair. There was some star up and backbone's part of that. They didn't wilt. It shows me that it wasn't tough talk this week. The good stuff we heard coming out of there about how they felt like they had a plan. I think they did have a plan, and I think they did execute it fairly well early on both sides of the ball. You're not very good is just what it is.
I have a couple star ups as well, Sean.
All right.
I'd star up to the Cowboys defense on 4th and 3 in the second quarter. They left Debo so wide open that Purdy threw behind him. Okay, that was just good psychological warfare right there by the Cowboys. Also star up, the Cowboys did not have a player wearing a Guardian cap. San Francisco did. Okay, it shows good alpha energy. You got to have alpha. True alphas don't care about head trauma.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is what we're talking about here. You got to look at the bright side in a couple of these things.
So it's star up for no Guardian cap.
For no Guardian cap.
That's
star
like the
up.
NFL version of a mask.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's
All
right.
right, I'm going to rename
Who was it that said the CTE was fake?
Stone Cold.
Stone Cold, that's right. See, you got a big Stone Cold energy here.
All right, I'm going to rename this every week. When they lose, you have to do these. I'm going to call it Scar Up.
Scar. All right.
It's the scars that we get every game day watching this team, but in a little funny way from RJ Choppy. So Scar Up for some of the highlights. I had San Francisco penalties. It brought back a Debo touchdown. Kittle had a hold on a big run. It was 6 penalties from San Fran, 3 for the Cowboys. 80 yards of first half offense was brought back in the first half. Star up for, this would be a scar up. Mike McCarthy getting away with the time management at the end of the half.
Yeah.
3 plays in 36 seconds. Did not get a first down. They stopped the clock twice. About the worst possible outcome. San Fran did not burn them. So scar up for dodging that bullet.
Absolutely.
And then CD probably gets my biggest star up of the entire game. I'm a little surprised at the Lamb criticism today and throughout the game. Now, a lot of people are going to point to garbage time. A lot of people are going to point to CD's just going to whine and complain, so he's going to be force-fed to get some of these numbers. Atolo sent me a tweet from James Nagel from Fansided. Dak Prescott at San Fran within 1 score and 8 drives, 116 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks. Down by 2+ scores and 4 drives, 127 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 0 picks. And the caption is, no one is better when the pressure is low. So a shot from James at Fansided towards number 4. Any other scar ups, praise you want to throw out there, Roberto?
I star up for Guyton and Smith and Beebe. I think the center to the left side of the line was pretty strong overall for this game. I like what they did. They gave up 223 rushing yards, so clearly things weren't great on the second level completely or on the in the trenches. But I thought star up, there were a few different times where DeMarvion Overshown flashed and made a big play and made a difference. I was honestly surprised Purdy didn't fumble when DeMarvion Overshown hit him. I was certain he was going to fumble when he hit him.
That was the chance.
And he got asked about it afterwards. They're like, were you surprised he did that? He's like, man, he runs a lot. He's like, I think he's probably used to ball protection and being prepared to take those hits and has to practice that. He's like, so I guess that's kudos to him. But he's like, yeah, I thought we were going to be able to jar the ball loose there.
Yeah, that looked like a miracle that he was able to hold on to that. That was the chance.
It amazes me, I think probably about more than half the time, when a quarterback is blindside hit and they're still able to hold on to that football. Those footballs are not easy to grip. I mean, you've got to have first of all, massive hands, strong fingers too, to be able to grip that.
Yesterday, let's go around the rest of the NFL. Then we'll do best and worst of the weekend, including a must-hear story from my house and a member of the G-Bag Nation. And then 8 o'clock, what Trayvon Diggs did after the game with the post-game blow-up with a reporter that everyone is discussing. Yesterday was National Tight End Day. I don't know whether you heard.
I did.
11 touchdowns in the first 8 games. In the previous 108 games this season, there were 56 touchdowns. So there have been 56 tight end touchdowns up until yesterday, 11 in just the first 8 games, then Kittle and others added to it.
How about that the coordinators and quarterbacks and everything, this has become, people are so aware that it's National Tight End Day, that they're purposely force-feeding the ball in the red zone to the tight end.
Are they?
I mean, it could be, what is that called where you think something's true? It's confirmation bias, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it is, but cause and effect, who knows? But it looked like it was.
They had we were in the press conference room, so I didn't see it. Did you happen to see the graphic they threw up in the last couple minutes of the game about it being National Tight End Day and the tight end numbers? I think that where they had said it was, is that what you just got, the most receptions and yards in NFL history on a single Sunday?
I didn't get that one.
It was on a single Sunday. It was the most receptions and yards for tight ends collectively in the history of the NFL yesterday.
Wow.
And so, I mean, it's weird. It seems like they were being targeted, or at least the opportunities were there.
The feel-good story of the day and the stunner taking place in the dog pound.
Everybody's moving around for the Ravens. Yeah, here's Tillman. Tillman on the slant into the end zone. Doorstep of 20.
Browns over Ravens. Jameis Winston getting the start for Deshaun Watson, and Cleveland shocks Baltimore.
Shocks them. Big day for Till. I was telling people, pick him up. Got 12 targets last week.
Who?
Tillman, who had the game-winning touchdown there.
Rocky Top.
Yeah. I say he had 12 targets last week. Jameis likes him because they don't have anybody else. They got rid of Amari Cooper. Got to pick up Cedric Tillman. He's the guy. Big play. Big play from Jameis.
Deshaun Watson has never thrown for over 300 yards in any of his 19 games as a Brown. Jameis and Flacco have done it 6 times in 7 combined starts. Watson has not done it once, and Jameis was trying to channel all the magic in his pregame interview.
Opportunities come once in a lifetime. And with those opportunities, we have to make the most of it. Every one of us have an individual responsibility to go out there and fight for each other. Represent the names on your back, represents the names that's on your helmet. Well, we don't got no decal. So represent the names. All right, one play at a time. All right, together. All right, here we go. 7-on-3. 1, 2, 3, 7. Let's get it.
Represent that name on the. Oh wait, we don't have any.
We don't have no decals.
It's just the ugly brown color up there.
Boy, it's so much better when Jameis is playing routinely in the NFL and playing well. But man, he's gone through such an image shift.
Yes.
From when he was the number 1 pick and
Crab
was
legs.
Not just crab legs. People just talk about like he got a lot of hell that unfairly was probably grouped in with the Manziel types in terms of just like the thought process with him. And he's turned out not to be that guy. He's turned out to be somebody who everybody loves being teammates with and just feels like he's a great, fun-loving guy. And yesterday played really well.
All right, my other notes from yesterday, Tua made his return for the Miami Dolphins. So a lot of people speculating he'd be kept out. He's not going to go ahead and wear the Guardian cap. But the Miami Dolphins, with the heat turning up, I feel like slowly the heat is turning up on Mike McDaniel. They lose to the Cardinals 28-27. Marvin Harrison is doing work for them.
And they had a really good chance to win this game, Miami did. I mean, they were in control for a while in this one. A little back and forth. You could see they were just in the second half, they constantly held a lead. And then Arizona just wins it. And this is a tough spot for Miami because they were a team that a lot of people had in the playoffs this year.
Back to the Cowboys and the Trayvon Diggs incident after the game at 8 o'clock. Right now, it's time for best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
I'll start it off as my wife, my goodness, did she put in effort. I didn't know she loved Halloween this much, but the amount of Amazon packages, the amount of decorations, the amount of effort that this woman put. We're like, all right, we're just going to invite people with young kids for a Halloween party. Because her premise is you wear the costume one time, maybe twice if your school has them dress up. So let's get some use out of these costumes. Not just one and done, right? For when Halloween actually is. So we had a gathering on Saturday at the house. And the big story, Eric Chiafalo winning the costume contest.
Showing a little midriff. I noticed.
Man. I said Choppy's going to make fun of this. And he's like, damn it. I'm not doing my abs. I had too much stomach showing here. I purposely took the picture of Eric sitting in a fattening position.
Yeah, he had the
he walked in with
page 6 Sharif over there.
He had the Ryan Routh belly button.
What's that?
If you remember the second Trump shooter, it's just a smiley face line. It's the line.
Yeah, but he came in with his purple pimp outfit. Is it Papa Shango? I don't know. Whoever the pimp was in WWF. Someone will text it to me, Kevin Hagelin. But Chiafalo dressed the part. The story of the night, though, is
Val Venus?
I don't know. Maybe it was. It wasn't Papa Shango. He was into some like voodoo stuff. Zach Wolchuk took a little tumble. I have a swinging chair right by the pool that I got probably about 7 years ago. You guys have all seen it.
Yeah.
Bobby has sat in it when he's wearing a sweatshirt in 105-degree weather. And no one has ever fallen. That chair has never fallen over in all the years I've had it. Well, in the past 2 weekends, it's fallen twice. My mother-in-law fell in it, actually 2 of the last 3 weekends, when I was in Nashville. And I'm inside the house, greeting people, all showing up. Zach Wolchuk doesn't fall to the left, doesn't fall to the right, to the side. This thing falls straight back and into the pool. Zach goes into the water, full splash.
Oh, no.
The really unfortunate part, and I'm not going to find and tweet any video, DFW security, because I don't want other hotline numbers being called. Zach had his baby with him.
On him?
On him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Can she swim?
Well, she's baptized.
All right.
That I do know.
Okay.
Zach had the baby in arms as he took the fall into the pool, into the water. Baby totally fine. Okay. But Zach is humiliated and embarrassed as he falls into the pool with the chair and the baby, as we quickly had to go ahead and settle that situation down.
And that is the cause of the...
Okay, so later on at night, his wrist starts swelling. And for an hour takeover, it becomes a debate of whether Zach has to seek a doc and get medical attention for that swollen wrist. Now, he's able to move it. His guess was it was not broken. But the way it was swelling up, it looked like it was broken. It looked like it needed to get drained quickly.
His wrist looks like Jaden Daniels' elbow.
Yeah.
Like how it's just goofy looking.
Same skin color, everything.
Like that swelling there. It's like your wrist shouldn't not just swell like that, but it also looks like it's pushing forward.
Yeah,
that just doesn't look right.
What did you think when you saw that picture?
I thought there was I thought it was at first I was like, allergic reaction to a bug. Bug bite.
Yes.
Big bug bite. Somebody get bit by a snake. That's what happened there.
He fell on it. So I was like, dude, you're not doing anything tonight. No one is. Let's take a shot, chill out, have the wife drive home with the baby. Baby's all good. But no, I saw his phone started like ringing from his mom. And I'm like, what is this? Everybody loves Raymond? Like, is your mom following me on social media? How does she know that you fell? Zach goes to a doc in the box later on at night. That night ends up being a sprain. He's like, I got Cowboys post. I said, yeah, your post game's going to start at 11 p.m. You got time to deal with it tomorrow. Don't worry about it tonight.
A lot of time.
He went to the doc in the box. Only a sprain. So Wolchuk, I think, good to go.
Which, to be fair, you made it, or he at least was presenting as though he was not overreacting to it.
No, he was not.
Okay.
I asked Eric, I'm like, is that kind of a wuss? Is he going to like milk this? Like, God knows what happened if this was Bobby. We would have helicopters over the house, spotlights. Kristen would be calling 911.
Wrong. I would have never been that close to the pool.
Yeah, that's right. So that was Wolchuk going in with the Halloween gathering that took place on Saturday. All right, Chop. Almost got me in my feels a little bit with your best and worst of the weekend.
It's the same moment. Best and worst is the same moment. So we went to see my old man on Saturday as he celebrated birthday number 78.
The Godfather was the pimp. Thank you,
Godfather. Yes. So birthday number 70, all the fam was there. My sister and her daughter flew in from Georgia and from Michigan. Big swing state family, Sean. Georgia and Michigan. Big swing state family. And all the grandkids were there. So they had, let's see,
Dang, your dad is basically 10 years younger than my dad.
Yeah, I know.
10 years younger.
The 6 grandkids were all there, and take all the photos and everything, and he's just sitting there in his chair, just kind of like propped up, eyes closed, mouth open, like he looks like an old man taking a nap, like that, right? Well, I see this. We're on the back patio, so he's not in like a nursing home. It's a nursing house. It's like a hospice home. Well, in walks this older guy in this big orange shirt, and I look at it. I was like, I recognize that shirt. It was my dad's old man softball team. So he played like in an over 70 softball league or over 65, whatever it was. And this older guy, Harold. Now, Harold's like your dad's age. He's like 10, but he's totally with it, right?
Yeah.
My dad's more like me.
Shots fired, Dad.
No. Like your dad's with it.
Yeah.
And he's with it.
Yeah.
So he's like 86. And he comes up and he starts like, talking to all of us. And I remember him. I mean, my kids remember him too when he was playing. And he starts talking to my dad. My dad's not doing anything. My dad doesn't move. He doesn't speak. He doesn't open his eyes. Nothing. Well, we're there about 10 or 15 minutes with this guy, Harold, and Harold says something to him, like in a joking way. And my dad, out of nowhere, eyes open, starts laughing.
No way.
I had no idea what I don't know. Like he was saying something to him about, remember this one time you got this hit and I ran into you or something like that. Whatever it was. I don't remember the story. and he
Opened
opens his
a full blown woke up.
opened his eyes, and then did a big smile. Now it's it's not no sounds coming out, but you see a big giant smile on his face.
Wow!
And Harold just pats him on the chest, and turns around and puts his hand up, and you see him just break down in tears because it's his own. I mean, he's seen his own mortality too. He's 86 years old, and he just walks out. Doesn't even say goodbye. Just leaves. He didn't want anybody to see him have that moment. And I was getting kind of misty eyed.
Yeah.
And I look over at Sarah, who was there, and she is just in full on bawling. Yeah. She's never really met my dad. Yeah. My dad's been gone for 5, 6, 7 years. She's only been around for 3.
But you're 100% convinced he woke up because of that?
Absolutely. I don't know what. I don't really remember what it was that he said. I mean, I wasn't really paying attention.
I would take that personally. I would be mad. It was nothing I have said over the years is remotely entertaining.
No,
I'm a professional paid personality. That's what I tell my family all the time. I'm like, you're taking up my time. I'm spending my voice on you. I get paid all this money here. I'm a professional personality. You get to, get it for free. And you couldn't make your dad react like that over all these years?
He doesn't know who I am.
Yeah,
my mom kisses
him.
Harold
comes in.
My mom
You're going to have to go in there as Harold.
I should. I really should. I put the jersey on, put the orange jersey on, and go in there as Harold.
That's awesome.
And that's something that, a lot of it, there's a lot of stories out there.
This man has more fight left than the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I know.
I thought 2 years ago
you can't get rid of this guy.
This was done. The feeding tube you told us a month or two ago, that was supposed to be done.
Yeah.
Heck
Nothing.
no.
No, I know. It's wild. Next thing you know, he'll be brushing his own teeth.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
what is there have been 2 of those recently, because the other was he was getting his nose hair plucked, and
I gave him a haircut.
Are you
Big
giving him?
time. Oh, yeah,
and he was like, get off of me. Yeah, or whatever he did.
Every once in a while.
They talk about that though, how a lot of people getting those. You'll just get random trigger points where you have no idea why it's going to click for, and it just does.
So he laughed at Harold. He got mad at me. That's what it was. The last time the last reaction I got out of him is when I plucked his nose hairs and he got all mad at me.
Bob, best and worst.
The worst of the weekend just happened a few hours ago, so I don't know where my wallet is. It's either on the bus in San Jose, or I left it on the plane when we were leaving. And so I don't have my wallet, which I'm one of those idiots who carries his social security card in his wallet. So I don't have my I don't have my social security card or my
laminate that
credit card or my debit card or any of my Odyssey cards to get into the building. Everything's gone.
And you lost your phone on the way there. The dreaded, someone has to come up with a Shark Tank thing for when your phone falls in the crack of your freaking car seat. Whoever reaches down and brings it back the first time. You got to pull over. You got to wait till you get to where you go. Look underneath. Kristen told me that happened to you on the plane seat.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst. So I've got the old phone that is it has internet on it and it can't do anything else. It doesn't have phone network. So that's just with me because I use it to take photos during game day. But I dropped my primary phone, which that was the pain in the ass because I couldn't actually message with that one. So I had to go.
You were stuck with that till you landed. No phone.
Yeah, and so that was just one of the flight attendants offered to get it, but I was like, I don't want you to crawl under and get it. I wanted to know it was down there. Cool, it's down there because I couldn't see it. So that the wallet is the worst by far because I don't know if I'm gonna get that back. I texted Cowboys PR. They're like, we'll talk to people and we'll let them know to look out for it. But
how'd you get breakfast this morning for us?
So you got the app, and then you can basically put your payment method in there and then it'll pay through the app. And so that's what I did.
And so it's saved, or you remember your credit card info?
I remember my info.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't remember my number.
Not
the full number.
I know it.
I'm kind of close, but
yeah. The problem is now everything populates.
What does that mean?
If you just start putting
I don't
it in.
save.
What
I
are you,
don't.
Springfield, Ohio. What are you referring to?
I don't save my card info anywhere. So whenever I have to enter it, I have to enter it every time. So because of that, it's just I've done it enough over the years that I now know it.
All right, if you find Bobby's wallet, please return it to the radio station, 11th floor, Odyssey Radio Tower. Did Trayvon Diggs just copy Jerry Jones after last night's loss? The blow up that everyone in the Metroplex is talking about. Next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
At the 9:45, Purdy under center. Fakes to Garendo. Back to throw. Wants to go deep. And fires down to 35 to Kittle. Forced out of bounds at the 30.
Brad Sam with the call. George Kittle, National Tires Day. George Kittle goes off 6 for 128 and a touchdown. Had a 43-yarder. And one of his plays caused Trayvon Diggs to go off after the game. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, back from California without his wallet. Fresh off the plane. What time did you land, Bob?
3:55. And then we deplaned. It was like 4:10. And so that's about the time I noticed I didn't have my wallet.
Well, you're looking good. You're sounding good.
Thank you.
You just won't be able to be identified for who knows how long. After the game, Trayvon Diggs identified Mike Leslie. So on one of Kittle's catches, Diggs is like not the primary defender. This isn't Donovan Wilson. He's like trailing on the play.
So Diggs is, he's carrying a route. I don't think he realized the ball was completed right away. So he was still kind of following his guy and then realized it was completed. And I think he kind of pauses. He's still moving downfield, but you can tell he's like kind of assessing things. Like it's processing the angle he needs to take. And then he goes and he tries to make the tackle. And then Kittle gets down to like the 1. And so that was that big play that Kittle hit on the crosser where then he turned up the field and almost scored.
Mike Leslie from Channel 8. Now, does he have a thing with Diggs? Diggs been going back and forth with someone throughout the year when they ask about other receivers that he's potentially going to cover.
So, yeah, Diggs has been going back and forth with everybody this year.
We have for that.
The main one is Podell Beckham, Garrett Podell from CBS Sports. He has gone at him a couple times. Garrett is really young. Garrett's, I think, out of college 2 years, first gig, and works hard and just asks him a question asked him one week, hey, how does Chris Olave challenge? We played the audio, you remember? And he was like, he's a good receiver. And then a couple weeks later, he asked a similar question about Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
And Diggs kind of blew it off. And then when everything kind of dispersed afterwards and the media availability was done, he kind of let Garrett have it a little bit. And he was like, why are you asking how receivers challenge me? Why aren't you asking how I challenge receivers? It's like, I mean, that's a question for the New York media to ask Neighbors. That's we're getting your perspective on that right there. And so he's gone back and forth a little bit. Mike is, I think, thought of by some of the players as a bit of an instigator at times. And so there's some, I'm sure Diggs has had issues with him before.
So Diggs goes into the locker room. I thought that Mike's tweet was a reach. We can all call out Trayvon for not tackling and other things.
Right.
I thought it was a little bit of a reach. I'm like, I'm not focusing on Diggs on that play. You know, if you want to use it for your effort cut-ups in the film room and say, is everyone running 110% to the football? I guess you could. I thought it was a little bit of a reach to pick on Trayvon. Trayvon went into the locker room, saw the tweet, and stormed back out in front of all the media.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing with me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
We can talk about D's. Drop the D's nuts on him. Drop the D's on him, which is all-time funny.
It is all-time funny. I get like these notifications on my computer, like articles that are written, and the Sporting News just said D's nuts. All it said was that was it. That was the headline.
What if we drop the D? We should figure out a way to drop the D's nuts on Jerry tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. How would we do that? I mean,
it'd be so much better if they won and Diggs did this, but it's going to be tough.
We just asked Jerry when the last time he dropped D's nuts on anybody.
Oh,
these were in the San Francisco press box yesterday. Deets nuts, which are actually, you would think, oh, so there's a nuts? No. Deets nuts, which are meat bites, honey maple smoked sausage. So the sausage is named Deets nuts, but you could work it in like that. Say, Jerry, we heard that the Deets nuts were very popular in the San Francisco. Have you considered adding those to the press box?
So I expected this to kind of be like 70-30, maybe like 80-20. 80% blame towards Diggs, 20% towards Mike Leslie. I thought this was going to be a media watchdog moment. It is not. I stayed up an extra 40, 45 minutes watching the reaction pour in.
Well,
Trayvon Diggs is getting absolutely destroyed and taken apart. From being soft, rabbit ears.
How long were they in the locker room for?
About a minute or two.
And in a minute, he was already able to go on and find that.
I'm sure he opened his Twitter, looked at his mentions, and it was what he saw several tags in his mentions, I'm guessing. Where it's like he sees somebody.
I want to know what's customary time-wise in a locker room with a player going in, checking their phone. Like, he came back out in full pads.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he didn't take off the jersey.
No.
He checked the phone. People were getting on him for that a lot.
He was probably still wrapped. He probably still taped up.
Yeah.
Probably was.
Like, you're not getting in there, listen to the team speech first. Did McCarthy just go in there and say something for literally a minute, maybe 2 minutes? Because Diggs storms right back out. You were there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's...
Was Mike even in there yet?
Mike was in there. Mike was first or second person. He was in there really early. But they were in there. I don't know how much it was. Yeah, was there a speech? Is it Mike was about to deliver speech? Because obviously the locker room's closed for like 6 or 7 minutes. So it may have been a case where some guys were just getting in position, so Mike hadn't started talking yet, and Diggs was looking at his phone and then jumped up and went out there.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what alerted Cowboys PR to where they knew he was out there. Because Diggs can kind of just, in a room of 53 people, it's probably easy for him to just walk out and them not notice that he went back out there. And it took a few minutes, and it wasn't until then PR came out and was like, get back in here. And I don't know if it was they realized where to go.
It's soft, but I mean, also the instigator part of this whole thing. I mean, I didn't think that was a fair assessment of what happened on the play. I mean, yes, it was a bad look from Trayvon. There were 14 other things in that play that you could point to that were the cause of why the ball got down to the 2 yard.
When Trayvon said that's what you took from that play,
Right.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
And I think we're like the only ones. I think people are so sick of the Cowboys and they're so pissed off at everything that when a player does anything that comes across as whiny, they're going to get blamed for it. And, FAF, we're fair as you know
Fair
what on
AF.
this show. We got to be objective like in the courtroom.
I think is it a little nitpicky? Maybe. But also I will say this. It's really innocuous when you think about it, saying, what's he doing on this play? That's literally the extent of it. It wasn't like, Trayvon Diggs looks like he's loafing here. There was no accusation. It was literally a question of, what is he doing on this play? Obviously, it was meant a little combatively, but read in a different context, that could literally mean, what was his responsibility in this play? Was he supposed to be here? Was he supposed to do this? It's not necessarily accusatory. And so...
Trayvon still shouldn't go out there.
No.
All right, with that said, it's what I said last week. When you're getting your ass kicked, and they did, they may try to spin it. We went to San Francisco. It was a Super Bowl contender. We lost by, 6 points. That's it. We were within a touchdown. When you're getting your ass kicked, be quiet. Now, this is just what I would tell my son. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Until you bounce back, until you prove yourself, until you're tough enough, until you're good enough, you have to take it. Just be quiet. You have no right to talk. That's what I would tell my kid. But there's Diggs snapping. Afterwards, he's getting taken apart everywhere.
Yeah.
I woke up 4 o'clock. My brother is lighting up my phone because of this. Your players, and he's a Commanders fan in Maryland, your players and your owner act like you're the Pats of Belichick and Brady. That squad got to be dismissive with the media and answer only the questions they wanted because they delivered and brought home titles. Y'all haven't won squat in 20 years, and you turn around and act like the media needs to walk on eggshells with you, and you'll only answer the questions y'all want to answer. Get a effing grip. Dak actually doesn't act that way. I do like him, but your general culture is S. Jerry eggs it on, too. When you see your owner talking to the media like this, F it. Why wouldn't I if I don't like the questions either? And that was my brother going off, setting the example from the owner. Let me go ahead and follow it. I don't like what's being asked. I don't like what you say, so I'll snap at you as well.
Sure, there's that's a fair point to make. I would also say, though, I think if Jerry never has that interaction with us, that still plays out exactly the same with Trayvon Diggs, because that's kind of Diggs.
Yeah.
Diggs is, we've talked about it before. Diggs does have rabbit ears. He hears everything.
He's my new target now. He's my new person to pick on this defense. It was
just like other teams.
It's been Tank. It's been Tank. It's been Jalen Smith. It's been Micah at times. I'm trying to think who else I've targeted. It's Diggs. He's way too sensitive. He's definitely not that hardcore defending the run. He doesn't want to tackle. He's not shut down. He's not locked down. He gives up big plays in yardage and big plays in terms of moments in the game on third down. Trayvon Diggs is my new target. Stop being so sensitive. Stop being so soft about it with the rabbit ears. Act like a pro. And act like a big dog corner who's getting paid all that money to try to be a lockdown guy. But you got so much attitude and so much edge that gets redirected in the wrong places. When you get hyped with this media guy for asking you about the other receiver to cover these questions, he got the wrong type of attitude oozing out of his pores. Just oozing out of his pores. And you can see it sometimes with Stephon too. Just like, don't come at me sideways. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you're not good enough to be acting like Deion Sanders.
He was a guy who
trade watch. I know Deron Bland didn't play. If you do have to make a decision, forget about Dio and Micah. Let's start sniffing around that. Let's start sniffing around what Diggs could bring back.
And I mean, that's
sorry.
They're going to have to deal one of the corners.
And I disagree with Mike Leslie. I disagree with Mike Leslie's tweet, but be a pro, man. Stop getting so worked up and flipping out over every little small thing. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that he's historically he's considered unique, I think, by a lot of people who evaluated him and by the Cowboys, in that he does hear things. He definitely internalizes it, but he does seem to self-motivate with it. And so that's why they haven't always been bugged by it. He really impressed on NFL teams when he was coming out of Alabama, that whenever anybody would make a reference, even in passing, to just saying, you're Stephon Diggs' brother, right? Or anything like that, he would get hype with NFL teams and tell them, no, I am Trayvon Diggs. I'm nobody's brother. That's not my name. My name's Trayvon Diggs. I'm my own man, and I'm a football. And he would get and he loves his brother. He and his brother are close.
Yeah.
Generally, you want to be associated.
But the idea is just, you don't know. You recognize
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't either.
But I mean, that kind of chip on his shoulder thing with everything.
Yes.
There's a line, right? Where there's a line where we appreciate it in Jordan and we appreciate it in Brady and those guys who go, I'll take any little slight and turn it into this big thing. Diggs does that too, but it's not done to the level of the greatest, and it's not done. It feels like it's more petty and personal than just, it's a self-motivation.
Yeah.
It's let me lash
whiny.
out. Yeah.
It's whinier. Let's take some Cowboy calls at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Plus, I don't know if you're aware, there's a little baseball series going on. I can watch it. Is Shohei, are we going to be watching him tonight? I know I'm not going to be watching the Dallas Mavericks because I can't find them on TV.
Me neither.
Cowboy calls, World Series and Mavs. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
God, hate that guy now. I don't really hate him. I'm jealous. Joe Davis, the chosen one, the Joe Buck replacement with the Freddie meet Gibby call. Game one. We'll get to the World Series in a little bit. Living up to the hype. 2-0 Dodgers. Will Shohei play tonight? That's all coming up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. But it is a Cowboys Monday after the 30-24 loss in San Francisco. We want to open up to the Tolos at 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. I think our computer went down for a second. So Chris Strong in for Pepe. You go ahead and introduce the callers, Chris, as we fly through them right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go to line number one. Brett from Little Elm. You're live.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What up?
Sean, I just want to say real quick, my cousin Patrick used to be your landscaping years ago, 6-7 years ago.
Pixley?
Pixley.
Yes, sir. He said y'all were awesome on and off the air. Love y'all for that. But so I would say
he needs to fire. He needs to fire the other owner of the business, Chris. He's a diehard Packer troll. He nonstop Packer love. So Pat needs to disassociate with Chris.
That's also my cousin, and I don't talk to him. No, I ain't talked to him in 5, 6, 7 years either. But
smart.
I would say this year it's not all Dak's fault. I don't think we can win with him, but this year it's not all his fault. I just don't think giving him that contract at all is going to work out. And Deshaun Watson exists. There's always going to be contracts worse. But I really believe the best thing for this team is blow it up. But I feel like now we're trapped for 4 years. But I really think this team as constructed, the culture is so bad, you're not winning. And the best thing would have been to just start over.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've been putting off this Cowboy Time Machine segment, but we're going to have to do it. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday of this week with the things you would have gone back and done. Derrick Henry scoring again yesterday before Jameis in the big-time Browns drive, defensive coordinator hires, draft picks, all these different decisions, maybe a Cowboys Time Machine. Next, Tolo, Christopher. Who else do we have?
Yeah, that opens up a line at 877-881-1053. Let's go to line 2, Jeff in Keller. You're on the Sean and RJ.
Well, boys.
Oh, here he is. Dang it.
After you guys insulted me last week, I was just brought up that you don't pick on those that can't, fight back. That's why I was a little nicer to you guys. But even after you bothered my soul, I was absolutely raging the way you boys got treated on that phone call. So I bet you guys were awesome on that. But, you guys are rarely ever wrong. But I think you were on this time. Listen, Jerry wasn't wrong when he said all in. You guys took it as you're all in on the season.
Yeah.
No, he's all in on draft position.
He's tanking, man.
And this is Jeff and Keller, whose Lions yesterday
Oh, God.
dropped a 50 burger.
Dude.
Good gosh.
They're a problem.
What was Goff's numbers?
I think he had like 86 yards passing, and they put up 52 points.
They've got the.
Oh, wait, no. Keep Jeff up. Don't lose him. All right.
Oh,
Jeff,
he's gone.
Jeff,
Is he
call
gone?
back. That was Chris in for Pay. Can't disrespect you 2 weeks in a row, Jeff. Call back. We'll put you back on.
They had the note. I had tweeted it yesterday. There was a point on the broadcast where they threw it out that Detroit over the last 5 games had 24 touchdowns and 19 incompletions.
What?
Yeah.
They had 5 more touchdowns than incompletions over the last 5 games.
He had 28 yards. Here it is in my notes. He had 28 yards passing, and they had scored 35 points.
Yeah, and 2 TDs. But his 2 TDs were like 1 yard passes.
Yeah.
They were very, very short.
With no Williams.
Right, no
Williams.
Williams.
No Viagra.
Nope, no Viagra. He was out with. That's the rumor.
Dude.
That's the rumor.
The Ben Johnson stock out of control. All right, Chris, let's keep it going with the Tolos here on the D&M Leasing Hotline for Star Up, Star Down, wherever they want to take it.
All right, let's go to Bruce in Dallas. You're on Sean and RJ.
What's going on, guys? Big
What's up?
Bruce Trillis. Love you guys, man.
Thank you.
It killed me when Jerry did that to y'all, and I took it personal.
Thank you, man.
Y'all are like family to us out here.
Appreciate you.
And I just want to know why Jerry can't seem to understand why does the cap work for everybody else and we just can't get it to work for us.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's probably a little bit of Jerry that wonders that. Like, I do think Jerry is increasingly, the more you hear him get frustrated, I'll just say that I do think that he's talking to us and he's shouldering it because he says the buck stops with him. I think he's similarly looking for answers for why is it that we can't spend this money when people say we can spend this money?
Yeah.
And I think that those questions are being asked.
And
Jerry,
let's go to Michael at
real
line
quick,
5.
Sorry, Chris.
Gotcha.
Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30 here on the show. He did not talk last night after the game, as is customary after road games for him now.
Back to the phones, 877-881-1053. Michael in Burleson.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Long-time listener.
We're okay.
Hey, first of all, y'all don't need Jerry. He comes on, people talk about Kamala Harris and her word salad. Jerry comes on every day, has word salad. He never says anything of substance.
Damn.
All right. Second of all, this is why Stephen A. Smith makes fun of the Cowboys.
Are you calling from Roanoke right now? Are you calling from an R-word, Roanoke or Rockwall?
No.
I'm kidding.
This is why Stephen A. Smith makes fun of the Cowboys fans, though, because they just never get it. The person to blame or the where you should point your finger is at Cowboys fans. As long as Jerry Jones's evaluation on the franchise is $10 billion, he has no reason to change. The money is too good. Okay?
Yep.
Cowboys fans need to stop paying $100 for parking, stop watching the game so the ratings go down, stop buying the $40 nacho and Coke. Just stop spending money on the Cowboys. And whenever his evaluation goes down, Jerry Jones will change his tune. 30 years as a GM, 30 years. Anyone who is that inept at their job would have been fired 10 times over.
Yep.
Anyone.
That's true. Thank you for the call. 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. And I just feel like we're starting the treadmill of mediocrity now. You are games into the brand new $60 million a year contract. And I'm not blaming all this on Dak. Those interceptions were jokes yesterday. I start with him in the offense to blame, but you're stuck. Feels like you're stuck.
Have you written off, because you said something earlier and I didn't know if you were talking about just the feeling in the moment or this is just your outlook now, where you said the contract looks like a mistake or the contract's a mistake or whatever you said. Are you at a point now where you say you feel like this is Dak now? The guy we've seen this year, this is Dak now rather than a bad stretch?
I think I just think there's levels of it. Like when he is in the zone, he can play like an MVP.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and I don't think this is him. I think this is more of a bad stretch. I don't think he has very good offensive line protection. That should not be thrown to the side. He's got no running back help, and he's got no secondary wide receiver. Those are problems. He may have a coordinator in plays that other people around the league are laughing at and picking on. He has all the pressure in the world on the offense's shoulders because the defense usually sucks. They didn't last night, especially in the first half. All those are factors. But no, if I could go back and do it again now, maybe I give it another year to see what happens with them next year. But if you are going to have a top 5 pick, then you don't give the quarterback $60 million and you go and try to find. But again, that's hindsight. That's easy.
It is hindsight, but I mean, this is the problem. Like, I think Broad was. This is the one team that could do the way where you just, hey, we're just going to move on, you know, and we're gonna take our lumps because the GM doesn't have to worry about job security. A lot of GMs do the safe route for job security reasons.
Yeah, it's disheartening to watch those two types of interceptions yesterday. You know what I mean? Tipped interceptions, ones where the receiver could have gone a different route, miscommunication because Lamb wasn't there at camp. All those I can live with, but those two picks were indefensible. You can't really have a sports talk debate about it. They're so bad. That's what's disheartening. Like, oh, you can still do that. You're still capable.
Should have had a third indefensible interception.
Yeah. Yes,
on that last drive.
Dak Prescott needs to have the stones, in my opinion, to sit CeeDee Lamb down. Maybe he has behind the scenes and say, listen to me. I'm the mother effing quarterback. You shut your damn mouth. When the ball comes to you, it comes to you. Pouting, you won't get it, period. I'll blow this whole thing up. We're losing anyway. I'll stop getting you the football. You got your money. You ain't going anywhere. Stop with the tantrums. I'm going to get it to you. You know I'm going to try to get it to you. But Dak isn't showing that backbone on the field with this force feeding. CeeDee Lamb should not be telling Dak Prescott what to do. I'm the damn quarterback. I'm the leader. It's my locker room, for better or worse. You're going to do what I say, when I tell you to do it, how I tell you to do it. Otherwise, you're not getting squat. I'll get Jalen Tolbert paid somewhere by force-feeding him. Stop with the shenanigans. Now, that didn't happen yesterday. Okay, so I want to back off that. I'm just talking about overall. He's force-feeding him, and that's why I went off, because I just thought of that the Fred Warner play where it was triple coverage.
Yeah.
And they're throwing him worthless 2 and 3 yard screens and little dinks and dunks to I think tone down his temper tantrums that could build if he doesn't get them. They're like, all right, instead of a 2 yard handoff to Dalvin or Zeke or Rico, let's just throw it. Let's placate him early. Okay, and this is not the first receiver. This is like all superstar receivers. But like, yo, man, you know what you're working with here, right? They're not trying to get you the football. They're not stupid. They're not trying to ignore you. It's gone the other way to where I'm questioning Dak's leadership a little bit. He doesn't have enough control of CeeDee behind the scenes because of what I'm seeing playing on game days. I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, like, I get part of it, though, is you want to get the ball in the hands of your best playmaker.
Yeah.
So even if it is a screen, you know, like, what...
But, bro, we've gone overboard with it. Like,
they have.
50% of his targets in the first half were all to him. Like, it's going...
Well,
I think
50% of his targets for the game were.
50%.
He had 17 targets.
Yeah.
Dak had 38 attempts.
Like,
I mean, that's pretty close to 50%.
And I know they would come back and damned if you did, damned if you don't, right? If Lamb doesn't get the ball, especially in these second halves, we're like, where's CD? Where is he? We're like, get the ball to your best, get the ball to your best. But, like, it's like a point guard early on, right, in a game. Like, I know Luka. I get on Luka for this. Stop shooting early on. Get the others going. Like, you got to get Tolbert going. Get Cooks going. Get Ferg going. I can get back to Lamb when we need it. You got to get other people going. Get Schoon. Try. But this is like so obvious. I want to know from a coaching standpoint, and all our film reviewers, including you, Bobby, because if the Cowboys are playing, Belichick on a simulcast, on a Manningcast, will say, double Lamb. Like, why aren't teams, Bobby, just doubling Lamb?
I mean, a lot of them,
Like,
hit
it's
him with
just like, you're not going to. It's another basketball analogy. Like, all right, do you let Luka get 40 and freeze everyone else out and not let them get the rhythm? Or single Luka up, single Lamb up, and not let anyone else get, you know what I mean? That pick your poison.
Yeah, and teams will bracket coverage. I mean, they've done that a lot more lately. Detroit did it. Pittsburgh did it. They've tried to take them away. Here's the only thing that I look at when it comes to the force feeding question, because I know a lot of people have started to get upset by that. If you look at the receivers, he's still among their receiving group, has the second most average separation. The one that's had him, it's Kevontae Turpin by 0.1 yard, which Kevontae Turpin being as small as he is, that's not the same amount of separation as it is with CD. What I think is no one is getting open. So Dak, and looking at progressions and looking at what he has available, says nobody is open right now. CD is good enough that he can make a play when he's not open. And I think that it's just, all right, if none of y'all are getting open, then I'm going to throw it to CD because I know he can make a play sometimes with even when he's not open. And so I think it's just there's a lack of options. I think if there were guys running free because CD had all the attention, he'd be working the ball there. They're not. They're getting locked up in single coverage.
All right. I had no intention of getting worked up whatsoever. That's just Bobby set me off like he did Jerry, and I caught all the heat for it. And now Bobby wants to pick a fight with my favorite Cowboy next. And below the belt, 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course,
Roger that, Sally.
it's a low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
First and goal at the 4 for the Niners. Juszczyk in motion, handoff Correndo, blows right up the middle like there's nobody home. Touchdown San Francisco.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, baby, let's pick a fight with Sean's favorite player. Sean, here's the thing. And we've mentioned him a couple times this morning. Jake Ferguson. We all love him.
Bigger news than that coming into the 105.3 The Fan studios. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, back from California.
Very bad place.
We have breaking news. And he can now bet at BetQL if he wants, although he can't. He works for the NFL Network.
Yep.
Bobby's wallet has been found.
It was found.
Where was it?
It was on the plane. So
They went back on the plane? You can't go back on the plane.
No,
Everybody knows you can't go back on the plane.
They didn't go back on the plane. Whoever, they had to communicate to, hey, there's apparently something in this seat. Potentially, can you go look? And they went and looked, and it was, I guess, in the pocket or something. Or they may not have even got off, because I know they texted. They were still cleaning off the plane when I had texted and said, I've already left. I know it's not there.
Excellent, excellent. Good.
So they found it. I got to just figure out a time to go meet and pick it up at the charter site. So
I don't understand this. Why was your wallet not in your pocket?
So I was wearing
He's
this.
got a Costanza, a lean.
I was wearing this, and we got tight space. I got jeans on. I don't have like my wallet in my jean pocket. I think it may have been in this pocket in the hoodie, and it's possible it just slipped out. Then is what happened. And so
why are you wearing jeans today?
I have not slept. I got off the plane and I'm still here. So this is what I wore to the game last night. So we're running on we're not 24 hours without sleep yet though, so we're good. I staggered it. I made sure not to wake up till noon when you got my phone call with a raspy voice sounding like Kathleen Turner. Yeah. So that's what it was.
Good reference.
We got to talk about Jake Ferguson. I love Jake Ferguson.
Don't say nothing dumb.
I'm not going to say anything dumb.
Don't say nothing offensive.
I'm not going to say anything offensive. I love Jake Ferguson. He's a great interview. He's a good player. He's not making enough of a difference in the passing game this year. With everything that's being taken away from CeeDee Lamb, there's got to be more separation from Jake Ferguson. He's got to get open more consistently. They tried a lot yesterday to throw him the ball in the flat. What did we see the first 2 years he was here? We were all kind of surprised by this athleticism that he had, where he would break tackles or hurdle guys, or he had some moves in space when pick things up. He's kind of catching the ball and getting wrapped up right now. And you remember he had was it the knee injury?
So your problem is breaking tackles or not getting open enough?
My problem is his all-around game right now.
Okay, don't say anything about breaking tackles. That I'm not going to allow, because he is the only one. He was the tone setter for playing physical yesterday, taking on 3 tackles. I can't speak to the route running, getting open. I can't let you go there with Ferg. Don't talk about breaking tackles with Jake Ferguson.
Less so about physicality, more I'm talking about the finesse that he's had in space. Yeah, where he's hurdled or he's had a move or he's been able to, and I don't know. We forget this. He's missed a game this year. He had that knee issue against Cleveland where we all for a second thought he tore his ACL and was out the whole year.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe he's just been limited by that. He might still be in some pain. It may be something where he's available and he can play, but there's pain management or there's some sort of limited mobility potentially. That could explain some of this. But it's just, I don't know that we've seen, I don't think we've seen progression this year so far. It's not going to, I don't know that we've seen the same guy we saw the first 2 years yet. And again, everybody struggled. When an entire offense is struggling, that usually goes deeper than what one player's doing. That usually goes down to schemes or culture or, just a lot of different things can factor into that are outside of even Jake Ferguson's control. But I think in general, as we've gone over the list and talked about people who are to blame for this offense being anemic for the first 7 weeks, Ferguson's name hasn't come up as routinely as it probably should. Are you upset by that, Sean?
I don't have anything else to say. I've said what I've had to say.
Choppy, am I wrong here?
Redirect the blame everywhere else.
No.
Mike, Ferg.
I'm
Lamb,
sorry.
not
sorry.
4.
Is 8,
from 4 to Ferg.
I'm sorry.
Hey, throw the blame, just like from 4 to Ferg.
Is 8 weeks, 2 hours, and 40 minutes before I say, hey, is Jake Ferguson playing great this year? Is that looking to redirect too quickly?
No.
So, Chop,
well, listen, I'll tell you this. I had the over at 4.5 touchdowns and for Jake for the year. So, yeah, I would say he's starting off a little bit slow.
Well, the thing is that you've talked about it before, Chop. You feel like there's no greater advantage potentially in today's NFL than an athletic tight end who can
I agree.
Be a difference maker for you.
Absolutely. Third wide receiver, too. A third wide receiver who's a top flight third because you're going up against a third corner. Back, when Antonio Brown was with Tampa, I mean, that could be good. But yeah, I mean, a tremendous tight end. We saw it last night.
Heading into this week, do you know where Jake Ferguson ranked in receiving yards across the NFL?
Are you going to throw him in there with receivers too?
I can throw him in there with tight ends first. I'm going to tell you receivers first. Or I'm going to tell you all pass catchers.
How about 77?
No, lower.
Pretty damn close, 74th. He's 15th among tight ends in receiving yards. And that's as somebody who's supposed to be the number 2. He's in one of these situations where you're not the third one getting, progression looks after the first and the second receiver. He's supposed to be the 2. And when CD's bracketed, he's a lot of times going to have to be the 1. And for him to output, you just look over the course of the last several weeks. He came off of the injury against Baltimore. He played well that game. He had 6 catches, 95 yards. Since then, 7 for 49, 6 for 70, 3 for 11, 6 for 23. And it's not coming together the way I think that it should or like you'd want to see. And again, there's bigger, larger scale issues, I think, with the offense right now that go beyond Jake Ferguson. I just think that he would probably say as well, I shouldn't be getting a pass. I need to be playing better. I need to be making a bigger difference. I did notice last night.
Maybe he's got a case of the Kelseys.
Right.
Could be. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, you get
Running all
big.
over
And
town.
I'm just kidding. I don't even want them to think I'm joking about that because he's cool. I don't want him to think we're I don't want him to think we're actually saying that.
Yes, we're
I'm
joking,
not.
Jake.
Yeah. No, she's much better than Taylor Swift. Ugh. But one of the things that I noticed yesterday, they used when we talk about what changes did they make at the bye week. Was there anything that looked different in the offense? We were expecting certain things to come back potentially. Ferguson, I thought, and we'll see if it was just San Francisco. Did it stick out to you guys that it felt like they were trying to use Ferguson different than he's been used in the past?
Not really.
I thought the slip screens that he was catching, like that one he caught on third down and then he ran, and the, hey, quick throw to the flat, let's try and clear out flat, get him out there. I thought they were definitely trying to get him ball in his hands, go do something with it. And I don't know if that's because they feel like, hey, we haven't been able to push things further down the field. We've had trouble separating. We've had trouble clearing that out. Let's try and clear out in the shallow end and do something with him to where he can make plays in space.
The big difference that Collinsworth was pointing out on TV was 6-man front for Zimmer, and he's like, You're not running. If you want to beat us one-on-one, you can beat us. You're not going to run and beat us up physically. 6-man front, and then whenever they went shotgun, Zimmer was blitzing. That was what Chris Collinsworth was talking about with the Cowboys' defensive adjustment.
Yeah, and that's the next thing I want to talk about here. Some of the other things that I noticed initially, and we'll
talk about something relevant.
Well, yeah, because your boy certainly isn't. We look at some of the changes that were made, and we'll have a better idea once you can actually sit down and look at the game back. But initially, I thought Zimmer's defense looked different yesterday. There was a lot more. That stuff we talked about with Georgia versus Texas, the stemming the fronts and late shifts in the front and everything. Zimmer was doing a lot of that yesterday, where they're showing zero blitz, for instance, and then it burned them in this instance. When Debo was motioned out and had that big catch on Kendricks, they were showing zero blitz. They showed basically everybody at the line of scrimmage, and then at the last second kind of shifted out and moved, and then Kendricks was a little late getting over there.
I have not noticed Mozzie Smith one time. Well, I did notice him
Why
one
you don't
time.
draft an interior defensive lineman?
He got thrown a couple weeks ago, but basically since his really nice game that we were all in love with, I have not noticed or heard him at all.
I noticed him yesterday.
He did?
Yeah, because he was on the ground a few different times. I think
the bar, though, for nice game for Mozzie is like a hitter who goes like 1 for 5, and you go, but he had a good game.
Oh.
Like 1 for 5.
No, no. That game he had against the Giants he was an impact player. And that's the thing, is that if you get that, it's great. That's who he's supposed to be. And the problem is that it's not been consistent enough. Yesterday we had this talk on Cowboys Crosstalk last Wednesday with Nate. The idea of if you can get one guy, because everybody was bad against Detroit. So if you can just get one guy for the San Francisco game to say, he's got to be better. He specifically, I'll take my chances with everybody else, but if I can guarantee that he's better, then I'm going to feel a lot better about this game. The guy I picked was Mozzie. Because if Mozzie's playing better, everything else for the defense is going to fall into place more smoothly. People think of the one technique, like Choppy just said, as being little useless to the defense. Space eater, whatever. When you talk about what the linebacker's role is and what other guys on the defensive line are supposed to do, it really does have a massive impact on ripple effect what happens behind you. If Mozzie Smith's not doing his job, everything else falls apart in a lot of respects, especially in the run game. And that's why I think you're getting the 220 that you're giving up on the ground, or the 180, or the 270. You're giving up all that stuff on the ground in large part because Mozzie Smith doesn't play well. Mozzie doesn't play well, and then Kendricks is getting blocked, and Overshown's getting blocked, or they're trying to play hero ball and they're trying to do other things. Mozzie Smith has got to be better. And that's something that right now you aren't getting out of him. Now, I mentioned earlier, I wanted to complain, Sean, as I frequently do, about the 3rd and 5 run. I had almost a bigger problem with that than any play I saw last night. And it was in the first quarter when it was still 0-0. And ultimately, you got ahead after that. It shouldn't matter that much. Here's the issue. What have we heard from Jerry McCarthy and everybody else now for 8 weeks about the run game? Whenever we ask, hey, why isn't this happening? Why aren't you doing this? What do they keep throwing at us?
Are you about to read this quote?
No, I don't think I'm about to read a quote. I'm going to make a point.
Okay.
The quote that we've been getting from Jerry and McCarthy, or the sentiment, has been,
we haven't had enough opportunity.
Time and place, guys. We've been down. We've had this happen. We can't do that.
There's truth in that. But
there is truth in that. But you have no standing anymore to tell me about time and place. When in San Francisco, you have trouble playing from behind. It has been a killer for your organization for the last several years, even when you've been good. And this year, you're not. But you've had issues playing behind. You get the ball, and you're trying to continue a drive, get on the board first against San Francisco, and on 3rd and 5, you run a shotgun, dive play with the fullback.
Did you go back and study the box? Is that what it called for?
I looked at it. It was not
and the great Kyle Shanahan, he did it twice as well. 3rd and 4th, they ran it.
Yeah, if we were
3rd, and that was then it was a behind Debo on 4th, 3rd and 10 before the field goal. They ran it.
Dalvin Cook looked great in practice too when he was going against the Cowboys' run defense. We've heard about this. We know, sure.
3rd and 4, a run to Debo. That's not like a run, right? It's like a, you know what I mean? Debo's different, but
here's the thing:
it's the fullback. If they had ran it to,
I'm joking, but you know what? I always view those things as
nitpicky. It is.
Well, if it works, it was genius. No one was expecting it. Hunter Lipke has been talked about a couple times this year.
Right.
I'm not defending it, but it feels like a total hindsight thing.
No, because I said it at the time while we were sitting up there in the press box that in 3rd and 5, and you're in a shotgun and you're handing it to Lipke to run up the A gap. You can't tell me about time and place to run the ball and why you haven't had opportunities and then do that in that moment. That's not the opportunity. That's not the time. That's not the place. That felt a little, I don't want to just throw this word around because I know how sensitive at times some of the decision makers can get about certain words that you use, but it felt like coaching malpractice to me to even call that in that situation, given everything that's riding on this team right now. And I just don't want to hear any more about we don't have the opportunity to run the ball, or we're not doing this, or we're not doing that. We got to have the right moment to do it. Well, you did it in one of the worst possible moments, and it showed me you just don't have an ability to correctly read the room on the running game.
Below the belt every day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. We still have 1 hour to go on this Cowboy Monday. How Dan Quinn made Jerry's day even worse in D.C. That's next here on Sean and RJ.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
4 at the goal line. They bring 3. Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
The walk-off winner in DC Final Hour. Fist pump time if you want to. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Chris Strong in for Pepe, Caitlin in the back. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. A disgusted, maybe, Nick Eatman at 9:20. Back from California with Bobby, coming up from DallasCowboys.com. But Jaden Daniels to Noah Brown and Dan Quinn, couple former Cowboys, celebrating their miracle win yesterday over the Chicago Bears.
I got it. You asked about, we were talking about questions for Jerry tomorrow. Maybe that should be the leadoff. Like, hey, did you watch that game and go, I really screwed up by not bringing back Noah Brown? Like, every week we should just recap Cowboys he let walk out who then have big games.
Yeah.
That won't go sideways.
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, look, it's a crazy play. It never should have happened. But we've seen, you'll see 1 or 2 Hail Marys a year that wind up working. And the sucky thing about it is that you have a team now that is 2 games up on the division on you in Washington. Now you still get 2 games with them. And their defense is not great. You could score on them. Chicago did a terrible job. They moved the ball, especially in the second half. But, I looked at the look-ahead line for next week. Well, they're only a 3-point favorite against the Giants. Washington. It's just really tough to find a market on them.
Really?
Yeah, because their defense is so bad. Like, their lines are always going to be, under 5.
Chicoline down the hall. LeGrande, I know he's not working, so if you're walking the halls, come in here, Armando. He put a hole in his new house. The Chicago Bears fan.
Oh.
Yeah. So his wife said, no more watching Bears games in the house. He's like, cool, I'll just go to London. I'll just go take these vacations whenever I want. With my 59 days, he's got the basic vacation plan down the hall at LeGrande.
By the way, we talk about, the defense for Washington, not great. Their offense is, by EPA standards, the most efficient in the NFL. They are the highest EPA per play in the NFL, just ahead of Baltimore.
So they're 6-2. The Eagles are 5-2 after they eventually took it to the Cincinnati Bengals. Done with Cincy excuses now?
Zach Taylor's got to go.
He's done.
I don't know what in the world.
Was that your wild card?
Yeah, my wild card is Belichick to Cincy next year.
That's a good call. I haven't heard anyone say that.
I think that Zach Taylor has...
Good job, Chris Russo, or whoever you jacked that from.
I did not.
I'm kidding.
Zach Taylor...
He would never talk NFL.
That's right.
Zach Taylor's got such a...
Now suck a tag. You're bringing it up the rim.
There's a little bit of
the Yannick Skinner. You see that in the Dow slice?
They see the Indian Wells. They're playing in Indian Wells this weekend.
There's a little bit of a pass that still seems to exist for anybody who comes from the McVay-Shanahan group, where they're given this lenience. It's almost like people don't want to let go too early, and, it's worked so well for other people. Like, it feels like the heat should be hotter on McDaniel right now than it is.
Mm-hmm.
It feels to me, and I know there's definitely heat on Zach Taylor, but that still feels like it's a year too late. And it only just now seems like people are like, oh yeah, Cincinnati, maybe they're not so good. It's like, man, they've shown you pretty consistently these first several weeks they weren't playing well.
No, and every year they start off 0-2.
It's the first time really ever that the Brown family in Cincinnati has really thrown money to invest in keeping people there. And for it to turn out like this, they got to be furious.
I do like the white helmets with the all whites they wear. And I like that they even changed the field. They changed the B in the end zone. I think it's cool.
All right, without looking, Cowboys are where in the conference right now in terms of playoff positioning?
Let's see. I know San Fran is like 10th.
Yes.
So they've got to be 12th.
13. Everyone kept talking last night about loser of this game. I was like, well, yeah, 3-3. And I think we got to do a You Are What Your Record Says You Are segment tomorrow or this week. In order, the Lions, who just dropped 50 yesterday with Jared Goff throwing for no yards. The Commanders are in second. The Falcons, who you have next, are in third in the NFC at 5-3. Arizona's fourth. They're leading the way in the West at 4-4. They beat Miami. Props to Kyler and Gannon over there. Green Bay is 6-2. So there's Green Bay with the second best record in the conference. They're the 5 seed. Then Minnesota, the 6. Then Filthy. Then Chicago as the 8. Tampa Bay, San Fran 10. Seattle 11. The Rams are 12. The Cowboys are 13th. Just ahead of the Giants. The Saints, man. It gives me post-stress watching what the Saints are doing now.
Yeah.
Now, they don't have Carr. They're already replacing Rattler. But just to think about what they did to us, and now they're 2-6, and then there's Carolina at 1-7.
You could look at they lost to Baltimore. Okay, that's fine. They lost to Detroit. Fine. They lost to San Fran. Fine. All those are, and I think even if when we went into the season, I had the Cowboys winning like 11 or 12 games. I think it was one of the two. I think I found them starting the year 4-3. I figured they'd lose to Baltimore and San Fran and Detroit. So they're one game off the projection of the start. But I didn't think Washington would be good. I figured those were 2 easy wins. I thought Houston would take a step back. They kind of have, but they also kind of have it because they're still winning games. Atlanta, nobody knew anything about. They're not that far off from where they could have been record-wise. But the way they've done it is the problem. And the Saints game is the one that really sticks out. Like when they miss the playoffs by a game, if they do, that's the one they're going to point to.
Missing the playoffs by a game, that might be an optimistic statement.
Mm-hmm. It's October 28th. 1 month from today. 1 month from today is the next time I think you win a football game.
What?
Bobby Belt.
Whoa. That's the Giants.
You got the Giants on Thanksgiving.
So you got Falcons at Atlanta, Philly, Houston, in Arlington, at the Commanders, and then the Giants Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Whoa. Chicaline, come in here real quick.
Armando!
Again, misery loves company. So I want to rub it in his face that his team lost since our team is losing and
Careful,
boring.
we'll throw a basket at you.
to talk about. Here he is, Chicaline from La Grande, walking in live. Look at that! Look at that body language.
Look at this mug. I mean, he's got losers all over him. Bears and White Sox.
Where's the camera?
And he felt the need to write his name on the bottom.
It was a gift from my mother-in-law.
As if anybody else.
It was a gift from my mother-in-law.
was going to wear a White Sox cup.
It was a gift. It was a gift.
Are you still going to root for them when they move to Nashville?
They're not going to move to Nashville.
All right, take us through the moment. Where were you? How were you set up? What were you drinking? What were you doing?
So I was in my...
Wait, you know what, Chris? Get the Nance call. Just, just proper radio. Chicaline, you know, proper radio. We do have
He doesn't know.
Which he won't hear it.
That's right. Yeah,
Wait,
he has headphones on. The Nance call on CBS. Play the Nance
Jim
call.
Nance.
The
Which cut is that?
He's the Jim Nance guy.
The non-radio one. This making me look bad in front of Chicaline. I don't appreciate that. Cut 27. 27, CBS.
Yeah, I thought I was the only one that has to do that with my producer.
Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh, my goodness! This town is going crazy!
All right. Take us inside your living room or the family.
So
TV
right when
room.
he said this town is going crazy is when I threw a basket that I had in my media room, and I put a hole in my wall.
Brand new house.
Brand new house. Yeah, brand new house.
I like that blue wallpaper too. That's sharp.
No, it's actually paint, and it's Chicago Bear Blue. So it's like my media room is like bear blue, right? But dude, I was so disappointed, especially because I just got back from London. I went to go see the Bears play in London.
Yes.
And I'm just completely saw 2 different teams. I completely saw a offensive coordinator that seemed like he had no clue what he was doing in this game. I kept asking, my brother and I, my brother lives in San Antonio, and we're huge Bear fans, so we text during the whole game. And I kept asking, where's Komet? where's Kmet? I just don't understand. Kmet had 2 touchdowns in London. He's a great check down receiver. He completely opens up the edges because they have to protect the middle. Right? And I just kept asking, where is Kmet? I didn't understand.
All right, rank the anger over the 4 things. All right? You got the Hail Mary.
Okay.
You all, with the out that you gave up before the Hail Mary, the Romo saying,
yes,
just take a free 13 yards here. I'm gonna combine that with not rushing anyone.
Yep.
Y'all trying to bring back William Refrigerator Perry with the handoff to the backup center to run the ball in on 3rd down, the fumble, and then the player taunting the crowd.
Yeah.
While the
Stevenson.
Hail Mary, while the play started, and he ended up being the guy who tipped the ball to Noah Brown. So rank those in order of frustration.
I think the most frustrating one from worst. So the most frustrating one was probably going to be the not rushing the quarterback, because I'm a big believer, especially with the Bears always being a defensive team. I'm like, put pressure on the quarterback and don't ever let the play develop.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, why even let it get to that?
Yeah.
Why let the play develop? The more time you give a quarterback to throw, I played a little bit of football in high school and college. So, I mean, I did play. I mean, I'm 6'2", 300 pounds. I mean, God didn't give me this physique for nothing. So
one technique.
So basically, the longer you give him to develop this play, the more he's going to throw that ball up in the air. The higher it gets in the air, the more probability is that somebody might get their hands on it, right? So to me, it's rush the guy. Don't give any time for this play to develop. That's it.
Yeah.
Number 2, the William Perry, that drove me insane, because I was talking to one of my buddies earlier, and I was like, and I'm going to make this comparison. Nobody on the Bears are Michael Jordan, but would the Bulls have ever said, hey, you know what? We need to win this game in the last second. Bring in the 3rd stringer and let's let him take the shot.
Well, Tony Kukoc, but that was Scotty.
It did make sense.
Yeah,
I mean, that was not even a forced fumble. That was a forced error. Unforced error.
Yeah. I mean, for one, and he wasn't even the center. He was the backup center.
Yeah.
It's not like he was a backup center. He wasn't even a starter. So that's number 2.
Can't even snap well.
Number 3, I have to say it's the Romo call.
Okay.
Yeah, because I knew that was going to happen. I just hate whenever we go to this prevent stuff. Don't go against what has been working.
Yeah.
And you know what? I relate that a lot to the Cowboys. You know, obviously with the Spanish station, with the official Cowboy station in Spanish, I talk a lot about how, to me, the Bears and the Cowboys are very similar. They wait until the end of the game to start playing, and then there's just some questionable calls that you say, why go against what is working?
And then what about this player taunting the crowd?
You know what? I like the ego. I like the attitude. I like the attitude. I like the attitude.
It's a calculated risk.
Yeah, I like the attitude. But I also think, he's also the one that batted the ball up.
He batted it up.
Yeah. And you're
bat
top.
it down, baby. Bat it down.
You're top. Now, also somebody blew their coverage, because there's always supposed to be one guy at the back of the end zone to prevent that from happening.
Probably him.
You know what? Going back to everything, Eberflus should have called a timeout. He should have called a timeout. We had all our timeouts. He should have called a timeout.
What are Cowboy fans saying over there this morning?
You know what? I've always been a big defender of Dak Prescott, and I know probably a lot of people are going to be like, he's nuts. I really don't think Dak is a problem, man. I mean, I know he throws interceptions, right? I know he does.
Interceptions.
Let me emphasize it. I know he throws interceptions, but at the end of the day, the defense, man, you got to keep the Bears game is a perfect example that when you have a defense that keeps you in the game, some of those mistakes are not that costly. Dude, look at how many interceptions even Daniels has. I mean, a lot of these guys have these cornerbacks are getting faster. They're getting better.
Yeah.
I just think the defense for the Cowboys, I think that's where.
Say something really bad about the state of the Cowboys in Spanish that doesn't get us in trouble with the FCC, since we won't be able to fact check you or dump you. We won't know what you're saying.
Something bad about the Cowboys?
Yeah, just talk about how bad the Cowboys are. There's something bad, insulting, something in Spanish. Give us some culture here.
Sean tiene mucha suerte que Jerry Jones no lo corrió.
Hey,
I thought I heard crazy in there.
And I heard Sean. I heard something there.
Jerry Jones.
Hey, in-laws, text me what he just said.
Sean tiene mucha suerte que Jerry Jones no lo corrió y que todavía tiene trabajo y aquí está cada mañana con ustedes.
Hey, y'all tell me. You know what that means? Get out. Armando, go watch the Hail Mary replays. There
Hey,
it is.
just so you guys know, I'm Team Bobby up in this bad boy.
You are an idiot. You're both Chicolene from La Grande, Chicago, baby. Bears diehard. Someone translate. Tell me what that fool just said. Nick Eatman not happy from back from the Dallas Cowboys locker room in Cali, right beside Bobby. Let's talk about the Trayvon Diggs incident. How the heck did they get away with that pick play? Was Rico really sick? All of it from DallasCowboys.com's Nick Eatman next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and goal, just outside the 2. Shotgun. Snap to Purdy. Pressured on a blitz. Throws it right. Flags are down as Kittle makes the catch for the touchdown.
Yeah, they're gonna get called for the pick here. There was no foul for offensive pass interference. Oh, wow.
That was bizarre and ridiculous. Even though NBC's referee reviewer justified it, and that makes me like I don't even listen that much unless it's like an actual like rule I didn't know. They're usually going to try, in my opinion, to cover up and defend what was called from their buddies, former colleagues on the field. The George Kittle touchdown makes it 20-10, and brought us in the post is like, all right, now you just go out there and you run everyone over. Moose Johnson would have been proud of that pick play. Let's bring in Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Did you get any type of justification for that pick play, TD?
No, I did not. I heard what you guys heard. I heard the same thing that you guys heard, like, oh, well, he must have run into him. So, it looks like it was a good play. Like you said, let's pick it up and, called a touchdown. If that's not a pick, then there's never been one. So I don't really understand where that came from.
Your headline on the website, even a bye week did not fix recurring slow start issues. Let's talk about what you wrote about from the game.
Yeah, I think nothing to me looks really fixed. From you like to think they have a week off and things are going to be different, but I didn't really see that. I thought it was going to be a little bit more than that. I really thought that they would have some kind of, new wrinkles, new plays, just something different. And, to be honest, especially from a special team standpoint, it wasn't good at all from the end. And they just didn't look as prepared on that unit. And, and then that reoccurring theme that I keep talking about coming out of locker room, that is a disgusting stat right now. The fact that they cannot score coming out of the first or third quarter, and they have not stopped anyone at all. 13 out of 14 drives on defense, the other team has scored.
Oh.
And I just, Yeah, I mean, that's to start the game and start the half. That looks like a lack of preparation, and that's that continues to happen.
And a couple of them, like the Ravens won, the Saints won, and the Lions won. I mean, they were just demoralizing too. Those starts, both to the halves, because I mean they did whatever they wanted and they just asserted their will and their dominance on the team. And that was, I mean, that's not just preparation. That's also challenging your masculinity at times. It seems.
Yep. Yeah, the way that, and happen again. I mean, they cannot stop the run, and it's kind of ironic when you think about it. The Cowboys tried to shuffle up some things in their running game, and it looked exactly the same. And the 49ers have guys that, I'm sorry, I can't even pronounce, and they've, they're doing the same, and they would have been worse if they don't, kneel down at the one. I mean, that was just a weird game to dissect. I mean, the Cowboys, are they in control of this? And then all of a sudden they're not in control, and it was terrible. Then they kind of come back. It felt like the Ravens game a little bit, where they came back, but then when they really, really, really needed to make a play, they couldn't. So
170-12 was the yardage difference I had written down for the third quarter. 10-6, obviously went to 27-10. And on the season, they're being outscored 61-19 in the third quarter.
I saw that on the plane. I did see that season stats of 61-19. I saw that.
21 points against 16 yards at one point.
I mean, obviously there's an interception in there, which gives them a short field. But, yeah, I don't – it's hard to explain. And I'll say this. If anyone is complaining about McCarthy taking the ball to start the game, go back to that stat I just said. It doesn't matter because they're not scoring in the third quarter either. So, I mean, they're not coming out of the half and doing anything with the ball, first or third quarter. So I never really liked the taking the ball approach. I would have, I like to start it in the third quarter, but this year it's not really mattering.
Talk with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com here on 105 Through the Fan. Nick, is Dak Prescott in a slump, or is there something that's not right that needs to be corrected?
It looks like he's pressing, and I say this, and I do not want to make excuse, okay? But I don't think he just has completely changed how to play the position, but I think the offensive line is a real problem right now. I mean that they're not blocking, for him like he's used to in the past. And I think you add that with maybe pressing to try to, do too much or do something, and then you have to throw in the fact he just won't run anymore. Yes. And I don't know why, but he won't, because one of the biggest plays in the game to me was at the very last drive. Second down, he's rolling right. He's not going to get the first, but he could probably get 6 and slide, and that changes everything on third and fourth down. You don't have to force it to double coverage Jalen Brooks, which I think he got interfered with, but, I mean, they're not going to give him that call, I guess. But it's just so it's a combination of, like, not running and having to run for your life. That's the part right there. I mean, you some quarterbacks are running for their life. That's fine. They can go get first down. He's not doing that, and I think that's the combination. But let's not forget the offensive line is really, really struggling right now, and it's all of them. It's not just the rookies. It's all of them.
What did you think of the throw to Turpin? I thought the throw was a dime. It was a 10 out of 10. I thought it should have been caught, but I thought it would have been a tough play. But a lot of people have a problem that you're even having to go to that play in that situation. What did you think?
Are you are you talking about the one where he dropped on the sideline, or the one where it was intercepted? Either way, you're going deep to Turpin. I just don't love the play. He's not a go up and get the ball type of guy. He's probably not going to draw an interference. He's easily, you can bump him off his line of where he's running. So I'm just not a fan of that. I like using his speed, but that play with it's just down the sideline, I don't think he's a natural receiver to the point of going to make that play. So I don't love that to start with. And then he didn't. He didn't make that catch. And I'm not sure he's getting his feet in bounds if he did. But, it's just but he's running. I mean, they don't have anybody. They don't have any playmakers. I mean, we know the guys on defense that they're missing, but I think that it's safe to say they're missing Brandon Cooks as well, because as he didn't have a great first few games to start the season before the injury, but he didn't last year either. They figured out ways to utilize him better, run different routes across the field, and I do think they're missing a veteran playmaking receiver like that in Brandon Cooks. So, and
you really think he'd make a difference?
I do. Yeah, that's why I mentioned him. But yeah, that's 2 hours sleep, Nick. But yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I think he would make a difference. So I'm sorry. Do you think that he wouldn't over Jalen Brooks and Turpin down the field? Yeah, I mean, here's a guy that's had different. Figure out that we're not running the right routes with him.
Yeah,
he needs to be stretching the field and going across the field. Not a huge difference where he can make the Pro Bowls where you go pick him up on fantasy. I'm not saying that, but I do think he would make more of a difference than some of the guys that are out there running routes.
Do you on the interception, not the second one, the first one, the deep ball? Do you put a lot of that on the hit versus on Dak?
I think so. I mean, Dak. Now that said, if he doesn't get hit, that he's throwing it to the pylon and it's going to be a touchdown. That's not really a pass that he always makes consistently either. But the hit didn't help, and it did kind of float up there for a while. Again, I don't love the play. I just don't think. I think you can use Turpin in other ways, but down the field plays, I have to see that to believe it. But he doesn't have a lot of options. I mean, there's not a lot of guys that are getting separation. So Turpin is one of them. He's got some speed like that. But that's not a 50-50 ball at all when you're throwing it deep to Turpin like that for me. And that play, I mean, I didn't hate it because it was probably the best thing Anger was going to do if you punted it. But you still like you need to they squandered an opportunity to score there.
Bobby is telling me that I'm wrong and that the conspiracy theorists are wrong as well, that Rico was actually sick. Do you know anything about that?
I think he was. I mean, if he wasn't sick, I just don't the part of putting Deuce Vaughn up. Then that they wouldn't have needed to do that.
So they just want to. So if you have Rico play along with Dalvin and Zeke, and then Deuce would have been deactivated.
Right.
Okay.
Right. They didn't need to make anybody deactivated because they only added one player.
Okay.
So just because they didn't need another special teams guy or whatever.
Yeah.
But they Now, I'm actually surprised they only went in the game with three corners, and one of them got hurt. So, they could have added. But no, I don't think there's anything there at the running back.
We're going to finish up with the big post-game scuffle. Mike Leslie, Channel 8, tweeting about Trayvon Diggs. It wasn't a play that he was directly involved with. He wasn't covering Kittle. Kittle had a big gain. Diggs went into the locker room, came back out, and this transpired.
That whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
That whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
Drop the D's nuts on him, Nick. How far away were you there for it? There. And your thoughts?
There. I saw it, and he was walking away. I didn't hear the D's part, but I heard the whatever he called him at the end. I heard some of that, so I knew it was something. I didn't hear that part, but yeah. Let me say what I want to say about that. Honestly, I'll say this. Gone are the days where you just go and you just tweet what you want and say, and try to act tough and
well, all that kind of stuff, because players, it gets back to him.
Yeah.
And no, he didn't go and search for himself, but that's what you have an entourage for. That's what you have boys to do. They do that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. And I'll say this, I be careful. This is for all of us, but be careful when you're questioning a player, especially a defensive player, because you don't know what they're actually assigned to do. There's no way that they know what his assignment to do on that play.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, I'm not really sure that the tweet, okay, and he did. I mean, he actually did. He got credited for the tackle there.
Yeah.
But here's another thing. Like Trayvon Diggs, this is a narrative that's growing a lot. There's always, everyone loves, I hear it in the press box, everyone loves to pick on him, that he doesn't tackle, he's not a willing tackle, big business decision. Everyone, Roy Williams used to get, everyone would kind of make him the punchline of plays and stuff like that. So I don't know if it's justified as much, and I think this was a piling on. This looks good, and it came back, and now he's in his face. And the question is what are you doing? That's a question the reporter should ask. The reporter is the one that should be asking the questions, and trying to get the answers. Ask it from the coach. So I hope he does. I hope he comes up with the answer of what Trayvon was supposed to be doing. And when he finds that out, he'll probably want to take the tweet down, but he probably wouldn't.
Great stuff, brother. Thank you, and get some sleep.
Thanks, man.
There it is. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Choppy and Bassett go crazy over the World Series, and I'm going to go crazy because I can't find the Dallas Mavericks. Crosstalk with KMC is next. But
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone. Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone.
All-time call followed up by another Dodgers win in Game 2. Shohei hurt. Supposed to play tonight for Game 3. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. And Bobby, you been all in?
Yeah, no, we were at Billy Bob's on Friday night, and I don't think I've ever seen anything like this happen where the concert's going on. It's the middle of the concert, and there were like 4 different people that had their phones out for the last inning that were watching it, and then you had like 8 strangers huddled around each of those 4 people, and like you could audibly hear when the Freeman Grand Slam was it, you could hear the crowd in like at the concert reacting to it in the middle of a song because so many people were watching it. But it's been great. It's been everything that MLB would have wanted it to be.
I had an experience like that at the Talking Doctor during the World Cup. We're sitting in the waiting room, and me and one other person both had headphones in, and you could see us like getting pumped up, but not too loud because it's a waiting room
and it's soccer.
Go off, Chop. Sorry, I've delayed it too long with this Cowboys misery.
That's okay.
Going off.
No. Yeah, we're good.
Misery.
Here.
That's a good game, man. The Cowboys had a chance to win with 3 minutes to go. You had everything you needed.
When did you go to sleep?
Oh, about midnight.
Okay, so you stayed up for the whole thing.
Heck yeah, man. I knew they were coming back.
No, my disappointment is when it's clear they're going to lose, I want it to get ugly.
Yeah.
Instead
of that's when they turn it on.
Yeah, I don't want a 4-point, 6-point loss.
What if I told you, and I'm being serious here, when they got the ball back with 3 minutes to go, I thought they're going to win this game.
I think
I really
I did
did.
too.
He did text that.
I mean, they did it against Pittsburgh. Also, you have in writing that he was
And San Francisco, that's what, in a weird way, in 2024, that's what they're known for, is having leads and then blowing them. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe they got to that point that it was 30-24, and they had the ball with 3 minutes to go and a 2-minute warning. I know they're out of timeouts. That gives you all the time in the world. And in the fourth quarter, Dak was spectacular. And then it got to that possession, and he was so lucky that Fred Warner batted that ball, because, I mean, he threw a perfect pass to number 2 for San Francisco.
How about
but
we're
luckily
trying to
it
talk baseball, Mike?
I know,
Forcing Cowboys
but when
down.
it got when that ball got batted down, I'm sitting there with my son, and I said, everything is working out for the Cowboys. Even the worst throw you could make in that situation, San Francisco still didn't take advantage of it. It had to get through 3 49ers to somehow get to CeeDee Lamb, and they didn't intercept it. And I thought, man, everything is going their way here. And then the next 3 plays didn't go their way.
So back to the real sport. This has been for a 2-0 series, been very competitive. It's been a very good series, and I know, right? But I still, and I love analytics, and I don't think this was analytics that did this, but this is where baseball loses everybody. I don't understand why they would take out Garrett Cole with 88 pitches in game 1.
No, I'll tell you what.
I don't get it at all.
I watched a lot of the postgame with Jeter, Ortiz, and A-Rod. I think that they've done I'm going to be honest here. I think they've done a pretty bad job in their careers breaking down World Series games or playoff games. I thought
Ortiz shouldn't break anything.
I thought that they were spectacular, including Ortiz after that game. And I thought to myself, it's game 1. I thought all they had to do was get the Yankees in the World Series, and these 3 Hall of Famers ended up watching the game. I was like, they watched every second of that game. They broke down Garrett Cole. They broke down bringing in Nasty Nestor. They broke down. They broke down all of these different nuances of the game, which I thought were unbelievable. In fact, I thought Aaron Boone got away with a major mistake. So in game 2, Trinan's on the mound. He doesn't hold on runners. He allows you to steal bases. I understood not running for Giancarlo Stanton at first. When it got to be first and second and Rizzo is up, why wouldn't you bring in your pinch runner right there, steal second and third? Jazz Chisholm's on first. He's going to follow easy.
Yeah.
Now you get second and third, 1 out, infield in with Rizzo up. It didn't matter because about maybe the 5th pitch, I don't know which one it was, he hits Rizzo. And I thought, Aaron Boone got away with what I thought was a major mistake, not pinch running first and second. Run your pinch runner there. And he would say this, well, if Rizzo gets on, I'm running my pinch runner for the winning run. But I'm like, you got to tie it first. And Trinan, he allows you to get second and third. Yeah, he allows you to get second and third. I think. For free.
Right.
And so and here's the other thing too I've learned about this, Choppy. I think I could still pitch, not today, like 47-year-old Mike Bassick. I could pitch in the major leagues. Why? Because, I'm sorry, messing up everybody's name. Not Conley, is it Canley? The relief pitcher? Canley. He throws 87 every pitch, like literally every
56 straight changeups.
And so the hitters should know. He throws 87, 88 every pitch, and the hitters cannot make an adjustment to, I'm waiting for 95. I'm going to swing off of 95. He never throws 95. He only throws 87, 88. Can you imagine a person going out there and throwing 84 to 88 their fastball and then throwing a changeup at 77 to 79?
They wouldn't know what to do with it.
They wouldn't know what to do with me. They would be so confused. They're like, when is he throwing 95? Because that's all I'm swinging at.
Yeah.
So I would never throw a breaking ball because they would see the spin of the breaking ball. But if I just keep throwing fastball changeup and I keep throwing high 70s to mid to high 80s, it's now proven. I think general managers should look into this and go, hey, why are we quitting on college pitchers that are unbelievably successful that only throw the ball 88 to 90? Because I'll use him as a reliever, not as a starter. This confuses the crap out of major league hitters.
Game 1, the most watched World Series Game 1 since 2017, when it was the Dodgers and the Armpit. They got 15 million viewers across all Fox broadcasts. And the Freddie Freeman thing, that was awesome afterwards with the quote.
For his dad.
Yep,
I
for his
loved it.
pops. My approach is because this is for him. My swing is because of him. My approach is because of him. He was the one throwing all the batting practice. I wanted to share that with him. He's been there. So to have that moment, that's the dream in the backyard.
It's really easy to root for somebody like that when you see the post game. Maybe not if you're a Yankees fan.
Well, then also
I
like
thought you
you
were saying
saw
Cowboys fan post.
You saw like there's photos, there's videos out there of Freddie when he was in Atlanta. He was trick or treating, and some kid was wearing a Freddie Freeman jersey.
Yeah, that's a really cool video.
And he stops. He goes, "Hey, you're wearing my jersey." And like took a picture with the kid. It was cool.
You're really surprised Shohei's playing tonight?
I am. Like they took him out the way they were holding his arm. Yeah. It was like a small dislocation of his shoulder, and he's going to play tonight. It's called a subluxation or whatever. But he's going to play. I don't know how.
Corey, what's coming up?
We will talk with Stephen Jones at noon about the football game.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Fight till the end. Dallas Cowboys.
All right, Mike, I need to give you credit. You were being praised this whole weekend because I could not freaking find the Mavericks Suns game.
Oh, because I gave everybody the...
Me either.
Really?
In here, I thought I did the prep work. In here, one of these TVs is DirecTV. And I said, let's find channel 29. And it looked to be like a Spanish-speaking channel. Whatever. It's going to have the Mavs. I see 29 on DirecTV. I thought I saw it the other day when you went to the guide. Saturday night, my DirecTV stream, I have no 29. I try to search for it. Channel 1215 pops up, but you're not able to access it like this.
It's like League Pass or something like that.
I have no freaking idea. I'm like, all right, so maybe it's on NBA TV because it's blocked out there. I go to NBA TV. It's the Lakers-Kings game. No way to access. I have no idea how to find the freaking Mavericks Saturday night. Corey, same issue?
I have Fubo.
You were celebrating with Sandler over Spectrum and Fubo.
It says it's on Fubo. I went and looked every single place I possibly could. I went to Estrella TV, and it said, hey, we're still doing Spanish programming.
Now, then everyone starts praising Radio Shack over here by saying, if you listen to Mike Bassick,
Get that antenna.
I said, an antenna, I'm going to get up on top of the house and, wire this thing up. What did you say? What is the trick?
So there's a $27 antenna on Amazon. So for $27, you get all the Maverick games that are on channel 29. And it's like 8 inches tall. And it has a magnet on the bottom, so you can kind of hide it behind your TV.
Oh, mine's on the wall.
So it ended up working. I was worried about it too.
For all the TVs in the house?
No, just for the TV you're hooking it up to. Like you're literally hooking up that little.
You remember how antennas work on TV, Sean?
I guess you can put it on the roof.
Just for that. I mean, you can buy 3 if you have 3 TVs and you want every TV to have the Maverick game. Yes, you can do that. But if you just need one TV to get channel 29, if you go to Amazon,
what about?
Maybe I'll tweet out the link of the antenna I got because it ended up working and working well.
Aside from an antenna,
you didn't miss anything. The Mavericks didn't really care to play that hard.
I saw KD. He too smalled Luka. Where would I go TV wise to order this? Because
Regular
I don't have
DirecTV.
I don't have a place to set this antenna in the room I'm going to be watching them in. It's like against the wall. I don't have a. I'm not going to put it on the ground.
But isn't
the decor of the room?
I guess your
first. wall
is your thing is mounted with.
It's like above a fireplace.
Yeah, but it has to be mounted by like
metal.
Metal.
But it's like flat against the wall. It's one of those.
Like how many
Samsung? Like it's like I can't look behind the TV. You know what I mean? I don't even know if I can get back there. I'm gonna have to get someone to do it. But I guess I could put it on the. Anyway, TV order channel wise. What did you try to do?
I was watching the baseball game.
Oh, all right, never mind.
That's channel 29.
Oh.
The important games.
I think it's because
is that DirecTV satellite?
I think it's because you don't. I think on the stream
It's
they must
stream,
not
we
have
have
it.
stream.
It's fine.
How is DirecTV regular satellite different from the stream?
I don't know. You just got to get
It
the.
works fine on the satellite.
See, this is why. Even though Hagee was talking down on it, that's why you need to get the Mavs Plus deal or whatever it is, and get your 2 free tickets. It's just an app.
I just real quick. I wanted to throw out. Mark Followell said it's supposed to be on Fubo. It's just not yet. And somebody posted a Fubo support ticket that said, "Hi, we're unfortunately KFA isn't live yet. We do hope to launch it in the coming days. Please bear with
So I
us."
assume maybe that's the same thing with DirecTV.
I will say this: your antenna with watching it, and then flipping back to baseball and football. You are watching off an antenna. It is not 4K broadcast.
What?
I need 4K.
I'm just telling
4K.
you, like, watching it, it's fine, but I do not think you get the crispest picture watching the Maverick games on Channel 29. Maybe it's different off of their
I'm going to pull
Mavs
Choppy
TV
here.
app.
I'm going to pull Choppy here, and I'm announcing to Gavin Spittle and Tim Collins, I think this is now justifiable. I cannot talk about the Mavericks on the show until we get a real solution.
I think you were saying until March.
No. I want to see Clay.
After football.
It's Clay Day. Every day is Clay Day, but I can't.
By the way, the fan cam from the moment Choppy said, now we're going to talk about a real sport, dropped 100 people. So just so you know, Chop.
It's probably because
it did stay on, though.
Game 3 tomorrow. Yeah. Game 3 recap. Monday Night Football. What else do we have going on?
Jazz
Mavericks,
and Mavs on Channel 29.
Ask Reddit.
But,
Jerry Jones at 8:30.
Should I tweet out the antenna for all the Tolos?
Absolutely.
I'll tweet it
Everyone
out.
was saying, Bassick Caddy, you got to listen to Bassick, blah, blah, blah. All right, the KMC Masterpiece on the Cowboys Monday. Next.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want on our Odyssey app. Check it out if you dare.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Giants visit the Steelers tonight.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You've got Corey Majors. You have the famous Mike Bassick. And Mike, should I put you to the test?
Heck yeah, you can.
Okay, who is our board op today?
Looks like a Peter to me.
His name is not Peter. Would you like to take
Were you
one
suggesting
more
like
guess?
he physically looks like a Peter? Is that what you're saying? Or like his...
Yeah, like
okay.
Pete, but you go by Pete, right?
Nope.
Steven?
Nope.
I mean, I think he's in the general vicinity of like pretty common names.
This is fair. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if we should say the name until he gets it right.
Oh my good lord!
That's right. This could be a long shot. I
This is
know.
gonna drive me insane.
We should not say his
Only
name.
one more time. I'll guess one more
Okay.
time right now.
Okay.
Larry.
We have a
Larry's
Larry.
different guy.
It's
completely
James.
different person.
James. All right. Brother James. Here we go.
Happy to be here, boys.
Thank you for being here.
I like that name. Do you go by Jim?
Oh my gosh.
We can go Jim.
Jimmy?
Sometimes James
Sometimes
go by
Jimmy.
Jim, right?
Yeah.
That's true, but like you just learned his name 5 seconds ago, and now you're like, what
Yeah.
else can I call you?
Yeah, it used to be Mr. James Pizza, but people forgot, so they said Mr. Jim's.
Okay, let's talk about the Cowboys game. What I want to know, good Lord, from a variety of people is because Corey, I'm gonna admit it. I fell into the trap when they were making the comeback, when the 49ers at least once, and then the other time their defenders ran into each other, decided not to guard CeeDee Lamb in the end zone. I believed that the Cowboys were going to come back and win. Did you stick with the game all the way through? Did people have to jump back into the game? And did y'all believe 877-881-1053 the Cowboys were going to come back and win? I did. Clearly wrong.
I stopped taking notes in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
So, Kevin, look, my notes end. The Dallas Cowboys got a possession, and the score was 27-10, and I stopped
You're done.
taking notes at that point because I was like, it's just too much. I mean, you pointed out the stats last week. To start games and start halves, the Cowboys are bad. 7 times now they have not scored on the first drive and let the other team score on the first drive. And then when you come back from halves, they just let them score all the time anyway. And you heard Collinsworth say it could get out of hand real quick. The Cowboys can't let this get away. And all of a sudden it was too much.
By the way, that's 10-0 for San Francisco in this game on first drives of the game and first drives of the half. I believe the Cowboys have now been outscored 71-15 on that front and given up points in 13 of those 14 drives. We might do more of a deep dive into that tomorrow, but that's astonishing.
Dak is in a terrible place right now. And when I say terrible place, I'm not just saying he's playing bad, because Mike just pointed out there was a section of time where he played exceptional. Like, you couldn't play better than Dak did at that moment. But he is in such a bad place because the offensive line's bad.
Yep.
He has a receiver to throw to, and then a bunch of other people who might be fifth receivers on other teams that are acting like seconds.
At the end of the game, Chris Collinsworth pointed out he can't move anymore.
No,
he's closer to 40 years. His body's closer to 40 years old than it is 30 years.
Yeah, watch Aaron Rodgers play right now, and then watch Dak play and go, oh, okay, I see. Aaron Rodgers, I saw a line that said he can't play the way he wants to play. And that's bad whenever you're at that position because athletes, Mike, you've talked about this, you're like, my brain knows all these things, but my body cannot do the things that I want it to do. So I'm not blaming Dak completely on this because he's in a terrible place because of what's surrounding him and he's not playing well. And he needs other people surrounding him to play better. And then the defensive side of the ball isn't playing exceptional either. They had a different plan last night. They were like, let's just put everybody up at the front and just hope that we can stop the run.
And in the first half, it was kind of, I want to say it was kind of working. It was very confusing. You know, like a lot of people will tell you, like, watch the damn game. Other people will tell you, you can read into the box score and it'll tell you the story of the game. In the first half, the Cowboys were giving up 8 yards per play and still had only given up 6 points. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense.
And Shanahan said at halftime that he was glad that they got the ball to start the second half because he knew what his mistakes were, and it was his team. It was the guys that weren't executing the catches, the guys that weren't executing some small things here and there and some penalties that got them. they went into that locker room and he knew exactly what to pinpoint and say, we fix this, we win this game.
Yeah.
And then they came out and his game calling was even better and his players executed even better. I thought that Mason going down was actually hugely beneficial because I think that Kittle at that point, they were like, we got to turn to him more now. I think if Mason would have been healthy,
hugely beneficial for
San Francisco.
Niners.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think that if Mason would have stayed in the game, they would have continued to try to run the way that they were, and they weren't as successful. But then they said, you know what, we're going to turn this over to the other people, and they did, and they were very good. I watched the whole thing.
I did too,
and down to the last second, and I was so excited whenever that last play happened, so I could go to bed.
From the 682, they need to go no huddle sooner rather than from trailing. Now, look, it's the same thing with the Baltimore game. I understand what the argument's going to be. In the Baltimore game, just like last night, you got the ball back and you actually did have a chance to go and win the game. Now, how you got to that point, I think it is debatable about it was just awesome, no huddle, move the ball, football versus it was a little bit of that versus we're going to win the game. So let's ease back on defense. I know some people will argue against that. That's what I saw in the Ravens game. That's what I saw in the 49ers game. That helped the Cowboys at least partially make their comeback into this game.
I'm with you on that. I will give the Cowboys credit, though, as much as I know everybody believes it's the coaching staff and not the players, or at least it feels like it off of social media that
it's at least kind of the player.
And I think that there's a part of it that's the coaching staff, but then I guess they drew up two awesome plays, right? Because they had 49ers running into each other,
Yes,
and
they did.
CeeDee Lamb, their best receiver, getting open by
wide open,
right? And so you got 2 touchdowns off of those plays. I am just amazed, and my buddy texted me when we were doing crosstalk, and I am amazed by this, is Dak is able to drive your team down the field so easily 2 times in a row when it is a 17-point game or a 20-point game, whatever it was. And then when you get the ball back with 3 minutes to go to win the game, you do have to go down and score a touchdown. You have all the time in the world. You have a 2-minute timeout.
Yeah.
3 minutes is all the time in the world to do it. And then he turns back into the third quarter Dak or the first half Dak. It was amazing to me, and I guess I just thought that he could carry the momentum of the last 2 drives for 2 touchdowns into that last, and then all of a sudden it's I can't do anything, I can't move, I can't read defenses anymore, and that is amazing to me. Is all you have to do, and this is too general, because he did win against Pittsburgh. All you have to do is put the pressure on Dak that the game is on the line, and he turns into a bad quarterback.
They are also coached poorly. You saw it in this game.
There's plenty of blame to go around. I agree.
You saw it in this game as much as I think you've ever seen, and that is, we'll get to this in C Block later on today, but I'll go ahead and say it now because it's 4 hours from now, Kevin.
That's true.
3 maybe, I don't know. 4 penalties on kickoff and kick return.
Yeah.
How the hell do you have a illegal formation on the opening kick return of a game? Who does that?
When they had 3 minutes to set up because they're like, we should be starting this game. The refs aren't starting it. The TV is ready. They're having. So at some point, don't you think during those 2 minutes of just standing there and waiting, the guy next to the guy in the illegal formation say, hey, scoot up or scoot back or something?
And then you had
help him out.
Illegal formation on the other side the same way. And you had 2 weeks to get prepared for this moment. And you're like, no, we don't know how to do it. And then, Kevin, right before halftime, you got 1 minute and 31 seconds left on the clock. And
21 seconds?
Something like that. And you're down, or you're up 10-6. They give you the ball back.
Yeah.
And you have a chance to, I don't know, run the clock out, you use 20 seconds. You use less than 30 seconds, and you gave them the ball back. Now, fortunately, you had a pass incomplete, sack incomplete, and it ended the half. But man, you couldn't have run the clock out better than that or moved the ball. You said, hey, let's just throw the ball 3 times and get out of here real quick, guys. That's bad, coach. That's bad play calling. That's bad understanding of what's supposed to be going on in the game.
So there's a couple of things that I want to throw out. First of all, and I see it, you always see it across social media. We see it on the fan text and everything. I just want to give a friendly reminder for everyone who is mad about the 4-year, $240 million extension. please remember for Dak, that doesn't even start until next year.
Yeah, so don't worry about it this year.
So if you're worried about the money now,
don't worry about it now.
His cap hit this year is $43.3 million. His cap hit next year is $89.9 million.
That's down the road.
We'll push it down.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know that's what Jerry and Steven. Jerry has literally told us before. There's a mechanism in that contract. Okay, here's what happens. You kind of think about it as like a minimum payment sort of thing. You're like, I'm at a minimum payment, except this isn't a never-ending credit card. It's a credit card that has a pretty definitive end date, and that's where you get stuck with the bill. And so if you're mad about the contract, just realize it hasn't even actually started yet. The other thing.
Yeah, don't be mad about it now, is what you're saying.
Oh, no, you just
be mad about it
Be
later.
prepared to be madder, I guess. I don't know. But here's the thing that you brought up that I think is the most frustrating to me. There was a lot of time in the first half where this felt like another Pittsburgh-esque, physical, ugly, grinded out game. And at halftime, I know it fell apart very quickly in the third quarter. You were in it. And then when you made the comeback, I was like, are they going to walk away from a second road game against a team that I believe is more physical than them, and they're going to out-tough them, out-ugly them, and win the game? I think that's what really makes me upset, too, because I really believed, hey, they got a shot to pull up another one of these. I'm not saying the Cowboys are the toughest team in the league, but this would have been two. This would have been two where I was like, you had a team that I thought was tougher than you, and you went out there and you punched back.
Yeah, and you didn't have enough punches.
True.
You simply did not have enough punches for that thing. And Kevin, if they were the type of team that comes back and wins those kinds of games, the Robo 2014 team, I don't know, the one that that Des caught it.
Yes, 2014.
That was a team that year there were 7 at least comeback wins that they would march down the field, they wouldn't die, and they'd come back and win, which is why I believed that year in that game, Mike. I know Aaron Rodgers could have had the ball game, but I believe that year was the year because they just kept coming back. Unfortunately, that was a force that was beyond their control that ruined that game for them. But this year, if you're going to be that kind of team, I can accept the slow starts. I can accept the way that things go through the first 2 quarters, and then maybe you turn it on in the fourth quarter. But you're not a team that finishes things like that at the end of the game. You're not finishing that way. So I don't understand A, your slow starts, and then B, your failures at the end of the game.
It's
You guys upset?
No.
I think okay, I think I am upset all over again, and I didn't think I was going to be, but some of the points y'all are making is making me upset all over again. But Corey, you just said no, and like very matter of fact.
This team is exactly what it is. And we knew before the season that their talent wasn't good enough.
Yep.
And that they were going to have a lot of obstacles to overcome this year. A, because of the position that the GM put them in with the talent, the age that they're starting to get to, and the fact that their coach may be on his way out at some point. We knew these factors were in there, and at some point they would happen. And right now, with the offensive line being what it is and capable of keeping Dak in a clean pocket through most of the game, and the lack of talent in your offense, and even missing Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, you are exactly what you are right now, a team that is 3-4.
I'm going to go back to this time and again, and if people get tired of hearing it, I do apologize. But to me, this is why the Cowboys don't win, like at that next level. Because I know they've won 36 regular season games in the last 3 years. I understand that. This is why they don't win at the next level. They like to tell us about their hit rate in the draft and how incredible it is because of those second contracts. I just want to remind everybody, if you want to walk out of the Terrence Steele contract, he has an $18 million cap hit next year. $18 million. And
that's all it's going to cost to get rid of him?
No, actually, you could get out of it for only 13 and a half if you wanted. But like the way the Cowboys do business, it's 18 the next year, 21 the next year.
You sound like you're giving up on this season because you're talking about the future contracts of players.
The next 5 games are terrifying for this team. After
Mike is coming back.
You had 2 weeks to prepare for the Niners, and you were able to put 10 points up in the first half with 2 weeks to prepare for it. And that's the effort that you get. So, yeah, looking at the next 5 games, I'm terrified of what this team could possibly look like.
And we can talk about it more as the day goes along. We can talk about it more as the week goes along. I'm not giving up on the team, but I'm also wondering at what point do you look at it and you're like, the team might just not be good enough. Like they might be giving you everything they have, and it's a lack of like overall talent or a lack of scheme management or a lack of clock management or a lack of cap management. It could be a lack of whatever the hell you think it is. You might get to the point where they're just not good enough. And yesterday kind of felt like one of those games. And I hate to say it, my frustration level still remains with the way the Cowboys have and continue to do the cap. And when they talk about, oh, we hit on our draft picks, Terrence Steele's a draft pick hit, because they gave him a second contract. And he's had his moments. Absolutely. He's had his moments. And I know people will be like, oh, he's undrafted. But you understand what I'm saying. But they gave him a second contract, and so he counts as a hit. Does he feel like a hit right now?
Mm-mm.
Exactly. And so you can't get out of it, or the Cowboys won't get out of it, because that's just not what they do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, obviously, we could talk some more Cowboys, whatever's on your mind there, but also the crazy day for the Detroit Lions, and my goodness, that Hail Mary. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.com. This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car or truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, they're going to quarterback sneak straight ahead. Purdy appears to have been... Oh, no, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys Monday. We're going to get to maybe the Lions, maybe that ridiculous Hail Mary that actually was also kind of awesome. But sticking with the Cowboys, there's one specific play that I think caught all of our attention. I know it caught Chris Collinsworth's attention because once they picked the flag up, he goes, oh, well, that feels like there's about to be a lot of acting and they're about to change a lot of offenses. Were you surprised that essentially the pick play that was called as pass interference, they ended up picking up the flag on?
Yes. I still don't quite understand why they picked it up because my understanding now is, okay, I can just grab I can basically get grabbed and grab onto the other cornerback in front of me, and then I can then go block the guy in the pick play. Like, I understand a rub play, I understand picks and everything. That was a complete block, though. He tackled the guy. So, and it was because of the way the route was built. So that doesn't make any sense to me why they went ahead and picked that one back up, especially when Mike, you said 2 flags were thrown.
Yeah,
both
refs
see?
that were kind of watching it are like, yeah, he totally eliminates the guy covering Kittle, but I don't know how you review that, as in you talk about it, go, no, the receiver didn't do anything wrong. I don't see how, if that's not a pick play, then what is a pick play?
Yeah, what did you see live that made you throw the flag and then change? What did you see? What did y'all discuss after that made you change your mind? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I just, look, would the Cowboys have won the game if they call that pass interference? I don't think so.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that is really weird that is a legal play, because you're supposed to disguise the pick. You're supposed to, like, at the last second get out of the guy's way a little bit so you don't just literally block him. If it was a run play, you'd be like, that is a great block by the receiver if you're running a sweep to the right side. Like, what a great play.
Mm-hmm.
So quick question for you guys, and maybe you'll think this is an unfair characterization. Do you think sometimes they ever just wait to bring in the rules expert until after everything has been settled so they can agree with what the league announced? Because I'm not going to lie, there are many times where I think they're like, the rules expert will come in after the fact and be like, here's why it was right. I don't know about that.
And even Sterator was like, well, I'll get back to you after the break here. You know, he's yes, sometimes they're like, hey, I'm going to give my opinion here, but let's see what they say. And so, the rules expert being part of it, Kevin, really has not helped me at all. Other than once they've done it, they'll explain a little more of something. But even that part of it, they didn't explain that very well at all.
No. Because they were saying if you're saying cornerback tried to go inside and run into the receiver to get the penalty, like he's trying to draw a penalty instead of play defense.
He's supposed to go around it. I don't understand exactly what the coverage is supposed to do there. But if you're saying that it's not illegal contact because it wasn't any further than 5 yards, like, okay, I guess. I don't know, but it looked like a bad call.
All right, there was plenty of other stuff happening in the NFL yesterday.
And the Cowboys did plenty of other things to screw themselves over.
Oh, my God.
Like, I don't want to be like, there were so many other poor things done. That one in particular felt like that was a poor play by the refs.
Yeah, absolutely. That is just a thing we're discussing, not a reason why they lost the game or anything. A lot of stuff happened in the NFL. The shocking Baltimore loss to Cleveland, though, at this point, I mean, it feels like we get one of those every single weekend. But let's go to the Commanders, because they look like they were going to win the game most of the day. Then all of a sudden, the Bears put on the surge, take the lead with 24 seconds left, and then it's over. They're going to lose. But then Jaden Daniels finds a former Cowboy to get this done.
Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line, and the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness! Casey.
Was that your reaction? Because I get conflicted between if you see an amazing play, you almost automatically celebrate it, but then you're like, well, that's not the team that I wanted to win. Like, obviously, I want our divisional team.
That was the team I wanted to win.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I'm hoping that Washington, over these next 5 to 10 years, turns it around, perennial playoff team, makes it to a Super Bowl, so you can see that Daniel Snyder was the whole issue. This unbelievable football franchise that had this historic franchise that you couldn't get tickets to.
Yep.
Goes into the dumps of all dumps for multiple decades because of the owner. And then the owner has to sell the team. He has to get rid of the team. And then they almost immediately turn it around into a playoff team and then become a perennial contender. I just think that would be an awesome storyline for Cowboy fans.
You were there in D.C. when that all happened, too.
Yeah.
Like, you saw their fans experience just the doldrums of it all.
Yeah. And
so,
how they just left. They just stopped showing up. They just said, I'm tired of it. I'm not showing up anymore. I'm not supporting it anymore. Now, Jerry's lucky. It's never got to that. And Jerry has probably never been as bad as Daniel Snyder.
Right.
But, like, there's this feeling for the first time, possibly. I know this is getting back into Cowboys talk instead of around the NFL.
No, that's fine.
It does start to feel like more people are turning into me than ever before, where there's like, look, I watch it still, but I'm not paying a dime for a jersey or a hat or going to a game. Or if my kid wants to go out and take batting practice at 8 o'clock last night, I'm going to throw him batting practice.
Yeah.
I am going to spend time with my family. I have it. It's recorded. It's good to go. And I didn't do that. I did watch the game live last night, every second, but I'm not going to waste a second of my life on the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. It's interesting that you say that, because last night at 30-10, and people are mentioning us on social media being like, is it about to get a lot worse? And I know that was the concern. I was thinking, if it gets worse, do I watch the rest of the game later, fast forward it, and catch up on like From? I know it's kind of an obscure show. If you've ever seen it, it's on MGM Plus. It's really, really good. But I was already thinking, like, is there something else maybe we'll do with the rest of our time? I'm glad I stuck it out, because obviously the Cowboys came back, but not all the way. But I was very entertained the rest of the way. But I was thinking in my head, if it's time to bail, what are we going to do instead?
Yeah, and Kevin, I asked this question on Facebook on the 105.3 The Fan Club Tolo page. I said, for all Cowboys fans who are thinking about jumping ship, I feel you. I do. I understand. I'm feeling that right now. And then I said, for those who are finding a life vest, why? Like, if you're not jumping off this ship, if you're going down with it, and there are lots of different answers about being a loyal fan and how if you're a loyal fan, you have to stick with the team no matter what and all those things. There's a lot of different conversation there. So if you want to go check that out on the Club Tolo page, go ahead and do that. As for the Hail Mary pass, the time, he had 13 seconds to make that
12.74 seconds.
He did do a good job of creating that time.
And that's what he does well. He has one of the best deep ball throwers right now in the game. Just look at what he does with Terry McLaurin. And Terry McLaurin, by the way, 5 for 125 yesterday. He's a good receiver. But he also gets a fantastic block to knock the guy down so he can set his feet, puts the ball up in the air, and it bounces off the front people, and there's somebody in Noah Brown in the back. It was magic, man. It was a terrible game for the most part.
Oh my God, it was the worst.
I actually, this is one of those games though that I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not watching Red Zone to watch all the other stuff and this at the same time. I'm going to focus on this one. Caleb Williams was wildly inaccurate, couldn't find a receiver downfield, had to scramble for his life the entire game. Jaden Daniels, all that Romo wanted to discuss was, hey, it's the ribs. You got to, and you were in the same boat as a watcher. You were like, oh my gosh, every time he takes off, his ribs. And then he's like, no, I'm fine. I know how to do this. I know exactly how to run. He ran a read option to start the game. What are you doing there? And they couldn't run the ball effectively. They struggled to run the ball, but they were putting the ball downfield. They stayed just close enough. When the DeAndre Swift 56-yard touchdown happened, I was like, wow, that's how they win this game. And then, hold on. I know Jaden Daniels can throw. I know he can put a ball in the air. And then it happened that way. It was special. And there's some magic right now in Washington.
I understand playing back to a certain extent if you're the Bears. But the play before the Hail Mary, I think there's 6 seconds to go.
Oh, it was brilliant by Cliff Kingsbury, the calls that he made on those plays.
It was really weird that the Bears are like, I will absolutely give up the 12 to 15 yards and the sideline that will facilitate you getting out of bounds and getting into position for a Hail Mary. Because otherwise, Jaden Daniels, I'm not saying he didn't have a huge arm, but he would have had to throw the ball 70 yards in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And it was weird to me the way the Bears are just like, that's fine.
Yeah,
knock yourself out.
They got stuff. They got screens underneath, too. It was really good play calling by Kingsbury, who knew... He probably, in his mind, he's probably gone over that thousands of times.
I can see that.
Of here's how I'm going to do this if I'm going to do this in a minute and a half.
Ari used to be on the pre and post game show here. He's down the hall. I think he does college football stuff here.
Great dude.
Okay, great dude. And he's a Bears fan. And I'll throw this out at you because I said, look, it was awesome as a football fan. I get as a Bears fan, it's miserable.
Yep.
The worst. Like, can you imagine if that was the Cowboys against Washington and you're fighting for a playoff spot with kind of those teams? Is if you let them snap the ball there, same players, you can do different defenses, whatever, 100 times. How many times does that get completed? I said twice out of 100. Like I
could see that. I was
like
gonna say 2 or 3
if you were at practice and you allowed Washington to have that play and the same defenders are out there for Chicago. I mean, it's in a way pure luck. You had to do certain things to get the luck to go up or your percentage to go up to 5%.
Yeah.
But it was unfortunate that the 1 out of 100 or 3 out of 100 times actually happened on the real play.
And I know some people are blaming, and I totally understand why, Tyreek Stevenson. So the social media now, Corey, you cracked a smile. I assume you have seen this video.
He's on today's misses.
The social media video of him dancing around and hyping up the crowd and everything like that.
And then the play starts and he's still turned around the wrong way. And he's the... Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably about to say this. He's the guy that tipped the ball to Noah Brown.
Always knock it down.
He's the one that did it.
Never tip it up.
It's just a bad look.
So he tweeted out to Chicago and my teammates, my apologies for lack of awareness and focus. The game ain't over until zeros hit the clock. Can't take anything for granted. Notes taken. Improvement will happen.
Just ask Freddie Freeman.
So I at least appreciate him stepping out and being like, holy crap, that was stupid. And I don't know if he still had his pads on when he tweeted that out.
Are you saying that he
sometimes
didn't,
that happens.
after the game was over, he didn't search out tweets and then go talk to the people who tweeted about it?
I guess not. I didn't. Yeah, look, that's a whole other thing we'll get into. I didn't time check when that message came out, but I appreciate him taking some of the blame for that. But we probably don't really have time to dive in on the Lions yesterday, but I just want you to think about this.
We'll get to him.
Makes the Cowboys loss not feel as bad, I guess.
Dude, that was it for NFL fans. Yesterday was a really fun day.
It was.
There was some really exciting things that happened yesterday.
If you have a particular rooting interest, it might have been a soul-crushing day. But, if you're just a general fan of football, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
What a series. And can it happen again tonight? Next.
Come
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. It is a Cowboys Monday, but it is also World Series time, so it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
I'm sure that moment feels like a long time ago if you're a sports fan, because you had Saturday college football, you had Saturday night another World Series game, and then you had all of Sunday football for the NFL. That, I don't want to overstate it. That's one of the 5 greatest World Series games in the history of the World Series. Now, what's tough is it wasn't a Game 7 or it wasn't a deciding game where, like, Joe Carter's home run against Mitch Williams in 1991 or 92.
I think it's 92 or 93.
So I get it. You know, I get that wasn't a walk-off home run to win the World Series, but my gosh, that was such an amazing game. And then to end it on, I didn't know this, the first ever walk-off grand slam in World Series history. All the thousands of games they've played in the World Series, that's the first time ever a grand slam has walked it off, was amazing.
So here's where I'm struggling. I'm not disagreeing with your point whatsoever, but to me, the problem I have is separating like objectiveness from fandom, because I'm like, yeah, it still doesn't compare to last year's Game 1, but that's because that was the greatest baseball game I've probably ever seen in my life. for a selfish reason.
Right.
So it was,
and that was my son telling me that wasn't better than last year's game 1. And I was like, maybe you're right, but the back and forth, the Yankees, Dodgers.
I can't be objective about it. I'm saying you're probably right, but I can't be objective. That ending was incredible because immediately when Freeman walks up, you're like, oh, could this kind of be a Kirk Gibson situation? I know he had broken off a triple already, so it's not like exactly the same.
I think he had the triple in game 2.
Oh, he didn't have the triple in game 1?
I'd have to go back and look, but I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong. They're running a little bit together. I guess they shouldn't. But I just remember in that situation telling my wife.
It wasn't game 1.
Okay, game 1 was the triple. Thank you.
I'm not saying he's not banged up, but it wasn't like Kirk Gibson looked like he legitimately barely could walk.
Yeah, which will be interesting. I watched the post-game show after game 2. And they're about ready to get on the plane, right? I mean, obviously they have to do a lot of post-game after a World Series. So the plane's going to leave probably an hour later than it usually does if you're going to New York after a, West Coast game. Yeah. But it'll be interesting tonight to see. Freddie Freeman has said getting on planes has really given me issues because his ankle swells up tremendously. If you hear people that say, hey, when they get on planes and obviously like you can swell up a little bit. I guess he's saying the travel of the flights has really bugged his ankle. So obviously they had off yesterday. They play tonight. It's in New York. I'm going to start off by saying this. I do not think this series is over. I do not think that the Dodgers have this thing wrapped up. I know I'm going to go back in history here, but in 1996, I will say that honestly, the Braves were way better than the Yankees. And to this day, the Braves have more talent than that 96 Yankees team. But all of a sudden, there was just a little bit of a momentum shift, and the Braves couldn't overcome it. So I think being up 2-0 is great for the Dodgers, and ultimately I'm rooting for the Dodgers. It won't hurt my feelings if the Yankees win this World Series, but I don't think this series is over because it's 2-0 LA.
Baseball need might be a strong word. Baseball would very, very, very much like the Yankees to win tonight because we talked about it. Game 1 and 2, highest ratings in the World Series in 7 years.
Can you help me out? Is that the Cubs one?
That was the year before. So it was...
What's the 7 years ago?
Dodgers and Astros, I believe.
Okay.
But so Choppy said, I don't necessarily agree with this, but if you can get to Game 7, he thinks they can touch 40 million. All right, so right now they're at 15 or 16 million. I think more like 30 plus million, but that's still a lot of damn people. That's twice as many people as watch Game 1 and 2. So Major League Baseball very much would like, hey, Yankees, if you could win this and keep pushing it forward.
There was so much just to talk about in Game 1. Obviously, we brought it up in Crosstalk. Garrett Cole, the reason you gave him 9 figures and well over 9 figures was for this moment. If you had him healthy in this moment, he can pitch you to something special. But I won't. Analytics is such a dirty word. Analytics are needed. Analytics are very useful. But you don't want to just totally rely on them. And that's where I would have said this.
Identify trends and create plans against or with the trend.
Maybe I'm wrong. I think Bruce Bochy leaves Garrett Cole in because he's going a little bit more by gut. Like, this is my guy. He's the best. I do have a good bullpen, but why would I take him out with what he has going? And then I will say this, for Aaron Boone, this is the first time. I think he's a great manager, by the way. This is the first time he's managed in the World Series.
Okay, yeah.
And so maybe Bruce Bochy, with his experience, has said, oh, I've had this before. I can ride Mad Bum. And I'm now going to ride Garrett Cole. And so I look at it and I go, I think Aaron Boone just got a little bit too much. This can happen. And the thing is we don't know if he would have left in Garrett Cole. Maybe he gives up a couple runs and then everybody's like, why would you do this? All year you've done this. And if he gets to 90-something pitches, you know this. And I don't know all the stats. So when he gets to pitch 90 through 110 versus,
Help me out real quick. Did he give up the single in the 7th and then they pulled him?
I believe so.
Okay, because then you just assume they're like, hey.
This is the tough thing about being a Friday game.
Because you've already seen the whole other game.
I'm starting to it starts to all mesh together, the middle part. Obviously, I can remember the Freddie Freeman home run.
Yes.
And I can remember the final moments of the game, but the middle part of the game, sometimes I'm getting a little bit lost.
Because I'm assuming they kind of went out there with the deal of, hey, if you give up a base runner, we're probably going to pull you.
Yeah.
And when the leadoff guy got a single, I think that was the deal. I also would have left him in because the inning before, he put down Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. Boom, boom, boom. So
I like this from Alex Rodriguez on the postgame. He said, Buck Showalter said this about taking a pitcher out in certain situations. Is the other team happy you're taking out that pitcher, or are they sad you're taking out that pitcher? And he said sometimes he would go off of that decision. Now, there's analytics would say you never go off of that. You never go off of what you think the other team is thinking. But, I go back to the 2020 World Series and Mookie Betts is on deck and they take out Blake Snell. And they're like, what did you – and this was the game-winning game. And he said, I was so pumped that they took him out. And I got to face a righty that I felt more comfortable against. And Alex Rodriguez was saying – the Dodgers were happy they took out Garrett Cole.
I agree with you.
And so it was like, great, we get to see somebody worse than Garrett Cole. It gives us a better chance. And so I think sometimes I thought that was pretty good by A-Rod to say, like, hey, as a manager, is the other team happy I'm taking out this guy because now they feel like they have a better chance? Or are they like, dang it, I wanted one more at bat against this guy because I don't think he has anything left. And so I thought that was a really good assessment of the time. The other thing that came into play is you brought in a starting pitcher in the biggest situation, and you had a lefty in the bullpen that's a sidearm lefty that is a relief pitcher. That was another interesting situation by Aaron Boone in game one, because game two, it actually came down to the end. But it wasn't like the Yankees had the lead. They were trying to come back to tie the game or have a somewhat miracle comeback in the ninth inning off of a tired relief pitcher in Blake Trinan. I always get his name wrong. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. But I just looked at that game one as right now the Yankees are down in this series 2-0 because of game one. And you don't know if they leave in Garrett Cole, they win the game.
Sure.
Or if they put in this lefty reliever, he keeps the game where it's at and you keep playing the game. I don't know. I know that Ohtani first pitch swinging, I believe Cortez, if I have this right, if you have it pulled up, I think he only threw 2 pitches because Ohtani, I think, swung at the first pitch too, and Alex Verdugo made an unbelievable play that obviously gets lost because then you intentionally walk Mookie Betts. Freeman hits the home run.
That was the first pitch.
So 2 pitches. So Cortez came in, I guess you could say faced 3 hitters, but it's an intentional walk, and you don't throw the 4 balls anymore. But anyways, that was such an unbelievable game, and I know I only have a minute here. Maybe I get into baseball a little bit more into Mike Likes It. I'm not sure Ohtani can swing a bat tonight.
Because Dave Roberts is like, he's good to go.
And maybe he is. And Dave has been a pretty honest guy in these interviews. Like, it's Dave Roberts is a gem for media as like, hey, we're going to interview him live in the 4th inning. What's going on? And he's like, well, Walker Buehler, I'm trying to get 3 more outs of him here. He's only going to face 3 more batters. Like, he's just giving you what he's going to do. There's nothing a hitter can do. It's not like you're telling the player, like, we're going to run the ball here off the left guard. Like, you're not doing that. He's not saying the pitches he's going to throw.
He's throwing 3 fastballs, then change up.
Like, hey, shut up.
But sometimes people think it's so secretive, and it's like, look, pretty much everybody knows we're bunting here. If this is a bunt situation, we just have to execute the bunt.
Yeah.
And it's been really fun so far. I'm hoping tonight is a great game. But I'm just with Shohei Ohtani. He got on a plane. I guess they had a workout yesterday because he had to do media, so he had a light workout. How hard did he swing the bat? Because if your shoulder pops out, which it kind of did on that slide, and then you pop it back in, isn't it a little bit loose? Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Assume?
I'm going to just explain it this way. The cup that's holding in your shoulder, it's now lost that, the socket came out, and now you're putting it back in. Isn't it a little bit like it's going to be loose? It's going to maybe easily pop out again. And if he swings and misses, a lot of times we'll say when you have injury, swinging and missing hurts a lot more than in making contact with the ball. So I'm going to be interested in Ohtani's first at bat if he does have a couple of swings where he looks like he's swinging the bat hard. Now, it is his left hand. It's his top hand on the bat. I don't know. When you make contact, do you kind of release that hand a little bit now? Like, I don't know, to maybe take a little bit of pressure off of that. And I would say this.
Hold on.
I wouldn't expect them to steal.
Hold on. How in the world, after what you did last week, did you not say, do you take your hand off the bat a little bit to take a load off? How do you not say that in that moment?
He's doing real serious baseball talk
I'm
right now,
serious
Kevin.
now.
Come on, man.
We take a load off at 12:45.
Yeah, dude, you know the rules.
Yeah, don't worry. I still have it pulled
That being
up.
said, Mel Gibson did it. You know, he was able to pop his shoulder back in and get back out there.
Well, and then the last thing I'll leave you with is maybe I'll talk about this at 12:45, like it or not. I love the classic jerseys in this series.
Yeah.
I love that there's no goofballing it up.
Okay.
Like A&M.
I was about to ask you about that. I was wondering if you thought A&M with the black
Good for
jerseys.
A&M. We'll talk about it, I guess, tomorrow. That just looks stupid to
They
me.
wouldn't have won
I'm glad they won, but what a stupid look.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a minute because we're going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, but also A&M, LSU, and the national arrival of Marcel Reed. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's turn our attention to our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, where Corey might also be injured. I'm not entirely sure
I think
what's
I dislocated
happening.
my hip just now.
Oh, no.
Pop it back in like Shohei.
Pop it back in like Shohei.
Let's go with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Well, what do you need a hip for?
Exactly. I just got to get upstairs on the elevator, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I got to take the stairs or anything.
That is a good point. All right, Mickey, this felt oddly reminiscent of the Ravens game, where it felt like for a while it was going to be a complete and total destruction. And then the Cowboys make a comeback, get the ball back with a chance to win the game, and then they
go 3 and out.
Yeah. Did you see was it like a lack of motion? Did you see anything in that last drive that you thought was different, or was it just hey, you're not going to score on every drive, and San Francisco's probably more amped up for this drive than the last couple?
Yeah, I don't know that they did anything significantly different than, the drives before when they drove right down the field. It was pass, obviously, and that deep pass, that was somewhat catchable. Maybe if your wide receiver's not 5'9" or 5'7". Excuse me,
appreciate that.
I let him grow.
I thought it was definitely a catchable ball. It would have been a really good catch, but it was definitely there for the taking. Is there a mistake in throwing that down to what essentially feels like a number 4 wide receiver who's had to be moved up in the lineup?
Well, I mean, if you see it and you got to, one-on-one, and you take it. Now, I guess he could have gone somewhere else, but I don't know if you say it's a mistake or, that had to be part of the tree route on what was available on whatever call they made.
Yeah.
So, and you're right, it might have been asking a lot to score, 3 out of 3 series when you struggled offensively for the majority of the game. But again, it was almost like they teased you, right?
Yes.
10-6 at halftime, and I mean, what were you thinking? It wasn't perfect, but it's like, okay, maybe. And then, when they got to the 3:05 mark and they got the ball and, one score and then the bottom fell out again. So I guess, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to come to this conclusion, but even though San Francisco is 3-4 going into the game, sometimes you're just not good enough.
Okay, and that's kind of what we started the show having a big discussion about. And I want to circle back around to that in just a second. The first half, you brought it up. It was somewhat perplexing to me that at one point, the Cowboys defense was giving up 8 yards of play, yet had only given up 6 points. That felt like an astonishing bit of statistical evidence that did not go together.
Yeah, and then on that last or the drive, San Francisco had to kick the field goal, and you felt good about just kicking the field goal.
Yes.
But they found something in the running game. And if I remember, Guerrero ended up with a 19-yard run and a 15-yard run on that drive when they didn't have hardly any rushing yards at all for a quarter and a half. And then the third quarter, which was a nightmare, they had found something on that Cowboy defense. And what the Cowboys were doing, they were crowding the line of scrimmage. They were determined to stop the run, and they finally kind of opened it up and popped a couple. They came in with lead blocks by the fullback, and they got that running game going because they only had, I'm saying only, but for the Cowboys, they only gave up 70 yards rushing that first half until the roof caved in the third quarter. So, yeah, they found something. But the Cowboys were crowding the line of scrimmage, and they were putting the linebackers on the line of scrimmage. And, they were doing a good job. But if you don't stop it at the line of scrimmage, now you got nobody behind you to bail you out until you get to the secondary.
Speaking of, what do you make of Trayvon Diggs stepping out and having choice words with a reporter after the game?
I don't know.
Okay,
no big deal.
It just seems like a frustration that I don't. See.
I didn't see what he tweeted to piss him off, and certainly somebody must have told him, "Oh, here's what they said about you," and and then he goes off. So, after the game, you got to understand emotions are high, right?
Sure.
And hey, look, if we get our say, they have a right to say too.
I agree with that.
And put your big boy pants on, right? And I've always said it. If you're a columnist and you dog somebody out, you better show up the next day in the locker room and let them have their say. So don't get butthurt.
There you go, Corey.
I am not. I didn't get yelled at by anybody.
Sounds like you.
I was just
you didn't get yelled at.
I was just asking. Like that feels like it's a definitely lash of frustration.
Well, of course they were all frustrated. I've seen Mike McCarthy after losses, and after this one, I can tell he was really frustrated and he was really down for a lot of reasons, and some of them had to do with officiating. At one point, I can't remember which call someone was asking about, and he just kind of started walking off and said, "Go ask them." So
smart, keep your money.
Like even like the first play of the game, the kickoff. All right, they screwed that up. I don't know if they showed it on TV, but the Cowboys aligned, and the officials the head referee and the guy on that side, the Cowboys, they were telling them they had to move up. And that's not right, right? And they talked it out. That's why the kickoff was delayed. And then the guy on the other side throws the flag. And they were wrong. As a matter of fact, I was told that New York called down and said, "You got that wrong. That guy can line up off whatever. They're at the 40. So you can line up 5 yards behind that because they only had one guy deep. So if you only have one guy deep, you don't have 10 guys on the line. And they got it wrong because if you look at the rest of the game, they lined up exactly the same way because they were setting up that reverse for C.J. Goodwin to come back around on the handoff. And so how do they get that wrong? And you heard what Collinsworth said about the pick play, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about.
Two flags, two. And one guy comes in and says, "Oh, no, that wasn't a pick." And Collinsworth said, "Well, if that's not a pick, then picks it's open season for picks by wide receivers."
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's why they lost, but it was little things like that. I'm sure they got frustrated. Purdy's quarterback sneak for the touchdown. His elbow hit before the ball crossed the plane. It was plain and simple when they kept showing the replay and didn't even look at it. So I think they were pretty frustrated about a couple of those things that took place.
How'd Dalvin Cook look to you?
About what I thought. When you can't block there's no elixir to the running game if you can't get the guy to the line of scrimmage. What did he have? 6 carries, 12 yards?
Something along those
lines.
lines.
That's what it was.
2 yards a carry, yes.
Yeah. So he wasn't going to come in and set the world on fire because they can't get the running backs to the line of scrimmage on a consistent basis. I mean, I thought it was amazing that Zeke was able to get 34 yards on 10 carries because he every time it seemed like there wasn't you saw the holes that the 49ers were running through, right?
Yeah.
You didn't see any of that on the Cowboys side. They're getting hit at the line of scrimmage with the running backs. So, I hope everybody, got a good look of Dalvin Cook.
He didn't turn out to be the save-all that a lot of folks had hoped.
So it was just a last-minute thing with Dowdle then?
He was on, my understanding, he was on the way to the stadium. And, and I think, so the buses left Pacific Coast time at 1:30. And I think when he got there, he probably said something and he had a high fever. And then it was getting close to when you have to 90 minutes before when you got to have the inactives and the fever hadn't gone down. And so they had to make a call, and it was like, well, if we start him, we're going to have 3 running backs available, but if he goes down, now we're down to 2 and 1 injury and we're down to 1. So they kind of made that decision that, he couldn't go. I mean, it was almost like, what else? What next?
Yeah.
Your kicker has jury duty and he gets called, right? And he's got to, practice at night, which no big deal. They got through that. Then the second car carrying the Jones family.
Yes, got in an accident.
It gets in an accident when I guess they had to go over one of those barricades that are in the ground, and it came up when the car went on top. And it's like, anything else? Can anything else? Oh yeah, O'Reilly had to leave the game with a back injury, and now you got McQuamu out at cornerback basically with the starting 11 at that point. But then again, they teased you, right? 3:05 to go, and they're down 6 and got the ball and just didn't get anywhere.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate the insight very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. I'll be here.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com.
Is that a
right
shot
here
at us? And
on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know. I hope not.
I'm just going to throw this out. You can disagree, and it's fine. That Rico Dowdle thing is pretty fishy to me. So Friday, everybody's saying Dalvin Cook's going to be activated for this game. Like, breaking news, Dalvin Cook is going to be on the active roster, right? We're all hearing this Friday going home from work, and it's like, okay, so if Rico was going to be on the team Sunday night, whose spot was Dalvin Cook taking? Or if Rico Dowdle, like if Dalvin was already going to be activated, we already know he's going to be activated, but we didn't know who's going to not be on the active roster.
I thought they went.
It feels fishy to me.
I thought they went heavy at another position because Deuce Vaughn was going to be out either way. So I think maybe they added to a different positional group. That's my interpretation.
And we can find out more at noon today when we have Stephen Jones on.
Absolutely.
I'm sure he'll give us the correct answer.
Now, if there was one excellent thing about the football weekend, it was this.
Lining up with some tempo here. Keeper! Touchdown! Marcel Reed! The magic continues and the Aggies stretch the lead.
Now, I told Mike I missed
some quarterbacks transferring at the end of this year.
Yeah, probably so. I missed the first several innings of World Series Game 2. I missed a good chunk of the first half of the Mavericks game because I was all locked in on A&M and LSU. Did you guys watch this game at all? And we've had this conversation a lot around the room already. Did you dislike the black uniforms? Because that has turned into a huge talking point.
I watched till 7 p.m. casually, and then at 7 p.m. I was following the score, but I wasn't watching the game. Obviously I didn't watch the game. So great win by A&M. This puts them in great position to make the playoffs.
First time they've ever been 5-0 in the SEC, and they're all alone in first place, which is really weird.
I think the black jerseys were pathetic, and I don't know if that's a strong enough word.
Woo!
I did. Carter had suggested looking back at the old Manziel blackouts, and those were dope. They had a little bit of the maroon in the jersey. I love the helmet. I like the script on the helmet. I thought that looked cool, but Carter's right. This one looked a little flat, but I will say this. If you're a player, when you put on all blacks, you feel different. When you put on that kind of uniform, there's just something about how sharp it looks, and when it makes you feel different when you go out onto the field. But I really like that helmet a lot. And I'm not a huge Aggie fan by any means, but I thought that Aggie helmet looked cool.
Now, you were talking about the quarterbacks. Wegman got benched for Marcel Reed, and you could see it on his face. Props to him for not rolling his eyes. But you could tell he was really frustrated when Elko was telling him that. Marcel Reed comes in, 5 drives, 5 scores, 4 touchdowns and a field goal. Now, I realize the first one, they got the ball at like the 9-yard line. But he was amazingly effective, only threw 2 passes, completed both of them for 70 yards, ran the ball 9 times, 62 yards, 3 touchdowns. And that's fine. Numbers. Everything changed when he went in the game because that LSU defense was crushing A&M. They were putting the pressure on Wegman. A&M had no answer. But now that you had a quarterback in there that could run, his third touchdown, I think, totally faked me out on the handoff. I thought he handed it off, and LSU stuffed him, and you're like, well, yeah, Nimrod, that's the idea of a play like that. Nobody touched him going into the end zone because they're all like, got him. Wait, what the hell just happened? It was a huge win for A&M for a program that obviously I love, but we also don't get a lot of huge wins. And so I'm really excited. It looks like it's going to set up potentially that Texas and Texas A&M game could be for a spot in the SEC championship. Maybe it could be for, to solidify your spot in the college football playoff. And I'm excited that that game's happening, but it feels like it just took another level up on Saturday.
I'm with you. Now, I will say this. Hopefully we get to this situation, and Texas hasn't lost another game. They had, in a way, a big win at Vanderbilt. Obviously, we've seen that Vanderbilt can upset good teams. But if those teams go into that game with both having one loss, that will just be amazing because the winner would play one more game, but the loser would still be in the playoff.
Yes.
If they both have one loss going into that game. So it'd be a huge game, but I think that would be, for me, I don't root for Texas or for Texas A&M and hate one of the schools. I just don't. I want them both to be in the playoffs. So for me, I'm really hoping, yes, we get that Friday night game, which I'll be definitely locked into, but then I'll feel great that whoever loses will just be like a 9 through 12 seed instead
and the other
of
team
a top
might get a
5
bye
seed.
Absolutely. I still think you're in a position where both of those teams could make the playoff. Absolutely. But it was an awesome win for Texas A&M, and Marcel Reed just took over. And it was amazing. Kirk Herbstreit loves Marcel Reed because I guess he played on the same team as his son in high school, because he was like, I've seen this kid do so much. I was like, he hadn't really played too much. And he goes, I saw him first play when he was 14. He was on my son's team, and
it was the day that I got my dog Ben.
So you got a lot of pro Marcel Reed and Texas A&M coverage from Herbstreit because he's like, this kid is unbelievable.
Somebody's pointing out, are they going to meet SMU in the college football playoff?
We're going to talk more about SMU tomorrow. SMU had one of the craziest wins I've ever seen in my entire life. How do you get -6 turnovers in a game and you win? We will talk about that tomorrow. I promise you. That win was amazing. Coming up next, though, we can talk some more Cowboys, yes, but also inspired by the Lakers head coach. Where's the weirdest place you've ever kept working? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com. This segment is also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and goal, just outside the 2. Shotgun. Snaps to Purdy. Pressured on a blitz. Throws it right. Flags are down as Kittle makes the catch for the touchdown.
Yeah, they're gonna get called for the pick here. There was no foul for offensive pass interference. Oh, wow.
I mean, I think we all kind of felt the same way, but the San Francisco 49ers victorious over the Cowboys 30-24.
What's crazy about that is there weren't any Niners fans throwing anything on the field. I thought you didn't overturn calls like that unless everybody threw beer bottles out on the field.
Oh, okay. And so that would have gotten it done, but they didn't even need to do that.
Yeah,
Good
they
for
just
them.
did it on their own.
All right, so we can dive a little bit more into the Cowboys here. 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. But also, I had a question for you guys. JJ Redick, I guess there were pictures or a video taken of him doing work in a car wash. And so, like, he was still working while he was getting his car washed.
Like, he's in the car and they're taking pictures of him going through. Like, he's, you know, the car wash.
It's just the drive-through car wash where your car, you put it in neutral.
I think he was sitting in the lobby with his laptop. So I wanted to know maybe what is the oddest place that you guys have ever continued to work. We'll get to that. You can hit us up on the Twitch and on the YouTube as well, because I'm really excited to hear some of these comments. And from the 520, how bad are the Cowboys? Pretty damn bad. I mean, right now, That's my concern. And I think that's the concern of everyone is you just might not be good enough. And so, like, when people say McCarthy's got to go, I'm not arguing that he's done a great job by any means, but you might also just not be good enough, right?
You aren't a talented team right now. Offensively, at receiver, you have one receiver that's good. And
that is what it feels like.
Bobby brought up a question mark about your tight end this morning and about how the work he's doing. Now, when it comes to breaking tackles and barreling through stuff, he's doing it, but is he getting enough separation?
It feels like no, right?
Yes. The offensive line, not good enough to run the ball. When you watch a good offensive line running the ball, not only are the holes opening laterally, but they're getting a push 2, 3, 5 yards upfield. So that means that the running back is getting yards before he even breaks through the line.
Yeah.
And that's the sign of a good offensive line right there. So that's bad. Your running backs are too slow to get to those holes too. That's bad. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you're still trying to form that thing. Dude, there's a video of Donovan Wilson. I have no clue what he was doing on this play, Kevin.
It was a bad game for him.
He goes complete. He's the last line of defense.
Yeah.
And he runs the wrong way. And then sees, oh crap, I have chosen wrong. So there's a bunch of bad things about on the field specifically, and then coaching isn't helping that. For whatever reason, all of it's bad at the moment. And again, they could gain confidence and turn things around, but it's going to have to start with their offensive line first at the moment.
And I'm really concerned about that. I keep going back to Terrence Steele today, and I know it's not just that it popped up that Terrence Steele has been an issue, but at least it feels like Tyler Smith has been playing well. We've talked about the slight step back from Zach Martin, still really good, but a slight step back from his Hall of Fame level. With Guyton, with BB, you're like, hey, I get it. You're young. You're working on it. Terrence Steele, we heard all throughout camp, this is the best camp of my career. I've never felt better. And this has just been a struggle all season for him. And so I don't really have an out. With BB or Guyton, I can be like, oh, they're gonna get better.
Rookies,
blah, 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 blah. With Steele, I'm like, I don't know. And he gets paid a lot of money, and that money is not going to go away without you taking a big punch in the salary cap face.
Yeah, he took a huge step forward a couple years ago, and since then he's not been the same player. Was it when he got the contract that he became not the same player?
Kind of think that lines up a little bit. I'm not
talking about Steele.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the reason, but he also had the injury mixed in.
I feel like
there.
the injury, like sometimes guys just don't come back the same from the injury, and his injury, this is the scary part of the Cowboys. They don't care how major your injury was going into free agency. Literally, if they had to take off your leg, they'd say, I think he can still be the same guy he was. And you're like, I don't think he has a leg anymore. They don't care. It's kind of worked out in some situations, and then it's kind of killed them in other situations. Maybe this Terrence Steele one's killing him. Michael Gallup killed him. Like, we don't care he blew out his knee. Like, that seems like a really important part of being a receiver is your knee coming back the same, or like you rehab it and make it somewhat, I know this is weird, make it better, but you worked so hard on that knee that it comes back. They don't care. And that's the scary part about the Cowboys is they believe like injury will not make a person worse at their game.
Which is an interesting philosophy indeed. Now, for the Reddick question, in a car wash on your laptop, I could see that. Now, it would have been way more fascinating if he would have been like in the you stay in the car tunnel and he would have been trying to work while he was in there. I was like, dude,
what else are you going to do in the car at that point, though, right?
I'd look at your phone.
You're waiting for the octopus
I don't
legs
know,
to come and attack the car and everything with the kids. But what else are you going to do? You can do some work in there, watch some film.
So I thought about this and I came up with two.
Okay.
On a cruise ship and in church. Now, in church, it was very briefly, but I sent myself a whole bunch of notes. I told you guys this, about 2 months ago when our pastor came up and goes, it's going to be a big day. The Cowboys are playing. They just made Dak the highest paid player in football. And I looked at Jess and I was like, hold on.
I got to go check
and
this
so,
out
I just kind of held my phone down. I probably should have walked out. But yeah, so maybe in church, but also at the end of our cruise when I was like, man, I'm going to have to work next week. I started putting together some notes.
Oh, is this a cocaine cruise?
No, it was just a regular cruise. It's not because of cocaine. I'm way too heavy for that.
Where'd you go?
Alaska.
All right, snow-capped mountains. I got you.
Oh my God.
I see what
my-
you're saying here, Kevin.
So I'm going to go with cruise ship and church. Do you guys have one unusual place where you've worked where you're like, I probably should have stopped?
All right, Kevin, when I saw this on the run sheet, my initial thought was like weird places I've just worked.
Oh, sure.
And when I worked at Spirit Halloween, that was just a weird place.
That's where you fell in love with the Rock Monster song.
Nope.
Rock Monster?
Rock Monster?
Did not fall in love with it. Hated it since then, Mike. Thank you. I appreciate that, though.
Hey, James, if you could
Do
get
not
that
do
song
that, James.
by the B-52s.
Do not do that.
And
Trust
when
me.
C Block happens, if we could start that segment off with that, I think Corey would appreciate it eventually.
No, I won't.
For this
ever.
whole week. It's Halloween week.
That's fine.
a good point.
Still hate the
It is
song.
Halloween week.
Still hate this. There's other songs. There's plenty of other Halloween
Monster
songs.
Mash?
Monster Mash. We can play it over Thriller. I'm
Who
okay
did
with
the
that.
Monster Mash?
He did.
Not somebody as famous as the B-52s.
But
That is
Kevin,
true.
There was one night when I was asked to be on the national nighttime overnight
wow.
station,
Oh.
and I was over at the in-laws' house, and it was so loud I had to go into the my father-in-law's video DVD closet and do the phone call from there because it was so loud in the house I couldn't find a place, so that was where I had to go do that. And I just felt it was weird because he likes the old Frankenstein and Dracula movies, so he's got posters up in that closet and stuff. It's just a little awkward.
My wife was in labor.
What? Oh, and you were
And I did
pitching, right?
No, I called ESPN wanted to do an interview with me.
Shut up, Mike.
Because Tim Redding, my former teammate, said I intentionally gave up the home run to Barry Bonds. All his evidence was I made some bad pitches to Barry Bonds that game. I was like, yeah, I made bad pitches to Benji Molina. He hit a home run off of me too. So I was, while my wife was in labor, she wasn't ready to push, but we went into the hospital.
Wow.
I don't know, morning, 8 a.m. in the morning, 7 a.m. in the morning. And, yeah, I called in and was on Baseball Tonight when that was a thing on ESPN.
Did it get
defend
you
your
all,
own honor.
Yeah, did it get you all riled up while you should be getting back to the baby stuff?
So I was just so I left the room for 10 minutes and did an interview on ESPN on Baseball Tonight.
Did you tell him? Did you hey, look, here's the deal. I'm so serious about this. My wife's in labor right now, and I'm trying to defend myself.
No, but I remember Peter Gammons, after the interview was over, said something to the effect of, I don't think Tim Redding and Mike Bassett get along that well. And we didn't.
From the 812, that is amazing. Did your wife have thoughts before you left the room?
No,
for the interview?
because she wasn't. It was in the point of kind of, I don't know, let's say epidural-ish,
Yeah.
and we weren't. It was not close to time to we're
Okay.
going to have this baby.
I got you.
I don't remember how far dilated she was at the time.
That's okay. I feel like we probably don't need to totally know that either.
You should call Sue and ask.
From the 812, I was at the tire shop, had a blowout, had a Zoom meeting right there, and all these people in the lobby were peeking over at my screen to see if they could figure out exactly what was going on. I like that. That's especially if you're not prepared for the Zoom meeting. That's probably a little tough. From the 903, I continue to work in the barber shop while waiting to get my haircut. Do you think people have worked whilst getting their haircut?
Yes. Oh,
Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
for sure.
I've texted back things whenever because my phone will buzz in my pocket, and I'm just like, I can do this. It's not going to cause that. Now, I don't want to move too much, but I can definitely text.
Now, by the way, for people saying it's Rock Lobster, he knows. He's just trying to troll Corey. From the 469,
I would say this, James. Could you play it so we can see what it really says?
I feel like we can make that happen.
Okay, from the 469, I made a sale for a roof in the lobby of the county jail, turning myself in for a missed traffic warrant. Man,
What?
it's crazy that you weren't picking somebody up or you were waiting for no, I was turning myself in, but I made a sale for that roof. You probably
close the deal.
Yeah, you probably felt a little bit better.
That is great.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where National Tight Ends Day is a hit. Next on The Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Did missing camp have anything to do with maybe you guys not being quite as aligned early part of the season?
3:40 left, Prescott back, looking, throwing deep middle, there's a man, Lamb again, touchdown.
KHC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, where the first thing you heard was not what you were supposed to hear, but that's okay. Who's been doing a great job today, Mike? Remember his name?
James Trinan.
Triteley.
I think it was Blake Trinan from the Dodgers.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
I haven't got his name right today either.
All right. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And we start.
Good job, man.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that you didn't play that Dak Prescott cut either that Alec loves to play because it kills my soul every single time. National Tight Ends Day. George Kittle, when he caught his touchdown, that was the 175th catch by a tight end on National Tight Ends Day. Not just by him in that game. I know it felt like that. He would have more catches in that game as well, but that's an all-time NFL record for receptions by tight ends in a single day. Do you think they were like, this is our day, we better step it up? Or do you think they're like, I think Donovan Wilson is vulnerable, let's get it?
I have absolutely zero clue how to explain it, Kevin. But Kyle Pitts, 4 catches, 91 yards, 2 touchdowns. And I think one of his other touchdowns got called back.
Yes.
Cade Otton, 9 for 81, 2 touchdowns. Mark
Are you
Andrews.
laughing at what's on the TV?
Sorry.
The guy fell off into the
ejected.
net with the dugout.
That stinks. Travis Kelce had his best day. It was amazing. I don't know if they all go to the coaches and are like, guys, today's our day. Let's really line this one up. But it was an exceptional day for tight ends.
Travis,
except for
I have a stupid question.
Okay.
Is there wide receivers day? Is there linebackers day?
It doesn't have to be a day for everybody.
Everybody's like, it's tight end day. Well, why isn't every week a
Because
different
tight
position?
ends claimed it.
I didn't know this was a thing until this weekend.
Nobody cares about the tight ends until
like
the tight
the
ends
Aggies
said care about
Hey,
it.
shut up, Mike. We won.
I'm happy for you. I'm glad you won. Wear your jerseys.
All right. Travis Kelce, by the way, the 5-yard touchdown catch he had against the Raiders, his 75th regular season career touchdown, that pushes him ahead of Jason Witten and solely into 5th place for the most all-time in the regular season. Jimmy Graham is number 4 on the list with 89 touchdowns, and Antonio Gates is the leader with 116. If you factor in the postseason, I think Kelce goes a good little bit up the list.
Oh, yeah, because postseason numbers are pretty extreme.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do wonder how much longer he can do it. He said, before the season, not going anywhere. But I wonder how much longer his body is willing to do what it's doing. Because, Kevin, if you watch the first 6 weeks of the season, or the first
tough.
7,
Yeah.
well, if you watched him closely, he wasn't even running routes. There were times he'd run like 3 feet and turn around and just be like, this play's over. I'm not. And I did wonder, was Andy Reid going, look, man, I need him in the postseason.
Hey.
I'm not concerned about right now.
Tight ends day.
Mm-hmm.
Ferguson season.
Yep.
Are you guys happy with it? Like, so is it his fault?
Everything's bad,
It's
Mike.
at least partially his fault because he hasn't created separation. Now, there's a lot more that goes into it beyond that, but I'm just going to say he is not blameless in this scenario.
Anyways, because Kittle won the tight end award last night, but
Thought the belt looked kind of cheap.
that's a $25 belt.
Yeah.
Maybe they got 3 for $100.
Yeah.
Because they got 3 belts. It was pathetic.
Agreed. I thought it looked kind of cheap. Now, let me ask you a quick Travis Kelce,
It's
Taylor
NBC.
Swift question.
Spend some money.
True. I get it. If Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got engaged, that'd be a humongous deal. Do you think they should be putting out stories, though, that they might get a cat together?
No.
Okay.
I don't. So if that's like a fun little feature, I get those things. They talk about players all the time in game, right? They're always like, hey, this is cute. I get it, but not really.
By the way, I assumed because I didn't click on the article, but it was something like, are Kelce and Swift about to make a meowless move? And I'm like, no.
Hold on.
No.
What website? Was it TMZ?
No, it wasn't TMZ.
You're not a 15-year-old girl, so this doesn't make sense to you.
That's a fair point. Thank you for acknowledging
Or
that, Mike.
40-year-old woman.
She have a lot of.
Is your
she has a lot of mom
40-year-old woman caring about this cat situation?
I don't think listen, dude. Did you see New Orleans this weekend?
Not a no.
New Orleans was packed with Swifties in Bourbon Street, just singing together because she's in New Orleans this weekend. And so like everything in New Orleans is going crazy. So yeah, I got a lot of TikToks from Adrian about New Orleans and how things look.
Let's go over to Baltimore. This is Kyle Hamilton. We could have wrapped up the game, but let's not.
I can't believe anything that just happened.
It's the third drop they've had today in the secondary.
But I can't.
3 potential interceptions for Baltimore. All of them lost. And they lost the game to the Cleveland Browns in what I'm assuming we're all in agreement was the biggest upset of the weekend.
Yeah.
And I swear, I thought you were going to be like, except for the Cowboys losing.
No. That was the biggest, but it goes to show you how horrible Deshaun Watson is at football.
Man.
I'll just say it's Jameis Winston magic right there.
Like
That's
if Winston would have played the first game of the year,
We lost.
Maybe that would have been a closer game.
Yeah.
You might be onto something.
All those dropped interceptions, Kevin, you can only explain it by saying Jameis Winston magic.
He has a less catchable ball? I don't.
No, that's just what happens.
Okay.
The football gods looked out for him on this one.
Hold on.
They said, we got to keep that man around.
I didn't think we would get to this. Did you just say the football gods? Give me cut number 4 of the CFL. I didn't think there was any chance we would have room for it today, but I take you to cut number 4 and the CFL football gods.
A second chance, thanks to the weather gods smiling on Winnipeg. Low snap. Castillo steps into it. It's got the leg. It's good. The Bombers walk it off to win the West.
It's official, Marshall. God is a Bombers fan.
The CFL.
Pretty good. Unbelievable.
That is the main. I wanted to get that in there. First of all, God is a Bombers fan, but also the guy who goes, the CFL. Pretty good. Pretty good. It's pretty good. That should be their tagline from here on out.
The CFL.
It's pretty good. All right. Now back to the games.
It's not overselling or anything.
That's true. That is true. Back to the games that you probably care more about. Speaking of Baltimore and Cleveland, Derrick Henry, 73 yards rushing, scored another touchdown, the 99th career rushing touchdown of his career. He became the first player in NFL history with a touchdown in each of his first 8 games with a team.
That is impressive, man.
It really is.
Yeah. He was on a mission to show that he wasn't done. He's got a lot left.
So far, so good.
Pretty good.
Well,
Derrick Henry.
I do think because there is no real free agency, these are always Derrick Henry is near the end of his career.
Sure, I agree.
But it's just like in other sports, this can happen because players in their prime change teams in baseball and basketball. But I do think these are interesting situations when a player who has something left changes teams, because most times you're like, man, usually these guys stay on their team until their career is almost over, like in they're past their prime.
Did you guys see the play with Nathan Shepard of the Saints on Justin Herbert of the Chargers?
Where he tried to rip his leg off?
Yes. Okay. Do you think there will be repercussions for that? And by the way, props to the Chargers offensive lineman for flying in there and just bam, forearming him for trying to pull that crap. But he really could have hurt Justin Herbert on that play. Do you think there will be any repercussions for this?
So as I was watching it, the only thing I could think was he has his face down.
Yeah.
He may not have known that the ball was thrown and he's still trying to tackle the quarterback, because quarterbacks try to stay up. It's just the place that he was at, wrapped around his leg, at the bottom of the leg, twisting his body. It looked like it was going to twist his knee right off.
So
there should be repercussions. The offensive lineman stepping in there, that dude deserves to get his ass kicked.
So Bradley Bozeman also gave a great quote about it too. That's the guy who came in. It was probably one of the dirtier plays I've ever seen, especially with my own eyes. The ball was gone 2 or 3 seconds, and he's still, gator rolling? He's on the ground, still gator rolling him. You protect your quarterback no matter what. And, that's the kind of mentality. Yep. I'm sure Justin Herbert's I'm going to buy you a present or something.
Yes, that's exactly what you want in your lineman.
But
also for not to let that guy get near the quarterback.
By the way, the Saints lose again. That's 6 straight, with their last win, of course, being when they defeated the Cowboys.
Yeah, that was their Super Bowl.
Are you surprised that I'm not saying that team was going to be great, but are you surprised how quick that team went downhill?
I mean, Derek Carr not being there anymore has contributed to the last 2, right? So,
that's fair.
And then Derek Carr not being there most of that other game contributed to part of that. So that's 2.5 games right there. But I'm not really surprised at it. I thought the play calling was really good for their offense. Their defense hasn't quite lived back up to it either.
You're talking about the Saints?
Yeah.
The next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
They only scored, 8 or 9 points yesterday?
I just wonder this. I've never heard a person get praised more by the Jones family.
Yeah.
And I know we got Stephen coming up next, but I'm just thinking to myself, Is that the guy? Because I felt like after that game, I figured out who the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys is.
Interesting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping to talk with Stephen Jones in just a few minutes. By the way, G-Bag Nation, they have got Mike Leslie on at 6 o'clock today. The person who posted the tweet that I believe was, what is Trayvon Diggs doing on this play? Where he eventually chases down and tries to get in the tackle, but I know a lot of people have varying opinions about that. And then Trayvon Diggs had lots of thoughts right after the game, so he will be on with G-Bag Nation at 6 o'clock. If you need something positive, according to ESPN research, Dak Prescott is the first Cowboys quarterback with multiple interceptions in 3 straight games since Troy Aikman in 1992. That is the only bit of good information I could find for you because that year the Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
So what you're saying is...
Nah, probably not.
This thing's getting ready to turn around, baby.
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah,
but then
man.
you see things like the Cowboys are running the ball on 3rd and 5 on the opening drive, and you're like, I don't totally know about that. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Now, I know we got plenty to talk about with the game, but I was curious if you could tell us anything more about the family caravan accident, and is everybody okay?
Yeah, first of all, everybody's going to be okay. My sister and brother are a little sore. They were in the car, and unfortunately, the safety bollard that raises to protect the stadiums around the NFL deployed right as they were going over it. It was an abrupt stop, and got their attention really good. And of course, they're really sore. My sister with ribs and brother his neck, but I think everybody's going to be just fine.
That is wonderful
excellent
to hear.
news.
And we got to protect Charlotte at all costs, right? She is a treasure.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. She's tough though.
I'm kind of curious from the bye week. What did you feel was the most enlightening part of the cross the hall meetings that they had during that time?
I just think the biggest thing is execution. Is we just got to continue to execute better. I think defensively, I think the big thing is the guys understanding what Coach Zimmer's trying to accomplish and his staff, and I think it was important that they get their hands around that. Obviously, it's hard to have the continuity when you're missing, and no excuses here, but we're missing a lot of starters on that side of the ball, and you're moving guys in and out of there trying to find the best combinations. So there's definitely some inconsistency, and obviously, with what we're doing right now, I mean, there's definitely we're going through some adversity, so that part's difficult. And then, offensively is continue to, look at, trying to find our running game. I mean, that's, important that we mix that in. I thought we did a good job early, and then, we had the adversity there in the third quarter, and I think got away from it. And but we just got to continue to grind. There's 10 football games left, a lot of football left to play, and we are going to ultimately start to get healthier. And I think we've got the right group of guys on this team that are going to continue to bust it. They showed it yesterday when they, things were looking tough, and both offensively and defensively made plays in the fourth quarter to get us back in the game and, a chance to win it on the last drive. Unfortunately, we just didn't execute on that last drive.
Now, obviously, I think all fan bases will be in favor of better execution from their favorite team, and I understand there is 10 games left to play, a lot of football. Is there ever a thought that goes through your mind, whether it's last night's game or in between games or anything, that maybe the team just isn't good enough?
No, I mean, I just think, this team's made up of a lot of the same players that won, 12 games the 3 prior seasons. I think it's, right now we're just going through adversity. We've had more than our share of injuries. It feels like this year, especially on the defensive side of the ball, coupled, with a new staff and a new scheme. So on the defensive side, so, I do think we've got really good football players. It's a matter of getting them, executing together and getting after it. But no, I think we've got, really good football players. And at times, we've had spurts where we played well, and obviously at times we're not playing well.
I'm sure you guys will learn more as the week goes along, but do you have optimism for Micah Parsons and Deron Bland, for example, when you talk about hopefully some injured players coming back, potentially coming back this weekend?
Yeah, it's just too early to tell for this week. I mean, they're out there working as we speak, and they'll work there the first parts of the week. I mean, you want to get it to where they're practicing, and things are where they can get out there and see how they can play and see if they're confident that they can play at the level they need to play at to have success.
Stephen, I know as part of the competition committee, we've had the question, did you get an explanation on the picked up flag from the touchdown that when the two collided in the end zone?
No, we hadn't had opportunity to get the response from the league. I mean, it was, Mike said the same thing. When you get two flags simultaneous, two people are seeing the same thing. So, that's something that they'll certainly have an answer for, I'm sure. And, it was just explained that after looking at it, they felt like they needed to pick the flags up. So part of it.
How did you feel about Dalvin Cook getting out there and can you explain how the Rico Dowdle situation all happened?
Well, Rico just, he's these flu bugs going around. And unfortunately it hit him when he woke up that morning, and it got progressively worse as the day went. And just felt like he, wasn't ready to go. And we had Dalvin, who we were going with anyway, and certainly Zeke. So we were in pretty good shape there, and it was good to get Dalvin in the mix. And thought Zeke made some nice runs for us yesterday.
Now, I was curious your take on the first 7 games this season of Dak Prescott specifically, because, he said in the postgame yesterday that second interception was as boneheaded of an interception as he's had, and he should have thrown it away. There's a lot that factors into quarterback play, of course, but what have you thought about Dak's play thus far this year?
Yeah, I mean, Dak's as fierce a competitor as there is. And, of course, when you're having a season like we're having right now where we're not playing to the level that we felt like we can play, then, I think all competitors push. And he's pushing to make plays, and he's obviously made some really good plays. I thought he did a great job in the fourth quarter bringing us back last night. And, he's no doubt in my mind that he's going to keep this group together, and they're going to keep working to get better and better each week. We've got a lot to work on, as Coach McCarthy says, but I just feel, like we should just keep getting better. I mean, Dak knows what it takes to win in this league. He's done it at a high level, and, right now we're going through some adversity, and we've just got to keep going to work every day.
Stephen, so far this year, the third quarter is 61-19 against you guys. Do you have thoughts on why, after halftime, it's been such a tough quarter for the Cowboys?
No, I mean, I don't have my hands around that at the moment. Obviously, that's something we'll continue to talk about. We had a really obvious to everybody, a rough third quarter last night that got us, in a position where we were, having to make a fast and furious comeback there at the end. But certainly it's a place where I know the coaching staff will flag, and we've got to be better. Both sides of the ball, moving the ball as well as getting stops.
When it comes to moving the ball, obviously offensive line is going to be a big part of that. I understand Guyton and Beebe are rookies, and that takes time. Have you been surprised at all by the play of Terrence Steele this year? Because it seems like it has not been up to his standard, and he talked about what a great training camp he had. What have been your thoughts about Terrence Steele's play thus far?
Yeah, I just, the offensive line, at the end of the day, it's a unique group. They got to all play together. And I think right now, with some of the newness we have with the two rookies, as you mentioned, Guyton and BB, coupled with, some of the moving parts we've had, having to move Tyler out one game, Terrence, certainly just getting the group in a rhythm is the important part. I know the game means a lot to Terrence. He's a grinder, and I know he'll ultimately get it right.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so Trayvon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trayvon Diggs was doing, and he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trayvon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much for your time, man. We will get back with you next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Go get Cowboys.
There you go, Stephen Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's a fun thing you just did.
I've been trying to do that with everything so far. It's been a lot
how
of
you
fun.
read that. I was like, and then you got to it and you said the end on what he said. I was like, that was amazing. I mean, Steven handled it very professionally.
Yeah.
You can be really mad at Steven right now. I get it as he helps put together the team, but I'm
surprised nobody's told him about that. Like,
I think he knows about it, but he doesn't want to comment about it.
And you know what?
That's probably true.
That is also another thing too. Whenever you hear about something and you don't see it firsthand, that definitely you may not have a real comment on it. Like, I watched the game, I know that.
And he might be right. He might go back and watch it and think that I did not give an accurate reflection of what happened. I think I did. I wanted to give as accurate of a reenactment as I could. Look, I get it. After a loss like that, he
said D's nuts.
I mean,
he said that to him.
I know. I just.
Well, I mean, a couple weeks ago,
Is that not what happened?
Didn't Tyler Smith say that Jalen Tolbert sprained his
Yes,
his nuts?
he did,
and everybody thought it was funny then.
He
so,
did.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
I was just because I get it. You could tell like Stephen Jones didn't really either didn't want to talk or didn't necessarily have the answers, but he did answer the questions how he saw fit. I would love better answers, but it might come down to this. We don't have better answers.
He's frustrated.
You can
hear it in everything that he's saying. I mean, the first thing he leads off with is execution, which we've known the entire time we've interviewed him. When he goes to execution, there's a lot more to it, and he knows it. But he's like, look, that's the one thing that we can definitely, if they made the plays, all this is enough for naught.
My opinion, and I get, he's so demoralized, and so are most of the Dallas Cowboys. Sure. They're not competitive in these games until you get to, the Baltimore game and this game. In the end, if you say, well, you got to play all 60 minutes, at the end, minutes 57 through 60, the end of the game, you could say they're very competitive because you're within 3 to the Ravens. You're within 6 to the 49ers, and you did get the ball back with approximately 3 minutes to go to win the game, and then you just did absolutely nothing in those final 4 plays. But when you are getting destroyed in a league where they're like every game is decided within 7 points for the most part, and those 2 games ended up being a 3 and 6 point loss. But it's demoralizing to get to, there's 15 minutes to go and we're down by 25. There's 15 minutes to go and you're down by 20. That's demoralizing when you're like, gosh, we have to correct 7. There's not 1 play or 3 things. There's 14 things you have to correct when you're down by 20 heading into a 4th quarter.
Yeah, but I do see some pushback is how did you think he was going to answer the question? I just wanted to know if he was familiar with the incident, and he said no.
Yeah.
Because one of my follow-up questions was going to be is this just the level of frustration that happens when you're losing?
That's what it feels like, right? Usually Trayvon, I know he's got rabbit ears on Twitter. He's gone with Sean before. But
for the record, I loved our conversation with Trayvon Diggs in training camp last year. It was awesome.
Yeah, but that's when you're in this kind of place right now. You got destroyed before the bye. You knew you had an opponent that you have to try to get over somehow. You've got to figure out how to get past them, and then you didn't. It's got to be a moment of frustration everywhere within that locker room. And then, Diggs, his best friend on the team is Micah, and Micah can't be out there to help out in any way right now. Yeah. So that's got to be another part of it where you're just we're not even the best version of our team right now, and they know it. They know they're not. The quality is not what their standard is. You just said that Terrence Steele said it, Dak said it. They all have a different expectation, and they don't know how to get back to it yet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, your complete overreaction to the Mavs' first 2 games. But also, were you able to watch on Saturday? And some big picture NBA storylines. We'll get into that next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
The Expressway is brought to you by the on-time experts on 105 through the Fan.
In the open court, they're pushing the tempo here, and it's Kyrie, give and go, involving Gafford, back to the big man!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. For anybody that wants to get involved in the discussion. By the way, I have been texting back and forth with, I think, 3 people who did not care for me asking Stephen or giving my condensed version of the Mike Leslie Trayvon Diggs, and I've been trying to explain it to them. So I appreciate all the feedback and interaction with the show. Also on Twitch, also on YouTube. Now, I think this segment is going to mostly be about the Mavericks in these first 2 games. Have you made any snap decisions or early looks that you really like? But I think we need to talk some more about what we talked about in Crosstalk, because when Corey brought it up, when I looked on social media, there are a huge amount of people who have not figured out the TV situation, or Saturday night was jarring to them in terms of why the hell can't I watch the game?
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing right now. Now, Saturday there was a lot going on with LSU A&M, other college football games, the World Series. So maybe it was like, hey, it's 9 o'clock. I'm starting to transition from the A&M game. Why can't I find this? It's I don't know. If you're a big Mavs fan, it's weird to me that you didn't get this set up before the season started, because I wanted to make sure I checked out my antenna on Monday or Tuesday before the NBA season started to make sure that I had channel 29.
So here are some of the things that we've learned thus far. By the way, tomorrow night you'll be good to go for most people because the game's on TNT against Minnesota. But tonight against Utah, I know people are concerned. So what we seem to have learned from all of our own experiences and asking people is, if you have DirecTV, you're good to go. That's how I watched it, just over the air.
But Sean said no.
If you do it on the DirecTV stream, then that's not going to work for you. So you have to watch it on on actual DirecTV. Now, Corey, you said it was not on Fubo, but they said essentially, give us a couple days, we're working on it.
Yeah, Mark Followell, he was in a conversation with a few different people on Twitter, and he said on October 26th, Kevin, somebody asked, I know you and others have said that new channel 29 is available on Fubo. I still do not see it. We live in the DFW area, so I'm not sure why it wouldn't be on there. Do you have any idea? He said, the deal is done. I hear it's a technical thing that they're working on very hard to get launched on Fubo ASAP. It's going to be there, but I can't guarantee the exact moment that's going to happen. And then a guy named Bingo Ben sent his screenshot of Fubo's support that said, unfortunately, KFAA isn't live yet. We do hope to launch it in the coming days. Please bear with us. I don't know why. I have no clue why, but that's going to hinder me being able to watch the Mavs game until it's done, because I have Fubo. That's the service I pay for, and they said that it would be there.
Here's things that really stink. And you can change this, I guess, by just buying the Mavs TV for $125.
Correct. And by the way, if you do that now, you get a pair of tickets. I still think that offer is available, or a credit to the merchandise store.
Saturday was a very busy day for family. It was homecoming, dance, all kinds of things, right? And it's just, there's a lot going on. You do not have record on an antenna. Like, it is.
I didn't even really think about that.
It is what it is. Like, you cannot pause the game because you have to go to the restroom, or you need to run to go do something. You're like, it's fine. I'll catch up, and then I'll miss commercials. I can just, you can't do it. So what I have now with the Mavericks is, if I do not watch it right then, right there, or if I want to go back and watch a play, or watch somehow, I wouldn't want to watch a whole regular season game again, but you can't do it. You're back to 1998 or whatever. I don't know what year TiVo came out, but like, it is, if you're doing it the way I'm doing it, antenna wise, if I don't catch the game live minute by minute, I will not be able to watch the game the way that I'm at least used to watching Dallas Maverick games. I got used to having it on DirecTV, Bally's, which I guess most people hate it, and I get the why, but I could always record the game, and if at 8 o'clock everything was done in the house, and then I could just be like, I'll just start it. So what, I'm 30 minutes late. By the time we get to midway through the third quarter or at halftime, I'll be caught up. This is, antenna-wise, it is back to the 1990s.
And that being said, I appreciate everybody that's sitting in alternative approaches to it. I'm sticking with this. I bought this one, all right? I'm sticking with that. So I don't want to have to go find an alternative one. I just want them to fix it on mine. Fix it.
What I'll be interested on Fubo is when you get it, whenever they make it available, watching on antenna, you're not going to get the clearest picture.
Yeah.
It's not fuzzy. It's good. It's fine. I would say you're watching in 720. You get used to watching things now in 4K.
That's true.
Antenna is, I would assume, it's impossible to get 4K through antenna. So it is, you watch that first game was on TNT. You can tell the difference in quality from watching on channel 29 antenna to watching a game on TNT or ESPN. There is a difference. Is it crazy different? No, but it is different.
Now, as far as the team itself, look, couple of things. Only second
Season's
game now.
over.
No, I'm not going to say that at all.
Will be if they keep playing like that.
Yeah, everything was going just fine until they lost.
I have to admit, I thought the Suns played better than I anticipated. Now, the question's going to become, how does that look over the span of an entire season when they have to deal with what feels like will be elevated
I can't
injuries?
believe Bradley Bill already missed a game. That's amazing.
I don't think you're that shocked by that. But what were some of y'all's takeaways from? You can include both the first two games if you want, but the Mavericks lose on Saturday evening to the Suns.
I thought their defensive effort was lackadaisical. That was the main issue. Another issue was this. Lucas scored 40. He really had to score 50. The offense did not look great.
No.
So that was a
PJ Washington.
PJ Washington was horrible.
Hardy.
It was one game, right? Najee Marshall did nothing. We know that we know Maxey for a decade. We know Maxey's a bad offensive player. When he makes a three, that's why it's so exciting, because you're not expecting it to go in. So it's one game again. It's one game. It's one loss. It was home opening night for Phoenix. Yes, they'd played the night before, but they definitely had major energy. The Mavericks didn't. The Mavericks seemed to just kind of go through the motions at times. Defense was suspect. It's one game, but it was disappointing that it was game 2 of the season and it looked like your effort level had gone down.
Yeah, especially because we talk so much about how much the regular season matters and everything, and you would love to see them start to potentially build up a cushion. So that was disappointing.
Maybe it was just a natural letdown after the first game. That's a complete possibility.
They didn't play a good team in the first game is my concern about that. If they would have beaten the Celtics.
But the anticipation of what's Clay going to look like, being in front of your home team, your home court, now going on the road. Maybe it's just a first game, second game.
That's true, but Phoenix was already in a back-to-back. They
were missing Bradley Beal.
Yeah, and they had been on the road the night before. I realized it was just Los Angeles. So you didn't have to, but they were already in a back-to-back, and they look like the team more ready to go.
I hate saying this because this isn't the NBA I grew up with, and I get it. Now it's a different rules, and then there's a different level of attitude and care. When you went to go see, this is going to sound so old man, when you went to go see Dr. J, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, man, did they give great effort every night. And I get there were nights that they didn't, but that's why they won 60 to 64 games a year, is because they felt a responsibility to not only their coaches, their teammates, the fans, to prepare for that. They really tried hard in the regular season for the majority of games. And you just have to get used to the Mavericks just might not care for 30 games this year. And that's just, and they're not any different than the Phoenix Suns or whoever. It's just that players and coaches and your front office seem to say, don't try super hard in the regular season. And last night, or 2 nights ago, it just felt like, come on, Mavs. And then you'd see this spark, and then they're like, that was a lot of energy we just wasted in 2 minutes. Let's go back to just kind of jogging.
Does this make y'all put focus more on Phoenix and then maybe the Grizzlies as, we've talked about it. Maybe Denver is going to have more struggles than anticipated, but could those two teams or whoever you think kind of rise up and maybe take their spot?
Ooh, yeah, they definitely could. Everything could go down very... no, Kevin, I think that the Mavs are going to be fine. They're going to be at the top of this thing.
Okay.
Nobody's taking their spot.
No,
in my heart.
Not taking the Mavs spot.
Oh.
I mean, taking Denver's spot in terms of no.
Okay, sorry.
No. I'm not saying anyone's going to take the Mavs spot. I'm saying if Denver has a tougher go,
Gotcha.
and it looks like they might. Could it be Phoenix? Could it be the Grizzlies? Could it be whoever that
Pelicans?
That moves? I mean, maybe DeJounte Murray got hurt in the first game. That's probably not a great sign. But
the Jazz.
Could it be? Well,
I have a lot of belief in this Maverick team come playoff time. But what Luka said about the regular season, and look, Luka, I thought did have great effort and energy throughout that game. It was weird that his role players decided, you know what, this Phoenix crowd is really into it. It's their opening night. We don't want to put forth the effort to play great defense. We don't shooting the ball, that can go in and out. It just happens. But I felt like the effort on defense was like, we're on the road and they seem to really want to win. Let's not try that hard.
But when we lined up the top 8 teams this year, you assumed Denver was going to be there.
For sure.
I figured they'd be third or fourth.
So now it looks like, hold on, can San Antonio slip in there because Denver's not starting off well?
That is true. I think of more sliding Denver into the could they have to be in the play-in tournament as opposed if Denver misses the playoffs, I'll be shocked. I know that team will have some injury problems on you. I would still be shocked. So that's why I was asking, because I'm curious if there's another team that will jump out of the play-in group and
it might be really jumbled up. Like the top 7 seeds might be real jumbled up because they've been taught to not care about 82 games. It's weird, but that is the mentality of almost every player in the NBA now through LeBron James. Because I don't think Kobe had that attitude. I don't think Duncan and Dirk had that attitude. The great players kind of before LeBron. LeBron took over the league and said, here's what we do. We do not care about the 82. We care about the playoffs.
That being said, I'm the shock for me because this was a play-in team last year. Look what has happened since Bronny's joined the Lakers. They're 3-0, Kevin. Like, they went straight to the top. They knocked Denver off.
I swear I saw a statistic that I thought was hilarious, and it said highest scoring father-son duos in NBA history. And obviously LeBron and Bronny are number one. And I was like, that's a good bit. That is absolutely a good bit. I think these next 2 games should be really interesting because you already get the back-to-back for the Mavericks. Maybe not tonight as much as that game against Minnesota, because you have Utah go on the road against Minnesota the next night. It'll be interesting to see kind of how they bounce back in those 2 games.
Let me give you a positive. I thought Klay Thompson looked good again.
Yep.
So is he done? Is he finished? It's just 2 games. But if you just watch these 2 games, you'd say, dude, he still has a quick release. He still, as if he gets an open look in rhythm, it feels like it's going in 80% of the time.
I think you'll like this then from the 972, or at least the first part of it. Early overreaction, Klay is a massive upgrade over THJ. Here's their concern. Najee Marshall and Grimes have been pretty tough so far versus Derrick Jones Jr. and Josh Green. They're 2 for 16 on the season with 4 points combined. Now, I think those 2, you might be looking more at some of the defensive assets they bring to the table as well. But yeah, first 2 games, not so great.
Yeah, and they might just take a little longer to grow into it. There might be something that takes more time for them.
Can I ask you guys some kind of across the NBA questions that aren't just Mavs-centric?
Sure. I think we're supposed to say yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I should rephrase that. I would appreciate it if you guys would engage me with these questions about the rest of the NBA.
You can try.
Oh, my God. Do you think Ja Morant and the Grizzlies specifically look poised for a bounce-back season? Or is there always going to be like a little bit of hold your breath with a Ja-led team? He's an awesome
thing
player.
You said.
Okay.
I think they're like you. As long as he's on the court, they're a pretty unique team.
Yes.
I actually like the Jaws. By the way, his shoes that came out recently.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, that's a different story for a different time. I think they can play tough basketball though, and it's a style that kind of irritates you if you're going in and going, this could be an easy game. It's not.
And if him and Jaren Jackson are healthy, that's probably a 50-win team.
I
the
agree with
problem
that.
is both of those guys seem to miss extended amount of time throughout a season. But yeah, if they're both healthy, they compete for a top 4 seed in the Western Conference. So it's interesting. Obviously, John Morant, it feels like he should have gone to Texas Tech because he gets his guns up a lot. But I would say that if he's healthy and on the court, they are a good team. And then when he is hanging out with his friends, he doesn't need to be a Red Raider.
How potentially brutal of a season is this going to be for the 76ers? I know we're just starting, but you're obviously already concerned about Paul George, Joel Embiid, high expectations before all that for the 76ers. Is this going to be a giant disappointment of a season for them?
I mean, they're number 11 right now, Kevin.
Okay, beyond just those 3 games, I'm saying that they already have injury concerns. Joel Embiid saying, I'm not playing back-to-backs. The NBA investigating that.
You know what's funny for Kendrick Perkins to intentionally change the narrative of MVP and get Joel Embiid one?
That was pretty impressive.
Is he's going to go down as one of the worst MVPs in the history of the NBA. So even though it got away from the white guy that Kendrick Perkins didn't want him winning 3 in a row, is in the history of the NBA 20 years from now, I think people will be asking that aren't, let's say, our age, somewhere between, let's say, 20 and 60 years old. They'll go, who was Joel Embiid? Like, if I tell somebody right now who's 15 years old about Amari Stoudemire, and I know he didn't win an MVP, I'll be like, who's Amari Stoudemire? And I'd be like, he was awesome, but his knees went out on him at like 28 years old.
Yeah.
And then Steve Nash got older and moved on, and it just completely ended. I think Joel Embiid is just going to be an afterthought in the history of the NBA because of his injuries.
Wow.
By the way, Maxi Kleba has been downgraded to out for the Mavs tonight.
That's fine. We know he's missing 40 games this year. So
this is number 1.
All right. And then one more quick question for you guys. Do you think Giannis and Dame have found ways to connect in the offseason? I know we're only a few games in. I think they only
1 and 2.
I think they are 1 and 2.
You think they're texting each other?
I don't know, because it
Going to
just
hang out in
didn't
each other's
seem
room?
like they were on the same page last year.
It was, hey, this is 2 stars that have been stars on their team individually. And Dame was coming in trying to figure out, how he fit into the equation, playing team ball, but also being in his own isolation mode.
And by the way, when we hit the break, there is food in there because Gavin Dawson walked by with food in his mouth, giving us the thumbs up. It could have been about the Dame question. I think it was because of the
just about
food.
food. He's like, it's good tasting food.
Is that
Okay.
courtesy of 2 Skillets Catering?
That
right
is
there?
correct.
There you go. Yeah, man.
Now,
I can smell it
Look,
through
I
the
have
door,
it right
baby.
here.
Smell it through the door,
Because
baby.
I was like, hey, you guys cater for kids baseball, or what? And they're like, yes. So I was like, okay, well, this might be something we use later in life.
Wouldn't you guys all appreciate how locked in Mike still is, despite the fact that there's food?
Smells great, man.
It really
You can
does.
smell it in here.
Now,
Okay.
it's time for Mike Likes It.
I'm surprised by this. I'm going to go to the World Series here for a minute. The Yankees are minus 155 tonight. That is a pretty big favorite for a team that's down 0-2 in a series.
That is true. Do you look back at game 1? I know game 1 had plenty of ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
But do you look back at game 1 and be like, I know that's not how it turned out, but they should have won that game? And maybe they're like, it's even and it's going back to New York. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to come up with ideas.
Obviously, you had a situation. The tough thing is you got to a point in the game where you had to bring in a starting pitcher.
You did.
And in relief, that always gets scary. And a starting pitcher who hadn't pitched in 37 days.
And by the way, if that amazing catch isn't made off of the Shohei swing, who knows?
Right,
what
it's a foul
happens.
ball,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that was a great play. I was like, man, they cheered so long for Verdugo, or at least they have cheered for Verdugo in LA, and they're like, that's one of our guys making. And then obviously he has on a glove that's very cool. It's like a kind of a Mexican flag glove. He has on his shoes that are Mexican flag shoes. And then you had Fernando Valenzuela, which I thought, they did a decent job of kind of, hey, we have 34 on the back of the mound. They had Oral Hershiser and Steve Yeager, I believe it is, if I'm getting that wrong. I'm sorry, the 81 World Series MVP, the 88 World Series MVP. All I could say is, where's Corey Seager? You know,
Good point.
Why didn't they have Corey Seager? Would that be weird having an active player if you're celebrating your World Series MVPs that are somewhat alive?
Probably a little
Where's
bit.
Corey Seager at?
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
because he's a Texas Ranger.
But he just won a World Series with the Rangers.
Yeah, but he didn't beat the Dodgers in the World Series. I get that. He took out the Diamondbacks. All right, so I didn't get to this about the World Series. Ran out of time in Baseball Nuggets. I just think tonight we get the pinstripes. Tonight we get the grays and the Los Angeles across the jersey. I know, Corey, you want the Cowboys to do away with tradition at times.
Yeah.
I just think when you see the Yankees and Dodgers in their classic jerseys, they're not tricked up. They're not different from 1988 or 81 or 77, or I guess they're different from like the 50s because you'd have been the Brooklyn Dodgers. But I do love the historic, beautiful, plain, simple jerseys that we're seeing. And maybe I love it because everybody's tricking up so many things so much around baseball and basketball and football. Even hockey, that sometimes the classic looks so awesome because it's so different. Just having classic jerseys at this point is so different in our world.
Did the Rangers throw in their City Connect during the World Series?
No, they wore the
playoffs
blue
at all?
jerseys, but the Rangers don't really have a classic jersey at all. I mean,
Yeah,
let's
'cause they
face it.
changed a lot.
They change every 3 to 5 years, which is fine. That's a lot of teams do that. The Mavericks don't have really a classic jersey. I guess you could go to the green jersey they had in the 80s or the white jersey they had in the 80s, but that lasted 10 years, and then they started changing things up. But when you get two historic teams like this, and then they don't try to jack it up, like I'll give this
Those
example.
uniforms are pretty flawless the way they are anyway.
How awesome would it be in our world if when the Celtics and Lakers played each other, the Celtics just wore their white jerseys at home and the Lakers wore the purple jerseys on the road? And then when the Celtics go to LA this year, the Lakers just wear their yellow jerseys and the Celtics wear their green jerseys. Like, it would blow our mind. Like, oh my gosh, this looks like what I'm used to seeing a long time ago. But I don't know, has it been a decade or more since those teams wore their classic jerseys against each other? So I just appreciate that the Yankees and Dodgers are wearing the jerseys that we know them for and not turning on the television going, what are they wearing tonight?
So it makes it feel even more like historical for you.
Yes.
I like it.
So now I'll go to this. I really like that San Francisco went back to their 90s jerseys last night.
Okay.
The kind of black, I don't know, off-center kind of shading. Do you guys, I know it's your rival team, you hate them, and I'm not like in love with the 49ers or whatever, but I kind of like that they wore, I call them the Deion Sanders 49ers jerseys.
Yeah. I like those jerseys better. I will make this admission to you, and I think I'm in the minority on this. I'm not really a jersey guy. Like, I don't really care that much, but I think I'm in the minority on that.
I guess I liked that the Cowboys and 49ers look like it was the Cowboys and 49ers. We weren't iced out.
Did you like
they weren't
the
wearing
graphics
all
from NBC when they were talking about how great they used to be, and then they made the crashing sound before they were like, but neither team has won a Super Bowl in the last 28 years.
I guess I missed that, to be honest.
It seems like a graphic
I did hear
you
Chris
would have loved.
Collinsworth go, man, this league was decided forever with the Cowboys and 49ers, and he threw in the Packers. I was like, yeah, for 5 years of Jerry's life, they were in the mix. 92 to 96. After that, they've never been in the mix. I don't get this.
Before?
But the 80s were pretty horrible for the Cowboys.
That is true.
Yeah, 81. Everything changed, right? It was like Joe Montana and the 49ers and Bill Walsh took over the NFL from the Cowboys as the Cowboys owned the NFC in the 70s. Then somewhat the 49ers owned it in the 80s. And then the Cowboys took it over from 92 to 95. And then that's been it for the history of Jerry Jones-led Cowboys. It's weird how we want to, I guess, because they're so popular, because they're on Sunday Night Football all the time. They're on Monday Night Football. We want to include this like long history of like Aikman and Emmett and Michael, and it was really 91 they came on the scene as a playoff team. 92, 93, and 95 they won the Super Bowl. 96 they're in the playoffs, and then from that point on it just went to crap. Like, It was if you really think about it, it was a small part of Jerry Jones' ownership where they were actually like a competitive Super Bowl contender. They won 3. It was awesome. They went to 4 NFC championships in a row very quickly in Jerry's ownership, and I give them a lot of credit for that. But from that point on, Chris Collinsworth last night made it sound like, boy, were the 49ers and the Cowboys running the league for a while. And I'm like, I don't think that's right, Chris. And by the way, I thought Chris Collinsworth, I'm a fan of his. I thought he did a horrible job last night as the color analyst.
What was the part you hated the most?
Well, at one point, he said that the Cowboys blitzed, and watch Brock Purdy get lit up here, but he still makes the play. He never got touched. The Cowboys blitzed. He did get rid of the ball quickly. He never, you didn't even put a fingernail on Brock. And then he went back to it and said it again. I'm like, hey, Chris, we all make mistakes. I'm learning this job with the Texas Rangers. I will make a mistake on a replay. I will make a mistake on, I thought I saw this, and then I see the replay and I didn't see it. But just say, oh, I thought he got hit. He ended up that the blitz ended up not getting to him, and he was able to deliver the ball with pressure but not get hit. But he was still like Brock Purdy's laying on the ground picking himself up from the ground. I'm like, he didn't have to pick himself up at all, Chris. He was never on the ground.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to go to the 2 plays to Vontae Turpin, the 2 deep balls, one being an interception. Is that coming up on the show?
No.
Okay.
I was just going to say, can we play cut number 32 then? Because I think this is probably the play that has taken a lot more people's focus.
At their own 25. Out of the gun, the snap is back. Do they get him time deep? Down the left side for Lamb, over the shoulder. Couldn't hold it. Diamador Lenore step for step with him at the Niner 35.
And it was Turpin.
Oh, it was. Yeah. I beg your pardon. It was Turpin.
Sorry, I just want to play that
thank
audio
you.
because we hadn't had a chance to play it, and it fit really well.
So
here.
that was at the end of, the end of the game. That was at 2 minutes and change. They go deep. He is open, not by a lot. He is open. It was a very good throw.
It was a great throw. I'm with you.
Here's what I couldn't tell. I didn't go back and watch it 72 times. I couldn't tell, did it hit his helmet first, then his hands, or then his hands helmet. I still was like, at first I thought it was helmet hands, but if you want to correct me, if you're on Twitch or you're watching on YouTube, you can say, no, it hit him in the hands and then the helmet. Nimrod, catch the ball. I will say this. I do agree with Nick Eatman. If you weren't listening earlier when he was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby, I watched that a few times on replay, as they're replaying it. Now, maybe if he catches it, he works harder to get his back foot in bounds.
You were worried about whether
I don't think he got both feet in. If he catches that clean, now maybe that foot is on the ground as he catches the ball and then it lifts up. That foot never gets back on the ground.
It looks like it hit his forearm.
Then helmet? Okay.
His helmet.
It was not an easy play, but you're hoping that you're an NFL receiver, you make that catch.
Play.
I would just say that I'm not sure his feet, if he catches it clean from the start, I'm not even sure if both feet would be considered inbounds. And obviously that play is going to get replayed. San Francisco has all 3 timeouts remaining, so they're going to challenge that because it was going to be so close. So I'm not even sure he gets his feet in if he makes the catch clean.
Yeah, his back foot, Lenore, it bumps into Lenore, and so it gets all thrown around high.
Yeah.
It does look like it wouldn't have gotten
Yeah,
down.
so at least can you, if you're a Cowboys fan going, that would have been a catch, I don't think, thank you, Corey, for watching it right now again, I don't think his feet would have been in bounds even if he catches it clean. Now, maybe he works harder if he catches the ball.
Yeah, maybe so.
He works harder to get that foot down, but as he bobbled the ball and didn't catch it, he's not working to get that foot down.
Now, Mickey said something really interesting earlier to me. He's like, hey, look, Turpin's out there. Dak sees it, and he goes for it. I'm not faulting that at all. I don't fault Dak. That was a great throw. It's just...
It really was a good throw by Dak. I will give him that credit.
But, Corey, you said something before the show.
Duke 22 wants me to stick with baseball. Does that mean he wants me to do all baseball segments? Or is he saying
he loves your baseball talk?
Okay.
You're also looking at what they described as a gadget guy coming in, getting a throw with the game, if not entirely on the line, almost on the line in that moment.
Granted, Brandon Cooks isn't on the field.
Yep.
Your depth has been tested.
For sure.
I'm not necessarily in that big of a moment looking Turpin's way. But didn't Turpin have a pretty significant 4th down grab?
He did.
Earlier in the game. Maybe he's been gaining Dak's trust more and more, but for me personally, that's not the option I'm going.
Can I go, because I know I'm running out of time here because we got to get to the C block, is the first one to Turpin down the sideline where Chris Collinsworth then is like, well, he got hit, this and that. Go watch that replay. At no point was Turpin ever open.
And the safety was all over.
And the safety was reading the play the whole time. So even if he throws it 5 yards further, Turpin did not beat the cornerback. And then, two, the safety was hanging back there. He's just reading the ball in the air. He's either going to catch it if it's underthrown, which it was. I think the safety, at best, if you're a Cowboys fan, was going to knock it down if it's 5 yards further. He didn't get there late. He was watching the whole play. He was double teamed. So that Dak throw where they're like, boy, Bosa caused that interception. Yeah, he probably had a little bit to do with it. That ball was probably going to get intercepted or knocked down. There was at no point was that going to be a touchdown. He was double teamed.
The K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We dive into this weekend's hits and misses next on The Fan.
Even the greatness of Mike Tirico of NBC is a Tolo.
The great Mike Tirico. We love having you on. Thanks for listening to what could have been our final show last Tuesday.
By the way, just as a guy who's on...
This is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak out. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciate that. I did want to point this out, if you don't mind. Mike, you were talking a lot last week about number 6 for San Francisco and how he hits to kill people. His name is Malik Mustafa. He was a 4th-round draft pick by the San Francisco 49ers.
Wake Forest?
Way out of Wake Forest. That's right. The San Francisco 49ers had 2 draft picks in the 4th round. One of them was Isaac Gurindo. The other one, Malik Mustafa, the pick the Cowboys traded for Trey Lance. So they got a safety.
Look, and I know what you said.
That was the safety.
That was the one they got for Trey Lance. So.
And
we wouldn't have picked him, though.
Collinsworth is like, I think that guy's going to be a player in this league. And I know we talked about some of his ups and downs broadcasting last night, but I thought he looked pretty impactful as well.
So there you go. They got their running back in the 4th round, and they got a safety in that 4th round as well. Let's go to this weekend.
Hey, we got our quarterback for
back
that we didn't use.
We got him back. That's for sure. Hits and misses. Honorable mention hits and misses for the weekend, Kevin. The steaks I made for dinner, they were a hit. They were fantastic.
Where's the meat from?
Costco.
If you'd have Costco'd it up. Ooh.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, look, I don't have a Costco membership. I need to work on that. Don't have a Sam's one either.
When our kids are done, I shouldn't say done, but when they move out for college, I don't know why we would need a Costco membership.
Yeah, I will say the boys are starting to get more expensive to feed. As Carter's playing football and Avery's like, I want to get bulky.
Last night, I made, the cinnamon rolls that they come in an 8-pack to put in the oven. One of my kids was gone, so I made that and some eggs and stuff for dinner breakfast. And the 14-year-old ate all 8 cinnamon rolls. He's ate all 8 of them. He's like, my brother's not here. I can eat all 8. I'm eating all 8.
That's pretty crazy.
That is not a bad idea.
I'm
by
not
him.
sure. I think if I'd have made another stack of them, I think he would have ate more.
He was
You
hungry.
should ask him that and see what he was like. I kind of wish there was like 3 more.
Yeah.
The other honorable mention, running backs. Yesterday, 129 yards for DeAndre Swift. 2 running backs, Jahmyr Gibbs and Josh Jacobs for 127. James Cook, 111. Barkley, 108. Jonathan Taylor, 105. Mixon, 102. Most everybody had 1 to 2 touchdowns out of that group, by the way. Also, if we're going to keep on that trend that we've been on, I've been tracking the top 10 rushers records and the top 10 passers records this year. Of the top 10 passers, they went 42 and 38 this week, or since week 1. So they were 3 and 7 this weekend.
A little bit above 500.
3 and 7. The top 10 rushers went 6 and 4. They are 56 and 24. So,
wow.
But again,
wow.
If you're running the football
Holy
late in
moly.
games, you're probably winning anyway, I guess. Most of these guys, though, that are rushing have, let's see, DeAndre Swift, 7.2 yards per carry. Jahmyr Gibbs, 11.5 yards per carry. Josh Jacobs, 5.1. James Cook, 6.5, 4.9, 5.3. They're all averaging pretty good numbers right there.
Did I hear it right when Zeke ran the ball for, was it 11 or 12 yards on one carry? That was
11.
11. That was his longest run in 3 years.
I think so.
I didn't know the 3 years part. I knew it was definitely the longest
I
one.
thought they
this
said
year.
he didn't have that long of a run last year. And then obviously that was his longest run of this year. I think you have to go back to
Yikes.
his Cowboys year before he left. That was his, and it was, it was weird when they said it. I'm not sure if I'm getting it right, but it sounded like his longest run in a long time.
That's not what you want to hear.
And then the witching hour was also another honorable mention. The witching hour is the last hour of the first set of games. And in the last hour, man, games started changing at the very end. The fourth quarters were wild across the NFL on those 12 o'clock slate. That was an absolute blast. But number 3 on the hits from the weekend, Jameis Winston. 334 passing yards, a bunch of touchdowns, no interceptions, and that win over Baltimore.
Really showed up Deshaun Watson.
He really showed me up, too. I was like, come on, man, it's Jameis Winston. He's going to throw some interceptions. But they looked like they simplified everything for him, and he was able to make good, crisp throws.
Since you brought that up, Deshaun Watson has never thrown for more than 300 yards in any of his 19 games as a Cleveland Brown. Joe Flacco and Jameis Winston have hit that mark in 6 of their 7 games.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
That's bananas.
Number 2, the Detroit Lions.
Gwen Stefani.
They absolutely hit over the weekend. That was just phenomenal work. Every aspect of the game they were good at, whether it was kick returns, which I think they had 2 massive, one for a touchdown, one for 72 yards, running the ball. Jared Goff throws 15 times again and still gets a win for 12 completions. It's insane.
Do you mind if we expand on the Lions just a little bit? So there are so many crazy numbers that came out of that Lions game. So they win 52-14. That's the 5th time in franchise history Detroit has scored more than 50 points. They're also the first team since 1933 to get outgained by at least 150 yards and win by at least 30 points. You know why it goes back to 1933? That's the first year they tracked yardage. So they're like, it probably didn't happen before, but this is as far back as we go. And then, if you want to add on to it, the last team to put up 50-plus points with less than 100 yards passing was the Bears. In 1955, in the first half, the Lions had 9 net yards passing and 5 touchdowns.
That is amazing.
That's crazy.
And Mike, you were asking about this score was 52-14. Turns out they just didn't just run the score up on the Cowboys. They're just that much better than everybody else in the league right now.
They are.
You've been curious about the missing of Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
They only had 1 sack in this game. So they do miss him, obviously, because 52-14 with the 1 only sack, that's not enough for that team.
Longer term, I still remain curious about that, but that team is just throttling people.
Did you have a question, Mike?
No, I'm just looking at their roster. I don't know how much you want to spend time on Detroit, but you look at how they've maybe used free agency / trades.
Mm-hmm. Like they built the whole thing, man. They did it with piece by piece.
Every which way, right?
Yeah.
They've had good Penei Sewell, obviously draft pick. But David Montgomery, not like they went out and got a running back. Now they've drafted a running back in Gibbs very high. It's weird that they drafted him that high and don't really use him a lot. But Jared Goff, obviously trade. You'd have to help me out with like their left guard Graham Glasgow. For some reason, I feel like he's a free agent pickup but I'd have to go through their team, and I'm just looking at everything. I'm like, I think they've used all different ways to build that team up, and I feel like you have to, if you're ever going to overcome what the Cowboys are trying to overcome, the history, you're going to have to somewhat Detroit Lion it, and you're going to have to figure out how to use all avenues to get your team better. They had a good tight end, but they traded him for a future asset going, I think we're going to do it a different way. Like sometimes they trade a really good player. Sometimes they sign a free agent and they overpay, Jones family to get that guy because they feel like that will really take their team to another level.
You just said the right thing. When you don't just use free agency to sign depth. You don't just go, we got to do this. You go use free agency to make your team better. Like that's to make your team better, not to just fill roster spots. And then the last one, number one for hits of the weekend, Dwayne Wade statue maker. Good God, this is perfect. And Kevin, I just showed you pictures of Dwayne Wade. And Mike, here's the picture of him.
He's so confused.
In on the process. And is he looking at it going, I love it? Or is he looking at it going, what the hell is this?
The first one, he looks at it perplexed. The second one, when they show side by side, he looks mad. He's like, damn well that statue doesn't look anything like me.
We're so
I will
lucky
say
to have
Adrian
Dirk's
Beltre
statue.
admitted when we interviewed him during a Ranger game, his Hall of Fame plaque does not look like him.
Oh, really?
And he's like, it's okay. But yeah, him and his wife, when they saw the Hall of Fame plaque for Beltre, it doesn't look like him. But I love that this looks nothing like Dwayne Wade. I have no clue whose face that is, but it's awesome.
Did you hear his audio when he's like, who's this guy?
Oh, man.
And with his mouth open, there's so many things as a Mavs fan you can do to that if you ever visit Miami.
Oh, my God.
He has
to
Sammy
really
Watkins'
jack
neck
with
in
that
one.
thing.
Are you encouraging people vandalize that?
No, not
Yeah, you just take
vandalize.
pictures
Yeah,
with
you
it.
just do different. You just can have fun with the statue that is Dwayne Wade's body, I guess, but not his face. But they did create something there that you can really screw with.
I know he's pointing down there, but doesn't it look like he's doing Kevin's move to kick a field goal?
I don't know.
Like when he's pointing down there.
I love that the Miami Heat screwed up.
They did. Royally.
I feel like they need to, if you're the Miami Heat, if Dwayne Wade asked, if he said, hey, can you redo my face? That they should redo the face. I do know they cost a lot of money. Those are like $150,000 to $250,000 to make.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that would need a redo if you're a Miami Heat fan. Like I'd be really upset if Dirk's. I was like, that's not Dirk.
Mm-mm. And that's why Dirk's actually got fixed a couple different ways. They were like, no, we don't love that.
Let's make him the ball, like 3 different balls. He can only shoot 1 ball at a time.
Oh, yeah, because everyone was like, whoa, so it's an adult
like beads.
statue?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you.
On the misses this weekend, honorable mention goes to Aaron Rodgers on that final drive. They just ran out of time, but he was terrible against the Patriots.
Okay.
And he's at a point where he is, I've said it earlier in the year, Kevin, I was pushing, going, no, he's not done yet. It is done. And I said it earlier. You saw it there. He didn't connect with Devontae Adams the right way throughout that game. What was the point of even trading for that guy? But you know what? I'll take all the Garrett Wilson stuff because that's helping my fantasy team.
What did you think about him, Aaron Rodgers, going straight up, 16-year-old poetry when one of his teammates was like, oh, this is the darkest right here. And then Aaron Rodgers like, you got to embrace the darkness. I've been there. I embrace the darkness. I get it. And you're fired.
Bane, right?
Yeah, it was.
He was trying to be Bane.
It was ridiculous.
In New York, in the city of Gotham.
I was like, you need to stop this.
Number 3 on the misses, the Cowboys special teams. What the hell was that? 4 penalties on kickoffs and kick returns? How? That doesn't make sense. You set up everything before you kick the ball and before the ball's kicked. There should be no illegal formations. Now, granted, Mickey did tell us that
one
New
of
York
them was
called and said that one was
inaccurate.
wrong.
Yeah.
But even still, 3 of them? 3 of them?
That's pretty bad.
That's the place where you shouldn't have that problem. That's, again, Kevin, where I go to. This is not a well-coached, disciplined team right now.
I agree.
Wouldn't that be, though, completely on, I mean, I'm maybe wrong on this, the special teams coach. Does the head coach have anything to do?
Well, like I said, well coached. And
Yeah, and I
Bones
know
is a
the coaches. I get the complaint about Mike McCarthy. I love the script and the circle we always go in, that it's always the coaches, but who hires the coaches that you guys don't like eventually.
But yeah, well, they aren't well coached, and that's across the board at the moment. And I think the coaches would admit to that, especially whenever it's like, look at the results. The results are really what we're in charge of. Anthony Richardson, number 2, second lowest completion percentage by anybody with 30-plus throws. And that was just – he looked bad on the final drive, too. Looked like he had no clue how to work a clock. He was throwing short. He was running for things. And it was like, your clock is ticking right now, and you have no thoughts on even trying to get out of bounds.
Anthony Richardson is another great one to talk about. In the first half, 2 for 15 with 1 touchdown and 1 interception. So there's that.
Give Carter credit. He said he stunk in college and this was a stupid pick. And
Absolutely.
It looks stupid. And then if you see his autograph on his cards, he is the laziest person in the history of football.
Wow.
He doesn't even, I don't even think he knows how to spell his name, to be honest.
Oh,
but if
I don't
you look
know
at
that
it,
to be the case.
I don't know of anybody who signs their autograph with just a mark, just like, let's just do a mark, if they're ever any good at their sport. It shows the laziness they have and the lack of pride I think they have in themselves, and they just want the paycheck. So I think Anthony Richardson is just trying to get a paycheck.
His signature used to be a little different, but the other thing I was just going to throw out about that is, did you see when he left for the 3rd down? They asked him about it. He goes, I was just tired. I ain't going to lie. There's just a lot of running there, and I didn't think I was going to go that next play.
I have a feeling 2 to 3 years from now, Cowboys trade a 4th-round pick to get Anthony Richardson.
Oh, my God.
And then number 1 for the misses of the weekend, Tyreek Stevenson, who was taunting the Washington fans. The play starts. He turns around and goes, oh, crap, they're running downfield. He runs over there. He had plenty of time because it was, 12 and a half seconds?
He did.
And then he was the one that tipped the ball that ultimately won the game. So that was the Hail Mary.
Noah Brown.
Yeah, so that was the biggest miss of the weekend. Everybody's talking about that for sure. I did get a text on Saturday from Mike from Duncanville, not you, our other friend Mike, and he sent me a Mark Jackson card, the Menendez brothers card.
Yes.
It's like, hey, is this worth anything? And I looked; it was like an $80 card raw, or it was
not raw.
It was an 8.5.
Okay.
And I saw an 8 that was like 75 that sold for 75. So I was like, it's by maybe like an $80 card.
I would say get rid of it now.
Yeah.
People are buying these because of the Netflix thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that what's happening with the Jordan card too? Have y'all seen this one? There is a Jordan card that has the Menendez brothers in the background as well.
Oh, really?
And it is skyrocketing at the moment.
I don't know of this card.
I don't
It's
either.
an upper deck card, rare number 89, nearly triples in value after the discovery of the Menendez brothers in the background. So that's what the card looks like right there. And they're saying that it's the one that's becoming the hot cake, obviously, too.
And look, the prosecutor was like, hey, we might need to revisit the sentencing. Like, if they get out of jail, I feel like that's probably going to profit up a little bit more.
2 PSA 9s sold for $705 and $400 on Saturday. So there you go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Holy moly, right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some wanker of the weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and was it maybe the Cowboys again? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car or truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
At midfield, snap to Prescott. They block it up. He pumps. He throws underneath. Caught by Lamb at the 35. Spins away to the 30. Fights his way through a tackle down to the 20.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Obviously, Corey just brought it up, and I was not going to call the statue maker for Dwayne Wade a wanker because I think
I'm giving him MVP.
Yeah, I think he did a fantastic job. Keep up the good work. For Cleveland, we talked about this a minute ago, but Jameis Winston making the start this weekend. He's the 31st quarterback to start a game for the Browns since 2007.
Good God.
So just in 18 seasons, they've had 31. Who do you think is the next highest?
Washington.
No other team has more than 20.
That's a good guess.
So Cleveland has 31. No team in the NFL has more than 21. Pittsburgh, for example, only has 12.
Is the Bears on there?
I only have that information. I'm sorry.
What about the Lions?
Oh, you don't have the team that has 21?
No. Well, I'm sure they're all. But the point wasn't who's the other team. The point was what that next number is. 31 to 21. They've used 10 more quarterbacks than any team in the NFL.
Cincinnati on the list?
I mean, they're all on the list in some form or fashion.
You really stumped him.
Oh, my God.
Nice job, Schwab.
Yeah, you didn't even do the research thing for the 21 team?
I didn't. You're right about
DiNucci.
that. Are you just saying things now?
I mean, he started a game.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about the Dove Kleiman bot or Dove Kleiman if he's a real human? Because yesterday...
Well, this goes to birds don't exist, Reggie thing.
Yeah. Actually, there are a lot of people who think this is just like an engagement farm, and it's not like Dove Kleiman's not a person, or at least not anymore. Like he sold it off. And now it's just an aggregation site.
How do they do it though? AI just creating?
There are people who work there, but just not the human Dove Kleiman. So yesterday, I don't know. I really didn't like his tweet yesterday. I thought it was really off base. Somebody came in dressed as Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Miles Garrett.
He
was the Terminator.
It was an awesome costume. And Dove Kleiman said, did Scott Hansen just say the N-word?
Oh, come on,
In
dude.
trying to say the name.
I heard that live. And I did not think that.
And he spelled it out, and put a couple stars in there. But I was like, seriously? I know, you're looking for engagement, but I thought that was sorry,
Did
man.
he get the engagement he was looking
He
for?
got a lot of engagement, but a lot of it wasn't positive. But then again, do you care? or do you just want the engagement one way or another? I thought it was sorry.
If I'm a farm bot, then I don't care. I'm just assuming it's AI at this point, Kevin.
I think there are real people that work for that account. I'm not saying
until they come out and raise their hands. I'm just assuming it's AI.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
And look at what AI is doing now.
From the 945,
retired like 15 years ago.
That was Allen Iverson. Wanker of the weekend, Jerry Jones. Why? You know why.
Hey,
what did he do?
I'll tell you what I tweeted you guys.
Excellent.
And you, I won't, Corey, I won't give your opinion unless you want it. When they showed him near the end of the game,
he looked tired.
Just sitting there. He looks old and unhealthy.
He looked very tired in that shot.
Maybe, and I know it was a tough day for him, right?
It was very tough.
Because I'm not talking just about football, but his daughter and his son were in a car accident and his grandson, and luckily everybody's, from what we understand,
Steven told
doing
us,
fine.
yeah, they're banged up, but Steven said they'll be okay.
I don't know, like he doesn't look healthy to me. I don't know. He sounded great Friday with us. He had energy. He was ready to, do the interview, all that stuff. But, man, when I saw him, when they showed him up in the box just sitting there, I was like, this doesn't look well.
Oh.
But that's only my opinion. He's probably awesome and going to live 800 more years.
Wow, like Methuselah. All right.
Oh, that's the one with the snakes on her head?
That is Medusa. I feel like you knew that. All right, a little bit of college football here for Wanker of the weekend. Florida State. Florida State started the year in the top 10. They're now 1-7.
Yeah, they're number one.
Yeah.
No, they have one victory against 7 losses.
Who the crap did they lose?
They beat Cal, I want to say.
Stinks.
Okay, Carter gave me the thumbs up. And so they lost.
Florida State.
They lost a 4-star commit this weekend because, of course they did. Although I would always argue that's when you should recommit because you're like, your team stinks.
Yeah.
I'll get plenty of playing time. Exactly.
Like if you're the quarterback, you don't have to worry about that Clemson dude who's horrible at football.
Go ahead.
I know tomorrow is the Tuesday tailgate with our friend Carter Freeman, which everybody looks forward to. The ratings say so. Your coach... Did he take a shot at Jimbo?
You're damn
night?
right. He took a shot at Jimbo Fisher. Let's
Saturday
go to cut number 24. At least I'll admit that is 100% how I interpreted this quote. All right. So this is Mike Elko after the victory, maybe or maybe not, but probably so, talking about Jimbo Fisher.
We're very honest. We're very open. And this is a real program. It's not fake. It's not a politician running this program, talking fast and BSing everybody. This is a real program. And for all the recruits out there, this is a real place. And if you want to be really good at football, this is a really good place to be.
It's specifically the part, I'm assuming, Corey, because this is where I was. There's not a politician talking real fast and BSing. I 100% thought that was about Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
He's running for office?
I do not know that to be the case.
I think that's just the kind of you feel like Jimbo Fisher was one of those guys that said all the things that you wanted to hear but never really delivered, and that's what politicians are.
You want to know? Go ahead.
And that, I appreciate that shot as especially
I did too.
He's in the right now because his program's winning.
Yes.
So sitting up there going, "Hey man, I'm doing my thing, and we're not what we used to be." He's telling recruits to come play for him. That's what he was really selling there.
You know what I did during the game at one point?
What's that?
I looked up Beto O'Rourke. Remember him? Because I was like, what do you do when you're a politician
Why
who keeps...
Did you look it up because Ted Cruz was
Yeah, because you get the zillion commercials of the politics stuff. And I was like, what do you do as a politician and you keep losing? Like he lost to Ted Cruz. He lost to our governor...
Greg Abbott.
Greg Abbott. Thank you. Greg Abbott.
Texas.
Thank you.
Still never said that right. Greg Abbott.
But I was like, what do you like? Is he just an advisor to other Democrats or something? Like, what do you?
I have to admit, I don't know the answer
Aren't you
to that.
jobless if you keep running for office and you keep losing? What do you do then?
I bet he
do. You just take a job on sports talk radio?
I bet
don't know.
He could be a public speaker and make a whole lot of money.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't know the answer.
Random thoughts by Mike Bassick watching a football game is like, what is Beto O'Rourke up to?
I will admit, at no point during that game did I think, what is Beto up to? Also, follow-up question, as long as Mike has messed up my train of thought. If you put a bumper sticker on your car of the person who loses,
and 3 years later, they're still on your car.
Do you take it off?
Yeah,
and
you
do
should.
you leave it on if you won? You're like, I know this was the 2020 election, but we still won, so I'm gonna keep it on there.
I have a neighbor that, since I've moved into that neighborhood, has had a Trump 2020 with the last election, whatever it is.
Okay, yeah, 2020.
They've had that. They have two of those flags still hanging. And then another one that says Trump won. And I'm like, okay, like, what are we doing here?
If your people lost.
That one's over. We can just go to the next one.
There's another one coming up in 8 days.
And guess what? By the way, 4 years from now, there's going to be another one. I hope. I mean, like, that's the hope, is that we continue that process of it, because that's the way we set it up.
Wanker of the weekend.
Nobody can change that process.
Nigel Bradham, the former Eagles linebacker. Now at first you're like, okay, that's not the end of the world. He got pulled over. He was going allegedly 78 and a 55. I'm not going to pretend that I have never sped on the highway. His two kids were in the car with him, and he openly admitted to the cops that he had a suspended license. This is the thing I don't understand.
Why are you in the car if you have a suspended license?
Or wouldn't you follow the law the most? It's like whenever you hear someone gets pulled over for like drug paraphernalia or whatever because they were speeding, I'm like, this feels like the moment I would be like, you better not go 1 mile per hour over that speed limit or anything.
I've always agreed with you on this, Kevin, but I've also given it more thought recently.
Oh.
Because that's not the first time he drove with a suspended license.
Yeah.
And when you do
You're
something
right.
once and get away with it, you're probably doing you know what? I'm going to stick to the law.
That is what happened
then the
when I
second
shoplifted.
time, third time, fourth time, however many times you get more comfortable with it and you just do your natural, typical things. So that's what I would consider. The first time, and you'll probably tell people, it was the first time I've ever had drugs in my car.
Yes.
But yeah, the first time usually you're going to stick to the code. But after that, you get more comfortable. You start letting it go a little bit.
Do you think this is better than in 2021 when I need to know the breakdown of the weight here? They just put it all together. In 2021, he got arrested for having more than 3 pounds of weed and guns. All right.
3 pounds of guns?
But see, I don't think
That's probably one gun.
I
know.
I feel like that's a misleading statement because I'm like, hold on, what's the breakdown on that? What does the average gun weigh? You're like, you got more than 3 pounds of weed and guns. Well, so he had a little bit of weed and a regular gun, maybe?
I think they're just saying 3 pounds of weed and also guns in the car.
Okay.
I
gotcha.
should probably, that said
That
also
makes
guns.
Okay, that actually does make a whole
But
lot of sense.
I was caught off guard by the same thing, man. 3 pounds of guns.
All right. Are the wankers of the weekend Kent State? The Kent State football team lost to Western Michigan 52-21. They're 0-8. And are now the last FBS team in search of a victory.
Thanks a lot, Florida State.
There's always got to be one, though, right?
There always has to be a last one.
Yeah.
So they are them.
When is Kent State's next winnable game?
I mean, wouldn't your argument be never or like not this season?
I don't know, man. I don't know who they are playing against this year.
Okay,
let's go. Hold
Maybe
on.
they should change their school's name to Superman, and everything will change.
True. They
Take
lost
off
to
the glasses and the
Tennessee.
suit. Clark Kent State.
They lost to Penn State or Penn State. They lost to Pitt.
Oh man, there's a Penn State.
All right, so they got Ohio, Akron, Buffalo, and Miami of Ohio. Which one of those do you think they could get knocked off? They could knock off.
Akron.
Akron?
Maybe.
All right.
Because they got a shot in the Akron game.
Yeah, and that's at Dick
Watch
Stadium.
out for the Shack of the Mac.
I don't know about any.
Because Kent
Gary
State
Trent.
Stadium is Dick's Stadium.
Uh-huh.
D-I-X. Who's that named after?
Why are you saying it like
We
that?
have Dickey's Arena in Fort Worth.
That's a good point.
I used to live near there, near the vending nut company.
Robert C. Dix, Kent State Board of Trustees
Why are we
member.
still talking about this? By the way, New Orleans. They're the wankers of the weekend as well. The Saints.
What?
The
Oh.
Saints.
the whole city?
Because
they're underwater. Like they're like under sea level.
I don't know if you follow this at all. There's this thing called the surrender index. Is like if you decide to punt.
All right.
No. That's just regular surrender.
Okay.
This is the surrender index. New Orleans, it was the first quarter. There was 11 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's 0-0. They're on the Chargers 47 with a 4th and 1. They decided to punt. That put that in the 95th percentile of most cowardly punts this season.
Hold on, there's a cowardly
That's
punt?
right. That is what the surrender index tracks.
I love it.
And then the 91st percentile of all punts coward-wise since 1999.
This is amazing.
You're welcome.
I love that people
Bye,
are keeping
Mike.
track of that.
If they don't have a heart, is it called the Scarecrow?
Did you say just for that?
Yeah, I did, because I was thinking of Wizard of Oz.
No, I got it. I really
the
did.
The lion did. He was scared. He was a cowardly lion.
Have you ever even seen this movie, Mike?
Wizard of Oz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long ago?
There's the Lollipop Kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Lollipop Guild.
The Lollipop Guild, the Guild of Lollipops.
Uh-huh.
A bunch of munchkins.
Uh-huh.
And then later, there's a horse of a different color, and they fall asleep in some flowers, and the Green Witch comes, and now we have come to find out that she's really a nice person through the movie Wicked.
Mm-hmm. And she has, is it monkeys with wings? They
Oh, yeah.
I don't need a total recap of the movie.
Is this why Medford has headaches all the time after
Yes.
the show? Okay. Catching on.
Do you want to talk about how that movie's really about the gold standard?
I have to. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, see you later, Mike. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Second and goal at the 7. Snap is back. Looking around. Prescott
Wide
floats
open.
it down to a wide open
Wide
C.D.
open.
Lamb on the left side of the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Wow.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys Monday. Cowboys lose 30-24 to the 49ers. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Decent, Hakey. How about you?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to describe it. Did you, because I admitted to kick off the show, I fell into the trap of the Ravens game where even though they didn't win it, I thought the Cowboys were going to pull this thing out, like grab victory from the jaws of defeat. And I thought it was going to be another really physical.
Like the Bears?
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, no kidding. Did you guys watch that, whether it's down the stretch or on that last Cowboys drive, and you thought, I think their offense is rolling. They can
Pittsburgh.
do it.
I thought they could.
The Pittsburgh game.
Yes.
That's what you'd seen it, a couple weeks ago.
Another physical game, too.
All of a sudden, they get an opportunity. They kind of find a way. They're moving the football. They're really not covering CeeDee Lamb all that well. And then whoever was calling plays in the third quarter kind of came back in that final drive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was clear the Niners had figured out something in mid-second quarter, and they rode that to victory. I thought something similar had happened for the Cowboys in the last 10 minutes of the game. So going into that drive, I thought it was possible.
Yeah.
And then the first play happened, and Dak nearly threw it to 3 different guys with one throw.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, this ain't happening.
Yeah. What are we to make of Dak in terms of, I get it, offensive line has to play better. Will it? Don't know. Running game has to be better. Can it? Don't know. Don't think so. But is there anything else going on with Dak? He just looks kind of defeated out there. Is that just a product of none of these other things are working, or is it something else?
Yeah, he's got that look that we've seen in all of these playoff losses, and anytime things just start to snowball and go negatively, where like the mouth's kind of open, he's breathing through his mouth, just dazed and confused. Yeah, exactly what Corey's doing if you're watching on the fan cam.
Just got a glaze over his eyes.
Yeah, and I don't think he's got an answer. I really don't. I think some of the interceptions are probably he's pressing, right? He's trying to make a play. But
he said the second one was one of the worst he'd ever
Yeah,
done.
I mean, it was. I mean, in the Fred Warner one that Gavin's talking about that he just drops, there were some awful throws, and the ball's hanging up on him like a duck for hours. I mean, to be honest with you, it was a bad contract. They shouldn't have signed him. Yeah. That's the truth. We know what Dak Prescott is, and he's never been the quarterback that's going to elevate the entire team around him if things aren't where they need to be, and there's very few that are. We've seen Patrick Mahomes. He's not putting up offensive numbers you'd be accustomed to last year, the entire regular season, because he didn't have a ton of talent to work with at the end. But the difference is when the playoffs come around, he's going to make a play for you where a lot of Dak, to this point, hasn't been able to do it. And now he's not running it all. That's not a part of his game.
Yeah.
And maybe that is something where the walking boot happened in the offseason, and that's just no longer something he's ever going to be able to do. Because we saw him run a little bit last year, but he can't buy a cheap 4-yard first down anymore. So, I mean, hey, he's not going anywhere. He's around. But no, when they took the field for that final drive, I had shades of this ain't happening. Because it really doesn't.
That's the way
against
Brandon
a good
was, too,
team
when he watched
on
the
the
game with
road.
me.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
You did it against Pittsburgh that I think's a good defense, but nobody else, like Jalen Tolbert, stepped up for you. Nobody else was stepping up on that offense besides CeeDee Lamb, and that's a problem. So, yeah, the blame is not all on him. You look around, he could use some more help. The play caller's not helping him, but no, I will never have that expectation that he's going to be able to mask any problems and he's going to raise the level of play from others. It's 9 years in. That doesn't happen. So if you're still thinking that, you need to reevaluate that thought, would be my advice.
Turpin didn't help him.
Yeah.
I mean, that ball
is a great looking ball.
And you have a guy that's not used to catching balls over his head. That's a problem.
So why are you throwing that on third down?
Second down play, wasn't it?
It was third down, to my memory.
I betcha.
But I would say it was a good throw, but not a throw you would expect him to catch.
That's what I'm saying.
The majority of the league.
See that? Well, I mean, I think the majority of the league. I just think you got a 5'8" guy out there running a vertical route that you need to throw the ball. If he's going to catch a vertical route,
it was third down.
Yeah, it was third.
You need to find a way to have him going away from you.
Yeah.
So you can lay it on top of him. Because I thought his hands were late, and the way the ball came down, it hit his left hand first and then his right hand, but his feet would have been in bounds. But you got a guy that's just not used to playing with the ball over his head, and that's design.
Yeah,
that's design right there.
Call.
Yeah, that's design right there.
We have 3 minutes. We don't want to score right now. We need 2 5-minute passes or 5-yard passes, and if we don't get the first one, then we need 1 10-yard pass. We don't need 40 yards right now, and to give them the ball back with 2 minutes on the clock. It was horrible. It reminded me of the throw of Tony to Dez on he caught that ball. It's like, why are we doing this right now? We don't need a 30% shot for a huge gain that if we get, might end up losing the game for us anyway. Just horrible.
Yeah. And I don't think they've ever done, like, Turpin's never been the down the sideline jump ball kind of guy.
Yeah.
He has been seamed, he's either like quick here or it's right there wide open because you set it up in the middle of the field, but it's never just down the sideline,
the play he made,
throw it up to Turpin.
The 4th and 4 play that he made, the catch on that, that's the kind of route you need to run with inside where, you could fit it into him there. But he needs to be able to, somehow cradle the ball, or have it going away from him so he can make sure that he cradles it. But to ask him to catch a ball over his head, I think that was a tough chance for him.
Yeah, and just to have, you start the game with a penalty on the kickoff, and then coming out of half, you start the half with a penalty on the kickoff. It's just like setting the table, and then it's 3 and out. Your offense can just do nothing, and the game's out of hand. It's garbage time.
First drive to begin the game for both teams. First drive to start the third quarter for both teams. This year, the Cowboys have been outscored 71-15. In those 14 defensive possessions, they have given up points 13 times. So, like,
Unreal.
if you believe in momentum in the midst of a game.
Yeah, they're lucky they didn't have it. We always talk about the middle 8, the final 4 minutes, and then the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, Purdy slipping the ball out of his hand.
And next thing you know that San Francisco scores, and then you go 3 and out and give it right back to him. So you're thinking, and Zach and I are like, you just gave him 3 shots here with the ball, two at the end of the half and 1 to start the third quarter. That was going to be really rough if that ended up that way.
Used less than 30 seconds of the clock on that when you could have just figured out how to run the clock out in the half.
Yeah, it was terrible. And they still were up 10-6 at half, but then you come out in the third quarter 21-zip.
Yeah.
Is what the Niners do. I mean, holy moly. It was and the offense isn't doing anything. I don't think
you're going three and out.
9 plays, 19 yards.
And they don't convert. They were 4 of 5 to start the game on third down. They didn't convert another one after that point. And I think that was after the touchdown that Zeke had for the 1 yard. After that drive, they didn't convert a single third down the rest of the game.
Because that scoring drive, they had some key third downs, maybe 3 of them that were like, boom, those are.
It was one of the best drives they've had all year.
Yeah,
Jake Ferguson fighting extra effort. The Zeke 11-yard run on first down was like, oh, holy crap! They played with some heart on that drive. I wish we could take that drive and carry it over 60 minutes. Then you'd have a good football team.
You guys got Mike Leslie at 6 o'clock. What if anyone wants to volunteer their general thoughts about that interaction with him and Diggs?
I'm real curious. I think it's just another sign that this team is, internally not handling this great, and it's bothering them. And I guess that's a positive, and that at least we know it sucks for them as much as it does for us.
I'm curious because it felt like he had kind of been there before, and so I'm wondering, like, is this not the first time that you've been nutsed by a player? Just straight up to your face.
Yeah.
Because he stood
Mike
on
Leslie
business.
will stir it up on you.
Wow.
I think he had a deal with CD last year after the Niners game.
Yeah, he got D's.
I don't know. I don't think it was a D's nuts, but I think there was some type of. He did something that CD didn't like. So he's been there before. Mike will get in the mix there.
All right, you guys got Mike Leslie at 6 o'clock. Anything else we need to know coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Brian's looked at the film. He has those takeaways for you in the corner at 3:40 and the Mike McCarthy presser at 4 itself.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say these nuts, Kevin.
I already did once. Didn't go over well.
Looks like a Peter to me.
Commercial free. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service. There's Broadus Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. He'll have film takeaways for you. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How the heck you guys doing here today?
Hanging tough. Hanging tough. I'm sure these boys, after last night, the post game, they're wearing it big time on their faces.
Joy. Yeah, it went pretty late last night.
Yeah, it went late.
I listened to quite a bit of it. It was outstanding work, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, anytime you go through one of those and then you get up, you watch the tape, you kind of learn about it, you have an idea. It answers questions for you. There's just this team. It's tough to watch. It's tough to watch when they're capable of certain things and then they revert back to other things. We understand where they're at with their defense. They're being held together with baling wire and tape right now.
Yeah,
it's just not pretty. And I felt like that there was some times where they didn't have a really great plan for that, for Kittle, and they didn't have a plan clearly for the quarterback run. And that, I think, was huge in that game for them defensively. You knew that they were probably going to be able to run the ball against you.
Yeah.
But the explosive plays were, but Dallas has struggled with explosive plays. Just the offense.
I think they gave up 12 last night.
Yeah,
it's just incredible that they did enough in the fourth quarter to actually give themselves a chance.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing about it is you were so bad in the third.
Yeah,
just so bad, and it puts you in a hole. And like the 49ers kind of encouraged you to stay around a little bit, with like some of the stuff that they were doing. And
Shanahan, man, striking again.
Yeah,
a little
third
bit.
and 1. He puts Bell in the game. That kid hadn't played the whole night. They put him at wide receiver, and they're going to run a 3rd and 1 little try and be we're smarter than you play instead of just handing the ball to Guerrero and the next thing you know that it's a first down. And you find ways to kind of keep you around in games, and Dallas just wasn't good enough to take advantage of it at the end.
No, they weren't. And that's unfortunate. Why do you think they looked so good for a couple drives in a row, and then all of a sudden, everything fell apart again for
pass
4 straight
protection.
plays?
Pass protection got a little bit better. It's funny that I was just looking at the numbers, and I think I have this right. I think the Cowboys had more pressures than the 49ers did in this game when you look at the numbers. And it's kind of one of those it was one of those things where they kind of figured out how to get the ball to CD. And Zach and I talked about this in the halftime show. Zach goes, "Hey, what do you think?" And I'm like, "Listen, max protect this thing and get the ball to CD Lamb. That they can't cover CD Lamb in this game." And so they started protecting a little bit better. Dak found him. CD made some incredible catches.
He did.
But McCarthy, it's amazing with Mike as a play caller. He finds rhythm and then he loses rhythm, really almost series to series. It's like he can't help himself, that he's kind of always with that big play sheet. He's searching. And, instead of kind of coming back to some things that maybe kind of helped him along the way, it's like, I'm going to try a whole nother thing here. And it's, it's hard to watch series to series. You just don't know what you're going to get out of that group.
No flow, and maybe it's a penalty that all of a sudden, now it's 2nd and long, 3rd and long, and it ruins a drive, or it's okay. You have a Jake Ferguson open for a first down, and Dak sails it, and it's incomplete. I mean, the players definitely have a responsibility there, but the play caller too. I mean, you look at the Niners won the game. It goes touchdown, touchdown, touchdown in the 3rd quarter. Cowboys are like a touchdown, here's a punt, here's an interception, here's a field goal, here's a punt, here's an interception.
Or it's here's 3 and out, here's 3 and out,
Oh no,
here's
three
and out.
straight times. Yeah. And you killed you killed your defense.
Totally.
I mean, you killed your defense. Any type of rest or anything, they never got off the field.
Or here's a short field for the Niners.
Yeah.
Because Dak's just throwing up balls that we can't understand. It's just ridiculous. I mean, when you talk about all the offensive issues right now, Kurt Warner, his tweet, he says, "Man, this Cowboys tape is tough to watch again. Play design, details, execution, because I can't be sure which it is.
Yeah.
Dak not playing well, etc. It would be so frustrating watching that as an offense, watching back that tape.
Yeah,
it's just like, man, when you're watching it, you're like, the design, everything is just bad, from personnel to concepts.
Yeah, and it would get to it at 340 at the corner, but the thing that the first interception." You watch the 49ers play, and you see the crossing routes and you see the movement and all, but you see routes married with other routes in order to clear space. You look at the first interception, they run what we call a smash route or pivot route down. So that you got Turpin going vertical, and then underneath you're just running a smash route. There's nothing holding the safety in the middle of the field. I mean, it's just like he sees the smash route, which is a route that's 4 or 5 yards up the field from Tolbert. He's not. There's nothing. There's
no threat.
There's no threat making that. And you watch the 49ers. There's a vertical route, and then here comes Kittle underneath, with chasers. With guys, and it's so you get a clear. And they, Dallas is capable of it because when they got CD open on the goal line, it was like it was 2 inside across and then 1 under. So now you're getting guys, you got the 49ers in a bad spot because they have a communication problem over on their left side over there. Ward and the Mustafa, they have a communication problem, and now Lamb's running. But you ran stuff to clear space to get a guy back in space that you just cleared.
Even on the deep wide open Lamb touchdown.
Yeah.
And the 2 defenders run into each other because you helped your situation with a little bit of motion.
Well, yeah, they switched spots is what happened. Is when they switched spots, that put the safety on Lamb, and now you're in you're having some a little bit of that collision right there.
Right, but their entire offense is not predicated on that. It's just here's a random play there. It's like, oh, there was like a glimpse of a good design, but that's it.
Yeah.
And it's extremely, 12% snap motion last night.
Wow. I felt like when they did do it, it was good. That's what the frustrating thing is, they use it like it's a trick play.
Yeah.
Instead of what gives,
And then in the biggest moments, in the balance moments, go win the game moments.
Yeah.
It's static. Here we go.
Always.
Straight drop back. No creativity. We'll heave one up to Turpin, who's never caught a ball down the sideline since he's been in the NFL. And we'll do that to him on 3rd and 10. Just killing you.
Yeah. I think sometimes it's shocking at others, like a theme of the text. It's like, we know who this team is. I think last night, because of the way that it ended, it was a little bit dramatic, and then you had the blowout before that. But we've kind of known this is who they are since March, right? I mean, they took away from the depth of the team. They didn't draft well. They didn't sign anybody. We've 3-4 actually is not horrible. I'd say record wise,
right.
They're about to get even worse. I mean, you look at the schedule. I hope people realize it. So I was out last night. I was with Walt and his guys, the Best for Business guys. We were hanging out at Playmaker 88 in the Colony Michael Irvin spot.
Nice.
Had a great time.
I bet, dude.
Salute to everybody there. They really know how to get a Cowboys watch party going properly. And Michael Irvin is just a freaking legend to watch that man in his natural environment interacting with the Cowboys fans. It was special. But, as they come back and then afterwards, I'm just like, I was shocked at how many people were stunned that this Cowboys team isn't good. How much more evidence do you need? Do you allow yourself to get convinced that they're good again in the blink of an eye? Like, I just need a couple of touchdowns and I'm back to believing. Like, the Cowboys have snapped out of it, what we've seen for 6.5 games up to this point. And now here they are, finally in week 8, halfway through the fourth quarter, snapping into being good. It's like, no, we know that somehow Dak has a knack for making the comeback to within one score and then falling flat on his face. There's something between the way the opposition plays defense and a switch that goes off in his head that it's freaking go time when he's down 3 scores in the fourth quarter and he's about to light it up. Even CD Lamb thought he was back there for a second. He was on the sideline like, yep, we're going to get the ball. We're going to the house. Can't anybody stop us? And then the clock struck midnight again.
Oh, man. Yeah, but I get it because it's the magic of sports, and because we've seen it before where it feels like there's a switch that gets flipped for any particular team on a particular, and you're like, man, that could be my team.
Yeah.
Okay, and then all of a sudden they do give you some of that reason to believe where it's back-to-back drives. I mean, geez, they score. They go from just like being able to do nothing, and it's just blink of an eye punt, blink of an eye punt, blink of an eye punt, and then lighten it up, Dak to Lamb. All of a sudden, it's back to last year's connection, pushing the ball down the field, and they have a drive that they score in like less than a minute. You're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, they tease you. They tease you just enough to make you think like, okay, this is possible. And it is the beauty of sports. We've seen teams that seem like they had no business making the postseason end up going on crazy runs to win Super Bowls, whether it was the Packers or the 2 Giants Super Bowls, or you name them. I mean, we've got several we could fall back on. I think the thing that hurts the most, though, is the players, and I talked about this with Brian last night. The guys that they have given second contracts to are really letting them down. And they're not playing well. And they might just be bad second contracts. And it might be something they need to look at because we're all about draft and develop. We want to re-sign our own. But if you're going to re-sign your own and you're not going to get the return on investment, then the strategy's flawed and it ain't working. I mean, go down the list here. Their highest paid guys, Dak. Is he playing well?
No.
Zach Martin, is he playing well?
No.
Trayvon Diggs?
No.
CD Lamb?
No. Well, I mean, no.
Last night had a good game, but overall,
they're just
underwhelming.
Exactly.
Micah Parsons hurt.
His numbers extrapolated are crazy, but they don't tell the
Lawrence,
story. Yeah,
hurt.
tank.
Brandon Cooks, was he doing anything for you?
No.
Donovan Wilson?
No. Awful.
Terrence Steele?
Awful.
These are all guys that, I mean, they're the highest percentage of your salary cap, and outside of Brandon Cooks, and Mike is about to get paid, they're all on second contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the biggest one of those is, Steele. You're giving $20 million for a below average right tackle at this point, and he was hurt. I think that's the biggest thing is they invest in their players and they make them into household names. And then when they're hurt and a smart team would say, oh, you're hurt, well, we got to give you a lot less money then because chances are you're not going to be as good as what you were. They're like, no, we're partners now, and here's a giant bag of money. Okay.
Yeah, it's the worst position to be in when they talk about their salary cap being out of order. They can't afford players, but their roster also is not good. And so now you're a bad football team. You're paying for, what are you paying for? You're paying a lot of money
for underachievers right now.
Be picking in the top 10.
Yeah.
It's the worst position to be in.
Yeah. And now it's like post game, they're taking turns getting mad at reporters. 2 weeks ago it was Jerry. Bye week. Now we're right back into it. Bye week didn't cool them off. They're ticked off at the world for pointing out their flaws. Trayvon Diggs coming after Mike Leslie. Okay, so that might be the best development is you can get your popcorn out and tune in for Cowboys players mad at the media. I think once the boss does it, it's like when you're a coach and you start yelling at the refs, all the fans start yelling at the refs. Now, you've helped create that reality or that narrative for your fan base, and I think everybody's just going to go along with you, So this is going to get fun probably for a couple of weeks, and then it'll peak, and everybody will be exhausted by it, and we'll just slip into the normalcy of the Cowboys being a failure at some point. But for the short and medium term here, this is going to be can't miss radio, I think, in the post game with these players going after our guys. Who was it? Newey had the great angle last night.
Had good audio of it.
All those guys were ready to bust out the cell phone on that one.
Man,
I think at this point, Sunday, you're rolling in there like, okay, here we go. How bad did Atlanta beat them? And who's about to go off? We can't don't turn your camera off. You got to keep that thing rolling here.
Fireworks
for the next 90 minutes.
Hey, but we don't worry about the distractions, right? We don't care about what the outside noise is. We're worried about the men in this locker room right now. We're not hearing it. We're not reading the clippings.
Was it less than 60 seconds for Diggs to walk in the locker room and pick up his phone with his shoulder pads and everything still on? Probably has sweaty hands. And he's going,
what are these people saying about me?
Right into
Didn't he
his
have a pretty good
mentions?
game?
I thought he played well
He was sticking his nose in there.
Standard, it was the most physical game I've ever seen him play.
He had 4 run game tackles. Just 4 run game, and you're kind of like thinking.
Well, even just taking on blocks.
I was watching it thinking, okay, what's Mike Leslie doing here? And I think this is why the kid got mad. I think he got mad because,
man, this is the one game I've actually kind of stuck my nose in.
I totally get why he's being mad. Just the reaction of it's like, dude, why do you care? Don't care.
Yeah.
People are going to be saying stuff all the time. You're one of the highest paid corners in football. You play for the Dallas Cowboys. You're going to get trolled. We get trolled every day sitting here just doing radio. You can't get pulled off sides that easily. That's an overarching problem. You can't be that emotional.
Mm-hmm. What was he talking about? Like, is that your takeaway? Was he talking about Donovan Wilson's failed hand? He couldn't grab the guy. Everybody stunk.
Leslie was questioning the fact that his effort to try and make the tackle along the sidelines was not as where it needed to be.
Right. It could have been better.
Yeah,
it could have been better. He still had many plays like that last night where unless he has to, where it's like, I'm clearly the guy here, I have to kind of throw my body into it, and he did that plenty well.
They tried to run the ball his direction a couple times, and he came up and took guys on.
On use check.
Got knocked around a little bit, but he was far more physical. I personally, I've seen him play worse in when it comes to physicality. And, no one ever said anything. And I think that's the one thing, like, he's like, well, damn, I actually got some grass stains on my uniform tonight, and they're calling me out for this. But, yeah, he's got to handle that differently than he
I was
did.
fired up just to see him, like, standing there and firing words out, because usually, like, the words are struggling to make their way out, like, 2 or 3 at a time with his answers. I mean, he was on it. He was fired up last night.
The D's and Nuts at the end was pretty just amazing.
Yeah, let it flow.
What an exclamation point on that.
They're not in preseason anymore. They played 7 games.
Is somebody talking about preseason?
I don't think you guys are factoring in that they are pretty much in preseason because everyone wasn't there. Again, because of Jerry's brilliant negotiations. I think we're past that. That's like Steven coming on today and still harping on, well, this is a lot of the same guys that have won 12 games in the regular season the last 3 years. Who gives a damn?
You let 6 players walk in the offseason and didn't replace them. You don't have the depth. I think that's unfortunate because you're hanging the players out to dry, like by pretending like your roster is good enough. And you're hanging these fans out to dry as well that apparently can't look and think for themselves about how good a football team is based on what they've seen over 7 games. Okay, Mavs are 1-1. They'll be hosting the Jazz tonight. You got a big salute to our friends at Two Skillets Catering for bringing us by some lunch today. That was outstanding.
Great food.
How about that, man?
Yeah. If you got an event that you want to get some great food for, called Two Skillets Catering. Mike Leslie is coming up from WFAA at 6:00. What do we got next, Wolchuk?
Let's do a little NFL true or fart. We got overreactions from Week 8. That's next in the nation.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen if you or a loved one's injured due to somebody's negligence. Call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. The last Flagtober stop is Wednesday at Whataburger off 161 in Grand Prairie. Your last chance to pick up the iconic, unique, one-of-a-kind 2024 G-Bag Nation flag. That's Wednesday, G-Bag Nation in Grand Prairie. Here's Wolchuk with some NFL stuff.
All right, let's do it. Let's do an overreaction Week 8 edition of NFL True or Far. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, let's get to the fart false thing. Eric Chiafalo, true or fart? The Dallas Cowboys should massively regret signing Dak Prescott to an extension.
Yes, I mean, even I, who was against it, would still say, like, I don't know that it's going to be this bad over the course of the next 4 years. I don't know if this is exactly what you're signing up for the next basically half decade. But yes, I think many of us were pretty convinced on the front end of this deal happening that it didn't need to. But unfortunately, this is where we are.
I think they got what they paid for. You know, when you have a franchise quarterback, you are tricking your fans into believing you have a shot. And from what I can tell with this fan base, enough of them believe. It's good return on investment for those Jones boys. Great investment, guys. Money keeps rolling in.
Man, I was a sign guy, and I'll still say a sign guy, but with the caveat is I need a new play caller. I need somebody different coaching him. I need somebody different in his ear. I need somebody different trying to scheme some things up for him. It's not good right now. I mean, he's not seeing the field particularly well. He's forcing the ball. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of things that he's not doing right, but I also feel like his play caller is absolutely not helping him one single bit.
Agreed.
It's 100% fair.
And I would love to see what he looks like with a McVay or an O'Connell or a Shanahan or a LaFleur and one of these other guys, maybe Ben Johnson, if that could become a reality.
I'd just like to see somebody that can get guys open for him, because what he did for those 2 drives were with guys being open.
Sure.
With separation and some creativity to it. You know, CD made a couple of really nice catches for him, but this offensive line is a mess. You know, you've got a Hall of Famer that's regressing at right guard. Your right tackle's not very good right now. Your left tackle actually played pretty well.
Nice.
If you want to see a positive. But I would like to, if he gets into a situation where, and you got 4 years, and that's probably what a new coach is going to get, right, in this league. So if you get a new coach in here and a guy schemes up some things, your investment might look good. If not, it's going to be one of the worst investments you've ever made.
I mean, the great news is that he's still the guy who can be top 3 in MVP voting, right? Get him protection, get him weapons, get him a running game, right? He's the same exact guy he's always been, and it's just, you know, you're in a race against the clock right now. Yeah. Can you put that team back together?
Well, do you think he still can be without having any use of his legs at all?
That's what I'm saying. If he's not willing to get bloodied and muddied in these games, then he's probably not.
He wasn't last year, though.
Well, he had a little bit more willingness to run.
He had a couple of moments.
Yeah, he had a little bit more willingness to run. Right now, he is not willing to run at all.
Yeah, it's
third and 5. He hands it to Lipke to start the game. Just a brutally awful play call. But Dak could have pulled it. He had Ferguson out there lead blocking for him, right? Sure. He could have pulled it, and it looked like it was pretty open to, at bare minimum, get the needed 5 yards to move the chains, and he didn't do it. It's like, that's a perfect example of this dude has no interest in running the ball.
You think he was running around in the Dak yard making plays and rolled it or something? Pulled it?
I think
and that's how he had to get booted in the offseason? No,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, all those don't worry about it bits. There's something there. We talk about
whenever he doubles down on don't worry about it, it's because it hurts still and it's an issue.
Well, flexibility, you know, I mean, maybe he's just not as quick, or maybe he can't plan on it and go like he needs to. You know, I'll say that, and at 340, I'll get into it, because one of the interceptions I want to talk about is footwork.
Okay, yeah, the footwork I think is always critical with Dak, always, especially when it comes to accuracy.
I guess he has he's ran the ball 10 times this season for 24 yards. Last year he ran it 55 times.
Wow.
So he's certainly not on pace
running
for 55.
Yeah, and I'm going to go through on this just because they're going to use the cap excuse, and I don't think he's going to be able to get a much more talented roster around him. This is kind of what you're going to be dealing with, because they're just not going to be able to work around it and get creative and try and add some pieces here to help around him. So this is kind of what you're seeing play out. Okay, true.
Just got to nail the drafts, man.
Yeah, you got to nail the drafts. You got to make sure you nail the drafts.
You got to do the thing that no one's ever done, which is just go 100% every single year.
So there's a silver lining there. Because of what's happened, at least in last year's draft and maybe this year's draft, at least you're not going to have to give top-of-the-market money. So as the schedule plays out for the salary cap, you should, in theory, have some money allocated to maybe go buy other teams' free agents, because you're not going to have to pay Mozzie, and you're not going to, Guyton's not trending to be the next great left tackle. We'll see how these next couple of years go.
Okay, Atlanta coming up next year. Ryan brought us the Falcons signing of Kirk Cousins has lived up to expectations.
I would say that's true. They were looking for a quarterback. That was a team that was a top 10 offense. They had a top 10 defense last year. Probably should have been a playoff team. And their quarterback play was awful. So, yeah, Kirk Cousins has definitely give them a shot in the arm that they needed.
I don't give him too much credit for it, though, because they also drafted Penix, If he really believed in Cousins and were like, oh, yeah, guard our guy, scoreboard, here we come, NFC South, you would have drafted somebody that could have helped Kirk Cousins, not threaten him,
Yeah, I would say
I'm a Penix guy. You know that, Chief.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I mean, I'm not giving them any credit for it just because they botched their offseason was weird. But this is the expectation that you would have if you got Kirk Cousins. You're an average team. You have a good chance of winning what most people believe to be the worst division in football, and you'll get the opportunity to lose in the playoffs in the wild card round. And that's where they're pacing.
Is he a $45 million quarterback? Is that what he is?
Yeah, I think he's 40 or 45.
He could have pulled that ball. Could have pulled the ball.
Dak could have pulled the ball on 3rd and 5 easily.
Time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. What's going on with everything and everybody's what's going on?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I feel
tough
you.
one.
I feel you.
Happy Monday, Lucius.
Hey, man, how you doing, dog?
Hanging tough, dude.
Yeah, hanging tough.
Shout out to that lunch that got provided. Man, those doors now. I'm feeling great.
Yeah, shout out to that chicken. A whole lot of guacamole I covered it with. All right, when we last left off, Big Nate Newton was on the Cowboys. I don't think it was. Was that the Cowboys hour or Cowboys Crosstalk?
Oh, Cowboys Crosstalk.
Cowboys Crosstalk. Excuse me. Yeah, he's on the Cowboys Crosstalk. He said Troy Aikman was right about these sloppy receivers, and he stood on business.
No way in the world can you ever have your wide receivers not running wide open, because you are distorting the next man route. When you are so selfish that you cannot get off the ball when you know you got a deep post so my man Fergie can come underneath and catch that ball for a first down, that is selfish, that is wrong, and it ain't gonna never be right in my eyesight. Troy had that spot on. You can't have a body language where you getting ready to run a slant, you sitting there and your stance just stuttering. Man, take off, drive through that guy inside shoulder and slant so we can get this guy over the top, because they're going to bring the safety and the linebacker down there on you. So now we got Cooks or the other boy streaking down the field. Come on, man. That was right.
That's the kind of veteran talk that some of these guys need to hear. Get Nate Newton in there. You're destroying the other guy's routes.
All right. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got. You guys familiar with the singer named Loomis?
No, sir.
I wasn't either until like Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I'm very familiar.
She fumbled a national anthem.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah. After I did my research, I gave her a follow. I was like, hey, I'm trash. Whatever. I'll give you a follow. Players mess up. Anyway, she sang the national anthem for the independent candidate debate. This was live on C-SPAN.
Uh-oh.
No. It was live.
Through the perilous fights for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets red glare. Can I go back, please?
What?
Live.
We're live.
Bombs bursting, and then I got too nervous.
Yeah.
Gave proof through the night.
Got too high, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Got a little too nervous.
Simon Cowell would be tearing her ass up right now.
Oh, that was dreadful, Daryl.
Dreadful.
Yeah, that'd be a no for me, dog.
That's so independent, of her. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah.
The independent debate. Couldn't even get somebody that knows the anthem.
At least there was only 13 people that were watching live.
Good Lord, bro.
You're not a real American. You got to choose a side.
I've never actually seen that one done before.
Where
they just in the
stop.
middle of it, they just kind of break the wall or whatever.
She thought she was like it was recording. And we can start all over again.
Oh. And then the floor guy goes, "No, you're live."
Nah, you're totally live, babe. During the LA Live, I'll have her explain it all to you and everything. She apologized. She's so sorry. So sorry. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Lord have mercy. Yeah. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. Oh, yes. Reverend Ike. I would play you a viral clip of Freddie Haynes that I seen last week, but I know where I am. I know what it is. So I'll play you these right here. We have 2 clips of some pastors calling out some members of their congregation. I don't know if they should be doing it this way. Pastor told some folks that were leaving early. When you leave church early, you do the church finger, right? You take your index finger and you point it up towards God. That means mind God's business and not mine. So when you're leaving church early, you put your church finger up.
So you just walk, everybody walks out, just walk out like that.
I like that. Yeah. Don't be judging me. Meant like, just give me a sec. I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Recipes. Okay. So we have a pastor right here. They were leaving church early. I don't know if pastor was a fan of it.
Much is required. Y'all stop walking now. Sit down! Sit down.
Good, I come on that.
What's wrong with you? Did y'all hear me?
Got a turkey in the oven. Been here 2 hours.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, Pastor.
Did you hear me?
I hope your car don't start. That's what he said at the very end there.
Fried chicken grease getting hot. Gotta get home.
Ooh.
Sunday dinner. Sunday dinner.
Hallelujah. Praise God in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Let me see what we got right here. Why did this pastor call out this brother Andre like this?
But dude, somebody tell Brother DeAndre to praise God and stop sitting there looking like a lump on the lawn. I said, God said he's going to do everything new.
God says he's going to do everything new.
Get some rhyming going on, though.
Yeah, I don't know why DeAndre's sitting there like a bump on the lawn. Get it together, DeAndre. Last one right here. Depressed Cowboys fan.
He's back.
Trying to find my baby.
I'm trying to find him. Oh, come on.
Send her home to me.
Oh, my Lord. Woo. Yeah, he's back with another one right here in the key of Kendrick Lamar.
In the game. Mike McCarthy on the beat. Hope we won't win another game any week, bro. We won't beat a playoff team because we stink, bro. Got me putting on my shoulder pads. Got me walking around like Tizo. Why running game so bad? Got me really thinking. Who the fuck we got for GM? Because he really stinks. Shit, our GM used to coach Abe Lincoln. The window for that Super Bowl is steady shrinking. The family matter and the truth of the matter. It was God's plan to show y'all we sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Hey, big another team. Hey, big another team. Sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Hey, big another team. Hey, big another team. Are we locked in? Hell no. Are we going to win? Hell no.
Hell no.
Oh my gosh.
Strong.
Again.
He's automatic,
2
dude.
for 2.
Pure gold.
Wow.
I think that might be 3 for 3 now. As far as
is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did 149. He did a few of them for other teams. Yeah. And now chill.
That's good.
All right, we got a champ. We got 3 challengers. Is it Nate Newton on the Cowboys' selfish wide receivers? Is it singer Loomis messing up the independent debate national anthem over the weekend? RFK still in there? RFK leading the independents? Is it pastor calling out congregation for leaving? Is it pastor calling out DeAndre or the depressed Cowboys fan? I watched like a 45-minute RFK interview a couple months back. He was on fire the whole time, right? I was like, yes. I mean, he was talking about our business and how things got weird in the 80s and then again around 2000 with Stern and everything. But the whole time I was like, man, this guy needs a synthesized voice or something.
Oh, it's tough. Yeah.
It'd be like, I don't know if I could do this for 4 years watching his addresses of the nation. You know,
it sounds.
Could you just write? Could you write your speech? When do we go Stephen Hawking?
Have Morgan Freeman read it for you? It sounds painful.
Yeah, you can get one of those AI voices that dictate your videos these days. RFK.
That's true.
Okay, I'm going to go with our champ Nate Newton. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with old Loomis.
Lucius.
Yeah, me too, Loomis.
We're at 2-1. Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with the Depressed Cowboys fan song.
Yeah, depressed Cowboy fan.
We're tied at 2. You jump on to @GBagNation and vote there at the break. Is it the singer Loomis who messed it up, or is it the Depressed Cowboys fan who tore it up once again? Okay, coming up next here, Chief, where are we going?
Best of the weekend. Let's laugh at someone else's pain from the sports weekend next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, coming up at 3 o'clock. NFL News Today. At 4 o'clock today is the Mike McCarthy press conference. 1 hour from right now, you'll get Krusty's Corner. So just an absolutely packed Cowboys Monday here as we survey the damage. Here's the Chief with your best O of the weekend.
Man, you got to think it could have been an alternate reality, a different version, a different type of weekend for Kevontae Turpin had he not chirped back at the Aikman stuff. You know, maybe there was a different way this could have all played out. You know, if he just kind of wore that and decided to apply it to himself. You never know if you're going to get a 3rd and 10 opportunity inexplicably.
Yeah.
That your coach is going to dial up you, the guy who's never gone down the sideline and caught a ball in a Cowboys uniform.
Yeah.
They're going to go for you when the game's in the balance. Don't worry, Kevontae. They're not going to do anything design-wise to help you get open.
You know, pure self-confidence is amazing. I think, though, when it veers into the delusional and you can't be self-aware enough to know that you're messing up, you're not good, and the outsiders are, in fact, just criticizing you. They're not hating or trying. Trust me, nobody wants you guys to be bad. And speaking of that, Depressed Cowboys fan is your G-Bag of the Day champion, winning a vote on @GBagNation 7822. Congrats.
All right, it's another banger. Here we go. Now, Walchuk and I went to Sean's house for a little Halloween gathering on Saturday night, and Walchuk really left it all on the field, man. He did. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see the photo of his wrist that went a little bit viral. People with concern late on Saturday night after his wrist swelled up from a falling into the pool while carrying the baby scenario took place.
Wow. She got her first swim lesson, huh?
You ain't kidding.
Throw the toddler in, see how she floats to the
Child
top.
Protective Service knocked on your
It's
door
like a
yet?
swinging chair that's next to the pool. We're just chilling, having a good time. Walchuk's sitting there with the lovely little Eliza, having a good time. Walchuk gets, like, I guess, a little too swingy, and the thing tips backwards, and the chair, and the baby all flip backwards. And he's dressed up as Eric from The Little Mermaid.
And she's the Little Mermaid.
And she's the Little Mermaid.
I guess maybe it was.
Ironically enough.
Yeah, we end up in the pool.
She was submerged.
The swing supports just kind of lifted off the ground and swung you.
I don't know.
How did we get failure?
It's like a single person swing. I don't know. Sean says he's had this chair for forever. No one's ever fallen in it except for 2 weeks ago when his mother-in-law did for the first time. He's had this chair for forever.
It's gotten too old.
Exactly. So then Walchuk tested it a little bit, and he was in it for a little while. Everything was smooth, but then there was a little lean back deal. Boom. Tip over, flip
Into
backwards.
the pool.
Now we're racing to pull the chair up. Walchuk the whole time. Baby completely safe. It was honestly an amazing, heroic dad moment. Didn't fumble at all. High and tight. Walchuk secured it, and everything was fine.
We definitely both submerged, but the immediate
she
reaction
didn't
was
hit
like,
anything.
no, she's totally fine. I injured myself, but I didn't care. I was like, baby, out water. You just get her out of the water, and had a lot of support. I believe Christian Bobby's wife came running over, took Eliza, got her inside.
Did Bobby come waddling over?
She was no, Bobby wasn't there.
He was in San Francisco.
Oh, he's in San Francisco. That's
Bobby
right.
wasn't there.
He was waddling elsewhere.
So
Did
they
baby cry?
got her changed, and she was totally fine. Yeah, Maya was totally fine. She's like, yeah, baby's. She didn't care about me. It was like, and neither did I really. It was like, is the baby okay?
Yeah, nobody did.
Sean gives me some clothes. I change, and then I think we were just like sitting there having a good time. And I looked down and was like, what the hell?
Yes, all of a sudden, like an hour later, we looked down at his wrist because he wasn't acting like he was in any pain. At no point did he say, "Oh yeah, I kind of like hurt myself." But we looked down and there's like literally a golf ball size swelling in his wrist.
Somebody said it was gout. I was reading the comments. Someone goes, "Hey," Sean goes, "Is this something we need to get checked on?" And some guy goes, "Looks like gout." And I'm like,
"Can you get gout of the hands?
Gout of the wrist?
Gout of the wrist? Well,
wrist, yeah.
Well, yeah, it swelled up pretty bad, but Walchuk was moving it. He could make a fist and everything. Everything seemed to be fine, but Walchuk's mom saw the photo on Facebook, and she started making calls to Walchuk to make sure he was okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then I guess, and Walchuk was playing it super, super tough, but you ended up doing a little dock in the box action?
Yeah, as soon as we got home, Maya and I were just like, just go get it looked at. So I just went to one of those, local urgent care.
D&B.
I was in and out an hour. They were like, it's a hematoma. That's why it swelled up so bad, and it's just a sprain. X-rays were negative. So iced it up, swelling's way down. It was fine. No big deal.
Crazy night, crazy time.
You don't realize how you did it. Did you hit the side of the pool?
I have honestly.
Good news is he flipped in right into like basically sort of the walk-in area of the pool. So you're only talking about like a foot of water or so. It was like that part of the pool that they fell into. It wasn't like they fell into a deep end and now they're all the way down at the bottom of the pool or anything like that.
No.
So
it could have been the sidewall. It could have been part of the chair. I don't know. The head's a little bit concussed, sore. It's whatever.
Did you?
We need to call the Frankels here?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I will
like
say
I might have homeowner negligence.
Sean's insurance paid up?
It's fine.
Sean was a little concerned. He's like, "You sure you're fine, Wolchuk?" He was like, "Anything you need, ice pack, whatever."
You're not going to
It was kind of the nicest I've ever
He's like scrubbing the video footage from his security cameras.
I wondered why we didn't get that footage.
Never got the footage. Never did get to see it. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, I guess we did get to see the unveiling of the Dwayne Wade statue of the weekend. How did you guys take that in? Because that was
he didn't look too happy.
I thought
all.
it was like an AI generated fake. Like this isn't the real one, is it? This is a fake one. The internet's got a hold of something.
Why is it so difficult to make a good statue? What are we missing here? Because they should just retire the idea. They should say we're attempting to make a statue of somebody, but if it turns out like all of the other sports statues, we're not going to put it up. We need to just do a mold of the guy's face. You can do this with plaster.
Do a bust. Just go to Canton and let the NFL make you a bust of your guy.
I think so. I think there's a better way to do it. I don't think this is honoring me. This is some weird like Halloween version of me.
This is a true disrespect to the man, but it's hilarious because I don't know what type of face he's making. They're supposed to be screaming out of competitive excitement from a throwback Miami moment that he had, but it just looks like he's a crying baby with a jaw that is way too big for his own face, and he's also eating something sour at the exact same time. People are calling him Morpheus from The Matrix. People
who looks a lot more like Antoine Walker
or Thanos.
Yes.
So
Thanos.
I know Carter's messing around with some of the images there on the Twitch and the YouTube for you, so you can get to see it if you haven't seen the Dwayne Wade statue unveiling outside of the Miami Heat arena, which I believe is still named after the failed crypto scheme, but. It gets unveiled and then it goes viral immediately because his face it looks extremely weird. His hands are doing something weird. He's pointing at something like the Dirk one. The Dirk one's awesome, and apparently whoever was a part of the Dirk one was in some way a part of this one as well. But also at the same time, apparently Wade himself was pretty in the mix on the making of this.
Dirk was involved in paying the dude off to make it look jacked up.
Yeah, that's true.
Like as soon as you said that, that's what I thought of. Was this an inside job?
Sabotage?
Want this to look a little wonky.
Give you an extra $100,000 if you make that thing look wild.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't the first time that Wade has been in the middle of being honored, but also he gets disrespected in the midst of it. This is not the first time it's happened. This is some years ago, and he gets this is at the Miami Heat arena. There's a huge event for him, and this is how the Miami City Council lady welcomes him into the moment.
Collective has a will to win because his name, of course, is Wade Jones.
Oh no.
That is not real.
Dwayne Jones.
Oh, my
how you're
gosh.
taking in that sound is how I took in seeing the visual of the statue in his face and thinking this can't be real. How did that happen? He was introduced as Wade Jones after being a two-time champion for the city of Miami, being at the Miami Heat arena, and that's what the lady belched out.
Man.
And now you fast forward like a decade later, and this is the worst statue we've seen since the Ronaldo one. And we know that was a sabotage.
That's bad.
That was an intentional disrespect, and this one feels similar. Feels personal.
This is the greatest thing to happen in the Mavs Heat rivalry in decades.
Anytime the Heat come to town, we need to have like big time
Wade Jones.
Just like they did the David
Jones.
Hasselhoff thing, we need to have Wade Jones chants, and we need to have that face of that stupid Thanos Morpheus looking crap statue that they just farted out there in Miami over the weekend.
Well, Miami's the worst sports fans, dude. They leave a finals game like they all pulled a Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
2012 or whatever that was.
Let me back in.
At least let my friend back in.
Yeah.
It was my fault. NFL News Today coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Tap outs, Hail Marys, and tight ends. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. We'll take a look at the top takeaways here from yesterday's Cowboys game. Last Flagtober stop of the season is coming up Wednesday at Whataburger off 161 in Grand Prairie. Your last chance to get that iconic Whataburger 2024 flag. Time now for your NFL news of the day, and here's Wolchuk.
All right, we'll start Cowboys. We were talking about Kevontae Turpin a little bit ago, and he didn't have a great response to Troy Aikman last week, criticizing the wide receivers. Well, over the weekend, CeeDee Lamb did sit down with Jason Garrett of NBC, part of their coverage, and Garrett and CD talked about Troy Aikman's comments, and here was CD's reaction to it.
Well, every coach, every team, guys talk about eliminating the noise. You try to do that, focus. Let me just tell you what the noise is. One of the greatest players in this organization's history, Troy Aikman, comes out and says, the Cowboys wide receivers don't run good routes. CeeDee Lamb's got to get off the ball better. When you hear that noise, how does that land on you and the group?
Me as a leader, obviously, I take it in, and we got to work. That's just more. I use it as a building block. Like if you say that our routes are lazy, things of that sort, let's go out here every week, and I'm going to show you that my routes. So personally, I take that as, again, constructive criticism. You can't really take everything personal in this realm of work that we do, especially some things that we can control. So if we can control it, let's go out here, work at it, and continue to get better at it. So for me, I go work. I'm a hard worker. You know what I'm saying? So anything that you say that I'm not doing, I'm going to show you that I am doing it.
So you're motivated by the noise.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Great.
That is great. It's a great way to take it.
Just give him the hate smile. Yeah, that's great.
You're motivated.
Yeah, you're motivated.
Your Jason Garrett has a little Lee Steinberg to it. I like that.
They got a little bit of it together.
Their smiles are similar.
Similar, yeah. Garrett was really good at smiling at you and yelling at you at the same time. You could tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to get me fired.
You SOB.
Yeah.
I love you, but I hate you.
Exactly.
And CD certainly went out, played well, but it just, that's the difference, I guess, is it's just funny that he was talking about that and the outside noise is what Garrett's thought. Like CD hadn't already heard it. He didn't need to be told what Aikman said. I'm sure CD really knew. And then immediately after the game, you get the Trayvon Diggs response to the Mike Leslie deal, where he just goes right up to Mike Leslie and, he's nuts, bro.
I think Garrett is outstanding at this, though. I mean, that's not an easy question to ask. I think he's killing it, I don't know how good of a football coach Garrett would be. Obviously, he didn't do a great job with the Cowboys, or
the Giants.
Wasn't the worst. Well, yeah, he might have been the worst OC that year.
That was bad.
No doubt. But I think he's fantastic in this line of work. The longer he goes, I think he's getting more comfortable. He's got a great voice, great confidence, and I don't know, maybe that's just exactly his perfect spot in the NFL. I thought he was a pretty good scout as well. He helped the Cowboys find a number of good players
as far away from the sideline as possible.
Yeah,
he's not even on site with Rodney Harrison and coming. They got him back in studio. We don't need you at the stadium. Just
do the package every week, the interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of feel like though, if they've got you hanging out in the studio, you're an important person.
Oh, you're more important? I thought if you were on location, you became more important than the guys in studio.
I think they're trying to eliminate the number of opportunities you get by putting you on the road.
Trying to trim the fat a little bit.
Yeah, they're always
get a couple of segments here and there.
They're always going to, let's go to Rodney as he interviews somebody. And that's kind of like the only segment.
That's all we'll be seeing of Rodney tonight. Thanks, Rodney.
Thanks, Rod.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Rodney did a good job with us yesterday.
Great job with us, yeah.
Good job, Rodney. Then there was the craziness that happened in Indianapolis, back and forth game, Texans and Colts. But there was a.
Hey, how about the witching hour in general, dude?
The witching hour was an MVP yesterday, leading into Halloween.
I got
did
tired,
not miss.
Wolchuk.
Yeah, so Anthony Richardson pulled a move that I personally had never seen before.
Got tired.
This is
in professional football. I've seen this happen in high school. But Anthony Richardson is running around. They're in the red zone. A second down play has just happened, and he taps the side of the helmet, which universally in the football world's like, I'm out. I'm tapping out.
I'm banged up.
Yeah, I'm hurt. Something's going on. Joe Flacco, get in here. So now Flacco runs into the game, hands it off to Jonathan Taylor on 3rd and goal from the 23. Taylor gets 5 yards. Colts settled for a 37-yard field goal. After the game, Anthony Richardson asked, what happened, man? Everything okay?
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there that I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
I ain't gonna lie. I kind of wish you would have. That's one of those. Just go ahead and chalk that one up for. I gotta lie here.
Oh my gosh.
It's a tough thing to, especially after the half that he had. What was he? 2 for 15 for 80 yards in the first half.
Yeah, he finished 10 of 32. For 175 yards, a touchdown, an interception, and 5 sacks.
The numbers on him are bordering on, as Brad Sham would say, unprofessional.
I mean, it's like Jamarcus Russell type of bad when it comes to throwing the football.
Every graph you see of quarterbacks and where they're placed, he's on the far bottom left corner where there's just nothing good about the way this guy's doing it. I saw Austin Gale put something out where Anthony Richardson ranks 222nd in completion percentage among the 225 quarterbacks since the year 2000.
And who's the guy ahead of him? Ryan Leaf, right?
Yes.
Of the Cowboys.
Of the Cowboys. How funny is that it's the star as his...
And that was terrible. I remember watching Ryan Leaf play with the Cowboys. That wasn't fun. Okay. Brian, I know you remember that.
Too well.
That was brutal.
I have the three quarterbacks who have been worse from a completion percentage standpoint since 2000 than Anthony Richardson. There's 3 of them. Tim Tebow is one.
Oh, gosh.
Not surprising at all. Mike McMahon of the Filthy Eagles is second to last. And your dead ball's last worst completion percentage since the year 2000 is Akili Smith.
Oh, the company that he's in here, bad.
Jamarcus Russell was better.
Jeez.
Curtis Painter was better. It's been really bad, but I've never seen the tap out thing. I've never seen that. I'm so tired.
That was just it's a bad move. And now the Colts are evaluating everything since he's been struggling. Do they go back to Flacco? What are they doing here? He's still in line to start Sunday night against Minnesota. But Shane Steichen, for the locker room, when your quarterback's tapping out on a 3rd down play at the 23-yard line, you're trying to put up points. And somebody just texted in, Donovan McNabb was puking in the huddle during the Super Bowl.
But that was just beer.
Just beer. Just sweat.
That wasn't actually exhausted from doing anything.
It's a bad look. Can you imagine if Dak Prescott did this?
Anthony Richardson was at least running around.
I think there's something to be said for it's more like a running back, every time he snaps the ball.
Yeah.
It's a scramble, it's a run, it's
seeking contact,
running for my life. Yeah, it's just totally different than any quarterback. I can't remember it happening either, but and the other thing is when you're getting chased like that, the adrenaline kicks in. Makes it harder to breathe. I don't know. I'm making excuses.
So
He's a pro athlete.
So I just told Shane I needed a break right there.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to call a run play. So can you just hand the ball
room? Do they
off?
have break rooms in NFL stadiums? They have break rooms?
What the hell is going on here?
Do we have breather rooms?
At the blue tent, he could have gone sat in there for a little bit. Put the blue tent up.
Oxygen mask.
Samuel, who's out there running around. He just had pneumonia.
I think, okay, what would you have said there if you're him? Because I was just going to go, had the wind knocked out of me.
That's perfect.
I would have gone right into the blue tent.
When knocked out, yes, you go right to the blue tent.
Sit there for a couple breaths. Yeah, and come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's asked the doc if there's anything you can do for the chronic vaginitis that you have, and then he'll say no, and then you'll just trot back onto the field and lose the football game.
Okay, he had 17 attempts against zone coverage. I was just looking at his numbers. It's wild.
He was 10 of 32.
Okay, what do you think his numbers were against zone coverage? You should be able to complete passes against zone coverage.
I'll
right?
say he completed 4 of his 10 balls on the day.
He had 17 attempts against zone coverage.
4 of 17.
5.
3.
5. 5 of 17 for 48 yards.
It's big time.
Yeah.
How many rushing yards did he even have?
It's so funny.
I mean,
he was running around a lot, so he was super duper tired.
It's the only one he's got is just a run.
Over 10 air yards. He was 4-20 for $120. How about that?
I mean, that play told me, I've seen enough. I'm good here.
There you go.
I think we know you're not the franchise quarterback that we were hoping you would be.
And that's why you just keep playing him. You don't do the Flacco thing. You keep playing him. This is the boom or bust factor. It's almost better this way.
It's like either be awesome or be terrible and lead me to
Give
my
us
next
clarity.
top 5 pick here.
Yeah.
We will suck so bad this year, we'll draft your replacement right now.
Yeah.
We really don't want to make a Daniel Jones mistake.
Yeah,
so
we're not
going to be
We're not
bad.
going to give you a bit yet. We're just moving on. The other thing that was just what the hell are you doing on the football weekend? Tyreek Stevenson. Okay, amazingness that happens at the end of this game.
Well said,
Commandos and the Bears. Incredible moment. Jaden Daniels goes ahead, hits scary Terry McLaurin. They're set up for a Hail Mary.
On Stevenson, by the way.
Yeah.
That plays on Stevenson.
Yeah, so...
if he was Anthony Richardson, he'd have been way too tired to throw that ball.
he'd be running around
I
too
think
much.
he ran 41 yards before chucking it.
He would have tapped himself out. Mariota would have had to throw the ball. You're right, absolutely. But so now they throw the Hail Mary. It doinks off Stevenson. It pops up in the air, and Noah Brown, former Cowboy, hallelujah, Commandos walk it off. But during the play, there is a video from a fan in the stands that is showing Tyreek Stevenson turned around, talking bleep to the fans there in Washington. Then he turns around. The receivers are already at the opposition's, 20-yard line? And now he's trying to chase and find, where's my guy? Where's my guy? Ends up locating the football, hits the football, tipped up in the air. Here comes the touchdown for Noah Brown. Really bad moment. He puts that on social media to Chicago and teammates. My apologies for lack of awareness and focus. The game ain't over until zeros hit the clock. Can't take anything for granted. Notes taken. Improvement will happen. Hashtag bear down.
I don't think his pre-celebration cost him the play, did it? He might have ended up in better position.
I don't know.
No, because he ends up running and being the one that tips the ball to the guy. But he got his hands on it.
But I think Noah Brown was his guy, and Noah Brown's left behind him. Nobody's even covering him.
Let's go to the tape.
I'm watching the play here. I get what you are saying, Dawson. I imagine the play here, brought us right, is every defender has a guy. Like somebody had to be on Noah Brown, and I'm assuming the guy who wasn't is the guy who was just chirping at the fans for the first half of the play after the snap.
I agree. I think Noah Brown was his dude.
It's a terrible look. It's an all-time, just a hilarious moment.
I think he undercut the route. I think he was.
He did. He's the one who hits the ball that allows
but he was
Noah
in the
Brown
front.
to.
He went to the front. If he's got no
bad DB hands, I think is the ultimate culprit. As fun as the celebrating cause, the Hail Mary narrative. I don't think it took him out of position because he had so much time to run over there.
Well, 806 Everflux.
But I don't know. Your
totally
TV,
right.
the TV
You
copy
are
was
right.
weird. Yeah. But the footage that you see, it's just hilarious.
It's hilarious.
It is. Yeah.
The way that it all happened. But the Commanders get another win.
And if you didn't know any better, Dan Quinn just won the Super Bowl.
Oh my gosh, the reaction. And Caleb Williams, there's also like video of him watching the whole thing. And it was a historic last 30 seconds in NFL history. I mean, it was incredible what ended up happening with the Bears taking the lead.
The entire fourth quarter was ridiculous. They're handing it to an offensive lineman and fumbling at the goal line.
Yeah.
I was listening, I guess, to the pregame, and Chief gave it to the Bears, and then we went to break.
Yeah.
So did Tyreek Stevenson.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, there's 25 seconds left. I'm pretty sure the Commanders
man,
just lost.
You're in it together. Yeah, according to ESPN Stats and Info, Daniels' game-winning Hail Mary made Commanders-Bears the first game since 1977 where each team scored go-ahead touchdowns in the final 30 seconds. That is crazy. The other one was the Bears over the Chiefs, 28-27.
But I mean, dude, you're talking about Caleb Williams. I don't think he had his fourth completion of the day until maybe the end of the third quarter. Yeah, it was as disgusting of an offense as you'll ever see outside of a big DeAndre Swift play where they're able to get their touchdown on. But for the most part, it was just it was a total slot fest. I think Caleb Williams has that Dak gene. Fourth quarter comes on. Yeah, here we go.
It's time.
When the game's just far enough out of reach,
you're gonna claw with your fingernails to get just back in the game.
He's not doing anything with those fingernails.
I think I saw the stat. He was pressured 52% of his dropbacks.
Oh, I believe it.
In that game.
That's a guy who probably could have tapped his helmet and said, "Coach, I need a breather."
Yeah.
He was running around all over the place.
Oh, true alpha. Not gonna do that. All right. National Tight Ends Day was yesterday as well. And the tight ends balled out.
Hey, what did I say in the pregame show, Broadus? George Kittle is going to really appreciate the fact that it's National Tight Ends Day. He's going to wear this, and he's going to rock this.
He was the top tight end, 6 catches, 128 yards, a touchdown. In total, tight ends had 177 catches, according to NFL research. 14 different tight ends had touchdowns. That's a single-day record.
It really, this is, the run game stuff has been really, really bad, but this is, to me, the biggest indictment on Zimmer to this point.
I mean, there's a lot of indictments to start games, to start second halves. You're consistently giving up points. But for your plan against a team whose a lot of their skill guys were down, banged up, your plan for just go Donovan Wilson on George Kittle?
I said that. I was on a couple of different shows this morning, and that's the biggest criticism I have is during the week you knew that their skill guys were compromised. Their wide receivers were compromised. And the one thing that you couldn't let happen was that Kittle beat you in this game.
Kittle and Debo, the two guys hey.
I mean, you felt like that maybe that Debo there'd probably be some trouble there, but Kittle, you cannot go into that game letting George Kittle beat you. You just can't.
No. And they did.
Yeah.
And they did.
At the end of the game, they started playing, when they needed to try and get some stops, they started putting McQuamu on there. They put Lewis on him a couple of times. They were trying, but it was the damage had already been done.
Right.
That's an indictment of your coaching staff right there that that one weapon, like I say, Bill Belichick, he would say this about playing Jason Witten. He goes, everybody else could beat me. I ain't gonna let that guy beat me today. And that's unfortunate right there.
I guess it could be worse. It could be the Jets. Jets lose again, and more just sad stats keep coming out for them. Jets scored 20-plus points, committed no turnovers, held their opponent to under 250 yards of offense. From 1940 until yesterday, teams were 756-0 when they hit those three metrics. But the Jets lost to the Patriots yesterday, 25-22.
Wow.
There you go, Aaron Rodgers.
What a disaster.
Just a record breaker.
That's crazy. I thought Devontae Adams was going to fix everything.
I thought so, too.
I really did.
Shocking.
Thank you, Wolchuk. NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I think Robert Saleh is the big winner of the last few weeks, and then certainly like the biggest winner of the weekend. Robert Saleh sitting back going, it wasn't me.
Any more words of Shaggy?
Join us Wednesday at Whataburger in Grand Prairie off 161. It'll be your last chance to get the 2024 G-Bag Nation flag. We'll hit the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, and more takeaways from Cowboys defeat coming up next here in the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening here in the nation. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com. Couple of interesting stories here before the game. Jerry Jones Jr. and Charlotte Jones, plus Shai Anderson Jr., inside an impacted vehicle in the Jones family caravan. It was stricken by a rising barricade.
Barricade. I said a barrier. It's a barricade.
What is a rising barricade?
Is it one of those things that in these stadiums now? Remember when we walk into the stadium, they have that way of this like
the security.
You go down to the tunnel, that thing comes up and down, and it's kind of a protective thing to not allow people to make a run to try and get in the stadium. I think it's a pretty heavy duty.
Oh, it's like a gate. For getting into a garage or something underneath the stadium.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's interesting. So, fortunately, neither of them were seriously injured. Charlotte and Jerry were evaluated by team medical personnel at the owner's suite of the game. Charlotte, although sustained a rib injury, and Jerry Jr. may have sustained a head injury like you, Wolchuk.
Hope they're okay.
Yeah. Sure they are, but just one of those.
But that's
deals.
that's more. I mean, listening to Steven today, he's probably thinking like, "Oh, what else can go wrong?"
Right?
You know?
Yeah. What was going on with the stadium yesterday? Because also some people were walking in there and apparently just being flu stricken.
That's right. Yes. Second story
the
here.
Poop that they've got floating there.
The bigger story.
I thought it might have been the fecal matter, the human fecal matter that's in the air there per capita is larger than any city in the entire world.
You know, it was crazy because this particular illness,
you can look that up,
made you so sick that you couldn't play, but you could still totally hang out as if you were fine.
Well, you can still sign autographs and be around the guys when they're warming up for the game and whatnot.
Yeah, it's not a contagious, which is great.
It was only like a 102 fever.
No. It is interesting how everybody has talked about this. I just don't think it requires an explanation if the guy's really sick, but I think they know it looks weird, so you have to make something up. So you say he's sick when he's clearly not. This goes to sometimes it's more important in the building to be friends with the decision maker instead of being the best player. And as long as this kind of stuff is happening, I don't think you have much of a chance. I guess the good news is maybe they're just doing it because it's not a big season. It's like, hey, we're not going to win anyway. Let's keep Zeke out there because at least when people tune in, the fans know who Zeke is. That's what this is. Rico Dowdle is by far the best runner. Like, Dalvin Cook hasn't had a game as good as Rico Dowdle's worst game this year in 2 seasons. He wasn't good with the Jets. He wasn't good with the Ravens. Zeke's not good. You know, he had his best carry of the season last year for like 12 yards or so. But with him, go into his game log. His best game is as good as Rico's worst game when it comes to yards per attempt. You were just giving up like 30% of your rushing yards by playing these guys instead of Rico. And getting everybody to go along with it at the same time. We're going to tell this illness story. If you're ill and can't play, you're laying down in a dark room. You're going, in and getting an IV. Wow, this is really bad. Our best runner, not even close, is sick. He can't play.
Didn't that happen to Zach Martin last year?
Yeah, I think it was that Washington game, wasn't it?
Where he was sick and
missed the game,
and then all of a sudden Brock Hoffman's got to play,
Yeah.
TJ Bass got to play, and you didn't see him out there. But
You definitely didn't see him signing autographs and
being on the field at all.
Having reports that he looked just fine minutes before the news about him being stricken with the flu.
I just don't know if he's liked, how likable Rico is compared to the other people. But, I think that obviously a lot of people like Zeke and feel like it's important to have him in the game. So, Deuce Vaughn is benchable. It's clearly you can deactivate him.
They have.
But we love Hunter Lipke, even though he never makes a winning play. People love him. We love Zeke. So it's like after we account for the guys we love, then we only have so many spots. So now it's down to the new guy and the guy that people don't like as much as the others. That's what it looks like to me, Brian. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'll say this. the night before the game, because there was a lot of speculation of who was going to be deactivated, and I was trying to get to the bottom of it because I knew we had the pregame show. I just wanted to come in and have an idea. And I was gathering that they were going to go light at corner, which they ended up doing. And matter of fact, the intention was to have the three backs and then Hunter Lipke,
including Rico as part of the three.
Yeah, as part of the three. Yeah, it was going to be Zeke, Rico Dowdle, Cook, and then also Lipke. That was the four that they were going to go with. The deactivations, from what I was gathering, was that the hurt guys, and then Carson was going to be down and Booth was going to be down. So their intent, I believe, was to have Rico Dowdle active. That was their intent Saturday night, as I'm kind of studying and I'm watching the LSU game, and I'm trying to get to the bottom because I'm seeing on Twitter, everybody's kind of going, wow, this could be the time Zeke could be inactive and all that. And I'm like, let's see what's happening here. So, I just took the opportunity to start texting people in the organization and kind of got the idea that they were going to go light at corner is really where they were going to go light. So,
and then somebody found out, what are we planning to do? We're going to deactivate Zeke? Man, if these fans tune in to watch a crap game, they should at least see one of their favorite players of all time.
Yeah, I just know that the intent that I got when I went to bed or heard on Saturday night was that Dowdle was going to be active.
And Vaughn was going to be inactive.
Yeah.
So the decision was Dowdle and Vaughn?
It came, because once
Dowdle might be worse than Zeke. Dowdle is worse than Zeke because he can't even block.
Once Dowdle got sick.
Yeah.
Once Dowdle got sick or whatever happened to him, then that's where they flipped it. But like I said, I knew for a fact they were going to go light at corner.
Boys, he sure did get in the chip of the year, though, didn't he?
Woo.
Oh, did he break a rib with that shot?
Man.
Yeah, he did.
My goodness.
Brian's like, can we get that over on Bosa on the other side, please? I'm like, that's
I wasn't wishing for injury. I was just saying we need a good chip block over there.
That's a total clean play.
It's a physical game. You play it within the rules. If the other team gets hurt,
Part of what I fell in love with Cooper Beebe for. He would do that a lot at K-State.
Yeah.
Okay, we go to the Athletic here / New York Times, and John Machota writing too many negative plays from frustrated quarterback Dak Prescott in Cowboys loss. Is he deteriorating is the topic, I believe, right? Like, are we seeing the worst version of Dak, or is it just that his surroundings are maybe the worst they've ever been?
Well, I mean,
he's got a hand in it. He's got a hand in some of the things that, like I say here in a few minutes, I'm going to talk about, like there was the first interception. He always talks about his footwork. And I got a pretty good example of something he was probably talking about, something he needs to work on. But yeah, he's trouble seeing the field at times. He really, really does. And, guys can confuse him that way. Coverages can confuse him. It's a shame that you would think that 9 years into the league that, people, I guess you do get confused. But this bunch in red, they confuse him a lot. So, but yeah, if he's not willing to run and he's forcing the ball, and things aren't good. Things aren't good.
Yeah, no, he's definitely playing extremely poorly. He is some of this stuff is just his own doing. He's erratic. His decision making is problematic. He's not on the same page with his best receiver and other receivers way too frequently. He's throwing like the interceptions. Some of the interceptions that he's throwing, they're head scratching.
Yeah.
And he's not getting much help. There's no question about that, and that has to be consistently acknowledged because coaching does matter.
Coaching does matter, and the players around him does matter as well,
for sure.
But he's also got to find ways to make plays.
And he's not mobile. He can't run off script. He's borderline useless now. He had maybe a play or two yesterday off script, but he's not an off script player. He's not consistently the most accurate. Like he's not been good. He's not been good. It's not like, Dak's playing well and these guys are just constantly letting him down. He's also letting his guys down too.
I mean, how good would the greatest quarterbacks do in this kind of situation? I don't know. I think that's worth asking. I don't think this team is winning a championship if it had freaking Joe Montana or Favre.
I just think they're not going to have consistent 3-and-outs. They're not going to have consistent head-scratching turnovers. They're not going to have consistent get into the red zone and crap down your leg, oftentimes with turnovers.
Yeah.
And they're not going to score 9 points at home versus Detroit. They're not gonna just go on scoring droughts that you're like, what is happening here? This is bottom of the barrel. He looks like a bad quarterback would look in this offense. He looks like just like any other bad quarterback could look in this offense.
He had 15 interceptions 2 years ago, and maybe half of them, 3/4 of them, might have been like bouncing off receivers or routes. This isn't the case now.
No, these are on him.
This is on him far more, and I think that worries him. I think that if you look at him right now, and him standing up there and answer, and Clarence Hill and those guys are asking him questions, and he's having to answer. This is going back to 2 years ago when every sports show led off with Dak interception talk, and he quashed all that last year by having 9 interceptions for the whole entire year.
Yeah,
he's got 8 right now, so it's reverted back to where he was 2 years ago. But a lot of these are on him.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And you can't sit there and say, well, Dan brought us his receivers are this, that, and the other. No, there's been some decision-making here that has led to interceptions, and that's on the quarterback.
Well, look in the AFC. You've got another quarterback who's been paid and also has had turnover issues during the course of his career. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, yeah.
Josh Allen. Like, Burrow still has Chase, and Higgins has been banged up. But, like, you look, they overturned their roster. They traded Stephon Diggs. Their number one receiver is a rookie. They've got Khalil Shakir. Like, the guys that he's throwing to, not great. Pretty comparable, probably what the Cowboys have right now. They just traded for Amari. That's a boost. Defensively, they let a lot of people walk. This was supposed to be one of those regression-type years for Buffalo. Josh Allen's been playing like an MVP. Yeah. There's your difference. That's a quarterback that's been paid, that is elevating his play with a lesser supporting cast and still winning games and scoring points.
Yeah, those are all good points. I think Dak's playing. They're making him play faster and with less space than maybe at any time. And when those things break down and a quarterback doesn't know what to do, almost all of them in today's game do run. They're like, I don't know what to do, or it's open, I'm running.
I would like to see him.
Last night, Purdy was killing you with those.
Yeah.
Just give me a better play caller. Give me somebody that can help this, because we've seen them when they came back in the fourth quarter. Those were capable plays. There were guys that were open and stuff. The problem is this offense just does not lend itself to helping anybody on at receiver or even helping the quarterback. So like I say, it's like we'd say grab bag. It's like, oh, well, hey, it works here, it works here. He never goes back to the plays that work for him. You don't. I mean, you can't tell me that final drive that he didn't try it. Why don't you go back to the plays you ran? You should have marked every one of those plays you ran the series, for the 2 previous series before that, and say, San Francisco, see if you could cover these plays. You didn't cover them the first time. Let me go back to them. Let me go back and see if I could get CD on the move here and get him the football.
I think that's totally fair to look at the coaches, to look at the teammates as well. But I think those that have been critical of Dak all along and told that you were either an idiot or didn't know how to evaluate, or you were biased for one reason or another, they want their recognition at this point.
Sure.
And I don't blame them.
No,
they were
fine.
called haters.
Yeah, it's amazing how split everybody is on this guy. But like I say, I look at him, and when I do see some plays that they made or they have made, and it gives me some hope that maybe that if somebody else was coming in here and creating separation and not letting this receiving core get just covered up, maybe they're not good enough. Maybe that's the problem. This receiving core might not be good enough. But man, I'll tell you what, they made a couple of plays last night that led me to believe that, hey, with some better play calling or better design. Hell, the general manager even said they need better design, and we're not calling him a football guy at all, are we?
No.
We're saying, hey, this guy's not a football guy, but he's saying the same damn thing we all are.
Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up at 4:00. We'll see what he has to say. Krusty's Corner is next, though, Brian.
Yeah, let me talk about some of the other things I saw in this game. We'll do that next.
But
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Thank you, Cowboys fans out there here on a Cowboys Monday. We're doing our best to talk through it. And it's time now for the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive to give you film takeaways. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant as well. Appreciate them being with us. And my headset's messing up a little bit here. Got it right. There we go.
Right on. We do have the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up at 4.
Yes, 4 o'clock. Film takeaways from watching the film this morning. I'll start with the interceptions, if I could, with Dak. And I mentioned about Dak's footwork, and I think his footwork played in the factor of the first interception he had. I know that we all think about that Steele got beat inside by Bosa on that particular play. But there's a couple of things about this that I want to really talk about, though. The scheme calls for Steele to single block Bosa, who sets up to the outside. And I felt like that Steele was in pretty good shape. If Bosa stays wide on him, he's going to be just fine. He'll just kind of carry them, hold him there, and then they'll have the opportunity to get the ball down the field. This is where they get into a little trouble. Once Bosa goes inside, Steele can't handle that move.
Right.
And we've seen that before with Steele. He has trouble sometimes with the inside move. Okay, this is where maybe the lack of Cook playing for you might have hurt you, because they needed a hero block there, and they didn't get a hero block. And when I say a hero block is that he was set to that side of the formation, so he was looking inside for any pickup, and then if his guy doesn't come, then he can go out into the route.
Which is what he did.
Yeah. They needed a hero block. We've
Use the peripherals.
Yeah, we've seen it before with guys like Zeke, Dowdle, others have, or even Deuce Vaughn this year. When all of a sudden you're there, be a football player. And Cook is set up, and he has an opportunity to help Steele with Bosa on that. They don't get the hero block there. If they get that block, they have an opportunity. Okay, the problem I mentioned with Dak's footwork on this, when he's dropping back, instead of dropping straight back, he drops back to his right. So he's dropping back in a way that it's carrying him towards Bosa. So instead of staying straight back in the pocket, his footwork carries him to the right. So he's angling right, coming out from receiving the ball there. So if he goes straight back, he has probably a better opportunity to step forward. That ball was all arm. His feet.
He left his feet.
His feet, everything was so bad. He was so wide open on the throw that he could not get anything on the football. And like I said, he could have used a block, could have got a hero block there, might have helped him. But they were also like Dak's footwork and his ability to where he set up left him completely wide open, and then it all became just arm.
I wonder if he was drifting to the right a little bit because Guyton gets beat pretty bad, it feels like, and he ends up recovering enough.
Yeah.
But Dak, there's a point there in the middle of his drop back where if you freeze it, it looks like the guy coming off the left tackle is going to blindside sack Dak. So I'm wondering if he felt that and drifted towards Bosa.
I think he started off, if you look at when he takes it, if you look at the play, he immediately starts to his right.
It was just off the jump.
I think off the jump, his drop carried him to his right. Is where, we'll look at if you'd like to.
No, you have, with the all-22, you definitely have the view of it.
Yeah, I do. And so, it's a situation where there's like, okay, now you got that problem. I mentioned the route with Tolbert. We were talking about it earlier. That little smash route, the pivot route down. There's nothing holding Brown. There's no route through the middle of the field that's holding Brown the safety. It's just Turpin running a vertical route down the left sideline. Brown's got nothing holding him in place to make, it allows him to get over because there's no combination there to give Turpin any space out there.
The safety's not in any conflict, so he can just easily float over to Turpin. That's the only guy.
As long as that ball was hanging, it was easily allowed him. So there you go. Maybe a little design right there. How about a route? How about run Tolbert through the middle, angle him to maybe make it a threat over there, so Brown's eyes have to.
He's got to hold. Yeah,
got to hold. Got to hold him up. All right. The second Prescott interception, I didn't like the call at all from the head coach here. This is a high-risk pass with a little margin for error, and Prescott was moving to his left. I mean, he completed a ball earlier in the game to Lamb when he was running to his left, and Lamb was coming.
That was nice.
Dragging, and he threw it back inside, and Lamb made the play right there. But this is a completely different route in what you're looking at. So here's Dak. This ball has got to, as you're moving left, the way the separation works and with the boundary the way it is, you're running basically from the right hash into the sideline there. And now there's not a lot of room for Lamb to have to work or adjust. So, but Prescott, if you're going to throw that pass, it's got to be you get there, 1, 2, you get square, and you throw it. He took 1, 2, 3 and kept drifting on it, and now all of a sudden it allowed the coverage to get onto Lamb. Lamb's got no space to work on. If Prescott can't get the ball, because you see Lamb raise his hand like, give it to me now, and there was that separation, give it to me now. But Dak had to square up to get the ball. So instead of, if you can't get the ball out quick, you just need to throw that thing away. Throw it into the stands. That was a mistake on Dak right there. His body didn't get turned enough to get anything on it, and then his decision to make the throw instead of throwing it away cost him his interception. I thought it was a bad play all around. I think it started with the call from the head coach, though. Yeah. And that situation is a
yeah,
bad.
but Dak could save that with better ball placement, a quicker decision, timing of his decision.
Quicker decision, quicker to throw the football. Yeah, but it didn't work out because, maybe the lack of mobility. We talk about Dak not being able to run very well. Him going to his left, him having to get his shoulders around to try and throw the ball. They needed that ball to be out there a lot quicker than it was. All right, Lamb's first touchdown in this game. It was really a nice play. They go max protection in there. When I say max protection, they're keeping the tight ends in. Ferguson's going to help Guyton on Bosa. That's exactly what you got to do right there. Don't let Bosa make a play on you. An excellent clearing route. Here we go now. We're talking about clearing routes. Tolbert, Turpin make that happen. It's like it appears to be man coverage. Mustafa and Ward are confused, and neither one end up going with Lamb coming across. So here's the route. And then Ward stays in place. Here's Lamb running right by himself. Nobody picks him up on the other side of the field. My guess it was Ward because everybody else was playing man coverage. Ward stayed on that side of the field. Good job of the Cowboys clearing space, though, and allowing CeeDee to come back across and make the play. The second touchdown, this is really a nice outside-inside release by Lamb. There's been a lot of talk about these guys' inability to run routes. But here you are. You get a guy that all of a sudden you get Lamb has got him where he goes. He takes him outside, gets the corner to move a little bit, and then goes back to his inside. And you get Brown is flying forward because he's attempting to get to Ferguson, who's going into the flat.
Yeah, he's in a dead sprint, snap motion.
Yeah. But they switched the routes. What happened is that Ferguson and Lamb switched. So now you have the coverage is different, and they get the coverage how they want it. So
the two guys run into each other.
Brown and Green, exactly. They collide. It's a great release by Lamb, wide open for the touchdown. Okay, the Turpin drop.
Hey, but credit to design there. Like you can see what happens when you have a design that works for you. Yeah. You got guys running wide open.
Yes. Yeah, that's both the touchdowns have been plays that gave you that opportunity. All right, the Turpin drop. I honestly don't think Prescott could have put the ball any better spot for Turpin to catch it. Turpin's just not used to catching balls over his head. I think that's the problem with that. I thought his hands might be a little late, and they could have been a tad, but not. I mean, initially I thought, man, his hands were bad, and they're a little late, but they were just not fully late, but just maybe a tad late to get him into space. Or to
he can make that play. He made an incredible touchdown catch against the Niners last December. in the end zone. He gets up, he's ecstatic, but I don't think you can bet on a special teamer essentially making that catch.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the ability to high point balls.
Right.
That's the thing about this. I mean, you want to be able to go and you go get that ball. I mean, we've seen, how about how many times have we seen, receivers along that sidelines? I mean, remember Michael Gallup, high point football.
Tolbert's done it this year.
Exactly. Come down with the ball, both feet in bounce. I think the feet would have been in bounce too if he had made this.
Okay, because that's what we talked about last night. You weren't sure if he'd
I
still
wasn't
be
sure.
in.
I wasn't sure. But he would have come down and bounce. I believe he would have.
Yeah, I wasn't sure last night either. I thought some person in that decision-making chain has to step up and say, but why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
If that's a decoy, fine. We're not actually throwing it down there.
Yeah.
It makes no sense in the game management.
Yeah. On the fourth down play, can I come back and have some time for defense?
I mean, I don't think Mike's going to be on time anyway. So
okay,
you can probably just take it until he shows up.
Okay, we'll go to a break. I'm going to do this real quick. You want to go to break real quick and come back? Okay, go to break, and I'm going to come back and talk about the fourth down pass and then maybe do a little defense if that's okay.
Okay, Mike McCarthy will be 10, 15, 20 minutes, an hour and a half late for his presser, so Brian's coming back with more film takeaways. Krusty's Corner continues coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for the Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. We are in the middle of Krusty's Corner here with Brian Broaddus. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. He had just finished up offensive film room takeaways when we left, and here's Brian with some defense.
Yeah, thank you. Lucius, I'll keep an eye on you. If you hear Mike, I'll just wave me off, and I'll be glad to jump off the air. But, all right, one final play, if I could, on the offensive side, the 4th down pass. And this is the one, the final play of the offense for the Cowboys. There really wasn't anything there when you look at the routes. Smith gives up a pressure. This is one of the times that Tyler Smith actually missed on a block. Collins got him on this particular one. Willie Collins got him, and it forces Prescott to move to his right. Dak really didn't want to go that way. He wanted to see if he could stand there in the middle of the pocket, make a throw. But Collins forces him to his right. Lamb just not able to separate, and he's double-teamed. Mustafa and Yidam have him, and then Brooks and Brown get tangled up, and there's just no chance on the play. There really wasn't anything open for Dak to throw to. It's just really disappointing because you figure, like, heck, you've kind of found some opportunities to throw the ball and be good at it, and in that fourth quarter, and just to come down to a play like that and really not get anything out of it, it was just disappointing for the Cowboys. So it ends for the offense there. All right, Cowboys defense. I felt like that to me, and are we going to get into the Mike Leslie stuff? I guess we got him on today at 6.
He'll be on
right?
at 6 o'clock. We've got the audio. We can fire it off.
Yeah, and I can't wait to replay the interaction that Hagee had with Stephen Jones earlier. It was freaking hilarious.
The thing about it is, though, I can understand why Diggs had some things to say.
Agreed.
Because I felt like that he played more physical game than we've seen from him in the past.
Yeah.
I've seen him play far, far less physical games.
Agreed.
And Leslie called him out. And, yeah, the effort on the one play I don't think was particularly great, getting over there and making the tackle. But overall, though, I felt like that when he had to take on blocks and Kittle and Lyman and people out there, receivers and all, he had 4 tackles in this game that were run defense plays. So you got to give him some credit.
Yeah, that was one of the better physical games Trayvon Diggs has played.
He hasn't had many, and that was one of them that I was.
There's a suspension,
and he doesn't talk very much, and now I see why. It was embarrassing for him to say, "You can't do what I do, so you can't talk about me."
Yeah.
Right. He's a reporter. You're a player.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
If I could do that, I would go make $20 million a year, Trayvon. I report on
We did just get a Sam Williams news update as you're talking about the defense.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's been suspended 3 games for violating the personal conduct policy, Eric.
That's right, Wolchuk. Went into effect prior to Week 8. He will be eligible for reinstatement on November 11th following the Cowboys' Week 10 game against the Philadelphia Eagles. So all we know is that it's personal conduct policy, 3 games.
So is he eligible to play?
No.
Injured?
Well, I mean, he's injured, so I don't understand how that works either. I guess
suspension while injured. That'll work.
Yeah.
Hopefully nobody got hurt. 3 games seems like something pretty serious.
Kind of nice they let you do that.
Yeah.
Hopefully it was roids.
Pretty nice.
He's getting back healthy.
It's interesting, though, because that'd be like the one guy you would look at on the team and be like, I don't think you need it. Like physically.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you have steroids for the brain? Is there common sense steroids? Because if we could get those for Sam Williams, I would be willing to throw down on it a little bit. I'll put a 10-ski on it right now.
You guys remember the Deebo Samuel, the 4th down play where the ball was thrown behind him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What happened there?
Cowboys catch a huge break here. I mean, they really, really do. They Purdy throws the ball, as mentioned, behind Samuel. It's going to be a first if he puts it in front of him. I mean, they go on an all-out blitz. Zimmer sells out with the blitz, and nobody gets home. I mean, nobody gets home. And Purdy might...
We're going to dial it up, boys.
Yeah, Purdy might have felt the need to speed up the throw, seeing the alignment, that the way the Cowboys were up on the line of scrimmage there might have sped him up a little bit. And because Hooker was at depth and really didn't drive on the route all that well. I mean, that was the guy in the coverage that he had.
I think he's Pro Football Focus's worst safety.
Is
he? Right there shortly before him on the list is Donovan Wilson, 65, 68, something like that, out of 68.
Yeah, it's been a problem for these guys.
You say what you want about Dak. I have him over Brock Purdy. That was bad. If it's not for his running in Guerrero, Cowboys win that game.
I'll tell you, it was a tough one, man. Like I say, that throw that he makes, if it's in front, it's a big play. It's a really.
And Debo wasn't great either yesterday. How many drops did he have? 2, 3?
Yeah, 2 drops, I believe, in that game.
Should have had a touchdown. Big one.
Oh my gosh!
But that holding call. It was a good holding call though.
Good holding call. Kittle's touchdown off the pick. I want to talk about that. This is amazing to me that 2 officials throw their flags on the play. I mean, you could literally see them both at the same time throwing their flags and to make the call.
You had a great rant about that last night.
Oh,
Several of them, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You were very unhappy.
I was not happy about that. You know me and my love-hate with officials. There's no intent from Conley to run that route at all. There's no intent at all for him to he is clearly going inside to block on Donovan Wilson and pick. The thing about it is the 49ers brought Kittle across the formation to set that up to get him out in the flat. So there's a use of motion right there.
Yeah.
You talk about moving, and then now you got the setup where you run the pick and then you run the flat route there. But there was no intent at all from the receiver at all to you have to be able to square up or show intent like you're running the route. You cannot block the guy. You know, if this was a running play, he would have got a helmet sticker. It was that good of a block on Wilson. But you got to be able to turn, square your shoulders, and act like you're going to receive the football. He wasn't pushed at all, too. When you watch the tape, he was just kind of you see the corners just riding him down. Lewis is just riding him down inside. It's not a push or anything like that. He's just playing pass defense on the goal line. So, the guy's not even looking for the ball. He's not even squaring up. I just kind of feel like this was a clear pick, and the officials, both of them saw it, both of them threw their flags, and for some stupid reason they picked up that.
And McCauley's like trying to agree with him on the broadcast. I'm like, are you just here to agree with these guys?
No,
it's terrible.
Terry McCauley is one of the worst. He really is one of the worst. Okay, it is perfect for that because he will cover up for mistakes and stuff like that.
And a good point by whoever 682, I guess, talking about the Purdy quarterback sneak.
Yeah.
That one, it didn't feel like he got in on that either.
Elbow was down. I was talking with Zach. Elbow down, ball outside the goal line. And they call that a touchdown.
That seemed clear as day.
I thought it was very obvious. Now, I'd assume they go for it and probably get it on the next play.
Sure.
But you never know. Right. Weird things happen in the NFL.
Yeah, maybe they try to hand it off to one of their offensive linemen like the Bears did, and they fumble it.
Actually. How about George Kittle, the 27-yard gain he had on a play? This is really the 49ers again. Really nice clear out by Conley. He takes Diggs and Hooker out of the play. Wilson's trying to carry Kittle from depth. And that allows the separation. That's, to me, was when you look at one of the bigger mistakes that Mike Zimmer made in that game was, and we talked about it earlier, was the fact that he felt like that Donovan Wilson could take George Kittle in that game. That just was not going to be the case. You need to treat Kittle like he's a wide receiver. You need to put, bigger corners if you've got him. And the Cowboys do. The Cowboys later in the game, where McQuamu got an opportunity, Lewis got an opportunity. They were better playing against him when they went with guys that that are comfortable covering.
Yeah,
these routes.
that's just not knowing your personnel at all. Well, and in a game where they don't have Ayuk, they don't have McCaffrey. Yeah. It's not like they have this hierarchy of guys, and you're trying to figure out how to stop them. And I guess we're gonna have to go light on Kittle. We'll throw, we'll take our chance there. But you knew based on the guys they had available, this is their second best weapon. Outside of Debo,
the whole week you needed to prep this guy was going to be the main factor for them in this game, and he really really was. In that particular route I'm trying to talk about too, because of the separation, with Wilson trying to carry, Kendricks is trying to help on the play as well. He sees the crosser. I think that Kendricks is playing a little bit limp, a little bit gimpy right now.
For sure.
He steps up because of the play action, and he's just not moving quick enough to turn and recover and to be able to make the play right there. He's a guy playing hurt right now with the calf injury.
Yeah, his GPS numbers must have been insane because that poor guy was having to run all over the field. They're motioning, he's running. I mean, he's trying his best to just keep up, but physically that is a tough task.
The Diggs tip pass that was the 3rd and 1.
Chauncey?
Yeah. No,
Chauncey
Chauncey had a chance for an interception.
He
here
did,
yeah.
And I thought he was a bright spot defensively.
He was a bright spot defensively. He did a really nice job on the edge. This is really, really well played by the defense here. And Shanahan tried to put Bell.
Here we
go. Mike McCarthy at the podium.
David?
David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Several players used the word, I think, frustration in the aftermath last night, which is certainly understandable. But how do you guard against frustration creeping in the farther away you get from the games, and how can that hurt what you want to do?
I mean, definitely. I mean, I would say frustration's accurate. I think that's very natural, common post-game. And I think today is really the time that it starts. You know, you start your process. You know, the guys have been in through here. But, yeah, I don't see it being an issue at all of moving forward.
So basically, you just address it by we get back to work. These are tasks.
Definitely. Address it individually. I think just like any time when you hit spots like this, there's more one-on-one conversations. You know, it really starts with the coaching staff. You know, it starts on the plane. Obviously, a very quiet plane ride home last night, and everybody was pretty much dialed in, watching the tape and getting ready for this morning. So, we've had a chance to look at it. Frankly, we've started our process with Atlanta, trying to not stay on schedule, but try to get on a schedule. But, we definitely have to move forward. I think it's clearly understandable that everybody last night was frustrated.
Clarence Hill, All City, Dallas. I don't know if you heard or saw Trayvon Diggs come back out of the locker room and address a media member. Do you talk to him about something like that, or specifically him about with his uniform on, still worried about what somebody's tweeting? Is that part of the frustration?
Yeah, I think that's clearly an example of frustration. But I think we have to be better in those moments. I always talk about staying on the high road. It's part of our responsibility in this business. But I am not ignorant or naive to the fact that this generation, that's part of the world they live in. The social media world, and you have to manage that. That's part of being a professional athlete, and that's part of representing this organization properly.
Mike Todd Archer of the ESPN. When you've had teams in the past that have gone through frustrating times, what are the messages and themes that you've used to get them out of that?
We do a lot of messaging. To me, themes are something that is always fluent. Frankly, from my approach, I think you do need to take the emotion out of the thought process, and that's why I think it's important to start that on Wednesdays. Not as much on Mondays. To me, Monday's evaluation time. It's still fresh, it's still sizzling. And I want it to be that way. I think we all need to feel it. I think it creates the urgency and the importance of what's in front of us. So I think the evaluation Monday on either side of the outcome is critical to improving and growing, and that's what today is.
When you go through situations like this, is there from players and coaches, is there a belief in either side? Like the coaches believe, hey, can these guys get it done, and the players believe, hey, these guys telling me the right things?
Oh, absolutely. It's all about commitment. I think just like anything, there's a formula on everything we do as far as getting the plan put together, whether it's a long-term plan of how you train in the off season all the way through up training camp, and no different week to week, getting ready to go win a football game. So that's why today is important. It's important to always go through the evaluation process, the theory, and understanding that the most important video of the week is the one from yesterday. It's all part of that self-improvement. All the other things, the statistics, the conversations are really totally secondary or auxiliary clearly to the fact of your own personal action was what is most important. So that, that's the way we'll totally operate. But with that, you got to get the details down. The details, it definitely improves the communication. And these are two things that, I feel like it's deja vu because I stood up here last Monday and talked about it. We didn't hit the target as well as I'd like. I was very pleased with the preparation going into the game. But, for example, we had communication errors on plays 4, 5, and 6 and 7 in the first offensive drive. So, these are the things we're just staying on top of the facts and the exacts of what happened in the game because it's specific to how we want to play. And everything's affected by that when you don't get into the rhythm and the run game doesn't get going and the action pass doesn't come off of that. So this thing's all tied together. So going back to the first part, I just think clearly the details, and then the communication, and then from that you have production, and then the confidence grows, and then the physicality grows, winning, production, and everything takes care of itself.
Sides of the Athletic. Mike, you mentioned before Dak knows at this point in his career the value of protecting the ball. How do you kind of explain some of these uncharacteristic interceptions, specifically like the second one last night?
Yeah, I think just clearly, if you're always looking at patterns, and the fact when the pressure goes up, from a protection standpoint, he got caught trying to make a play, and we got to be better in that spot. I mean, particularly the second one. There's, that ball needs to be thrown away. We didn't get the leverage, on the release of the stack concept that we were running. Didn't get the proper leverage, so. We come out that it's 3rd and 4, and you're in favorable down distance. But punting is good. I think it's the common sense approach when you look at complementary football. Every series on offense needs to end in a kick. Whether it's a field goal, whether it's an extra point, or a punt. And we will not and we cannot continue to play. With the giveaways here, because we're -8 as a football team. That's the number one focal point of a complementary football team. Playing to that method, and we need to be better.
With how much Dak is getting hit in some of these games, do you attribute that to him slow on the reads, receivers not running the routes, offensive line, combination of all? How do you see those hits coming about?
Trying to think of a respectful way to answer this question. If it was one thing, I think in this day and age, at this level, it would be corrected. I just think like anything, there's 3-step concepts, there's 5-step concepts, and with that, there's a time clock when the ball should come out. There's play extension when you want the play extended. So, I can't really. It's just not one general, answer to the very general question. So we need to be better.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. Do you feel like the rhythm between Dak and CD is back, and what was your evaluation?
Well, I think it's improving. I think it's something that they're very conscientious of. No one knows better than them too that the time they missed. With the extra communication time together. We talked last week when I stood here about the group meetings, spending more time, not only with them two, but the receivers and quarterbacks. So we got to stay the process. We as a staff had long meetings this morning, and just got to make sure that we're taking the time in those specific areas, whether it's that particular topic of the timing of the routes and the quarterback and the footwork, that we're spending the time that we can. We're not going to increase practice by half an hour, things like that. So I mean, you got to stay within the realm of your training regimen. We'll do that, and but yeah, I think they're definitely getting better.
And then on that same point, did you see some of the practicing from last week and the changes that you made kind of translate into the game, or is it too early?
Yeah, like I said, I was very pleased with the preparation going into this game, and I think clearly we were very confident that we were going to go in there and win the game, and that's where you need to be week in and week out. So we're still green in some areas. I don't want to be a broken record up here, but we just got to keep working. I'd like I said in the beginning of this start of this season, I truly love this locker room. It's a great group of men that they work, but we need some improvement. And the first thing with that is details and communication is a starting point, and we need to be better in that area.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. You talk about turnovers and plus minus, and you guys have always been on the positive side of that. How frustrating is it to see that you're not where you normally are in that area?
Personally, I'm very frustrated. I think that's if you want to be known for something as a football team, it's taking care of the football and taking it away. I think I know my experience in this league would reflect that. I quote Brian Schottenheimer, Marty Schottenheimer's probably turning over in his grave right now watching us play, being -8. So it's a focal point, but we can't change yesterday. We can only work on today and improve moving forward. And that's our mindset. We know how to do it. We've done it. And but they got to quit being words and exercises and practice drills. It needs to equate to Sundays, and that's our focus.
How much of a benefit is it that a lot of your players last night talked about, have you been through adversity before? Because at one point, Philly was going to win the division, and you guys ended up winning the division, and you overcame some stuff.
Yes, I think all these moments are really good. As you get through them, you don't want to be here, but there's such value to go through adversity moments. You learn so much about each other, but most importantly, you learn so much about yourself. It's the man in the mirror is the biggest challenge, and we all recognize that. So as long as we stay focused on that and deal with the responsibility that we have here, with the externals, and handle that professionally and properly, that's important. But yeah, this is the right mix of individuals. So I feel like we have that.
Garrett Bodell, CBS Sports. Mike, Tyler Guyton's first game back since week 5. What did you see from his performance?
I thought he played okay. We helped him a lot. So I think he's someone as a young player is part of that details and communication focus, and that starts with me. Because it's never just the player when the things aren't as clean and clear. So we like I said, I felt very good about the tweaks and adjustments we made in the practice realm, but it didn't carry over. When we have those kind of mistakes in the first 15 plays, or the first calls that are well rehearsed, that's something we kicked ourselves in the ass today in the offensive staff meeting, because why is this happening? So we need to do a better job, and they need to do a better job. So we'll get to the bottom of it.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. You said it just now a few minutes ago that you love this locker room. You said that several times this year. What Trayvon did last night, does that make you worry at all about your locker room?
No, I think it's part of the frustration. I think it's a part of the frustration of the being part of a very competitive arena. One that like you always do, you prepare for. You have an expectation to win. I can't speak on his specific feelings at that moment, but once again, we do have a responsibility to represent the Cowboys, and we understand that. And I'm not probably the right person to talk about being in that position and what it feels like, but I do have children in their 20s, and in this generation, that's the world that they live in. So and it needs to be managed.
Ed.
Mike Ed Order, WFAA. You've obviously existed now at the opposite end of the turnover margin spectrum from where you've been the last few years, especially. Is it more an issue in your mind of protecting the ball on offense, or is it a bigger taking it away on defense is a bigger factor?
Well, I think it's bigger on taking care of it, because just like anything, if you take care of the football every single week, then you're never going to lose the turnover ratio. I mean, at worst, it'd be 0-0. So you have to take care of it. But on the other side of it, our position, we keep track of, not only takeaways, but the takeaway opportunities. You got to first be in position to take away, and with that, that's where the energy, the footwork, and in the proper angles, and when you talk about the pursuit and finish of the defense in your coverage units, that's how we train. So the opportunities need to go up. We can improve there, because as those opportunities go up, the takeaways go. We executed takeaways at a higher level the last 3 years, but our opportunities are not far off of the last couple of years. So we're getting there, but we're not converting. So we just got to keep working.
When you get guys like Micah and Land back, will that potentially make a significant difference?
I mean, I think their individual statistics in that category speaks for themselves. Definitely they're impact players, and what Jerron accomplished last year, is. Was it best ever. So, and obviously Micah is that impact pressure player. They definitely will help.
Babe Loffenberg, 105.3 The Fan. Mike, you the recurring theme seems to be communication and getting better communication. How do you go about that?
Well, I think like anything, I mean, it starts in the classroom. Everything's broken down in a training regimen. You got a classroom environment, you got a practice environment, you have the game day environment. So, and communication is a common thread. It's the fuel that makes all three of those environments rock and roll. So, the classroom environment, I think we do an exceptional job. I think really, in particular, let's just talk about the offensive line group. I think the way those guys, I think when you have a veteran, in the presence of a Zach Martin, it brings a different level to that room. And I've been fortunate to be, been around some great rooms, and I think this is clearly one of those rooms. So I think we clearly have that in a classroom environment. Then you take it to the practice environment, it starts in the walkthroughs. We've been, very diligent in the communication and the volume, and as far as the how loud the community, just, blatantly point out the declaration, blatantly echo every call. So we just got to get it to translate to the practice field and get it to translate to the game environment. So the process is in place. We need to be better.
Going into that game specifically, yesterday, did you feel like you kind of had the communication thing down with what they were presenting?
I mean, there's nothing that, their defense is, the way they line up in the scheme, it's not of high volume. So when you don't play a high volume alignment defense, obviously you're going to have more movement. So you try to emulate their stunt games and on what they're doing, but the speed of it is really what comes down to the game. So there was nothing really what they did from an assignment standpoint that we were surprised by. It's just, you got to see it in real time, make the call, and go play. So it's part of football.
God. You mentioned Micah and Bland. Do you have an idea of what they'll be able to do for you this week?
I don't. I haven't checked in with Britt and them. So as far as they had rehab work today, but I haven't talked to those guys about those guys yet.
When you look at the pass rush, obviously, Micah impacts that a lot, but it seemed like you tried to bring some pressure, and that still wasn't getting home at times yesterday too. I don't know if that's fair in your mind, but how do you improve your pass rush when Micah is not around?
Well, I mean, if you can't get it done with 4, you do it with 5, and then there's you got simulated pressures and things like that. So, and I think just like anything, when it's difficult as a play caller, offense or defense, and when you do try to hit things and they don't work, and it's something we talked openly about, during the bye week and the evaluation is, you still got to trust the call sheet and get it off. And I know personally, just last night I took home way too many calls. The protection, and the hits, affected the way I called the particular part of the passing game. Specifically, with the coverages that they set in their base coverages, and had a number of things conceptually that you wanted to get to. So, and that's the challenge of it. So when things aren't going right, and it's just like anything in a game of football, it starts up front. It doesn't for both the offense and the defense. And we got to, we want to get to be able to play more balance. We played complementary football for the first half. In the fourth quarter, the third quarter was that they owned it, and they got away from us too far where we couldn't catch them. So, but the way we played in the first half and the fourth quarter, it was definitely had us in position to win the game.
Clarence.
You frustrating so a few times here. You went back to the basics and off during the bye week. I know Dak and some other guys talked about the communication was high in practice last week. How demoralizing that you had that good communication in practice, and then the first few plays of the game you have communication breakdown.
I think frustration is part of not winning a game, but the other verbs as far as carrying it forward, these are learning experiences. I talked to you last week about relishing this opportunity. It's not about the opportunity of having more and more adversity, but having experience here, I think it is a great opportunity for us to show the commitment and belief that we have, and we need to keep it about football. We can't waste our time on anything that doesn't help us win. And UConn people are so generous with all this insight that you're giving our fans with these outstanding questions, and we appreciate that. But that's as far as it goes. Because I'm about winning, and everybody's got a job to do. And our job's to win, and my job is to make sure we stay about winning and not get caught up in the other stuff.
All righty.
Thank you.
That's a good note to end it on. Mike firing shots at the media, acting like they don't know what they're talking about. Clearly, you guys have all the answers, right? Just communication and execution. I love it. I mean, the tone of excuse making and pointing the finger at others. We had Jerry 2 weeks ago, Trayvon Diggs last night. There's Mike McCarthy. Just can't help it. I imagine they're sitting around complaining about how people are talking about their pathetic brand of football right now more than actually coming up with solutions. I don't know about you, but I do know we are late. We got to run. It is the G-Bag Nation. Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Window Nation before we get there, though, because it is the star of window replacement.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
.1053 The Fan segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's been a big Cowboys Monday so far, and we're just over halfway home. Mike Leslie is coming up at 6 o'clock, the news anchor reporter from WFAA, who Trayvon Diggs went after last night in the hallway outside the Cowboys locker room. There's news on Sam Williams, suspended 3 games. This is related to the incident last year where it was possession of a controlled substance and unlawful carrying of a firearm. If you remember that story from last year with Sam Williams, but it won't really impact him because he is already out for the year with injury, but did want to follow up on that. In addition to the finest coming up at 5 o'clock, what are we doing next? We'll check little top 10 bases, quick
I'll
puck.
give you a little bases update, and then we'll get into our top 10. It's National Chocolate Day, the top 10 most popular Halloween candies, 2024 edition. Do you prefer the chocolate or do you prefer the candies? That's next in the nation.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Tolos, join me and your favorite fan hosts at the 8th annual Swingin' for a Cause, Sunday, December 8th, on the field at Globe Life Field. It's a VIP experience with food, drinks, activities, and celebrities, all while raising money for kids with physical and intellectual disabilities. More information at 1053thefan.com/Sandlot.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Mike Leslie's coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on the exchange that went viral last night outside the Cowboys locker room with him and Trayvon Diggs was not happy with his critique of his pursuit of the ball. Okay, it's football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Then we'll hit the Expressway. LA Live is now less than an hour away. Here's Wolchuk with some sports.
Yeah, I guess we might get Trayvon's take on it as well. He's going to be joining Micah Parsons here shortly.
Micah just tweeted out 3 minutes ago, live with Trayvon on the edge, ... at Bleacher Report.
Oh, baby.
He's doing a good job as the head of content management for Bleacher Report.
Go get it.
He's doing his thing.
Go get Cowboys. All right, 877-881-1053. What is your #1 Halloween candy? It's National Chocolate Day. You can text in your favorite chocolate as well, but I decided to go Halloween themed with this list. Do you prefer like the chocolate versus the candies? Like, are you more into the Skittles versus the M&Ms, or is it the Gushers that you really enjoyed as a kid?
Yeah, I'm a chocolate man.
Me too. Like, give me the Reese's. That's the number one. Snickers, absolutely, yes, please.
Yes.
Kit Kat, Twix, I'm all about it.
Yeah, I even like just a Hershey chocolate. Just classic.
Just straight up Hershey's.
Yeah. It could be the Kiss, it could be the bar, whatever. But
what about the cookies and cream?
Yeah, I'm.
That's always a fun one to get.
Definitely.
Not a lot of people do the cookies and cream Hershey's bar. I'm into it.
Is there anybody against the Tootsie Pop?
Not at all. I love a Tootsie Pop.
I used to watch. I'd sit in my office and I had a bowl of them on my desk, and people would come by and talk, and they'd take one and leave and all that. But I used to watch tape, and I always had a Tootsie Pop in my. Is that an old school? Is that too old school candy right there?
No, I'm definitely Tootsie Pop.
Does it take too long to eat?
No,
Does it take too long? I wouldn't eat the center part.
Oh, you wouldn't eat the Tootsie Roll?
Yeah, I would just get down to the
You were
center
just
part
popping it? You weren't Tootsie in it?
Throwing away, yeah. Because the chocolate part gets stuck in your teeth while you're sitting around. I'd and so I would just take it and just toss it, But I would be watching tape, and I'd always have like a Tootsie Pop.
Now the cherry was the best one, right?
Absolutely, it was.
Yeah. Cherry.
I thought orange was pretty solid.
Orange was really good, yeah.
Orange one was pretty good.
That was always one of my hotter childhood takes was I always preferred the Tootsie Pop over the Blow Pop.
Yeah, I agree.
The Blow Pop's too much.
Yeah, I'll take the Tootsie.
I went Tootsie every time.
Yeah.
It was a great trade for Halloween because I was always
What do you guys think about Sweet Tarts?
Yeah, they're solid.
I'll pass.
Okay, back in the 70s, they had this giant Sweet Tart that was like the size of a pocket watch. Like this it was like it was almost like a biscuit.
Wow.
And you talk about your tongue just
it just gets tore up.
It just bad tore up.
Sour.
But that's we had
you
not
eat the whole thing.
The whole thing.
You bite on it like it's a moon pie?
No, you just
shove the whole thing in your mouth and chew on it for like an hour before you can finally
your tongue
just
gets,
nibbling on it.
Your tongue just gets destroyed doing it. Yeah.
Love eating. Okay, I'm not going to read that. Blue Tootsie Pops.
I'm proud of you for censoring yourself.
Got texted in. Yeah, it was very, very close right there. 903 said I would always trade my plain Hershey chocolates for any other candy during Halloween.
See, I would have been a great trade partner with you.
We could have swapped like Twizzlers.
What are they? Are they trying
Twizzlers?
to?
Oh God,
no.
Yeah,
No,
they're
Twizzlers.
going to be suspended.
The thing with Twizzlers was my old boss in Green Bay, like he one time gave John Dorsey like $100 bill and goes, "Get me some candy." This is like during the draft, and Dorsey came back with a turkey pan, one of those big turkey pans with $100 of candy in it, and just loaded it up.
That's awesome, dude.
And we sat there, but my old boss loved Twizzlers, and he'd eat it like here I was everybody else had, he was Twizzlers. That's just that ropey.
Yeah.
No. I think the original licorice, the red ropes, a lot of things better than Twizzlers. The sour ropes.
Twizzlers suck so bad. But the nerd ropes and stuff.
Ropes are the best candy going, in my opinion. Big fan
Did you
of
ever
those.
do the pixie sticks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, dabbled in the pixie sticks.
My kids just had Fun Dip over the weekend for the first time.
Dude, Fun Dip, yes.
I was like, I'm excited. They didn't know what the thing was. They thought they were just supposed to open it up and drink the powder. My daughter started doing that, and I'm like, no. There's a little edible dipstick.
What about the Dunkaroos?
I don't think they've had the Dunkaroos.
No Dunkaroos yet.
Is this over? Did Sean have these things? Is that where they have?
No,
them?
this is at their little school deal on Saturday.
I thought Sean had like bad candy.
And I was just getting bombarded with all sorts of Halloween things to do. I'm sure he did. I was building my own. I was building nachos. I wasn't really concerned about
Were your
the
kids
candy
eating
stuff.
nachos?
Yeah, of course they were. Well, no, I didn't even bring my kids to that party. They were at a different Halloween party, so it was nice. I had a nice little.
Did you show up as like a pimp?
Yeah, he
sure
stole the
did,
show with the costume. It was awesome.
We had a great time.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Even though Wolchuk barreled into the pool with his baby, it was still a great night.
Went on a log ride with this kid.
Good Lord. It was a terrifying sequence, but all in all, ended well. All right, here's your top 10 most popular Halloween candies 2024. Not that I know of.
Sean scrubbed it.
There's no video.
He doesn't want to be held liable.
Might be a legal deal. Number 10 is Airheads.
Don't worry about it.
Airheads Extreme Sour Belts.
I do love Airheads. Airheads are incredible.
Awful.
People do love the sour. Number 9 is M&M's Peanut Milk Chocolate Covered Candies. So the peanut M&Ms.
Peanut M&Ms, yeah. They're outstanding.
8 was never a fan of these. Mike and Ike's.
No. Come on, do better.
I was out on the Mike and Ike's.
Do better. Give me a Mr. Good bar.
7 are the trolleys, the sour bite crawlers. Those are pretty damn good.
Oh,
called
gummy
trolleys?
worms. Gummy worms.
Yeah.
Go gummy worms?
Gummy worms.
Yeah. Aren't they called trolleys?
Yeah, that's the brand.
Trolleys?
It's I think it's trolleys.
I thought it was
Awful
trolleys.
list so far.
6 is.
I mean, I don't know
Kit
what
Kats.
you're doing. I don't know, you're crapping on gummy worms over there.
They're awful.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd you say was next?
Kit Kats.
Yeah,
Give
that's
me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
I like the flavored ones now, or like the white chocolate ones.
Oh, yeah?
Better than the, yeah.
I don't think I've had the white chocolate yet.
Yeah, they're good.
Top 5, Nerd Sweet and Tangy Gummy Clusters. The clusters are fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just don't like the sour or any type of candies. No, not your thing. 4 is Snickers.
I could see Broadus enjoying some Junior Mints.
I'll tell you what, in a movie, not a bad call.
What about an Almond Joy?
Oh, love the coconut.
And you'd be a Raisinette guy too, right?
Love Raisinets.
Yeah, I figured. 4 is the Snickers. Your top 3 most popular Halloween candies for 2024 on National Chocolate Day. 3 is the Twix.
Twix, okay.
Okay.
I'm going to guess Butterfinger, and I'm going to go Reese's.
Butterfinger, shockingly not in the top 10 this year.
Skittles?
Butterfinger is one for me that I love.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups is probably up in there.
Number 1.
2 is Gushers.
Oh, really? Gushers as a Halloween candy item.
Gushers is making a move here.
That's kind of one of those gray area things. You know, it's teetering the line. It's a bit of a tweener. Is it a snack? Is it a candy? But that'll pass.
But
At
number
least it's
1.
not an apple or something.
No, we're not doing that.
We used to worry about that back in the day. People put razor blades in them.
What?
Your apples?
Yeah, that was a thing that was scary during Halloween.
Was that just like an old folk
No,
tale?
that
I'd rather have the
that's-
anthrax. That's what we used to get in ours, right? Well, Chuck?
Yeah, we used to get
It actually
away with
tastes
that.
better than you think it
In the
does.
70s, they were like worried about people putting razor blades in
What?
apples. Yeah.
What the hell was going on?
Tell me about it.
Ozzy Osbourne, pretty
Damn.
much. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, we can blame Black Sabbath for that one.
Here you go.
Number 1, though, not a surprise. It is indeed the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Peanut Butter Cups.
That's the top chocolate
Slightly
and the top
chilled.
Halloween candy.
Yeah.
Delicioso. Yes, please.
It's even packaged perfect for Halloween.
It
there with
is.
the orange,
The color scheme.
It's this week. Okay. In addition to the finest, coming up next, Eric.
Yes, the VR QB and epic sounds from a football weekend next year in the nation.
It'll be an epic last Flagtober.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes from the Expressway, 40 minutes from LA Live. Coming up in 1 hour, we'll talk with the man who just wanted to know from Trayvon Diggs, what were you doing on that play? Trayvon responded with several things, including a D's Nuts joke, which was pretty good. Time now for an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
All right, it was successful for Survivor for myself and Wolchuk this week. Thursday Night Football.
Let's go.
Wolchuk's on a 3-week heater on picking some TNF action. Broadus and Dawson fall at the hands of Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Puka Nacua. I had the Lions yesterday, and of course that went as planned. The Lions now 23 touchdowns. Jared Goff 13 incompletions over the course of their last 4 games.
They threw for less than 100 yards yesterday and scored 50-something points.
That was insane.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's some ridiculous stats involving this game because they had such short fields. They had a couple of huge runs.
Some punt returns, kickoff returns.
Yeah, they had special teams. They're forcing turnovers on Mason Rudolph and giving their offense short fields to score. So the offensive numbers don't look super gaudy, but it is a total domination there for Detroit. And I have now officially burned them forever for the season. So that kind of stinks, but it was good to get the victory. So we have a double bet payoff Friday, I presume, with Broadus and Dawson.
Well, Brian's going to have to get his in.
Oh, yeah. Because Broadus will be out.
Friday.
Yeah, maybe a little thirsty Thursday. Broadus extravaganza.
Yeah, I might eat the pig's feet.
Oh.
Okay. I was really hoping for Mrs. Doubtfire at Whataburger on Wednesday.
You've been talking about wanting to do the vertical corn on the cob thing. The Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts?
I think you should have a hard-boiled egg.
Yeah.
That would be awful.
Well, we'll get it figured out.
No,
but
seriously, that would be awful.
I know, that really would be. That's why I want you to do it.
That might do me in, seriously.
I'd like for something to.
Yeah.
Everything's been too damn easy, it seems.
Okay, did you guys see that Commanders rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels? He uses virtual reality, VR, every morning to simulate live reps, including moving in the pocket, throwing into tight windows, all these different things.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, the Cowboys had it. Nobody used it. I think Dak said it gave him headaches or something. That VR headset stuff is weird, but if you get a player that embraces that, I don't see how it can hurt.
I thought that was pretty cool. So he's getting like in a week where he's banged up and can't do much during practice. I guess he's still able to get some level of reps with this thing.
I think the Cowboys spent over $200,000 on this thing and nobody used it.
Nobody used it, huh?
Yeah, like people went to great lengths to get a catalog of videos from around the league history and create this program and everything. Yeah, I do remember this well.
Remember, but the Cowboys used to do it when we go to practice. Remember the guy that the camera would be behind the play, behind the huddle, and then they would line up, and then they were that's where they were getting clips for that, and nobody used the thing.
Crazy, man. Yeah. Well, it's working for Jaden Daniels. It worked for him last night. Now, everyone in the world, including myself and this fan that we're about to hear from at FedEx Field, thought this game was over after Chicago scored and took the lead with 25 seconds remaining in the game. But Jaden Daniels and Noah Brown had other plans. But this is in real time. A local news station in D.C. is interviewing a Washington fan right before the ball is snapped on the Hail Mary play, and they're thinking everything's over, and then the Hail Mary happens.
I feel as though it was a good game because it was close. Like, I feel as though we won for real. We like. What I say? We won.
And just like that,
I told you we won.
What'd I say?
He's talking about a moral victory going home there, like in his own personal record book. The Commanders won that game, and he was just going to live that way. But then it actually happened where the Hail Mary takes place right behind him. It's amazing. I've never seen this done before. I don't think Mike Leslie or Pat Doney or anybody is interviewing Cowboys fans on the final play of the game at AT&T Stadium. Never seen it happen before, but it was well timed. It was pretty awesome. Jaden Daniels, basically 13 seconds of running around, and then he heaves that thing 52 yards for the touchdown, the first touchdown pass with a time to throw over 10 seconds in Next Gen Stats era history. So that's pretty awesome. I think J.C. Horn was the softy of the weekend in football. Did you see how he went up to Sean Payton after the game, after the Broncos put it on the Panthers pretty good? And Sean Payton was actually talking about this very thing. So J.C. Horn, whose dad, Joe Horn, played for Sean Payton in New Orleans, he felt some type of way about the ending of the game, and he thought that they were trying to run up the score on the Panthers. So Panthers corner J.C. Horn runs up to Sean Payton and has a exchange with him at the end of the game. Here's Sean Payton this morning talking about it.
Listen, I said it last night. We're trying to finish the game the right way. We're not trying to run up the score on anyone. It's the National Football League. I've been in games with a 28-point lead in the fourth quarter and lost. So we're trying to finish. The Burton throw from Sutton is trying to continue a drive. Play better.
I love it.
I love that.
Well, I loved
really
his like in the presser last night. He said that's not a very good defense. We're going to be playing against much better teams down the road, and he's right. I mean, that Panthers team, look, that might be one of 2 wins left on the Cowboys' schedule right now.
Well, one of the big stories of the day was what Jameis Winston and the Browns did. Deshaun Watson, 19 games, never threw 300 yards in a Browns uniform. Here comes Jameis Winston, first start. He throws for over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and they beat the Ravens. It's a ridiculous situation. But here was Jameis. In the pregame. Listen to just how locked in this dude was.
Ken Dorsey said that he's been preaching to you to play smart but not conservative. What do you expect from yourself?
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will be glad and rejoice in it.
You're looking really focused right now. You told us this week that everyone inside this building believes that this is the time you guys can turn it around. What's been the message?
Unwavering faith. Ultimate belief. Dependent on the Lord. That's all we got.
You told me no nerves, just excitement and butterflies. Still feel that way?
Unwavering faith. Ultimate belief. Dependence on the Lord.
The message is clear, guys. Thank you, Jameis.
Damn right it is.
Thank you, Jameis.
He's back.
Then he goes out there and has the game of his life, defeats Lamar Jackson, and here was him in the post.
It's not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys, and what could be the start of what you said is something special moving forward?
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. this opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Boom.
What a
there
treasure.
he is.
He must
Jameis
be
Winston
saved.
in
Quoting
all
the
of his
Bible,
glory.
quoting Eminem. Man, he's a legend. Can't believe we've been robbed of Jameis Winston all these years where he hasn't been starting. Clearly one of the top 32 guys in the league. Clearly just ended Deshaun Watson's chance of ever playing again.
I wouldn't go back to him.
We're actually an amazing team. Tune in next week. I'll drop a 40 burger with these guys.
Yep, the Browns are can't miss now.
That's a guy that people can rally around, man. Who doesn't love Jameis Winston right now? Glad to see that he's playing, getting victories. And that game was just that game was totally ridiculous. That early slate of games was awesome.
It was
yesterday. And you had Rashad Bateman having an opportunity at like a 50-plus yard reception, but the old sun got in his eyeballs. Damn. We've seen that before. But this was at an outdoor, can't do anything about it stadium.
Got it.
In Cleveland. So, but there was a lot of mayhem at the end of that game. A lot of mayhem across the board. I'll tell you what. I thought Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray had themselves a day yesterday, comeback style in Miami, and ruining Tua's return. I loved the moment where Tua scrambled for a first down and slid by choice, and then the entire crowd erupted as if they had just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah!
It was a great reaction from the crowd. But it was Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. who stole the show. There was a moment yesterday on Red Zone where they're having to go with the double box because at the same time you have the rookie wide receiver out of LSU, Brian Thomas Jr. catching a touchdown while Marvin Harrison Jr., the rookie, is catching a touchdown. And it was just an awesome moment on Red Zone. Awesome. But Harrison Jr. had himself an awesome day, and it felt like a lot of it was on Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, he was. I mean, the diving catch that he had that they ended up reviewing that got overturned was awesome. Jacksonville's in some problem spots right now. I mean, obviously the year's been bad, but now Christian Kirk's out for the year, and Brian Thomas Jr. is out 2 to 4 weeks.
Not a good situation.
No,
I feel terrible for just Jaguar fans everywhere. Now there was a moment where Justin Herbert was being treated unfairly, I would say, by a Saints defender,
Very
Nathan
dirty
Shepard.
play. Very dirty.
Here comes his offensive lineman, Bradley Bozeman, rightfully responding to the defense of his quarterback, and he just waylays the guy who was trying to like gator roll and hurt the leg of Justin Herbert. So the old lineman did what he's supposed to do, and then Bradley Bozeman in the locker room, he ends up getting the game ball from Jim Harbaugh.
Hell yeah.
For that moment right there. I was like, nice. That's exactly what is deserved. The other thing that stood out yesterday was, speaking of the Jaguars, and Malik Willis stepping in once again for an injured Jordan Love, which felt like a weird injury. I couldn't really tell. He got hit in the upper shoulder, and then he's got a groin injury because of it. It's weird. But the Packers still end up getting the victory.
Must have been a hell of a hit.
Yeah, it was the broadcast was wondering like where did the groin get hurt here? But Malik Willis stepped in, played well, leads a game-winning drive, and Josh Jacobs, the rushing attack, Matt LaFleur, like very impressive. Mike McDaniel with a backup quarterback can't figure it out. Matt LaFleur has had Malik Willis for like a month now, and he's won a bunch of games with him already.
I mean, as a middle-aged guy, I could totally see how getting pushed on my shoulder could end up pulling my groin.
Yeah, you get
from a kid.
You stumble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knocks you off balance.
Yeah,
you try to brace yourself.
I almost had another
Next
incident.
thing you know, you're looking at 4 to 6.
I almost had another incident the other day of falling down into something.
Oh, no, you did not.
It was a trip that I was going into the barber shop. I caught myself. If I go forward, I'm going through the plate glass window in the front of the.
Oh no!
I think
you need to cool it with the speed walking.
You do walk pretty fast.
You get in too much of a hurry.
At
your age,
my toe got caught on the edge of the curb and it threw me off balance.
Oh no!
And
man.
I almost.
I was wondering, is it the curb?
The curb got me. The curb.
So you just run into the glass.
If I would have fallen forward, this body would have gone through the plate glass window of Floyd's barbershop. Yes.
My Lord.
Did they say anything? Like when you like, sir, are you okay? Did they acknowledge it, or did they just ignore it when you walked in?
I think they were terrified when I walked in. Everybody was sitting there like, oh my gosh, you almost went through that glass. I'm like, no, we're good. Yeah, you ready for me?
Are we good? How much do you pay for that haircut there?
$20.
Really? They give you half off?
No, they just take it all completely off. But it's growing back faster than ever now. Scoring back a lot.
No,
faster.
but I feel like that's warranted. You walk in there with a dome like that, you should get half off price.
They take a
that's not a full haircut.
Zero clippers and go through it.
They should charge you for the amount of hair.
How long does that take? Is that just
6 minutes?
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
In and out.
Have you not considered just your own clippers?
They're just stalling for the last 3.
No.
Yeah, I get you taking care of.
They do that when the eyebrows are okay.
Did they say anything
and then
about
the neck shave? The
your
neck
eyebrows?
shave
Oh yeah, tapering the neck's probably the toughest.
The ears.
thing. Yeah.
But ears.
Yeah.
Ears, nose. Yeah. Sure. Why not?
Somebody's upset because we didn't mention Trey McBride in that Cardinals game. Only Marvin Harrison Jr. But hey, listen, it was National Tight End Day yesterday.
McBride gets the love.
McBride is on one of my fantasy teams, so I do need to show respect. He did have 9 catches for $124, and he's certainly one of the better tight ends in the league.
Oh, he's a bona fide stud, and that's the first place Arizona Cardinals.
972. Hey Brian, I fell out of the shower the other day.
Oh wow.
Okay, that sounds tough.
No, be careful with that.
817. Listening to an older gentleman revisit a fall is sad. I think they're worried about you more than anything.
No, it was.
I'll never forget that Avis parking lot.
It was a trip. I tripped, but I caught my balance. I didn't fall on the ground like I did at the Avis.
You're really showcasing just how damn athletic you are.
It really is a testament to your athleticism.
Man, that parking lot incident hurt.
Yeah,
look,
that thing.
It still hurts to look back on for me.
Yeah.
Just imagining you taking that tumble.
It was a rough night.
Very difficult.
Way rough night.
Were you a really good player in middle school and high school?
It's a good high school player.
Good high school football player?
I was a good high
long
school.
snapper?
I could play. I was an offensive tackle and a center. I could play either
Center.
one.
At your height?
Yeah. I was
good
actually
band.
Yeah, I was
good
all,
balance.
Was all city. I was
Nice.
all city football player. Yeah.
That's pretty killer. I don't think we give you your flowers enough.
Bit
for
of a road grader.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought you were probably a good athlete based on how you mispronounce words. I figure they weren't on you too hard for the books.
Oh no, I was terrible in the books.
That's my tell with guys around this age like Mike Bassick and Broadus.
Oh no, I graduated like a 2.3 from LSU.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was not
It's a good
smart.
player right there.
No, I was
you were
not,
in the upper half of your class.
No, I got out. That's the bottom line.
That is.
I got
C's
the
get
piece
degrees.
of paper. Yeah.
Even D's these
You
days.
graduated, man. It's more than I could do. I wasn't college material. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And Brian.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll hit the expressway, go commercial free to the top. Pick up LA Live coming up at about 5:40 here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation before we do that there, though, because
half miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free all the way to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander here coming up in about 15 minutes. It's Monday Night Football tonight. It's a Mavs game night, and it's a World Series Game 3. So let's talk about everything as well as continue our reaction to Cowboys 49ers last night. Ended up being close and I think entertaining. Right? It was very frustrating and miserable. Then all of a sudden it was, hey, Cowboys could actually win this. So I would consider that a win in the entertainment department.
Yeah, I guess 3 out of the 4 quarters were that third quarter. And, I mean, even a little bit into that fourth quarter, there were a few drives, multiple drives in a row where your offense just goes 3 and out. And it's embarrassing football. But they did make it again. The final 4 minutes was pretty fun.
Yeah. You know, and I don't know how I look at those last 4 plays. Obviously, it was an abject disaster. It was surprising, but I guess in the context of how we've seen the Cowboys close these games, it shouldn't have been surprising that they went out there and totally fumbled their opportunity to have a fourth quarter game-winning drive. I feel like Tony Romo would have driven that ball down there and put it in the end zone. But I don't know. Maybe that's picking an old wound, and it's a discussion for another day.
Not with Mike calling plays.
Let's tell you, though, this segment of the nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We have Mike Leslie coming up at 6 o'clock. Let's set the scene for that. Just outside the Cowboys locker room last night in Santa Clara, the media lined up waiting for the opportunity for the doors to open, go in and talk to the players. Out walks Trayvon Diggs, still in his pads. Had something to say to Mike Leslie, WFAA. Here we go.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
Talk about these nuts.
Who chimed in with that? Didn't sound like Leslie, though. Did some of the reporters step in and ask, like, well, talk about it?
No, that was Mike.
Was it Mike the whole time?
We can talk about it if you want. Yeah, I'm happy to stand here and talk about it.
But I felt like somebody else chimed in. Like after.
It's possible. Everyone was there. I mean, they were all standing around together. I know that was Newey Scruggs, courtesy of NBC.
Right.
That had this audio.
It sounded like, though, that some reporters might have had Mike's back.
Well, yeah, I think reporters would definitely have Mike's back, and the players would definitely have Trayvon Diggs back. I think if you are going to go after somebody like that and say, is that seriously what you took from that? I would have liked to hear more from Trayvon, He's like, is that what you seriously took away from that? Then you're a football idiot. Okay, well, I'm here to ask questions and report on it. But I don't think Trayvon felt like he owed Mike Leslie that explanation. Like, I'm a pro football player, you're a pro football reporter, and I have such disrespect for your acumen of the game and don't appreciate it. But I think just in a vacuum, like looking at the clip, I think this is Trayvon getting a little bit defensive. Is something like off with the tape, because he's like loafing it and he could be much more urgently cutting off the sideline.
Yeah, he's just actively looking for reasons
somebody
to be able
else
to pull
do the
up.
job.
Yeah, somebody else is going to tackle him. So you can see him start to slow up, and then it's like, oh no, nobody's got him down yet. So now I got to come to speed. Then I'm going to slow down. So
I mean, other people were screwing up too. Maybe Trayvon's like, well, what about Donovan Wilson, who's playing so poorly he can't even stay in the game? He's reaching out with one hand, getting taken for a ride. He's supposed to be a physical player, and he can't get the guy. There's multiple guys in the area. I think Trayvon was just the last one. Maybe he feels picked on here.
Yeah, I think and by the way, Bobby Belt, who's listening, Bobby was there in the middle of all that. He said no one else spoke, just Leslie was the only one. So thanks, Bobby, for doing that. I do believe that Diggs got triggered because he says, is that the only one? Is that the only one you're going to pull? Is that the one you're going to pull? He's kind of challenging Leslie. Bet he felt like he played pretty well for the physical. He gets a lot of. But
wasn't he talking specifically about the play? Like, you're looking at that play and that's what jumps out to you.
Yeah, but to me, it's like I think Diggs felt like that he was getting unfairly picked on because he played pretty well overall.
You could definitely make a little montage out of him actually stepping up.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, if you could have some plays where you could actually see him coming forward. You could see him mixing it up. You could see him trying to play out blocks. That's where I think that he felt like, man, you're going to pull that one play when I had 4 or 5 other tackles that I made in this game.
That's what you took from that play, and that's what I
from his. I guess he's saying, is that what you took from my game? I mean, if you look overall, I think that's how. I think that's why he got mad.
I get Diggs being mad about it, and that's why I'd like to have Mike on to ask him, what were you thinking about that play, to go ahead and tweet that to get his side of it.
I've seen Diggs, like I said earlier, I've seen Diggs play with far, far, far less aggressiveness than that one yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was a step in the right direction. Like, maybe he's coming back from injury and physicality isn't naturally his thing, and maybe going into the bye that was one of his things to improve on. Mike McCarthy on Trayvon Diggs confronting Mike Leslie. We have to be better in those moments, he said. It's a byproduct of Diggs being frustrated. Here's Stephen Jones with KMC this morning as Hagee asked him about the deal.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so Trayvon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trayvon Diggs was doing. And he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trayvon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much for your time, man. We will get back with you next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Go get Cowboys.
So good. Go get Cowboys.
Go get Cowboys. I mean, it was an incredible ending to that interview, and for Hagee to do the journalistically credible thing, which is quote the subject here, which is Trayvon Diggs. That's exactly what he said. That was just a hilarious interaction.
Trayvon Diggs, definitely, good player. I think coming back from injury and on a team now that can't rush the passer that well, can't create enough pressure for him to go get the football like he does. I still believe in the guy. But man, the conversation last week about, hey, maybe you should look at your defensive players and trade them for draft picks. I would be really interested to see, what kind of a haul they could get that might, push their rebuild forward. Because right now, this is tough to look at this football team and imagine them being a lot better next year. I think maybe after a couple of good drafts, they could emerge in 2026. But if that's the case, I'd be looking for trading.
I think that if whoever the next coach is, and if it's a guy like Belichick, what's going to happen is Belichick's probably looked at a lot of your film already, And if he were to get this job, I think that Jerry and Steven and Will and those guys would lean on him if there were guys that he would want to move on from.
Yeah.
You talk about trading guys and stuff like that. New
off-season trades more likely.
New coaches come in and they look at your tape and they're like, well, hey, I don't know if we can win with this guy.
Do you think Belichick would like a corner that doesn't tackle?
I don't think he would. No, not particularly. But that's like I said, they will give a coach a lot of latitude here.
Yeah,
they will. They gave Bill Parcells a lot of latitude. They gave Dave Campo a lot of latitude. It
and that's
depends
why
on how you want to take it or not.
Yeah, that's why it could work. Like Belichick wants to be the GM, and you can't be the GM here. But as a coach, you can have a lot of say.
You have a lot of say as head coach here. You sure do.
Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy says, "I think frustration is part of not winning a game, but the other verbs, as far as carrying it forward, these are learning experience. I talked to you last week about relishing this opportunity." It's not about the opportunity having more and more adversity, but having experience here. I think this is a good opportunity for us to show the commitment and the belief that we have. These are coaching platitudes, generic coach speak for when you believe your team has no shot. He says, we need to keep it about football. We can't waste our time on anything that doesn't help us win. I'm about winning, and everybody has a job to do. He certainly does complain a lot about officials and went after Nick Harris a couple of weeks ago. I mean, this Trayvon Diggs thing is just the third or fourth in a series where your coach and your GM has pretty much done the same thing. Our job,
the mood is bad.
Yeah.
The vibes are bad. Everybody's down. And for Trayvon Diggs is walking into the locker room and in under 60 seconds is already on his phone and reading his mentions and then storming out to do something about it. Like he hasn't even taken his cleats off. Yeah. He hasn't even taken a shower yet. He probably hasn't even heard any type of team address from his own coach there. It's like get in, check the phone, and then go face-to-face with a reporter.
Yeah, the bad guys, the media, and I get it. When you're losing, it's toxic, but I mean, the bad thing in the equation is the performance, and if you can't focus on that, then I don't know how much of a chance you have to learn from these experiences that Mike is talking about. Okay, from ESPN research, the Cowboys are -9 in turnover margin in the last 3 games, tied for their second worst margin in 3 games since 1989. In 2004, they had a -10 and -9 stretches. You were there for that squad.
I was there.
With baseball players playing quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
In 89, they had a -9, then finished 1-15 that year and 6-10 in 2004. Is that the kind of season we're heading for? Is this a 6 or 7 win season, you guys think?
I think, you're looking at maybe you can get to 6 wins. I mean, the schedule's daunting. There's not a game that I think you're going to feel good about the Cowboys winning until the Giants on Thanksgiving. And then after that, it might just be at Carolina. Otherwise, I mean, are you thinking they're going to beat the Eagles twice? Maybe they split at best. Eagles look pretty damn good against the Bengals. Washington, it's a tough game. Jaden Daniels running around. You like that? I don't know. Right? Kirk Cousins this week. That's tough. That offense is looking good. Bijan's looking good. Houston, Cincinnati. Maybe Cincinnati's winnable. They've done it before with Cooper Rush. That could be a game. But it's going to be very, very tough to find games they're even going to be favored to win. I think there's realistically 2. I think it's Giants and it's Carolina.
You need Micah Parsons and others to come back. I mean, and we'll see how much rust there is with Parsons and Bland and others like that. But it would sure help their opportunities. It would give them a better chance. I'm not saying they would win the games.
It'd
but
give them a better chance.
Give a better chance.
But this offense, I mean, this offense.
Oh no, that's clearly a problem.
That's just
the one really bright spot for me was, though, I didn't feel like that the left tackle played as poorly as I thought he might in that game. I thought that was going to be a nightmare situation for them. And he held his own more than he and more.
But that's
than
huge. Yeah, that's what you want to see is Guyton and Beebe to continue to make strides.
That's all I wanted. I did not want a deal where all of a sudden they line up both to his side and there's 7 pressures over there.
All righty. Elsewhere here with this football team, we got a little bit of breaking news this afternoon. About an hour and a half ago, Sam Williams, defensive end, suspended 3 games without pay for violating the personal conduct policy the league announced. The suspension went into effect prior to Week 8. He will be eligible for reinstatement November 11th following the Week 10 game against the Eagles. Suffered a season-ending knee injury during training camp. So this is kind of the NFL doing you a favor. Like, sure, we'll go ahead and suspend you while you are injured. So thanks to them, I guess, this time for not waiting until training camp, which is I thought what they would probably do. The trade deadline coming up next week, right? Tuesday?
The 5th.
So we have one more game before decisions must be made. Is there any chance that the Cowboys are going to look to be active, either trying to find a wide receiver to help them win now, a running back to help them win now, or selling pieces for draft picks?
I think if anything, you're selling.
I'd be down to sell. I don't think they're going to do anything. I think this is going to be a quiet trade for the Cowboys. I don't see them making a move, and I don't really see them selling any parts.
That's unfortunate because I feel like you only have so many chances to get better. And, maybe it's hard to force something into fruition, but I think for these teams that are desperate, if you're dangling good defensive players, a Diggs, a Parsons, you could, an Eric Kendricks, who we love, having on our Cowboys Player Show every Thursday in the 5 o'clock hour. Veteran linebackers. These things can have value.
Could we still have him on weekly if he gets traded somewhere? I mean,
I don't know how that would work.
Quite the relationship.
I'd love to chat with him.
Yeah, he's fun to talk to.
You lose to Atlanta, and I'll have Philadelphia and both the Commanders win, then they're not going to do anything. That's just.
Yeah, I've never seen them. I don't think I've ever seen the Cowboys trade a player mid-season. That doesn't happen for them.
If they get this thing back to 4-4, and they feel like that they still have a chance at this thing, then I could see them making a move. But if they lose to Atlanta and then you get Philly and both the Commanders win, that puts you 3 games back already. I don't think they would do anything.
Mavs heading into their 3rd game tonight. They're going to host the Jazz at 7:30, 1-1 after losing to the Suns on Saturday. Mavs have a defense problem, but it's still early. I want to get through about 25 or 30 games before we get a better feel on this. But giving up 115 points to 2 teams that'll likely be barely playoff teams, you got to knock that number down. We've seen them ride the defensive roller coaster or whatever several times in Jason Kidd's tenure, where they're bad on defense and then they get it figured out in a big way. Tonight, the familiar names Lauri Markkanen, Jordan Clarkson, John Collins, Colin Sexton. And then the other takeaways from around the West, the Thunder are very good. They're probably going to lead the West in offense. The Lakers are out 3-0. So congrats to them. And LeBron's endorsing a trip for Bronny to the G League to now. Stars are pretty much off all week to revel in Saturday's win over Chicago. They've won 2 in a row.
They're going to Finland.
Yeah, they've just landed in Finland.
Right
on.
They
play back-to-back games against Florida Panthers in Finland.
Be fun.
Ohtani in the starting lineup 2 days after he partially dislocated his left shoulder. The superstar and the Dodgers up 2-0 on the Yankees going into this evening's Game 3. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with an edition of LA Live.
Take care of business, woman, can't you see? How many people you think sent Trayvon Diggs that Mike Leslie tweet?
Every member in his family.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He looked down at that phone and said, 1, 2. Okay, where's the where's this fool at?
Even his little son tweeted at him or texted at him.
Yeah. Mess with Aiden.
Yeah, Aiden
right,
got
7 or 8 by now.
Yeah,
Aiden got to him. Aiden got to him.
I'm pretty sure. All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time is fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You guys find it weird how we're the only animals that wake up like this?
Whoa! I'm late! Oh! Oh no, not again!
Every other animal wakes up. Nah. That's it. It's like, what to do today? Like we save up for retirement in hopes of retiring at 65. Every other animal born into retirement. And we think we're the smartest ones, right? We think we're the smartest ones because we're the only ones that can talk. But I think other animals can talk too. They just choose not to because they know as soon as they do, we'll be like, put some pants on and get to work. What the f*** you doing lollygagging? Put a shirt on too, you idiot.
Yeah, it's a Monday. We back at it again. This is LA Live for Monday, October 28th, 2024. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Monday, Friday, I got that name from the now disbanded rap group out of Dallas, PPT. Shout out to you.
Yeah, you know me.
Monday, Friday vibes in LA Live is just where I go over some things I've seen over the weekend. Have y'all seen this page on Facebook called Priciest Real Estate?
No, sir. No.
Priciest Real Estate on Facebook. It says the latest news and updates on the most expensive properties in the United States and the world.
Yeah.
They're basically showing off like homes of notable people, athletes, and just people that you know.
Is this one they fly the drone over and stuff like that, and they kind of they just go around the top of the house?
There's some drone videos in there.
You never go in, but it always seems like I see it on TikTok. Though.
Okay. Well, the ones I see, they actually go in the house. I show you the whole house.
Yeah, this is different. Yeah.
Yeah, man. They showed Deshaun Watson's house, $5.4 million Ohio estate. CeeDee Lamb's crib is in there.
Nice.
Matthew Stafford's $10 million crib in L.A.
Wow. Where like the driveway's a parking lot with a giant fountain in it.
It's showing it's the big stuff, man. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's cool if you just want to look, maybe get motivated by it or get depressed, whichever one it hits you.
I'll never have this.
Lamar Jackson's Maryland mansion. He paid Maryland Mansion. He paid $900K for it. Now it's like 1.2 or something like that. So he's making his money. Good for him. But Andy Dalton's Fort Worth mansion. But I tell you all of this because if you go in there and you look at it, they give you the whole address.
Whoa.
They're doxing these people, dog.
Wow. Everyone knows
just straight up doxing these people.
That's ridiculous, dude.
It's a who's who famous addresses, that whole page.
Wow.
But what I do like about it is like there's athletes on their first or second contract and they buy a crib that you and I could probably get in. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
So you didn't go blow it all on your first contract. I like to see that.
Yeah.
I do like to see that.
Baby steps.
Yeah, Priciest Real Estate on Facebook. Dude. Straight doxing folks out there. That's what I seen this weekend.
I want Villa Del Amor in Bel Air, California, $115 million.
Do you want that?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't pay the damn bills in it.
No, you're right. Yeah.
The electricity bill, bro?
Yeah. And the property taxes?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
California property taxes? Please, man.
I know this guy in Sunnyvale, and he had like 12 acres. He gave away 11 of them because the tax bill was just too high. It's like, here, you can have it. For the love of God.
Oh, my goodness.
Where was he when I was looking, dog?
Right.
I got all these damn dogs in my house. I need some acres at this point.
Yep. I could have used it too.
Yeah. Downstairs smells like urine. It does. I got to rip the whole carpet up and just.
Why did you have Wolchuk's friends over or something?
Oh my God! Yeah.
That's a pooping.
Sorry, man. Sorry, I just.
But you never.
That was gonna be a fart.
You never poo without peeing a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you probably peed a little. Just a little dribble.
Yeah, he probably did, bro. He probably did. G back of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up. At Lucky Lucius P on social media. I have not went through my Instagram this weekend, so I'll probably do that tonight or tomorrow morning. That alarm goes off about 4:45, so I'll probably see you about 5:15ish.
4:45. What time are you falling asleep?
Because I mean, you can't get into the gym unless you like wake up super early nowadays.
Yeah.
But you got to go to work, and then you have to get ready for work and all this other stuff in between. Like, you gotta find time. You gotta make it. Yeah.
But how quickly do you pop up? 5:45. Do you snooze it a little bit, or you just up and at them? Bam.
I mean, it's not right up and at them, but I might lay there for a second. I wake up to political talk radio.
That's a good way to start the day.
So it definitely does fire you up. Like, what that fool say? What?
Yeah.
What? I mean, it definitely gets you out the bed.
Hey, Lucius, in these
good strategy.
In these gyms now, are there people really setting up cameras and filming themselves and stuff like that? I mean, how do the people that don't do that? How do you take that? Do you just do they allow that? What's the story?
Well,
on
first of all, just don't get caught staring at them because you can look weird on the background on video that's on social media. You just staring at somebody.
Yeah,
but
gotta have the blinders on.
Yeah, they 100% set up tripods and everything with lighting and all this other stuff while they're working out.
Really?
Yeah. The gym
gym allows it to happen.
100%. You're paying your thing. I guess they're cool with it.
All right.
The gym in the morning is cool. Gym right now, club gym.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's club gym. Some people don't like it. It definitely motivates me. Yeah. As long as you're just not on the equipment too long. But there's plenty of stuff there to keep you motivated, if you know what I mean. Like, wow, she's actually wearing that. Anyway, you can catch me, Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter or X. Which I would be departing soon, I'll tell you what. Our winner right here is a depressed Cowboy fan. He's back again with another one. This time in the key of Kung Fu Kenny.
It's in the game. Mike McCarthy on the beat. Hope we won't win another game any week, bro. We won't beat a playoff team because we stink, bro. Got me putting on my shoulder pads. Got me walking around like Tizo. Why running game so bad? Got me really thinking. Who the fuck we got for GM? Because he really stinks. This shit, our GM used to coach Abe Lincoln. The window for that Super Bowl is steady shrinking. The family matter and the truth of the matter. It was guys playing to show y'all we sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Hey, 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 big another team. Hey, 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 big another team. Sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Sorry ass team. We a Super Bowl fraud. Hey, 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 big another team. Hey, 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 big another team. Are we locked in? Hell no. Are we going to win? Hell no. Now lose this game. What? Lose that game. Now lose this game. What? Lose that game. What? Damn, this team sucks.
Damn, this team sucks. This guy's been spot on. He's trying to tell you.
Depressed Cowboys fan.
I'm with you, bro.
So good.
He knows his fan base.
I mean, late night game, too. Quick turnaround on a Monday morning. Just have that thing ready to go.
Come on, man. I wonder if he had two on deck.
I think he had that. I think he had the can. He had that in the can.
That's evergreen right there.
The whole season.
He's working.
He's ready.
Yeah.
Things happen in the ATL. I don't like what I smell or smell.
Yeah, he already got them in his rhyme books. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. All right, let's get nasty right here. Pause. Might get a little filthy and cringy. Did y'all see what Shaq told Angel Reese?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, you seen that?
I saw the headline. I didn't hear the audio.
First of all, I want you to Google the outfit that Angel Reese had on Wildin' Out. She had a romper on, and her little Junior Bacon cheeseburger meat was hanging out the back.
Yeah. Okay.
It's very meaty.
Yeah, Google that junk. You know what I'm saying?
When you saw that, you said the same thing you say at the gym when you see some of those ladies. Like, is she really wearing that?
Is she really?
It's motivation.
All right. Yeah, nasty work right here about Big Shaq Nasty. Shaq was on the Angel Reese's podcast, Unapologetically Angel. By the way, Shaq is a friend and mentor of Angel Reese, by the way. I got to put that out there.
LSU.
Yeah, there you go.
He went full diesel mode on this one, baby.
Friend and mentor.
You're not in school anymore.
I got your back.
I heard you're not able to pay that rent.
You need a sugar daddy.
Looking for some Christmas gift.
I can Shaq daddy
for your baby. Yeah, let's see here. Shaq has some ideas on how to get the compensation up in the WNBA. One, he suggested like lowering the rim so you can be more dunks.
Okay.
Yeah. That might be a little fantastic. And then they started talking about the romper that she had on here. And listen to Shaq's suggestion.
Bro, imagine you.
First of all, he said, bro. Yeah, he's out of control, fam.
Bro, imagine you.
I'm not imagining.
Let me finish. Imagine you in the same little shirt you had on at the Wild and Out show, Duncan. You know how many t-shirts you gonna sell, Curls? You tripping.
Oh my
What?
God.
What?
Oh God.
The same little shirt you had on.
Okay, all right.
Duncan,
Bro.
bro.
Yeah, he kind of sounds